Good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to see you here. This is the second Monday in August of 2021. The date is August 9th. You are watching The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia. We have this show. We host this show. We being DraftKings, we bring this baby to you 11 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Friday. All of the DFS and sports betting questions you have cooking in your head, you should ask us because we have analysts to answer them. So we're going to start in the baseball department. Our MLB panel this morning consisting of DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Eric Halterman hanging with us today as well. Gentlemen, MLB price check. So your favorite plays at the following price ranges for tonight's main slate. I believe it's a shorter one, a smaller one. Let's go pitcher over 8K. Start us off, Ducey.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to be back talking ball. I think that this is a tough one right now because you look at the options. Freddie Peralta is the most expensive one, maybe a little too pricey. He is probably my favorite option, but there's real weather concerns there. In Chicago, we saw last night what the weather can do. You look around, Lucas Giolito in a funk, Joe Musgrove probably the most likely to win, but he's been really underwhelming from a fantasy perspective. So I think I have to fall on a guy that I don't really like to play a whole lot, but a guy that's been red hot over the last, 2 months, maybe even 3 months, and that's Luis Castillo. Hardly a bad play. $10,000 is going to be expensive, but when you talk about the strikeout upside with him, he hasn't gone under 7 strikeouts in his last 4 starts, and he's got a very good matchup tonight against the Cleveland Indians, a team that doesn't make a lot of hard contact. They rank near the bottom of the league in that in the last 2 weeks. So you don't have to worry about the home runs like you do sometimes with Luis Castillo with that high velocity, sometimes has a tendency to give up a lot of hard hit balls. Jose Ramirez, really the only guy you have to worry about. They're trotting out like a AAA lineup these days. I mean, Franmil Reyes is there as well, but Nick Miller or Owen Miller is I watched too much New Girl. Owen Miller is the guy that is really did the damage against the Tigers yesterday. So yeah, I'm not really worried about Cleveland. I like firing up Luis Castillo.
Okay, Paul, what about you? Who are you going to fire up? A pitcher over 8K, 5 games on this slate.
Kenny was all over it. I'm right with him. Freddie Peralta is putting up video game numbers in his last 10 starts, guys, allowing only 25 hits. I had to check this a couple of times. 25 hits in his last 57 and a third innings pitched for a 129 batting average while striking out 71 batters and allowing only 4 homers along the way. He faces a weak Cubs offense that's 2-10 in their last 10 outings, and it'll cost you 10 grand, as was indicated. Luis Castillo, priced at 10 grand even, will be facing the Indians on the road tonight and is on one of his best streaks of the year over his last 10 starts, a 4-1 record backed by a 1.70 ERA in his last 63 innings pitched. His whip is a decent 1.19 despite 49 hits allowed and only 4 homers in that stretch. So good numbers in for him. But I land on Joe Musgrove for $8,500, the cheapest in this range, and looks like a solid option based on his quality of his last 3 starts, covering 19 innings, surrendering only 13 hits and 5 walks while striking out 20 batters. These numbers aren't fluke. Opposing batters are hitting only 195 and a whip of .97 over his 122 innings pitched on the season, while he struck out 139 batters. The Miami team is batting ranked 27th in OPS on the season. So all that adds up to a nice bet for me on Joe Musgrove tonight at $8,500.
All right, Eric, who's your pitcher you're paying up for?
Yeah, I like these small slates. It's the same size, I think, as the KBO slate. That's coming back. Give a quick shout out to World Baseball coming back for the first slate in a month tonight. But over on the MLB side with our KBO size slate, they really are just those 4 good guys at the top. I think the 3 we've touched on and Lucas Giolito, I think they're all fine plays. Musgrove is, I think, the most interesting to me. He's the cheapest of the 4 at 8,500 by a decent margin. I think he's got the best matchup too. Probably, I think the Marlins are still weaker than whatever's left of the Cubs, although I guess you could say it's pretty close. Marlins are 25th by WRC plus on the season. He's got one of the best parks to pitch in Petco. He's got a 2.87 ERA, and that's a little bit better than what the ERA estimators have for him on the year. He hasn't matched his incredible 33.1% strikeout rate from last season, but he's still at 27.9% this year. While he's had some lower strikeout numbers lately, that's still a high enough mark that he has the potential for that huge total on any given night. So I think I'm happy with any of those top guys. I think I'm probably likely to play 2 of them on this slate for reasons we'll probably get into in a minute. But I think he's the best bargain. So he's my top choice.
Paul, take me to a hitter over 5K, please.
I'll highlight three of them. My favorite, though, off the top, Emerson, is Manny Machado tonight versus Miami for $5,900. A power bat that's on a roll in consideration is 14 for 40 tear with 5 extra base knocks, included. Add up to a OPS that's north of 1. So that's outstanding for a power hitter. That I'm all over that one tonight. I also like Willie Adames for $5,500 based on his 13 for 43 mark in his last 10 games with an OPS also just north of 1, and including 4 homers and 8 extra base hits. He faces Alec Mills, who's not fooled too many batters in his last few starts. So that's also a nice matchup. And it's hard to ignore Joey Votto of late, as he's on an 11 for 39 run with 6 homers in his last 10 games played. He does get that one-on-one matchup against Castillo, though. So it comes down to your belief in a hot batter over a very tough pitcher in this spot. So I like the top 2 guys that I mentioned here.
Okay, Eric, how about you?
Well, Paul's got 3. I kind of have none. I'm looking at basically everybody over 5,000. Nearly every hitter, either it won't get the platoon advantage. Obviously, you can still play guys without the platoon advantage, but either they won't have that, or they're facing one of those 4 aces we talked about earlier. There aren't, so even those top Reds guys I would ordinarily like, but a lefty on lefty matchup for the likes of Joey Votto makes me a little bit less interested. Joey Gallo is, I think, the only guy who will get the platoon advantage, but he's been a bit shaky lately, or will get the platoon advantage against a non-elite starter. So I think given those options, I'm probably staying cheap on the hitting side and going with 2 expensive pitchers. But I do like Manny Machado if I have to pay up for somebody, all the way up at $5,900. He's just been super hot in the second half. In the first half, he was merely good, an 833 OPS. He's got a 1047 OPS, 6 homers, 17 RBI in his last 20 games. So that's good enough for me if I have to pay up for one guy.
All right, Kenny, bring us home here on a hitter over 5K you will roster.
Come on, there's no one with the platoon advantage. How about Willie Adames with the reverse splits going against Alex Mills? He hits 280 against righties this year and 867 OPS. He has crushed righties. He's been terrible against lefties, and I'm surprised Paul mentioned him. I didn't think anyone was going to be on Willie Adames tonight at $5,500. Not exactly a hot bat. He did have a good game yesterday. But look, here's the reason I love him. Alec Mills is a bad sinker ball pitcher. And what does Willie Adames do? He hits the sinker very well. 4 homers off of sinkers this year, a 563 X slug. Those are very good numbers. This is a very good hitter. He's hitting in the heart of a lineup that I think is going to do a lot of damage today against a Cubs team that is running a guy. Manuel Rodriguez pitched last night. Does anyone know who that is? They're not, their bullpen is not looking good. So I think that I like the matchup with Alec Mills. I'm probably going to like it even more with some of these no-name righties that the Cubs have now as their season winds down. Willie Adames, a great bat tonight. I think he's going to go up.
Eric, best value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I do like that call with the reverse splits there, but I'm going to go back to the normal platoon advantage here and talk about Eugenio Suarez. He has not had a good year. So pricing him at 4,000 may look not great. He's got a WRC plus of just 68. He's hitting just 176. He was already starting to slip last year with a WRC plus of just 104, barely above average. And, he's going to lose playing time. So for season-long fantasy purposes, I might want to think about dropping him now that Mike Moustakas is back. They're expected to platoon at third base for now, with the Reds seemingly dropping the Suarez at shortstop experiment that did not work at all well early in the season. But Suarez should still be there against lefties, and he's got quite a friendly matchup today against Sam Hentges for Cleveland. 7.86 ERA on the season. ERA estimator sitting right around 5. Not a particularly highly rated prospect. Below average strikeout rate. Walks too many guys. Just not a lot to like there. Suarez, even in his good stretches this season, hasn't been elite, but he does have 4 homers in his last 9 games. Has a WRC plus of 116 over that stretch. That's enough there for me, and 4,000 is not that expensive. So it's a guy who's still, especially in those larger tournaments where you need to spike a couple homers to place as high as you want to, he's got the power to do that, even though he's got as good a chance at a 0 as just about anybody on the slate.
Kenny, need a value bat from you, please.
Yeah, I hope this constitutes value because I want to talk about this guy. And we mentioned it with Sam Attengis. He's really bad. And a guy that has a splits advantage against him who has been red hot, one of the best hitters in baseball over the last month is Kyle Farmer. He's still only $3,900. He's hitting right in the middle of that Reds lineup. And this is a guy that just continues to get hits. He's on a 5-game hitting streak. He's got a boatload of them over the last month. The floor here is very high for Kyle Farmer, and I think that the ceiling is, a 20-point game with a home run off of Sam Attengis. We don't have to talk much more about how bad he's been and how good Kyle Farmer has been, and he's just mashed lefties 8.4 fantasy points per game against lefties. So I really like this matchup. He's been mashing. Go with him.
Paul.
I'll give you 3. Max Kepler can point to an 8 for 29 head-to-head history against Lucas Giolito, which includes 3 homers and only 2 strikeouts. So those are good numbers for $4,800 tonight. How about Ahmed Rosario for $4,100, considering his recent 13 for 40 stretch, which include 6 extra base knocks. He has 4 hits in a limited 9 at-bat sample against Castillo as well. Cheaper than these guys, though, I like Eric Hosmer's power and platoon advantage, coupled with his most recent 11 for 30 record. For $3,800 is the best bet in my top 3 in this range.
All right, let's switch gears here real quick before we wrap up, guys, and talk about the DK Sportsbook. So what is your favorite bet on the MLB slate tonight, Paul?
I like the alternate run line, as you know, Emerson. I look at the potent Yankee lineup that was on a tear until they were blanked yesterday. They'll bounce back against Carlos Hernandez and his bloated ERA tonight. That'll go a long way toward these clubs getting the alternate run line above 11.5 for a plus 150 payoff. Speaking of potent offenses, I like the alternate run line bet of over 11.5 runs for a 160 payoff in the game between the Twins and the White Sox, in part because it'd be a bullpen start for Minnesota as well. And I also like the alternate run line to be under 6.5 in the tilt between Padres and the anemic Marlins, largely on the belief that Joe Musgrove will be effective in continuing his recent role. That bet pays off at plus 140.
Kenny, favorite baseball bet is what?
I like that Yankees call. I'm going to go with the Yankees minus half a run at minus 120. For the first 5 innings, Jameson Taillon has been on fire, 10 strikeouts. The Royals an 82 or 86 WRC plus since the break. And when you look at Carlos Hernandez, he has one of the fastest fastballs in the game. He throws about 98 on average, but the Yankees have a ton of great fastball hitters. This is not the way to get the Yankees out, a right-handed fastball pitcher. So I really like this matchup. I know going away from Yankee Stadium, the power has not been very good since the break. And going away from Yankee Stadium, I'm scared about the Yankees' power. I really am. But Hernandez with that 14% walk rate, the Yankees, one of the best walking teams in all of baseball. I think that this is a very good matchup for them. And they're underpriced here because of those said power concerns leaving Yankee Stadium. I think they get it done tonight.
All right, Eric, bring us home. Need a DK Sportsbook baseball bet from you.
Yeah, with such a small slate, I'm not surprised that we have a bit of disagreement here. I think all of the favorites are quite clear favorites. I think minus 170 is as close as it gets. So I'm going to take the Royals at plus 150 over those Yankees. A lot of that's because the Yankees are quite banged up at the moment, and they actually haven't been hitting well. In the second half, they rank just 20th by WRC plus. That's still better than the Royals. This is not an endorsement of the Royals roster right now. But the Yankees, without Anthony Rizzo and Gary Sanchez on the COVID-19 injured list, Aroldis Chapman, Gio Urshela on the normal injured list, Gleyber Torres, I guess we can debate how much of a loss he is this year, but he was banged up in Sunday's game, left with a thumb injury. So this is not the fully powered Yankees offense. Obviously, there's still many bats there that the Royals would be happy to have. But at plus 150, I think that's a pretty decent price for the Royals, considering that Carlos Hernandez, nothing special, but ERA in the mid-4s, estimators in the mid-4s is actually right where Jameson Taillon's ERA estimators are. I know he's coming off a good start, but Taillon hasn't been anything special this year. Hernandez strikes a lot of guys out, walks way too many. But in his last 2 starts, both of which have come against the White Sox, who have one of the best lineups in the league, he's allowed just a single earned run in 11 innings. So he's showing enough lately that I think that makes the Royals the best underdog bet tonight.
Good stuff, guys. That's our baseball conversation for the day. After a wild first week of NBA free agency, we're going to go ahead and look into the future, some future bets on the hardwood coming up after this. Alrighty, everybody. We started off with baseball. We got some hoops coming your way right now, and I'm going to introduce our NBA panel. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Gentlemen, we're seeing the future here. So we're going to check out some futures bets for the NBA next season, 2021-2022. So after 1 week of maneuvering and dealing that definitely was not agreed to weeks in advance, virtually every notable free agent now is off the board. And now on the DK Sportsbook, you can place futures bets on who you think will lead the league in certain categories. So, Nick, let's start with you here. Let's start with the scoring leader. Bradley Beal is the odds-on favorite at plus 275. Would he be your pick as things stand right now?
I think he's the safest pick. I mean, he's the only guy of the true available options, who's back-to-back 30-plus points in each of the last 2 seasons. So it makes sense that he's the leader here at plus 275. Obviously, you're removing Russell Westbrook, an extremely high-usage player, from that roster, and Beal was still able to average 30 a game playing alongside Westbrook last season. So, you brought in some parts, to replace Westbrook, but nobody who's going to come in and have that kind of usage rate. So on paper, Bradley Beal makes a ton of sense at plus 275. I think you have to consider Luka at plus 425. Got off to a slow start last season that kind of put him behind the 8 ball, but over the second half of the season, he was scoring as well as anybody. Obviously, that was on display in the Olympics. It was on display in the first round of the playoffs as well. I also don't think you could quite discount Steph Curry. And I understand, he led the league in scoring last year. I get why he's down at 6-1. You have Klay Thompson coming back. The Warriors should be a little bit more of a balanced team, but he's won an MVP. He's won a scoring title with a fully healthy Klay Thompson, with a fully healthy Draymond Green. We've seen him average 30 a game before in those circumstances. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it now. He's in a little bit of a different phase of his career. That was back in 2015-16, the 73 win season, but I'm not totally counting out Steph Curry.
All right, Kenny, we're talking 31.3 points per game from Beal. That was a career high for him, and now he no longer has Westbrook there. So would you believe he could be you agree with the odds-on favorite here? Plus 275, going to be the scoring leader.
I do. I think that this Wizards team is going to be really good. And you look at Spencer Dinwiddie coming in, helping Bradley Beal perhaps get some space, Kyle Kuzma as well, and then perhaps a step forward for Hachimura. I think that this was a team that, we saw make a lot of strides last year, aside from Russell Westbrook. Of course, he padded his stats, but there were plenty of good stories here. Bertans as well, a guy that is just going to make life easier, take some attention away from Bradley Beal. And the fact of the matter is he is going to be able to take pretty much any shot he wants. This is his team now. So, you do like those odds, but, as Nick mentioned, I think that Steph Curry at plus 600 is still a pretty good bet. I'm a little weary of that though, but the value is certainly there. I would even look as far down as plus $3,500 or plus 3,500. You got Devin Booker, who, 13th in points per game last year and was up there 7th in total points. Perhaps this is a season where he takes even another step forward. He just continues to get better and better every year. We saw in the postseason this year what type of scoring outputs he's capable of. The inconsistency is obviously the concern there, but I think that that's a really, really good value for a guy that's clearly the leading scorer on his team. And perhaps even this year, Chris Paul takes a little bit of a step back, which would be ridiculous for a guy making, $40 million? But hey, maybe he doesn't take as many shots. Maybe Devin Booker gets a few more field goal attempts per game. And then you get him at a really, really good price to win the scoring title. I wouldn't hate that.
All right, Kenny, let's move over to rebounds leader, where Clint Capella sits as the favorite at plus 120. He led the league in rebounding last year, rebounds per game, snapping a 3-year streak by Andre Drummond leading in that category. So we have Capella right ahead of Rudy Gobert, who's plus 200. Where are you leaning for this futures bet?
So, Nick and I actually talked about this a few weeks ago. We were talking about rebounding leader to see if there's any value here. And one person that I just cannot ever get my eyes off of for some reason is Enes Kanter at plus 5,000, right? That's really good value for a guy that, to me, you watch this guy play and he is, I think, one of the best rebounders, if not the best rebounder in basketball. The guy just is incredible at getting rebounds. The problem is he doesn't play enough. And he was still, right in the top 10 in rebounds this year. The problem is also that Yusuf Nurkic is a big part of Portland's offense. So this is, to me, a wild bet, but it's a bet on the Blazers blowing it all up. I could see the Blazers getting rid of Nurkic, trading him at the deadline, or even earlier. Perhaps Damian Lillard gets traded as well. We know that he's unhappy. And in that case, I don't think they have any reason to trade Enes Kanter. No one wants Enes Kanter. We've seen the Billy Donovan meme that you just can't play Enes Kanter. But a team that's traded away, two of its biggest offensive assets or two of its three biggest offensive assets could play Enes Kanter for 30 minutes a game. And if Enes Kanter just plays, I think that he's going to make a good charge at the rebounding leader. The minutes are obviously the concern. But look, Nurkic is injury prone as well. If you're going to go crazy, I'd go there. But if not, I don't hate Karl Anthony Towns plus 1,300.
Well, Enes Kanter is now on the Celtics. He was traded there, last week. So he just keeps going back and forth. Nick, what do you think?
Well, we can just forget about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kenny, I hate to break it to you, and I say this with all respect, but he is on the Celtics, so he's going to have a little bit more of a roadblock in terms of Al Horford and Robert Williams. But your point stands.
I don't think that's a huge roadblock, actually. I think I like it better now that he's on the Celtics.
Oh, I like this. This is the Kenny we know and love.
Enes Kanter, second in the league last year in rebounding rate, behind only the rebounding leader, Clint Capella. So I don't, you're obviously not getting that same kind of value with Capella at plus 120 versus plus 5,000. So Kenny's certainly on the right track there. But Capella only played like 30.2 minutes per game last season, which is relatively low, actually right around the same total that Rudy Gobert played. So if either of those guys bump up even like 1 or 2 minutes per game, that could give them a pretty big advantage. And you look at that Atlanta depth chart, bringing back John Collins, who can play some center, is a little bit of a hit to the argument for Capella. But Onyeka Okongwu, their first round pick last year, who's looked pretty good in limited action, I thought gave them some pretty good minutes in the playoffs. He underwent surgery last month, might not be ready for the start of the regular season, could end up missing a month or two to begin the year. So maybe Atlanta leans a little bit heavily on Clint Capella. So I do like him, even though he's at plus 120. The other guy to keep an eye on is Giannis, 15-1. He was at 13.6 rebounds per game 2 years ago. That number fell quite a bit in 2020 and 21. But if he can get back to where he was 2 years ago, he'll be in the mix.
All right, let's go to the assist department here, gentlemen. DK Sportsbook has James Harden as the minus 105 favorite, right ahead of his former teammate Russell Westbrook, who was at plus 200. So Trae Young kind of lurking there in the shadows at plus 400. Which bet makes sense for you here, Nick?
I mean, Harden's the heavy favorite for a reason here. I mean, minus 105 is kind of crazy when you compare it to where the other leaders or, the odds-on favorites, I guess I should say, are for these other categories. And it's for good reason. I mean, the guy he's been primarily competing against for this title for the last few years in Russell Westbrook is now paired up with the guy who won the assist title 2 years ago in LeBron James. So we saw Westbrook and Harden play together in Houston. Westbrook's assist rate plummeted. He was down in like the 7-8 assists per game as opposed to 10 or 11 where he was in OKC. LeBron teaming up with Westbrook knocks both of those guys out of the race. So for me, it has to be Harden. I mean, his usage rate was under 20% when he joined the Brooklyn Nets, and Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were healthy. So small sample size, but he basically was very much content to just stop the step back threes, stop shooting 20 times per game and essentially become a distributor. And we're going to see better health luck with that team this year. I mean, they're not going to play like 5 games together over the course of the regular season. As long as those guys are healthy for even 70 or 75% of the year, I think Harden is happy to sit back, be a distributor, rack up, 10.5, 11.5 assists per game.
Okay, Kenny, Harden is on the Nets and Russell Westbrook now on the Lakers.
Yeah, I think that Russell Westbrook is a very, very good value play here, plus 200. I know that you like to, go for bigger odds, but when you talk about the post-All-Star break NBA, it was dominated by Russell Westbrook and his assist rate. I mean, it was almost 50%. This guy goes out of his way to get assists. He goes out of his way to throw dart basketballs at players' heads, so they have a hard time catching it, and then they'll get him an assist. I think that this is a guy that is going to take the step forward here for the Lakers, and LeBron probably takes a step back in terms of being a distributor. We saw at the end of the year last year, LeBron James became more of a distributor in the postseason, in the second half of the season. But for the majority of the year, LeBron James is not going to be out there, playing 40 minutes a game, racking up 10 assists. That's just not what he wants to do at this stage of his career. He wants to save himself for the postseason. I think that Russell Westbrook is going to have a big chip on his shoulder. I think that he is going to really maybe play his best basketball that we've seen in quite some time, maybe since he came into the league with Oklahoma City. I believe that because we heard about the egos being put aside. We heard about, these guys just being motivated to win a title. I think that Russell Westbrook comes out here, and we know that he's one of the best passers in the league, one of the best assist mans in the league. I think that, there's every reason to believe that he does this. And James Harden, we had the injury concerns in the postseason. We have Kyrie Irving as, one of the ball dominant guys in that offense as well. I think that there's obstacles in the way of James Harden getting there. And I don't think that there's as many for Russell Westbrook. I think LeBron James is likely to take a step back when it comes to passing the ball. And I think plus 200 to find my bet here.
All right, finally, gentlemen, let's look at the leader for three-pointers made. Steph Curry, who Nick has mentioned already, is the obvious favorite here at minus 165. But if you had to look somewhere other than the $200 million man, where would you be looking, Kenny?
Well, it's hard because you look at last season, Steph Curry had 337 made threes, and the next best was Buddy Hield, over 50 behind him at 282. Now, Buddy Hield is rightfully so, plus 550, right there towards the top. It's hard to bet against Steph Curry. The only thing that's obviously going to change this year is that Klay Thompson's coming back. That's going to cut into his lead. If I had to take a guy to make the most threes, maybe it's Duncan Robinson at plus 1,100, just to have some fun with this bet. He was there in third place or fourth place in threes made, but right there with Damian Lillard. There's a clear, obvious reason why he's on the floor, and it's just to shoot a bunch of threes. I could see him, taking so many and hitting this. So I think that it's kind of unwise to bet against Steph Curry just with the sheer volume of shots, even with Klay Thompson coming back. And we've seen with Klay Thompson in the lineup, he's still done this. He's still led in this category. But if I'm going to get a little crazy, it might be Duncan Robinson at plus 1,100 because the Heat seem like they're going for it this year, and maybe he gets a little more space to shoot the ball.
Cuckoo, Mr. Robinson. Nick, what say you, man? Three-pointers made. Talk to me.
I think Kenny said it best when he mentioned that it's kind of a fool's errand to bet against Steph Curry. It's not fun to just say bet Steph Curry, but he won this category by 1.2 made three-pointers per game last season. That's the same differential as number 2, Damian Lillard, who's at 4.1, and number 17, Jason Tatum, who's at 2.9. So even if you're factoring in a little bit of regression with Klay coming back, there's still a monster gap between Curry and the rest of the field. So, if it's my actual money, I'm betting on Steph Curry. Lillard at plus 380 is not terrible value for a guy who might just be in a situation where he has the license to gun away for a team that really didn't improve all that much this offseason and really felt like it needed to improve. So I could kind of see him, going somewhat rogue, a guy who already takes a ton of threes, just jacking up. Instead of 10.5 a game, he's at 13 a game. And percentage-wise, he's not that far from Steph, so that would put him up there. It's been Curry, Lillard, and Hield essentially at the top the last 3 years. So, those are the three guys to consider. Robinson is a step below for me. He was at 3.5 per game last year. About a half a three or 0.6 behind Lillard and Hield. But he can certainly be in the mix. The thing with Robinson is he just, he doesn't quite have that same ability to just, dribble the ball up the court, take a pick and roll and just launch. He kind of needs guys to create for him. He still takes a ton of threes in that role, but unlike Lillard and unlike Curry and unlike Hield to a slightly lesser degree, he just doesn't have quite that same green light at all times whenever he has the ball.
Gentlemen, that is a solid and successful NBA futures segment. Appreciate you. We're going to do NFL best bets coming up here. A lot of team specials available on the DK Sportsbook, so we're going to dive into some of the more funky ones coming up. All right, the first full week of NFL preseason action arrives this week, but we're going to go ahead and look beyond that to the regular season here because that's where the real money is made. That's where we get weird. Let's go. NFL panel, DraftKings contributor Stan Sun and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Best bets, part 1. looking at some interesting team-specific future bets here for the 2021 NFL season, guys. If you go over to the NFL section of the DK Sportsbook and click on the tab labeled Team Specials, you can find some interesting bets for every NFL team. We're going to start looking at these bets by picking from each of the Super Bowl favorites for 2021. So that means we start with the Kansas City Chiefs. If you look at their team specials here, one that stands out is Patrick Mahomes, 50-plus regular season passing touchdowns and 5,000-plus regular season passing yards. The odds on that happening are plus 750 on the DK Sportsbook. What are the chances in your eyes he can get there in a 17-game regular season, AJ?
I'm not worried about the yardage here. You look at last year's numbers, he averaged 316 per game. You'd have him hitting that 5,000-yard threshold in just 16 games this year. It's the touchdowns that concerns me here. Yes, he managed to hit 50 2 years ago, and in theory, he has an extra game, but we also have to consider the fact that the Chiefs could be in a position to rest him at the end if they lock up the division. There's no way they're going to play him in the final game with that extra, wear and tear on him. So I just don't see him getting to the touchdown mark. I think the yardage he'll cover. So if you can get that as standalone, I would consider that. But pairing these up together, I don't like 50 touchdowns for him this year.
Okay, Stan, how do you feel about pairing these two together?
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with AJ. I think the yards is definitely doable. But 50, man, that's a really tough number, even with the extra game. There's only been 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have passed for at least 50. There's been 3 other quarterbacks that got within 2, so 48, 49. In order to get above 50 touchdowns, a quarterback needs to have a TD rate of over 8%. Manning was at 8.3, Brady was at 8.7, Mahomes was at 8.6 the year that he did it. Mahomes' career TD passing rate is 6.8%. A-Rod did it twice. Dan Marino did it one time in 1984. So, that's a really tough number to get to 50. So I'm in complete agreement with AJ here.
All right, well, let's go to the defending champs here, Stan. The Bucs, one of the team specials for Tampa is Tom Brady over 39.5 regular season passing touchdowns, plus Mike Evans over 1,050.5 regular season receiving yards. The odds for that sit at plus 400. How realistic are those numbers?
I think it's very realistic. I think the numbers are really, really good here. Brady threw for 40 touchdowns last season. The TD passing rate was 6.6%. So that's higher than his career average, but it's definitely not egregious by any means. Let's not forget about last year's, Bucs team, COVID, lack of preparation. It was just a funny season. It took them about 12 weeks to kind of get into the groove. Once the offense started humming, over the last 8 games, including the playoffs, the TD, he threw about 2.75 TDs per game. So, even if you go to like 2.5, you're still looking at 42.5 TDs. So I think the 39.5 is definitely viable. There are a few concerns. His career rate is 1.9 per game. If you start looking at the numbers from his breakout year of 2007, it's only a 2.11. So that's what I'm saying. I think the line is a pretty efficient one. It's a tough one. In terms of Evans, he's gone over 1,000 yards in every year of his career. In terms of, when Antonio Brown, pre and post AB, he was at 5.75 targets, 46.6 yards per game before AB arrived. After he arrived, 7.87 targets, 79.1 yards per game. So, I really think that this offense is going to be humming in year 2. There's more continuity. And I actually think Aaron's and Brady, there's a chance they may try to just say F you and just try to go historic, just break all sorts of type of records this year.
Okay. How we feel about this one, AJ? A little better than the first one?
Same concern here. It's the touchdowns. I agree with Stan that, the yardage for Evans should be not an issue. I think he'll get that easily. You look at the specific 1050 mark, he's only missed that twice. As Stan said, he gets over 1,000. So you're talking about a couple extra catches here or there compared to those 2 seasons that he didn't get there. But the 40 touchdowns, look, Tom has only hit that twice. Once was last year, and then obviously the 50 touchdown season. For the most part, he just hasn't been that much of a touchdown producer. I mean, not to knock his career at all. He just hasn't needed to in some of those cases as well. If you set this at 35, I would be all over it. But 40 just seems like too steep of a hill to climb for me. So again, the touchdowns has me backing away from this one.
All right, next we have the Buffalo Bills and their newly extended quarterback, Josh Allen. He's making that NBA money now. Looking at some Allen-specific bets under the team specials on the DK Sportsbook. One that stands out is over 8.5 rushing touchdowns, plus Stephon Diggs over 105.5 regular season receptions, which has plus 250 odds to happen. How are we feeling about this one, AJ?
Well, this one I like. This one I feel good about. You know, that rushing TD line on Allen couldn't have been set better. You know, you look at the last 3 seasons, 8, 9, and 8. So he's absolutely right there. And I think he's fully capable of getting over that. But that's probably going to be your biggest hurdle here. Diggs, for his part, coming off a phenomenal season last year, career high, 127 receptions. He's gotten over 100 in 2 of the last 3 seasons. Now, obviously, one of those was 102. So again, the line is set perfectly, I think, at 105. It's definitely going to be a stretch. But I do think this is also a tougher division than what Kansas City is going to see. And so I think the Bills potentially will have to use both of these guys all 17 weeks here. And so I love the value at plus 250. This is one I'm definitely targeting to go after on the DK Sportsbook.
Stan, would you target this one?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good with it. You know, AJ's been talking about, you know, TD variants and things of that nature. So, you know, as he was alluding to in the prior 2 segments, it is tough, but, you know, the consistency with his, you know, 8, 9, and 8 in the last 3 years, over 100 carries in each of the last 2 seasons, you know, inside the 5-yard, he has 9 attempts, which was 25th in all of football, including, you know, running backs. So I think the opportunities and the consistency are there. The line is, you know, obviously it's a very sharp line, right? I mean, you know, what if he passes, you know, play action passes to a tight end, or he trips at the 1-inch line, or, you know, so like things like that can always happen. But, you know, I think it's fine in terms of Diggs, the targets. I mean, you know, the Bills, they were 11th in passing play percentage. You know, they throw the ball a lot. It's over 60%. He's going to get targets. He had 166 last season. So he's going to get fed. So I feel better about the Diggs part of this prop than the Allen rushing TD, just because, you know, there's always TD variants and, you know, like freaky things can happen. But out of all of the lines, you know, that we talked about so far, it's probably one of the better ones. And there's a reason why it's only plus 250.
Stan, as for the drama-filled Green Bay Packers, one team special focuses on Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams to combine for over 24.5 regular season rushing and receiving touchdowns. That prop has odds of plus 150. So are you as confident about them reaching that threshold as the odds makers are?
I'm not, actually. I don't think this is a slam dunk. I think I would take the over, but I think it's very, very, very close. And I think it's another sharp line here. You know, I mean, you know, if you're looking at the numbers from last year, right? You had, you know, Adams, 18 touchdowns. Like, you know, Rodgers was like unbelievable. You know, the thing is he had a 9.1% TD passing rate. Like, that's unsustainable. You know, the prior 2 seasons, that number was at 4%. You know, so I mean, there could be massive regression from that angle. Adams had a 77.2% catch rate. Like, prior to last year, he never had a number above 66%. You know, with that said, I mean, he's going to get fed. He gets so many targets. He did score double-digit TDs from, you know, 2016 to 2018. He led the league with 32 red zone targets last season. The opportunities are going to be there. You know, he's probably not going to replicate the 18, but I think 11 to 12, especially with that added game, is definitely viable. As for Jones, you know, if you just break down the numbers over his career, he's averaged 0.68 TDs on the ground. So over 17 game season, that's, you know, 11 to 12 through the air. He's averaged 0.11. So that gives you another 2. So you're looking at 24, 25, right? So, I mean, the line is like super sharp here. And, you know, as I alluded to in the last segment, I mean, TDs, there's so much TD variance. Like anything, like one TD to a tight end or a fullback, whatever, could, you know, to mess up the whole thing. But I do lean to the over here, but I just don't think it's a slam dunk as what the line at 150 says and what a lot of people will probably think.
Okay. This is slam dunk for you, AJ.
Absolutely. Lock it up, shut it down, get that bet in there before the line moves, right? And yeah, maybe some Green Bay bias here, but look, everybody knows the storyline about how Rodgers will use any little thing to play with his chip on his shoulder. Well, I think the front office gave him everything he needs to play with the chip on his shoulder this year. The one thing I will say that Stan alluded to with that TD variance is you've got to factor in the Randall Cobb effect. Rodgers gets his security blanket back, his guy back, but I don't think it'll see too much of a drop off in Adams' targets. For his part, Jones, I would look 10 to 12 on the ground. I think is certainly reasonable for him. Again, as Stan said, you give him, 1, 2, 3 maybe in the air. You're at 15 out of Jones, I think, pretty easily for my money there. And that means just 10 out of Adams. So if he approaches anything close to 18, 15, then you're there, slam dunk, no problem.
All right, good stuff, guys. That was fun. 'Tis the season. We'll be talking a lot of football moving forward. Again, boatload of preseason games kicking off this week. All right, we're going to do golf next. We got our gorgeous golf gurus look ahead to the final tournament before the PGA playoffs begin. So hang tight. All right, everybody. There is one more event to go before the FedEx Cup playoffs arrive in the land of golf. So we are going to talk about that tournament right now, the Wyndham Championship, with our gorgeous golf gurus. Yeah, DraftKings contributors Reed, T, Fowler, and Jeff Ulrich. PGA Tour pin placement. Let's predict where the following golfers will finish this week, shall we? Actually, before we do that, can I get your reactions to? Yeah, here we go. And you and I will talk much more about this today at 3:00. It's, get the green, little Monday edition of it. Abraham Answer won the FedEx St. Jude Invitational yesterday, and a 3-man playoff. One of them being a Masters champ, the other being Mr. Benz. Reed T. Fowler, what was your biggest takeaway from his first career dub yesterday?
Great. I'm super excited for Answer. It's a big tournament to win, a WGC with a loaded field. So it's not just some of these other, secondary, tertiary tournaments. And this is a testament to his game and how you're seeing this type of course, which will be the first stop in the FedEx Cup playoffs next year, how this type of course can set up for golfers of every skill set. He's not the longest hitter. This course, played windy towards the back nine of yesterday, and he's making his putts. I mean, everyone was missing. Everyone was hitting the water like Harris English, looking like a little nozzle rocket, Samir style. Shout out Samir. No, that's more like me. That's more like me. Samir's actually he's striping it. But yeah, I'm just happy for Answer. He got that monkey off his back. He's a great player. And also Bryson, boy, the back nine, dude, what's up, man?
Yeah. Just like the back nine at the U.S. Open there. Also, I played with Samir Saturday. step back. He has taken a step back. Jeff, I mean, it could be something from answers, just final round, winning the 3-man playoff, or just the whole tournament or Sunday in general. Like,
Sure.
What is your biggest takeaway here?
No, I mean, obviously a lot of variance happening on Sunday. The heat was up, the wind was up, and then you had the slow play rules. I mean, look, Bryson is a magnet for this kind of stuff. He puts himself out there, unfortunately. And, you know, to his credit, he usually deals with it pretty good. We've seen this guy win a lot on the PGA despite all this stuff, but it clearly affected Harris English, affected the entire final group. Classy of Harris English to not throw Bryson under the bus or anything. And look, it wasn't all Bryson's fault. I'm not suggesting it was. There's people on the course, you know, yelling at him all every hole, but tough spot for Harris English, who I think is still a really good futures target for betting purposes, by the way, for the majors next season. Check out his Masters odds. It's the top 15 player in the world. But Abraham Answer is the guy we should be talking about. This guy's a lot of Webb Simpson in him, like Reed said. He just does – he knows what he's good at. He's good at putting. He's good at approach. He doesn't bomb it, but he plays within himself. He is a grinder. You read up on Abraham Answer. This guy's very determined. He's going to win more. Really glad to see him get a win. One of my favorite players out there.
Dude, did I see you tweet yesterday? Did someone score a 13 on a par 3?
Yeah. Si Woo set the par 3 scoring record, Emerson. Him and Kevin Na going private jet style.
Oh,
yes.
Record holder for highest score ever on a par 4. And Si Woo Kim now the record holder.
Hey, Si Woo's living it up, man. He's getting all of it in now.
Needed John Daly on the flight, and it was a party because Daly's got the record for highest ever score on a par 5. So, I mean, these guys, I love those two. I love Na. I love Si. I mean, Si Woo is an absolute.
He's a treasure.
It was like Tin Cup style. Just kept hitting into the water, and he still shot a 78 with a 13 on a par 3. Like,
hey, these guys are good. I mean,
that is remarkable. Yeah, they definitely
living
are.
under par and living underwater at the same time.
All right, let's do some PGA Tour pin placement for this week. So a lot of these guys, right? Like a lot of them are trying to crack. Was it the top 125 to get into the playoffs, which starts next week? Jeff, start me off with Patrick Reed. Like, where does he finish? My guess is he's already in, right? I haven't done my research.
He's well in. I mean, he's won earlier in the year. Patrick, I don't know where he stands, but he's like up there. Look, here's my problem with Patrick Reed. This is his travel schedule over the last little bit. He went to the Open, then he went to Minnesota, then he went to the Olympics in Japan, then he flew back to Memphis, and now he's going to North Carolina. I mean, there's just got to be some fatigue here. I know Patrick Reed is a warrior. He plays every week, yada, yada. He's done very well this win. He won it in 2013, his first ever career PGA Tour win. He's never finished worse than T25 at this event. I cannot peg him for a top of landing here. I mean, there's just too much travel involved. There's too much fatigue, in my opinion. I'm going to give him a T25 out of respect because of how good his course history is, but I'm not really that big on him. This is an insane travel schedule he's on.
Reed, where do you think he finishes this week?
Yeah, I believe he's 19th in the FedEx Cup standings, Emerson. I heard you typing away there, but I'm just going to give you a little break there.
No. I was actually talking back to Cody behind the scenes because he's talking mad crap and said, I didn't know Kaufman was hosting this segment because we haven't even gotten to question 1 yet. We're just conversing. We're talking about Kaufman. So yeah.
Touche, Cody. I like that. I agree with Jeff. The travel schedule for Reed, we kind of alluded to this last week on both Get the Greens about Patrick Reed that you didn't like, like he was going back and forth all over the place. For you and I, and for an Instagram influencer, that's a great travel schedule, but not for Patrick Reed to get a top 25. Jeff, you're right though. His experience here is great. His putting, championship Bermuda greens aren't necessarily similar to Bermuda. They're very receptive. They're different. You see them at Country Club of, I think, Jackson, where I believe the Sanderson Farms is played. You see that there. You see it TPC Southwind last week. You see that as well. This type of grass, and then that's what he's done well here. Patrick Reed is he's putted the lights out. So yeah, out of respect, and that's the variance that we're talking about. That he could gain 8 strokes putting and get you a top 25, but the approach to ball striking might be a little bit shaky because he's logging a lot of those miles. Hey, Patrick Reed, give me some miles so I can go back to Hawaii.
Oh man, I know, dude. I saw your birthday post for your brother this morning too. It just looked beautiful, and I also feel like going to Hawaii with you. Happy birthday to your brother, by the way. Shout out, Ricky Fowler. Where's he finish, Fowler?
Oh yeah, hey, good one there. I like him this week, Jeff. I think a top 15 is well within reason. Look, Fowler's right on the bubble. 125, Emerson. He needs to lock it up because that's a lot of dough, and he's got a family coming very soon, so he's going to need it. No, he's not going to need the money. But look, this is like a par 70. Get the ball in the fairway. Approach shots. Get the ball on the right side of the fairway because this is the Donald Ross course. Got to putt well. That's what Ricky's been trending towards, right? It's not necessarily having to bomb it everywhere. Get those approach shots dialed in. That's what he needs to do. So I think a top 15 is definitely within reason for Fowler.
Is it within reason for you, Jeff?
I mean, Ricky is just really inconsistent off the tee, which worries me a bit here. You do have to hit the fairways. The driving accuracy numbers of the past winners has tended to be high. But I think what Reed threw out, I think a T20, a T15 is in reach. I think if Ricky makes the cut, I think he's been scoring well enough with his the approaches and the putting that he'll get there. So I think between T20 and T15, that's where I had him pegged as well. I'm not expecting him to challenge just because I don't think his off the tee game is there or necessarily just the consistency with the ball striking. But I think with the putter heating up, yeah, absolutely. You got to peg him for like a top 25, top 20.
Let's go back to Hideki, who was one of the two golfers who lost in that three-man playoff. Jeff, how do we feel about him this week? Does he rebound?
Yeah, no, I think you have to feel pretty good. I mean, this is a player who gained, I think, over 8 strokes on approach last week. Obviously had the round, one of the best rounds on Sunday, just to get himself in the playoff and post that number. I mean, when Hideki's irons are like this, I mean, he can challenge anywhere. Reed mentioned the softer, receptive Bermuda greens. Hideki is he's a terrible putter on Bermuda. He really is a terrible putter everywhere, but particularly Bermuda. But maybe the slower greens help him out a little bit. I mean, this is a player who just about won last week while losing strokes putting. So I just don't think that he's going to have that opportunity if he loses strokes putting this week. So I'm going to peg him for a top 10. I think you'll see the consistency, win out again, but not necessarily. He's probably just not going to sink enough putts to get in contention for the win. I think Hideki is a fine cash game play, a guy you want to build around. I'm just not going to pick him to win.
Reed, the defending Masters champion. How are we feeling this week about him?
Yeah, also lost in a playoff in Japan too, right? So he feel like he was close to winning. He rimmed out that putt, and if he made it, he would have won. You saw the 7 under on Sunday. Didn't think he was going to make it, but like Jeff mentioned, variance played a factor in those guys in the playoff. But yeah, I mean, Hideki probably a 12th for me is kind of where that number that I got him at. He lost a stroke putting on last week in the greens, gained 9 strokes through approach. Those are the 2 factors that you need here. We saw Jim Herman. We saw these guys absolutely destroy these greens, gain a ton of strokes putting. The Kevin Na type of thing, the Mark Leishman, you gain 9 strokes putting. That can definitely win it here for you, but you got to be solid with approach, and that's what Hideki is doing right now. So you can't, out of respect, the same as Patrick Reed, I got him for a 12th place, but I think he's going to be a little bit fatigued.
All right, we got like 90 seconds left in show. You want to talk Tommy Fleetwood or you want to talk Jim Herman, defending champ, Reed? All right, Fleetwood? Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
I mean, I just think Tommy Fleetwood's going to miss the cut here. That's why I wanted to talk about. Woo! I mean, he's doing nothing well. He's legitimately doing nothing well. He's not even putting well anymore. His around the green game has gone down a bit, and his approach game hasn't spiked in forever. So, he's not really that accurate off the tee anymore. I just don't know what all of a sudden is going to pop for Tommy Fleetwood. This guy's 130th in the FedEx Cup standings. He needs a massive week. So there's definitely motivation. If you're using Tommy Fleetwood, that's pretty much all you're going on is the FedEx Cup motivation. I'm going to peg him for a missed cut because I just don't think he's playing well at all.
Okay, Fowler, bring us home.
Whoa, Jeff. Actually, I don't mind that call at all. Tommy's not been great, but he's made 5 of his last 6 cuts. So I think miscut is a little crazy, but I like the hot take, the sizzle take there. But yeah, he's doing nothing. Approach bad, putting bad. That's what you need here. So Tommy, get it together, buddy.
You know what I need? I need more golf talk, but we only have 20 seconds left in the show. So how about you and I today, babe, 3 o'clock or whenever that 2 o'clock sim ends, you and I will gossip a little more about it, Reed. Sounds good.
Got it.
Jeff, I was taking a sip. Yeah.
Jeff, please be in the comment section asking all of your incredible questions.
I will.
I need more cowbell. That's what I need. More cowbell.
All right, everyone. Thanks for watching The Sweat here, a Monday edition. Kaufman is coming up next with Terraland for the first of 6 sims today, Madden Sims. Adios.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Hopefully you enjoyed the sweat. Start off your day with a whole lot of loving and learning, but now it is time to move into sim territory. Some Madden simulations, half dozen of them coming your way with Tara Asak. I'm Adam Kaufman. TL, how are you?
I am doing great, Koff. I mean, it's a big day for the New York Giants. Saquon Barkley off the PUP list, and also our own little star, Brendan Glasheen, is off the PUP list today. So what a Monday.
That's right, Kyle. If you're out there, Glash will be on for the final 3 sims today. You can mark it on the board, put it on the calendar, get the Steve Buscemi hit list from Billy Madison. Either way, you're going to have Glash a little bit later on, and that's exciting for all of us. But you're stuck with the two of us for the Falcons and the Browns, the Queens Falcons, as Jeff Ulrich, who was just on the sweat, might tell you. So, did you make a lineup?
Yeah, I did make a lineup, Bozo, and I saw your title of it.
Good.
Ridiculous.
That was a little extra motivation for you. The nooner, the not for air, Koff pleads with TL to make a lineup free roll.
You know, very true. And I said, when I woke up this morning, I was like, I can only go up from here. I'm not going to read something that says not for air, even if that's your handle. It's not getting read. So
that would be incredible if somebody in the Twitch or YouTube changed their, because there's so many tribute accounts. Tara Lynn's phone charger and I don't know, you've got like
my
7
forehead,
of them.
it's
But
crazy.
Yeah. If we all of a sudden
my
had
coach
like
drivers there.
Yeah, somebody changed it to all caps, not for air. Well, not for air says.
Yeah, I am like, you know, I'm Anchorman. I read anything that's on the prompter, anything that's on Slack. So that was tough for me yesterday, but I can only go up from here. I'm not reading. So don't change your handle to not for air, not being read.
But if you do, I mean, whatever, have some fun. We'll just try and be smart about it. So, all right, you've been pressured after I pleaded with you to make a lineup. What do you have?
All right, well, I gotta find it.
All right, fine, do that.
Did your contest fill?
No, I mean it. But these don't have to. The free rolls don't have to fill. We always just set. Well, I won't speak for everyone. I always just set it for 200 people. Then we get as many people as we can, obviously. And looks like we're sitting, I don't know, 125 or so, something like that.
All right.
It's a representative number. It's probably right around our average.
All right, let's get to my
Please.
lineup.
Boston Joe says, Koff, TL, the 2 best ever. Thank you, Boston Joe. I love your name.
We love that. Please make sure to tell Glash that on the 6, 8, and 10 tonight that me and Kaufman are the best ever. Thank you so much. So my lineup, got OBJ in my captain spot.
Nice.
Followed by Mr. Ryan. Then we got Jones, Chubb, Hunt, and I went with Falcons DST.
I'll tell you what, I like your lineup. I do.
I do too. I didn't even do a backup QB because I didn't want to start off Monday being extra sassy. So I really am playing by the rules here.
Extra sassy or extradited, either way. We don't have a ton of overlap, though. So my captain, as Kareem Hunt picks up 14 right there. Nice job for you off the bat. I've got Calvin Ridley at captain. He's in about a third lineup, 6% captain in our smaller 126-person contest here. Julio Jones, who's very chalky today. I've got him in the flex. He's in 2/3 of lineups, 16% captain. Todd Gurley, also very chalky, 62% overall, but 21% in the captain spot. I have Nick Chubb, Jarvis Landry, and Rashard Higgins. I always, when the Browns are involved, Rashard Higgins is an auto play for me. The guy gets you about 10 points a sim. He's generally pretty weak. A lot of the time I captain him. A lot of people were thinking the same. 12% captained in our smaller contest. But OBJ, I faded him. Wasn't an easy fade. Neither was Matt Ryan, 2 guys you have. But I did. And that right there, Baker Mayfield, slinging it. Picks up 18 to the 39. 1st and 10 on the way. And it is Austin Hooper with a grab. We are scoreless, Atlanta and Cleveland. Only moments into this one, but great to have all of you here with us. There's Kyle. See you in the chat, Kyle. I'm going to move on over to the live chat, the dark chat. Always great. Nice run up the middle. Chubb, early and often. 1 for 10 on the ground. How excited are you for preseason football this week? I know we've got the one game, the Hall of Fame game behind us, but coming up later this week, it's going to be kind of nonstop.
Yeah, I'm excited to get back in the mix. I mean, last year's season, it was, really up in the air. This one even seems like that kind of as well, with the multiple reports coming out every day. But I'm just excited for football to come back.
Is there a team in particular, removing, if you can, and I have trouble with it, so I'm not attacking you here, if you can remove your Patriots bias, is there one team in particular in the NFL you're looking forward to watching this season?
I'm excited to see the Bucs. I'm excited to see what Tom's going to do. I think it's going to be a great season for him, obviously, but I think they're an exciting team to watch. There's so much talent on that team. But I did agree with Moose that we would pick a random team that we don't really hear a lot of, chatter about. So let's give them some love. So me and Moose are now Washington football team super fans.
Wow. Well, I know that Moose he's been all in on the WFTs, and of course Ryan Fitzpatrick, big fan of them. So yeah. You're on board. Are you and Moose gonna go all like me and Zach Thompson, go out and get some t-shirts too?
Okay, I was kind of a part of that, but not really. I'm glad that you guys don't like to include me on the Suns gang. But
it's just because
defended our honor to Rossi for multiple times.
You went out and got a shirt with a sun on it. Are we?
I know it did.
Touchdown, Cleveland, 30-yard score. Well, how about that? TL's feeling good early. OBJ, Odell Beckham Jr. into the end zone.
Yeah, I went out and just got some with a shirt on it because I'm that much of a bozo. But thank you, OBJ.
This is what went over to Life is Good.
My lineup ahead of Coughs.
Went to Life is Good. Just wondering if you guys have a T-shirt with a sun on it. Something with extra.
In the chat if you do, actually. Worst on a Monday, no less.
Oh boy, must be starting something in the chat.
What?
Carolyn, what do you think about Tom calling you the worst person in your fantasy league? I didn't hear it. Do you think he did that? Do you think must be starting something, or do you think that Tom was already taking names?
Guy Fieri's cousin really said that. When was this said? Must be.
Give me a timestamp. What's Sim?
I need a timestamp right now. I'm going
Tom's
to
probably just
upset
because so many people have been picking him to finish last.
I'm so sick of Freeze Pops. Sometimes I'm like, Freeze Pops is just full of joy and cheer. And then sometimes he just has these little one-liners that come out of his mouth. And I'm like, you stink. I don't even want to talk about Freeze Pops a lot until somebody gives me the full story, so I will patiently wait.
Well, Ryan says Tom said that she wouldn't care that he said that. I would say he's mistaken.
He's so mistaken. Like, we're just going to say, I ultimately will stink.
As producer Drew notes, he did just spend 24 hours at a Denny's because he came in last place in fantasy. He should be ranked last.
Oh, and can I note as well that TL had to stay on later because his good old buddy, old pal, best friend, liar, fraud, coward, Morton Anderson, calling Tom a coward, not Morton. Morton, shout out to you. I will talk with you. He was like, oh, you have to get out of here at least 5 minutes early. Morton's coming on. Morton never showed up, Cough, for that.
Oh, no.
Who had to stay on an extra 10, even though TL was producing that day. So I covered Mr. Tom. He was like, oh, well, you're not as famous or anywhere near Morton, so please skedaddle within the next 5 minutes. And he was like, well, let's talk about something else. I'm like, oh, Tom, you Denny's crazy man. But the waiter ended up yelling at him, so I ended up winning. The waiter came over and said, buddy, you're being really loud. If you do not quiet down, you'll have to leave. So buddy, I got the last laugh.
Halfway through the first, 7-0 Cleveland. Matt Ryan, 2 for 2, has 10 yards. TLAK producer Drew Stack, in fact. We got Drew, our technical director, Fran Jelly, and Jared, both in ops. Thank you all for being with us. Meeker says, Haha, Freeze Pop said that he thought you would come in last, TL, because he assumed you'd play a backup QB and or lose interest and forget to set your lineups. Interception. Cleveland getting the ball back. So he's basically calling you out to say you're not going to care.
Can I just say something, though? Like, I wasn't hired at DraftKings to be just to sit here and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm interested. I love how people just assume, oh, she'll lose interest. What else am I doing? Like, I can multitask.
Yeah.
I can go out and live my life and also work. It's called being a human. So, no, I'm not going to lose interest, people.
Are you going to be out there on the waiver wire and everything, though? Making trades, making additions, cutting guys?
I'm really going to put in, like, full effort this year.
I love that. Love it.
Yeah, I'm going to sink all of you.
I hope that you just decimate Tom when you go head.
I'm going to come in with vengeance. Yeah, dude, AD Poker's right. That explains why he hasn't let you out of his kitchen yet. Wondered the motive. Exactly. I'm stuck in Tom's kitchen because he's nervous about what I'm capable of.
Oh, you're in his kitchen, all right. You're up in his grill, up in his head. You're in his kitchen.
Messing with him. Messing with his mind.
So when Morton no-showed and you had to stay an extra 10, was that really you staying 5 less than you committed because you were 15 late, or how did that break down?
Yeah, you know what? I don't even care that I was 15 late because I went on at 8:30 a.m. and I am not fully awake at that time whatsoever. When people are like, oh, I'm a morning person. I'll admit it. I'm not. I'm definitely not a morning person. I'm
not natural time.
My mother will call me at around like 8 a.m. I don't know why she hasn't got the hint. I'm like, I'll just text her and be like, Francesca, I'm still sleeping. I will call you after my coffee because I have to talk to her after my coffee. I can't do it before because she is just up and chipper and just rattling off a bunch of things that she thinks I should be doing. And I need to I'm more of like, 9:30 is my sweet spot. That's when I start to really just come alive. But 8:30, when Tom had me on at Denny's and he's just sitting there talking about a potato that was stuck in his microphone, a bit of potato apparently flung out of his mouth into his microphone, I was like, I'm up at 8:30 for this?
I was going to say, how did he get potato into his mic? Was he just talking and spit into his microphone, basically?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said a bit of potato, and then he had a little tool when I was on a sim with him, and he got the little potato out of the microphone. You know, it's basically what they prepped me for in journalism school. They said one day you'll have to host a Madden simulation, and a guy on camera that you're hosting with, he will teach you how to pull a bit of potato that flung out of your mouth into your microphone. That's how you know you made it.
Drew says that is gross. Nick Chubb, can he power his way in? No. 2-yard pickup. Chubb 4 for 17. 3rd and goal on the way for the Browns, who have a 7-0 lead.
Wow. Varder Robinson? Was Tom really coming? When was this? What about Tom saying that Carolyn should finish last in the fantasy football league? Just saying, well, let's just call it what it is. She should finish the last. I couldn't believe he said it. I can't believe it either, Varder. Wait till I talk to that man.
Hardcore, man. Hardcore.
Going to tell that roast beef place to take all of his wooden nickels back.
Boy, from 1st and goal from the 3 for the Browns to staring down the barrel of a field goal. Just terrible goal line offense there for Nick Chubb and company. Kept going back to the well, didn't pan out. We're going to have a 4th and goal from the 4 on the way. These waning seconds, the first. In fact, field goal might not even come until the 2nd. We'll see. 3, 2, 1. Snaps off. All right, final play. It is 10-0 Cleveland through 1. Got to admit, I thought that one might bleed over. So there we go. All Cleveland and only Cleveland so far.
I have to say, though, I said I was really excited to watch the Bucks. So 1 month from today, we have Cowboys versus Bucks. Which team are you excited to see that night? Which one are you more rooting for? Take the Patriots out of it.
No, for sure. I wasn't even, believe it or not, I wasn't even thinking about the Patriots. That was one of the, the seconds that add up to the half hour a day that I don't spend thinking about the Patriots. were involved in that moment. What I was trying to think of was which team, to your question, I was actually more excited to watch because I could make a case for either one.
Right.
I guess it would have to be Tampa. I'm just like anybody should be, whether you're a fan of his or not. I mean, I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated to see what the ageless wonder does. I mean, what does Tom Brady look like at 44 years old? The guy is just year after year defying the odds. You look at him out in Canton over the weekend, he still looks like he's 27 years old.
Yeah.
Whatever he's doing it right, obviously. I'm really interested, and everybody's back. Like, there's continuity. There were mini camp workouts. Obviously, he's coming off the surgery, but clearly he's okay. He's out there at training camp. I want to see what Tampa Bay looks like throughout this season in particular, and not even so much in the same way we talk about a lot of champs like title defense. And I don't care if I'm not going to have eggs in that basket in terms of, boy, all right, let's see if Tampa can go out and win another championship. That's a lot of people are going to be thinking about that with regard to Tom Brady and can he get number 8, which is just otherworldly to think about. That's going to be a storyline for sure. But I'm more curious about just what does Tom Brady look like at 44 years old out there on the field? I mean, I suppose if he's got a great offensive line and he's already got the chemistry with the receivers, all the pass catchers, if he has a great offensive line to keep him upright, to keep him safe, what reason do we have to believe that he's not going to be out there passing for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns? Like, why wouldn't he do it?
I would say no reason. We're going to see it.
But I could, as you asked, I could absolutely make a case for Dallas as well. Dak coming off the injuries.
I'm excited to see Dak. Yep.
Can this offense be what it was the first month that he was out there last year before he got hurt? Is this shoulder little impingement situation minor? Is it going to be anything? Again, long way to go, still a month away, like you said, but is it going to be something to be concerned about, or is it nothing? Is the leg fully healed? What do all those guys look like around him? Is Ezekiel Elliott going to have a bounce back year? Is he really on the Todd Gurley path, to reference someone we've got here in this sim? And what is the defense going to look like? After investing so heavily, mostly in draft capital, admittedly, but investing in rebuilding that defense, bringing in a new DC in the offseason, what's that group going to look like? Is this the Cowboys division to lose? Should they even be in the conversation? Should it be all your guys, the Washington football team, and everybody else is behind them? So I've got a lot of questions, TL, going into this football season. I'm very interested. And that's a great kickoff night. It's a great game to start things off.
It really is. Did you see
What about you?
Did you see your buddy, maybe future NFL commish, give a little jab to Brady during his speech?
Oh, Peyton Manning there? Yeah, I did see that. I mean, you knew that, like, I don't know, how long do they have? 7-8 minutes for their speeches, something like that. You knew there was no way Tom Brady wasn't going to get mentioned in Peyton Manning's speech, which is not that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I just mean their careers are like Brady down the line, whenever that, maybe it is 2035 Peyton, whenever Brady does go into the Hall of Fame, like, Manning's going to get a mention in his speech too. Their careers are just so intertwined that I love it. I love that rivalry. It's one of the greatest rivalries we have had in NFL history, Manning against Brady on the field. Never mind the, goofy whatever off the field, like, last night. But it was a nice little crack. What I thought was more interesting than the joke was the solid 15 to 20 seconds of booing that Brady received second Manning mentioned his name.
I know, and then Brady turned around and was like, what did I
do? Yeah, what's up with that? What did I do?
What's going on here?
You know, Tom, you know what you did. You beat everybody.
Yep.
You beat everybody. Look at this. Touchdown, Calvin Ridley. My captain, 31-yard score. Take that, TL. I'm coming out of 121st place. I'm coming for all you guys.
This stinks.
Well, right now you're ahead of me. Way ahead of me. You're in the top 5.
I just don't even want to see you have any success today.
Or in life. You and producer Drew are both, well, at least before that touchdown, we're both sitting top 5. So chill, the two of you. And you've got Matt Ryan, so you got a portion of that. Let me have my moment, TL. Let me have my jump. As it was, I did the sim yesterday with you, and I co-won with 4 people, or so I thought. And then everything got finalized after we signed off, and I lost by 0.8. 0.8. Stripped the victory right out of my hands.
Right there. That is rough. 0.8. Wow. I hope that happens to Freeze Pops. I hope it happens like 0.3.
You hope it's always like late stat corrections too?
Oh, yeah.
That is,
hey,
I mean.
My staff people, hint. Just kidding. But.
Poker Koff always calls these correctly. What a throwback to 2020. Thank you, AD Poker.
Hey, Abby Rizzle also said, Koff, I take it back. You sound great 1 quarter in. Do you usually not sound great?
I don't know. I mean, I have been coughing my tail off lately, so trying not to do that.
That's true. Yeah, that's never going away, huh?
Listen, we're gonna find out. So I've been thinking about this, and I'm not like WebMDing and something like that. You know what? Here's what I'm trying to do, TL. I think we all have our own way of doing this. You, everyone listening,
right?
Our crew. No one knows you better than you, right? I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. You like know yourself, know your body, know what makes you tick, know what hurts you, know sure, I joke all the time that my body is like a, like a hate crime was committed here, but I am going to do my best to try and turn things around. And what I think, TL, I think I know. I need a few days. I need most of the week, because it's not going to happen overnight. But I think I can reset the system. I think I've thought about it a lot. I think I have figured out how I'm going to make this cough go away. But I need the better part of the week.
Okay, finally, it's been literal months.
I know, but I didn't know, and I started kind of like mentally retracing my steps and like, all right, what have I been doing over the last? See, there we go. Over the last month or two, what's gone wrong? How can I fix this? And I think I know how I can fix this. I do. So I'm going to give it a try. And when we get to like Wednesday, Thursday, I feel like we're going to start to know.
Ooh, is it not speaking?
That sometimes contributes to it, actually. Yeah. Fewer sims. Be around less. More vacation time. Not be on here all that often.
Can have that.
Drew basically supporting your got him.
Got him.
Yeah, I'm going on the self-pup list.
Yeah, you're going on the self-pup list.
What was
that was a rough time when I was battling a cold and you were kind of on the mend, and I just felt like all of the broadcast teams started to go downhill.
Yeah.
Because even like Rossi was like getting a weird cold, and then he has this weird little doctor regimen that he does. Now Glash, he wasn't okay. I mean, no, he was. Yeah, he is the one that was rubbing it in our faces. Yeah, but now it all came back to bite Glash. Now that apparently he doesn't have a nose anymore or something. I guess
listen, all I know is that dude is fine. He's out there grilling this morning.
Yeah, ew. I didn't want to see. Yeah, I didn't want to see like raw chicken on my feed.
Not just that. Like, bro, learn how to play the game. If you're sick, at least like hide sick. Like, play the game. I was like, oh, I can't work. I'm too whatever. The next morning he's grilling, posting pictures, going for runs. Check out my Apple Watch.
Broken nose affected his grilling, or whatever's wrong with that man's nose.
He doesn't have a broken nose. His nose is fine.
I still can't get over yesterday when people were like,
also, he still has my mail.
Sarah hit him, and then I heard that he had a really bad pimple. A lot was going on.
Lindenbaum, if you're still coughing, that isn't good. Jordan?
Lindenbaum, he's even concerned.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to rectify this situation. Damn it, I'm going to do it because I'll tell you what, the Flonase and Zyrtec and allergy, whatever, I don't think that's it. I was thinking it was an allergy situation, like maybe there's mold in the. I don't think so. I don't think that's it.
I don't think it's it. It's definitely not it. It's been going on since June.
Well, but that doesn't matter because I have a mold allergy, and so if there's like mold in the walls in my basement, I'm down here more often than not because I work so damn much. That makes all the sense in the world.
Had to plug in that he works a lot.
Well, I like to keep busy. Is that a brag? Like, because I work a lot.
We went over this with Kenny. No, Rossi was saying that Kenny always will get on and be like, I'm just working so much and I have to do this and that and that. And it really grinds. I don't really see Rossi's gears get grinded. Let me tell you, it really grinded his gears that day.
That's funny.
And then I did the same thing with Kenny. I was like, I'm all over the place. I have so much to do. And he's like, I don't want to hear it.
Listen, let it be known. I don't know what Kenny's approach or anybody else. Because we got a completion here shy of the first. 7-yard pickup. Matt Ryan still doing well. 120 and a touchdown. Gurley, his second grab. Let it be known, TL. As 720 Red Dog says, Koff just hasn't seen the sun in months.
True.
You will never, ever, you have never heard it. You will never hear it. You may hear me say I'm busy because, look, people get busy. Everybody gets busy. You will never, ever hear me complain like, I have so much to do. I got to work so much. Never. Because that's a good thing. I don't take that for granted. I like that. I like working. I enjoy what I do. You will never hear me like, I got to do I had 7 sims in the next 3 days. Good. And if you can't handle it, don't sign up. Someone else will do them. Give me your sims. I'll take your sims.
No, don't tell people to not sign up anymore.
You don't want to be here, we'll find someone who does. Go. Get out. Touchdown, Atlanta.
Hey.
Julio, the new Titan. Julio Jones puts the Falcons on top. Drew, no, we want everyone here. I want everyone to be available for every sim.
Thank you.
Nope. Get out. And while we're at it, with the north of 400 people watching on the YouTube, smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Thanks for being with us. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow there. Drew says, Koff, you want to do the 2 p.m. sim? And if you can find a sitter for my children, sure.
I feel like your kids just watch themselves.
I mean, sometimes. Drew says the sim fan will watch them. Drew, I'll tell you what. After the sim, we'll talk. Maybe I can make it happen for you.
Oh, Jesus. Speaking of Julio.
Honestly, I probably could, Drew, now that I think about it. I could probably pull it off.
So
I'll
your
let you
kids
know.
just watch themselves.
14-10. LT the Great. This is Koff's house, TL.
I know.
Rimrods is in front by about a quarter of a point over Regber.
I guess I'm always in everybody's house except my own. I'm in Koff's house, Tom's house, Juicy's house.
Listen, you and the crew, you guys can come over here anytime. We're, doors, we're like full house over here. Doors always open for you and the rest of the commentator and production and ops crew. Don't rush. Don't run all over though.
I need to move my car at 1 o'clock. I need to put that out there so I remember. I need to literally move it right at once so it does not get towed. I would like the Sim fam to be accountable for this.
So you have to move your car at 1 or by 1? Like, should you just go do it now?
No, what? You see, any chance to kick TL
How did I kick? I'm trying to be helpful.
You people want to kick me out of fantasy league, You people want to kick me off of Simland?
No. TL, for the record.
Thank goodness I pitch my own ideas. Or TL would just be apparently just the girl that bounces from all of the commentators home to home, just like a little elf. We don't want her on camera. She's traveling out.
Are you the elf on the shelf? Is that you?
Yes, I am. Apparently, I'm the elf on the shelf.
TL, this is not true. There have been many conversations that have been had since the creation of this commentator fantasy league and the idea of dropping from 14 down to 12 and who would get kicked out. Bry Guy and Reed are the two that keep getting talked about, not you.
When was this talked about?
Oh, on many sims.
What? What is happening here?
It's not going to happen. I mean, we'll stay at 14. But the argument has been made like, 14's a big league. Maybe we should go to 12. But if we do, who's out? And it would be, the suggestion was Bry Guy because he's in multiple leagues, because he's in the production league as well. And then Reed because he hasn't done a sim since 2020.
Yeah, well, Reed's a golf star commercial man now, He doesn't need the Sims anymore.
There you go. Glash this is going to be great when Glash and I are working together at 8 tonight, by the way, if you guys want some conflict. Tunk says, I agree with you, Kaufman, this time. If you're injured or sick or otherwise unable to perform, don't be posting like that on social media. It's a bad look. Yeah, Glash. Quit grilling.
Quit grilling.
David, there's no complaining from me. I love this. I've been here more than anyone else, and I wear that as a badge of honor. I'm all about Simland. AD Poker, TL, don't be afraid to throw some elbows. Just like Lash's girlfriend.
Oh, my goodness.
Jared Knopp says you can't be grilling when you're illin'. Oh, it's so good.
Hey, so new Titan, Julio Jones, he had a minor injury on Tuesday.
How's he doing?
Do you think Mike Vrabel's shaking in his boots now? I mean, he did come out and say he was fine, but it does stink when you just get those injuries during training camp,
I just feel like they're inevitable. And I don't know how, like you said, if Vrabel said he's fine, and hopefully that's not coach speak and he actually is fine, then you're going to get bumps and bruises. You're going to get nicked up. Preseason games haven't even started yet. This is just training camp workouts and
training camp,
joint practices and that sort of thing. Nobody, that's maybe an exaggeration because not everybody plays every preseason game, or some guys don't play any preseason games. Like Brady's not going to be out there for the Bucs. Gronkowski's not going to be out there for the Bucs. Those guys, forget it. No interest in that sort of thing.
Right.
There are other guys across the league as well that won't be participating in preseason contests. But generally speaking, you don't go into the season 100%. Your 100% ends the first day you walk into training camp. That's just the way it is. So I'm not concerned about our guy Julio with 6 for 73 and a touchdown here in this one. Is what it is. So be it. We're at the half, by the way.
Hopefully he's fine.
I want him to be healthy. I don't want him to play in 8-9 games this year. I want 16 out of Julio.
Well, especially just them attaining Julio. The Titans already have big hype this offseason, but the ticket sales just from getting Julio went up 63% for the Tennessee Titans. So hopefully there's a lot riding on him. Let's protect him.
That's a big number. 63%.
Yeah. 63% since May 12th when the schedule was released.
That's wild. I mean, it's because it's not like we're talking about, again, because we just mentioned him, Brady going to Tampa. Tennessee's been a good football team for a few years now. Now, you got Derrick Henry, you got A.J. Brown, a couple of studs. Ryan Tannehill is competent. He's efficient. He does well in that system. Julio's a big name. Don't get me wrong. He is a huge name. There's reason to be
big name
excited, but man, up 63%.
Yep. And they're giving all the credit to Julio. Ever since his acquisition, they said the hype for the Tennessee Titans is real this season. Everyone wants to be in attendance. So Rabel, let's protect Julio at all costs. Thank you so much.
Lean and gas. Hey, Adam, back again, I see. LOL. 14-10, half number 2 underway. Taryn Asak, Adam Kaufman, Drew, producer and TD respectively. Jared and Fran Jelly in ops. Michael Lilykoff, you're the godfather of Madden Sims. Only reason I still tune in over more than a year later after they started. I'm one of the OGs that came when we had no other sports. Much love to the hashtag team always here, TL, and the folks that have been here from day one. There are a bunch of you.
Hey, there are some new people too. Check Slack.
Oh, there we go. King Kenny.
Juicy.
Who drew jokes as Deucey's burner. Hey, I'm new to The Sims. The commentary making me laugh a lot. Well, thank you, King Kenny. Like, that means a lot to me, truly. Because if we can make people laugh that don't even know all the inside jokes, they're new, like all the people that we're ripping on and tearing apart and having fun with, if this can still be enjoyable and funny when you don't even know all that stuff, imagine how funny it hopefully is to the people that have been here forever. So that's awesome. Welcome, King Kenny. Good to have you.
Problem Kid Gaming, shout out to you. He said I should get a grill to go with my jewelry. I don't know how serious I would be taken as a woman in sports if I got a grill, Problem Kid Gaming. So I'm going to skip over that.
Problem Kid Gaming, shout out to the people who've been here since day one, Koff. Well, yeah, for sure. You, AD Poker, Lindenbaum, Greg Coffin, Robbie Noble, Meager, so many. I'm sure says Koff laughs at his own jokes. That Koff should be gone in no time. Laughter's the best medicine. It's true. It's true. Can't argue it. What's funny about that too is that like those are the worst kinds of, like, I'm obviously not a comedian remotely, even in Simland, let alone a professional, but those are the worst kinds of stand-up comedians, the ones that laugh at their own jokes. It was what made like Jimmy Fallon insufferable a lot of the time on SNL. He'd like wreck.
Oh, it's so funny when they crack.
Couldn't stop laughing. But
yeah.
It's funny when they crack, if they crack every once in a while. Not if they crack in like every sketch that they're in. Then it's just a problem. You love a nice deadpan delivery, though. That to me just sells it. Might be onto something here. Must be says Taryn, give us your power rankings. The Bozo list. Would you like to rank the 14 people who are part of this commentator league?
A lot of people want to see this list. I have to say it changes day to day. Depends on who I work with, but I mean, I could do today's Bozo list.
Okay.
I already know who number 1 is.
Feels like Tom Carroll.
If you know who TL's number 1 is, drop it in the chat.
There's the bonus for Julio Jones, an 11-yard rack, too. Big day for Julio. 9 for 112. Up over 40 in the captain spot, having himself a day. Greg Burr is our current leader. Make it 10 for 133 for Julio after that last grab. Back-to-back big catches for him. Julio Jones, man. When's the last time he had 10 grabs in a game? Let's see. He had 11 against Washington about 20 sims ago. There's a 10 spot in New England. No touchdown yet. Ryan to the 4. 2nd and 4 on the way. 5 minutes to go, third quarter. So this is only the third time, TL, in Madden 21. Out of 107 games now, this is just the third time in Madden 21 Julio Jones has double-digit catches. Does not happen often.
I'm very bummed right now that I did not captain him.
Yep.
Regrets.
Totally get that. There's a touchdown. Hotlanta. Falcons jump in front. You guys aren't going to be happy about it, though. Luke Stalker, the tight end, too, with the touchdown. He is owned in less than a half a percentage in the larger contest. 0.37%. Luke Stalker.
Wow.
I mean, congrats if you got Matt Ryan, because the Luke Stalker touchdown is helping almost none of you. Yikes.
Yeah, congrats to me.
Get this, though. Luke Stalker is 4.8% owned in our smaller free roll. 126 entries at $1,000. $1,000. Almost 5% of you went with Luke Stalker. Sim number 19 for him. Very first touchdown. This is the first touchdown Luke Stalker has ever scored in Madden 21. By the way, a new Tennessee Titan in real life, right along with this guy Julio Jones.
Wow. All
just signed there about a week ago.
All leaving the Falcons to go to Tennessee.
Titans lost Jonnu Smith, but with Anthony Ferkser as that number one, they've added Luke Stalker. Boy, you know what? I almost take it back. Almost 5%. I mean, that's bigger than like Donovan Peoples-Jones. That's not that far off from the Falcons DST's ownership. Good for you guys that took the gamble there. Browns DST at 3.2%. So Luke Stalker's even more popular than that. Big number, relatively speaking. Ryan asks, how many total sims have there been since day one? You know what? I don't know, Ryan. But you've come to the right place, because I bet if anyone could figure it out, it would be producer Drew. He says nope.
You know what? Maybe producer Michael.
No, I stand by it. I'm not saying like Drew wants to or will figure it out, but I bet if anyone could figure it out, Drew would be number one on my list. King Kenny says, Adam, where is your sim for 8 p.m.? I'd like to draft a team in your league. It's there, DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. It is the primetime sim. Take a look. Prime time. I will be with Glash for that one. Should be a fun time. To answer the question, though, I bet we're over 2,000 at this point. I can almost guarantee we're over 2,000. Drew, no deal. Drew said, I'll do usernames if I don't have to look up Sims. I mean, Drew, you don't have to do either one. All I said was that I bet you are the most likely to be able to figure it out if you want to. You don't need to do it. But I would say we're over 2K, because I'm personally at almost 800. So if that's true, we've got to be over 2,000. $21-10. Atlanta leading, a few minutes to go, third quarter.
Atlanta added depth to their backfield this morning. Did you see that? They signed Deontay Foreman.
I did not.
Signed the veteran running back. I saw that. It came out early this morning, but so he's 25, played in 17 career games over his stints with the Houston Texans and the Titans, with 107 carries for 421 yards and 2 touchdowns. Excited about the Falcons. We really don't talk about the Falcons, I have to say. Out of our 14 commentators, we don't have somebody that's all in on the Falcons.
I feel like Moose, maybe more in the Madden 20 days, talked about Atlanta a lot. Maybe just because we ragged on him because he always said Falcons instead of Falcons.
Yes, Falcons. The Falcons.
Meager says, today is 499 days since March 29th. We started on the 28th, Meager. Since March 29th, 2020. Thus, times 6 a day would be like 3,000, minus days when live action football was on, frisbee, cornhole, etc. Maybe takes out, he says, 500 or so. See, I don't feel like we're at 2,500. I think that feels a little high to me. But if you said 2,200, something like that, I could buy into that. Drew says, I believe we hit 1K September 2020. So between March 21 and now might be near 1,000.
People weighing in on the chat saying that Foreman's AD Poker referred to him as dust. And who else in here? Tagalo Kane saying a lot of injuries in the NFL, but he was good at Texas. We'll see what the Falcons will do with him.
Love that we're all just guessing at this point. Baker, first carry for 8. TLAK, Drew Stack, Frangeli, Jared. Drew says, if I were to guess, there are 2,750 jelly beans in the jar. That's a much bigger number than I would go with, but maybe, Meager, you're onto something.
Shout out to Ryan Pina saying, glad I discovered the Sim Fam. These are comments that we love to hear.
Yep, keep them positive. I mean, we'll read the negative ones too, but
yeah,
positive
totally.
ones are more fun.
I love reading the negative ones.
Leaning Gas says, do we think we will have less injuries this NFL season? Well, excuse me. I mean, how can you ever know? How can you ever estimate? Hopefully we'll have less COVID interruptions.
Right.
You know, much more of the country is vaccinated now, obviously, compared to the start of last season. There's unpredictability in the world, as we know, but in terms of injuries, I mean, that is just in and of itself wildly unpredictable. But you hope, you'd like Leaning Gas to be as healthy a season as possible. Final 30 seconds, third quarter. Ryan, you've got him. There's some more yards. First down pickup for Atlanta. King Kenny looking for an invite. You see that username. We'll get you in there. Giggle Pigs, I have not seen the new Suicide Squad movie, but I'd love to hear what people think. I know our guy Samir went to the theater to see it the other day, actually, but so I never saw the first one because just everybody said how bad it was, so I didn't bother. Do I need to watch this one? Because I will. I dig the superhero genre. We know this. I'll watch. You guys tell me it's good, I'll watch.
He will watch whenever you tell him to.
I will. Very impressionable. Ryan, 23 out of 25, 252, 3 touchdowns and a pick. He's 1 TD shy of a Bundy. Can he get there in the fourth quarter? Bonus is certainly in play as well. Mayfield, 116. He's got a score. Give you the rushing and receiving numbers. Not much going on the ground. Fumble for Baker. 33 for Kareem Hunt, your leading rusher right now. Not a big number. We'll give you the receiving numbers. AD Poker, superhero movies and Fast and Furious. LOL, save me. Giggle Pigs, it's a rager. Total James Gunn fun. I do like James Gunn. 10 for 133 and a score for Julio. Touchdowns for Ridley and OBJ. Problem Kid Gaming says, go watch Shot Caller on Netflix. Michael says, Glash is lucky I have to work tonight because I'd love to know what he thinks of Cam and training camp. I think he's actually at a decent camp. I mean, he's been...
Yeah, drop your comment in there. What do you think about camp?
A decent camp. Ralphie says, Koff finally finished Justice League. It was awesome. That's a like 7-hour movie, right? The director's cut. I haven't watched it. I think it's like 3 hours.
Ew.
Andrew says, Koff, you need to watch Good Time. I don't even know what that is. Meager's still over there doing math. Meager's damned to figure this out. Nobody get in my way. I'm doing this math. Fourth and final quarter underway.
Brian C. squeezed in Stalker. Good for you.
Real good for you. I mean, you didn't really have to squeeze him in. He was a brand.
Yeah.
He made room for everybody else. Robinson's shadow. Has Glash started his anger management classes yet? I guess you'll have to ask him that a little later on tonight.
We'll see tonight if Koth breaks Glash. I mean, he broke Ducey, so we'll have to see.
Poor Ducey.
Tough.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one the other day. He was broken. It's happened every once in a while.
See on any Sims tonight? What do we got in store for the rest of the day? I mean, I think it's me and you next. I don't know about Rossi here for 2 p.m. Bears at Rams. Then we've got 3 p.m. Get the Green. Emerson and Reed is going to grace us with his presence. Thank you. 4 p.m. we got Giants at Dolphins, Rossi, Zach, and then 6 p.m. Ravens at Cardinals, Glash and BK. 8 p.m. Jags at Eagles. We got the Glash and Koff show. Should be pretty entertaining.
Should be
and
fun.
And then Madden After Dark. Cowboys at Jets with Glash and Moose. Good lineup.
What a group. What a group. Don't forget to move your car in 10 minutes, TL.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, where is the D? And it looks like not a lot of people are moving their cars. Oh, no, they are.
Listen, if you need to escape and go take care of it, just say the word. It's okay. We don't want you to get a ticket.
I see my car directly out my window, so I will just run out there at 1 o'clock. But
now,
yeah,
if you're watching the car the whole way, okay, because like you said, you can see it right out the window. If you're watching your car the whole way, and it comes to 1 o'clock, and you see a street patrol person, a meter maid, whatever the technical term is, come along.
I call them street villains.
Okay, if they are preparing to give you a ticket, okay, if they are preparing to give you a ticket, could you get out of it just by running down as long as it hasn't been written yet? Or once they're committed, like you're done?
So there was only one time that I talked a street villain out of it, but they were super nice. Like usually they are pretty brutal and they don't care what the heck your excuse is. Another time I did run out there. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I had to park quickly. I didn't read the sign. Forgive me. And they were like, it's already written out, and just kept walking. Like, you know, in Monsters Inc., the green blob monster woman, basically
Sure.
That's who I envisioned when I was talking to this street villain. And yeah, they just looked at me and it's already written out, and just dabbed it on my windshield. And then I was like, $40. But
well, I hope
pay for a parking pass. Zach, I don't know. It's not a parking pass. It's where I live. I have my resident sticker, and I just park on my street. And where am I? Like, then I'm gonna have to go park in a garage and then go hike down there in the winter? No, I just should be maybe not as oblivious.
All right, so which of you out there, we got 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. If you're going to narc, own up to it at least. Which of you out there texted Glash or DM'd Glash?
Oh, goodness, what?
Tweeted Glash and said we were giving him a hard time?
No, we weren't.
Because he just texted me. It was, I can't even read it. I'd lose my job.
Why didn't he text me?
It was very unkind. And not only was it unkind, he included a picture of his big stupid nose. Like a really close one too, like too uncomfortably close.
Ew, like the time when he zoomed in on his toes?
And then he says, don't you tell me my injuries aren't legit. All I'm writing is, why do I have to see this?
I just texted him and I said, no hello, no good afternoon, nothing. I said,
texting him FOMO, basically?
No, I just texted him and I said, this is my weirdest text ever. I said, can I see your nose?
I'll show it to all of you. Well, I won't, but I want to. I mean, I guess we're all going to see him later.
Is it a zit?
AD Poker, LMAO, we have a rat in the chat. I don't see a tweet that I got CC'd on either. So that means somebody reached out to him through like DM. Who did it? Own it. Brian says Glash is going to come in hot. If we get over 100 likes, we're almost there. Missed field goal, folks. 21-10 still.
So I guess there's a lot of stuff going on with Glash's face.
Did he send it to you?
I just
send you the picture?
Yeah, he sent me the picture very up close. It's probably the same one that he sent you. And now I'm saying, Jesus Christ, why didn't you text me about a proper skincare routine? Because as we know, I'm a fake influencer. I could have had that cleared up in a day. Honestly, now I'm offended. He comes in at number 2 now.
He says he took an elbow to the jaw area from Sarah Saturday evening. He said he claims it was an accident.
He's also talking about his zit.
He claims it was an accident.
Yeah, we have the elbow
you can tell me. This is a safe place.
Large zit.
Drew says, this is a good callback to yesterday. Yeah, you should have texted Tara Lynn because Koff is probably boring to text to.
Koff's definitely boring.
That was the most hurtful thing you've ever said to me.
Really? You think you're an exciting, thrilling texter?
Who is an exciting, thrilling texter?
Me. I do wild things in text. I do like.
I wouldn't know.
Like, I'll take this, right? Flash's nose. I'll paste. I'll go over to the arrow, and we can get multiple Glashes. Watch, ready? Do you even know how to do this? Probably not.
I don't have a clue what you're doing. Not this gibberish to me.
Look at this.
It's like a Glash face mosaic. Why does that need to exist?
See, you would never do something like that. You just be like,
frighten people away.
Hi, period. No, I can't fill in for your sim, period. I'm on Twitter waiting for Celtics news to drop here, even though we're not in season. But yeah, I have to find a babysitter soon, period. Oh, you guys want to do a DK meetup? Well, I don't know. My fall looks pretty hefty schedule-wise. Maybe I could try to fit something in. Is there an off night that we have off that all of the Sim fam could take off so I don't have to work or somebody doesn't have to cover? Just circle back with me and we can figure something out, maybe, eventually. Thanks. That's literally, I know that's how you attack.
I would mix in an occasional exclamation point for the record. Hi, period.
Hi there.
Just wondering if you could fill in for me later on, period. Question mark. Whoops. Where do I find the emoji that I'm looking for? Drew says that was spot on. It was pretty close.
I think we should do some anniversary special of like a DK Sim host roast, and we do it for a halftime show because I really have a character now.
That would not.
I wouldn't be harsh on Kenny. I wouldn't break Kenny like you people like to do. I would probably just skip over Kenny.
Justin says she's funny as hell. Evan says best roast ever. AD Poker, LOL, strong content. This is like the real text, the guru says. You know what? I've heard Rossi and others, Glash, do impressions of me. I think you're number one. I think that's the best. That's the best I've heard.
Finally, I'm last in the fantasy league that it hasn't even commenced yet, but at least I'm number one at doing a cough impression.
AD Poker waiting for that Celtic free agent news, 1000%. LOL. Evan says legit best impression yet on here. That's high praise.
It really is. Thanks, guys. I know AD Poker doesn't really give a lot of praise, but I really take that. Thank you, AD Poker.
Justin loves when the two of us work together. Great chemistry. Thank you.
Yeah, we're pretty fun. Now I don't like working with Freeze Pops. Please never schedule me with him again. I asked for 2 people to not be scheduled with. Freeze Pops and Deucey.
But you'll produce their Sims.
I'll produce their Sims for sure.
It seems like a reasonable compromise.
I'll be like, Drew, take a 1-shot, not on Deucey, even though there's 2 people.
Abby Rissa says Koff's sim voice sound, or I guess it would be SMS text. Koff's text voice sounds like Dopey from Looney Tunes. Hi, Jerry.
Hi there.
Short completion. Kareem Hunt with the hair flowing to the 45. Baker just 166 passing. 1st and 10 on the way. About a minute to go here in this one. You're almost rid of us, folks. Unless we come back for the next one. Going no huddle. Take a low, Kane. Hey, Koff, what happened with the Schroeder to the Celtics talk? I'm against it. I don't want him. I don't want Smart, him, and anywhere near each other in the locker room. Be a total disaster. So, I think there are no updates. There are no updates on that yet. It was, heavily and frequently reported for a few days there, and then sort of died down. Nothing going on right now. 1st and 10 from the 33. Final 30 seconds. Whoa! Touchdown, Cleveland! Your captain. OBJ.
No, I'm having such a wonderful Monday. Besides Tom's stupid comments.
33-yard touchdown. Odell Beckham Jr. Captain, about 16% of lineups. Should be good enough to get him close to the bonus, I believe. Oh, no, not quite. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so close. Too close. 99 yards. Beckham, 5 for 99. He's going to miss the bonus by a yard. Brutal. Terry Beck jumps in front, pulls Drew into the top 6 as well. Producer Drew, that is.
Producer Drew. So in real life, Beckham's been also.
You're top 16. You're 16th.
Yes.
I have fallen to 95th.
Wow, what a fall.
Hey, TL, it's 101. You got to move that car or what?
I don't see anybody out there just yet. So let's just wait another few minutes.
See, now Glash is in the chat. Says Koff's a jerk, and that's all I got to say. Listen, Glash, go back outside and grill your meats.
Yeah. Please,
we'll
I would love to see more meat on a grill at 9:30 in the morning.
I do occasionally wonder, and I don't think we're there. I think Glash is just playing his part. But I do occasionally wonder, like, what the threshold is. Like, if there's going to come a point that I actually upset Glash. And I hope not. That's not my goal.
Dude, you guys are like really good friends. I don't think that you're going to actually upset him.
No, I don't think so either, but I don't know. I mean, he sent me that aggressive picture of his face.
But like Freeze Pops definitely upset me.
Yeah, that's true. Dead to you.
Yep. The Freeze Pops has melted in TL's eyes.
Ashley Edwards, girl, if you don't go move your car ASAP.
Girl, I am going to. I just want to finish out this sim.
Abby Rissel, you like living dangerously.
You know what, Abby Rissel? That's my problem. I do. 16 seconds left. Timeout. Of course, timeout. They want me to get a ticket.
Yeah, but you didn't hear about the 15-minute postgame show? You think there are 16 seconds left.
16 seconds. Tough. Tough for TL.
Coming up over the course of the day today, 2 o'clock could be the two of us, definitely Tara Lynn. Bears, Rams, 3 o'clock, Get the Green, Emerson and Reed will be with you at 4. Giants, Dolphins, Rossi and ZT, Zach Thompson. Glash will return triumphantly at that for for the late classic. All of them. It's coming back with a vengeance. 6, 8, and 10. Ravens Cardinals with BK. Maybe he's still out in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. That's at 6. I will be with Glash at 8. So I guess we're going to have to unearth some of these emotions. That is Jaguars Eagles and Cowboys Jets. Glash and Moose. That'll do it.
That will do it.
24-17. Would you like to give your awards?
I will just give the crusty cough, and you can give the Tarlin Bozo. How about that?
Fair enough.
I like to split it up, because Ducey never splits it up with me and just takes all the awards for himself. So I'm going to be more kind.
Okay.
All right. Well. I mean,
you got a few really good candidates.
I really have some great candidates. This is a tough one. I mean, obviously, I automatically want to go for my guy, OBJ, also battling a knee injury in real life. Hopefully he handles that. He gave me 40 fantasy points, 2 TDs.
Yeah.
99,
in the captain spot.
15%.
But Julio Jones went over 30 in the flex.
I know.
These are life's tough decisions.
These are life's tough decisions, and Julio,
Heck, Luke Stalker at $1,000 got 9x value today. He's part of the projected winning lineup, or Terry Beck right here.
Wow.
I know.
Terry Beck, look at you. Okay, you know what? Let's give it to Stalker.
Wow. I love it. Celebrate the rarity that we just don't get here in Simland all that often. First career Madden 21 touchdown for Luke Stalker, about 5% of your lineups. Mine's easy. Rashard Higgins, the babysitter Billy. Heavily captained, double digits, I think 11 or 12% our smaller contest. Well owned, almost half your lineups. A bagel. An autoplay for me in these sims when the Browns are involved. A bagel, a donut, a goose egg, a 0. No points for Rashard Higgins. Tough break. All right, gave you the schedule. Bears, Rams on the way. You will see TL, maybe even me. We will find out. But thanks to Drew, both of them, the Drew stack, the Royal Drew, along with Fran Jelly and Jared. Thank you all for being here with us. TL, till we meet again. Enjoy the sweat. It's coming up next.
Good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to see you here. This is the second Monday in August of 2021. The date is August 9th. You are watching The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia. We have this show. We host this show. We being DraftKings, we bring this baby to you 11 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Friday. All of the DFS and sports betting questions you have cooking in your head, you should ask us because we have analysts to answer them. So we're going to start in the baseball department. Our MLB panel this morning consisting of DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Eric Halterman hanging with us today as well. Gentlemen, MLB price check. So your favorite plays at the following price ranges for tonight's main slate. I believe it's a shorter one, a smaller one. Let's go pitcher over 8K. Start us off, Ducey.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to be back talking ball. I think that this is a tough one right now because you look at the options. Freddie Peralta is the most expensive one, maybe a little too pricey. He is probably my favorite option, but there's real weather concerns there. In Chicago, we saw last night what the weather can do. You look around, Lucas Giolito in a funk, Joe Musgrove probably the most likely to win, but he's been really underwhelming from a fantasy perspective. So I think I have to fall on a guy that I don't really like to play a whole lot, but a guy that's been red hot over the last, 2 months, maybe even 3 months, and that's Luis Castillo. Hardly a bad play. $10,000 is going to be expensive, but when you talk about the strikeout upside with him, he hasn't gone under 7 strikeouts in his last 4 starts, and he's got a very good matchup tonight against the Cleveland Indians, a team that doesn't make a lot of hard contact. They rank near the bottom of the league in the last 2 weeks. So you don't have to worry about the home runs like you do sometimes with Luis Castillo with that high velocity, sometimes has a tendency to give up a lot of hard hit balls. Jose Ramirez, really the only guy you have to worry about. They're trotting out like a AAA lineup these days. I mean, Franmil Reyes is there as well, but Nick Miller or Owen Miller is I watched too much New Girl. Owen Miller is the guy that is really did the damage against the Tigers yesterday. So I'm not really worried about Cleveland. I like firing up Luis Castillo.
Okay, Paul, what about you? Who are you going to fire up? A pitcher over 8K, 5 games on this slate.
Kenny was all over it. I'm right with him. Freddie Peralta is putting up video game numbers in his last 10 starts, guys, allowing only 25 hits. I had to check this a couple of times. 25 hits in his last 57 and a third innings pitched for a 129 batting average while striking out 71 batters and allowing only 4 homers along the way. He faces a weak Cubs offense that's 2-10 in their last 10 outings, and it'll cost you $10,000, as was indicated. Luis Castillo, priced at $10,000 even, will be facing the Indians on the road tonight and is on one of his best streaks of the year. Over his last 10 starts, a 4-1 record backed by a 1.70 ERA in his last 63 innings pitched. His whip is a decent 1.19 despite 49 hits allowed and only 4 homers in that stretch. So good numbers in for him. But I land on Joe Musgrove for $8,500, the cheapest in this range, and looks like a solid option based on his quality of his last 3 starts, covering 19 innings, surrendering only 13 hits and 5 walks while striking out 20 batters. These numbers aren't fluke. Opposing batters are hitting only 195 and a whip of .97 over his 122 innings pitched on the season, while he struck out 139 batters. The Miami team is batting ranked 27th in OPS on the season, so all that adds up to a nice bet for me on Joe Musgrove tonight at $8,500.
All right, Eric, who's your pitcher you're paying up for?
Yeah, I like this small slates. It's the same size, I think, as the KBO slate. That's coming back. Give a quick shout out to World Baseball coming back for the first slate in a month tonight. But over on the MLB side with our KBO size slate, they really are just those 4 good guys at the top. I think the 3 we've touched on and Lucas Giolito, I think they're all fine plays. Musgrove is, I think, the most interesting to me. He's the cheapest of the 4 at $8,500 by a decent margin. I think he's got the best matchup too. Probably, I think the Marlins are still weaker than whatever's left of the Cubs, although I guess you could say it's pretty close. Marlins are 25th by WRC plus on the season. He's got one of the best parks to pitch in Petco. He's got a 2.87 ERA, and that's a little bit better than what the ERA estimators have for him on the year. He hasn't matched his incredible 33.1% strikeout rate from last season, but he's still at 27.9% this year. While he's had some lower strikeout numbers lately, that's still a high enough mark that he has the potential for that huge total on any given night. So I think I'm happy with any of those top guys. I think I'm probably likely to play 2 of them on this slate for reasons we'll probably get into in a minute. But I think he's the best bargain. So he's my top choice.
Paul, take me to a hitter over 5K, please.
I'll highlight 3 of them. My favorite, though, off the top, Emerson, is Manny Machado tonight versus Miami for $5,900. A power bat that's on a roll in consideration is 14 for 40 tear with 5 extra base knocks included, add up to a OPS that's north of 1. So that's outstanding for a power hitter. That I'm all over that one tonight. I also like Willie Adames for $5,500 based on his 13 for 43 mark in his last 10 games with an OPS also just north of 1, and including 4 homers and 8 extra base hits. He faces Alec Mills, who's not fooled too many batters in his last few starts. So that's also a nice matchup. And it's hard to ignore Joey Votto of late, as he's on an 11 for 39 run with 6 homers in his last 10 games played. He does get that one-on-one matchup against Castillo, though. So it comes down to your belief in a hot batter over a very tough pitcher in this spot. So I like the
starter. So I think given those options, I'm probably staying cheap on the hitting side and going with two expensive pitchers. But I do like Manny Machado if I have to pay up for somebody, all the way up at 5,900. He's just been super hot in the second half. In the first half, he was merely good, an 833 OPS. He's got a 1047 OPS, 6 homers, 17 RBI in his last 20 games. So that's good enough for me if I have to pay up for one guy.
All right, Kenny, bring us home here on a hitter over 5K you will roster.
Come on, there's no one with the platoon advantage. How about Willy Adames with the reverse splits going against Alex Mills? He hits 280 against righties this year and 867 OPS. He has crushed righties. He's been terrible against lefties, and I'm surprised Paul mentioned him. I didn't think anyone was going to be on Willy Adames tonight at $5,500. Not exactly a hot bat. He did have a good game yesterday. But look, here's the reason I love him. Alec Mills is a bad sinker ball pitcher. And what does Willy Adames do? He hits the sinker very well. 4 homers off of sinkers this year, a 563 X slug. Those are very good numbers. This is a very good hitter. He's hitting in the heart of a lineup that I think is going to do a lot of damage today against a Cubs team that is running a guy. Manuel Rodriguez pitched last night. Does anyone know who that is? They're not. Their bullpen is not looking good. So I think that I like the matchup with Alec Mills. I'm probably going to like it even more with some of these no-name righties that the Cubs have now as their season winds down. Willy Adames, a great bat tonight. I think he's going to go up.
Eric, best value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I do like that call with the reverse splits there, but I'm going to go back to the normal platoon advantage here and talk about Eugenio Suarez. He has not had a good year. So pricing him at 4,000 may look not great. He's got a WRC plus of just 68. He's hitting just 176. He was already starting to slip last year with a WRC plus of just 104, barely above average. And, he's going to lose playing time. So for season-long fantasy purposes, I might want to think about dropping him now that Mike Moustakas is back. They're expected to platoon at third base for now, with the Reds seemingly dropping the Suarez at shortstop experiment that did not work at all well early in the season. But Suarez should still be there against lefties, and he's got quite a friendly matchup today against Sam Hentges for Cleveland. 7.86 ERA on the season. ERA estimator sitting right around 5. Not a particularly highly rated prospect. Below average strikeout rate. Walks too many guys. Just not a lot to like there. Suarez, even in his good stretches this season, hasn't been elite, but he does have 4 homers in his last 9 games, has a WRC plus of 116 over that stretch. That's enough there for me, and 4,000 is not that expensive. So it's a guy who's still, especially in those larger tournaments where you need to spike a couple homers to place as high as you want to, he's got the power to do that, even though he's got as good a chance at a 0 as just about anybody on the slate.
Kenny, need a value bat from you, please.
Yeah, I hope this constitutes value because I want to talk about this guy, and we mentioned it with Sam Hentges. He's really bad, and a guy that has a splits advantage against him who has been red hot, one of the best hitters in baseball over the last month is Kyle Farmer. He's still only $3,900. He's hitting right in the middle of that Reds lineup, and this is a guy that just continues to get hits. He's on a 5-game hitting streak. He's got a boatload of them over the last month. The floor here is very high for Kyle Farmer, and I think that the ceiling is, a 20-point game with a home run off of Sam Hentges. But we don't have to talk much more about how bad he's been and how good Kyle Farmer has been, and he's just mashed lefties, 8.4 fantasy points per game against lefties. So I really like this matchup. He's been mashing. Go with him.
Paul.
I'll give you 3. Max Kepler can point to an 8 for 29 head-to-head history against Lucas Giolito, which includes 3 homers and only 2 strikeouts. So those are good numbers for $4,800 tonight. How about Ahmed Rosario for $4,100, considering his recent 13 for 40 stretch, which include 6 extra base knocks. He has 4 hits and a limited 9 at-bat sample against Castillo as well. Cheaper than these guys, though, I like Eric Hosmer's power and platoon advantage, coupled with his most recent 11 for 30 record. For $3,800 is the best bet in my top 3 in this range.
All right, let's switch gears here real quick before we wrap up, guys, and talk about the DK Sportsbook. So what is your favorite bets on the MLB slate tonight, Paul?
I like the alternate run line, as you know, Emerson. I look at the potent Yankee lineup. that was on a tear until they were blanked yesterday. They'll bounce back against Carlos Hernandez and his loaded ERA tonight. That'll go a long way toward these clubs getting the alternate run line above 11.5 for a plus 150 payoff. Speaking of potent offenses, I like the alternate run line bet of over 11.5 runs for a 160 payoff in the game between the Twins and the White Sox, in part because it'd be a bullpen start for Minnesota as well. And I also like the alternate run line to be under 6.5 in the tilt between Padres and the anemic Marlins, largely on the belief that Joe Musgrove will be effective in continuing his recent role. That bet pays off at plus 140.
Kenny, favorite baseball bet is what?
I like that Yankees call. I'm going to go with the Yankees minus half a run at minus 120. For the first 5 innings, Jameson Taillon has been on fire, 10 strikeouts. The Royals an 82 or 86 WRC plus since the break. And when you look at Carlos Hernandez, he has one of the fastest fastballs in the game. Throws about 98 on average, but the Yankees have a ton of great fastball hitters. This is not the way to get the Yankees out, a right-handed fastball pitcher. So I really like this matchup. I know going away from Yankee Stadium, the power has not been very good since the break. And going away from Yankee Stadium, I'm scared about the Yankees' power. I really am. But Hernandez with that 14% walk rate, the Yankees, one of the best walking teams in all of baseball. I think that this is a very good matchup for them. And they're underpriced here because of those said power concerns leaving Yankee Stadium. I think they get it done tonight.
All right, Eric, bring us home. Need a DK Sportsbook baseball bet from you.
Yeah, with such a small slate, I'm not surprised that we have a bit of disagreement here. I think all of the favorites are quite clear favorites. I think minus 170 is as close as it gets. So I am going to take the Royals at plus 150 over those Yankees. A lot of that's because the Yankees are quite banged up at the moment, and they actually haven't been hitting well. In the second half, they rank just 20th by WRC plus. That's still better than the Royals. This is not an endorsement of the Royals roster right now. But the Yankees, without Anthony Rizzo and Gary Sanchez on the COVID-19 injured list, Aroldis Chapman, Gio Urshela on the normal injured list, Gleyber Torres, I guess we can debate how much of a loss he is this year, but he was banged up in Sunday's game, left with a thumb injury. So this is not the fully powered Yankees offense. Obviously, there's still many bats there that the Royals would be happy to have. But at plus 150, I think that's a pretty decent price for the Royals, considering that Carlos Hernandez, nothing special, but ERA in the mid-fours, estimators in the mid-fours is actually right where Jameson Taillon's ERA estimators are. I know he's coming off a good start, but Taillon hasn't been anything special this year. Hernandez strikes a lot of guys out, walks way too many. But in his last 2 starts, both of which have come against the White Sox, who have one of the best lineups in the league, he's allowed just a single earned run in 11 innings. So he's showing enough lately that I think that makes the Royals the best underdog bet tonight.
Good stuff, guys. That's our baseball conversation for the day. After a wild first week of NBA free agency, we're going to go ahead and look into the future, some future bets on the hardwood coming up after this. All righty, everybody. We started off with baseball. We got some hoops coming your way right now, and I'm going to introduce our NBA panel. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Gentlemen, we're seeing the future here. So we're going to check out some futures bets for the NBA next season, 2021-2022. So after 1 week of maneuvering and dealing that definitely was not agreed to weeks in advance, virtually every notable free agent now is off the board. And now on the DK Sportsbook, you can place futures bets on who you think will lead the league in certain categories. So, Nick, let's start with you here. Let's start with the scoring leader. Bradley Beal is the odds-on favorite at plus 275. Would he be your pick as things stand right now?
I think he's the safest pick. I mean, he's the only guy of the true available options, who's back-to-back 30-plus points in each of the last 2 seasons. So it makes sense that he's the leader here at plus 275. Obviously, you're removing Russell Westbrook, an extremely high-usage player, from that roster, and Beal was still able to average 30 a game playing alongside Westbrook last season. So, you brought in some parts, to replace Westbrook, but nobody who's going to come in and have that kind of usage rate. So on paper, Bradley Beal makes a ton of sense at plus 275. I think you have to consider Luka at plus 425. Got off to a slow start last season that kind of put him behind the 8 ball, but over the second half of the season, he was scoring as well as anybody. Obviously, that was on display in the Olympics. It was on display in the first round of the playoffs as well. I also don't think you could quite discount Steph Curry. And I understand, he led the league in scoring last year. I get why he's down at 6-1. You have Klay Thompson coming back. The Warriors should be a little bit more of a balanced team, but he's won an MVP. He's won a scoring title with a fully healthy Klay Thompson, with a fully healthy Draymond Green. We've seen him average 30 a game before in those circumstances. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it now. He's in a little bit of a different phase of his career. That was back in 2015-16, the 73-win season, but I'm not totally counting out Steph Curry.
All right, Kenny, we're talking 31.3 points per game from Beal. That was a career high for him, and now he no longer has Westbrook there. So would you believe he could be you agree with the odds-on favorite here? Plus 275, going to be the scoring leader.
I do. I think that this Wizards team is going to be really good. And you look at Spencer Dinwiddie coming in, helping Bradley Beal perhaps get some space, Kyle Kuzma as well, and then perhaps a step forward for Hachimura. I think that this was a team that, we saw make a lot of strides last year, aside from Russell Westbrook. Of course, he padded his stats, but there were plenty of good stories here. Bertans as well, a guy that is just going to make life easier, take some attention away from Bradley Beal. And the fact of the matter is he is going to be able to take pretty much any shot he wants. This is his team now. So, you do like those odds. But, as Nick mentioned, I think that Steph Curry at plus 600 is still a pretty good bet. I'm a little weary of that, though. But the value is certainly there. I would even look as far down as plus $3,500 or plus 3,500. You got Devin Booker, who, 13th in points per game last year and was up there 7th in total points. Perhaps this is a season where he takes even another step forward. He just continues to get better and better every year. We saw in the postseason this year what type of scoring outputs he's capable of. The inconsistency is obviously the concern there, but I think that that's a really, really good value for a guy that's clearly the leading scorer on his team. And perhaps even this year, Chris Paul takes a little bit of a step back, which would be ridiculous for a guy making, $40 million? But hey, maybe he doesn't take as many shots. Maybe Devin Booker gets a few more field goal attempts per game. And then you get him at a really, really good price to win the scoring title. I wouldn't hate that.
All right, Kenny, let's move over to rebounds leader, where Clint Capella sits as the favorite at plus 120. He led the league in rebounding last year, rebounds per game, snapping a 3-year streak by Andre Drummond leading in that category. So we have Capella right ahead of Rudy Gobert, who's plus 200. Where are you leaning for this futures bet?
So, Nick and I actually talked about this a few weeks ago. We were talking about rebounding leader to see if there's any value here. And one person that I just cannot ever get my eyes off of for some reason is Enes Kanter at plus 5,000, right? That's really good value for a guy that, to me, you watch this guy play and he is, I think, one of the best rebounders, if not the best rebounder in basketball. The guy just is incredible at getting rebounds. The problem is he doesn't play enough. And he was still, right in the top 10 in rebounds this year. The problem is also that Yusuf Nurkic is a big part of Portland's offense. So this is, to me, a wild bet, but it's a bet on the Blazers blowing it all up. I could see the Blazers getting rid of Nurkic, trading him at the deadline, or even earlier. Perhaps Damian Lillard gets traded as well. We know that he's unhappy. And in that case, I don't think they have any reason to trade Enes Kanter. No one wants Enes Kanter. We've seen the Billy Donovan meme that you just can't play Enes Kanter. But a team that's traded away, 2 of its biggest offensive assets or 2 of its 3 biggest offensive assets could play Enes Kanter for 30 minutes a game. And if Enes Kanter just plays, I think that he's going to make a good charge at the rebounding leader. The minutes are obviously the concern. But look, Nurkic is injury prone as well. If you're going to go crazy, I'd go there. But if not, I don't hate Karl Anthony Towns, plus 1,300.
Well, Enes Kanter is now on the Celtics. He was traded there, last week. So he just keeps going back and forth. Nick, what do you think?
Well, we can just forget about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kenny, I hate to break it to you, and I say this with all respect, but he is on the Celtics, so he's going to have a little bit more of a roadblock in terms of Al Horford and Robert Williams. But your point stands.
I don't think that's a huge roadblock, actually. I think I like it better now that he's on the Celtics.
Oh, I like this. This is the Kenny we know and love.
Enes Kanter, second in the league last year in rebounding rate, behind only the rebounding leader, Clint Capella. So I don't. You're obviously not getting that same kind of value with Capella at plus 120 versus plus 5,000. So Kenny's certainly on the right track there. But Capella only played like 30.2 minutes per game last season, which is relatively low, actually right around the same total that Rudy Gobert played. So if either of those guys bump up even like 1 or 2 minutes per game, that could give them a pretty big advantage. And you look at that Atlanta depth chart, bringing back John Collins, who can play some center, is a little bit of a hit to the argument for Capella. But Onyeka Okongwu, their first-round pick last year, who's looked pretty good in limited action, I thought gave them some pretty good minutes in the playoffs. He underwent surgery last month, might not be ready for the start of the regular season, could end up missing a month or two to begin the year. So maybe Atlanta leans a little bit heavily on Clint Capella. So I do like him, even though he's at plus 120. The other guy to keep an eye on is Giannis, 15-1. He was at 13.6 rebounds per game 2 years ago. That number fell quite a bit in 2020 and 21. But if he can get back to where he was 2 years ago, he'll be in the mix.
All right, let's go to the assist department here, gentlemen. DK Sportsbook has James Harden as the minus 105 favorite, right ahead of his former teammate Russell Westbrook, who was at plus 200. So Trae Young kind of lurking there in the shadows at plus 400. Which bet makes sense for you here, Nick?
I mean, Harden's the heavy favorite for a reason here. I mean, minus 105 is kind of crazy when you compare it to where the other leaders or, the odds-on favorites, I guess I should say, are for these other categories. And it's for good reason. I mean, the guy he's been primarily competing against for this title for the last few years in Russell Westbrook is now paired up with the guy who won the assist title 2 years ago in LeBron James. So we saw Westbrook and Harden play together in Houston. Westbrook's assist rate plummeted. He was down in like the 7-8 assists per game as opposed to 10 or 11 where he was in OKC. LeBron teaming up with Westbrook knocks both of those guys out of the race. So for me, it has to be Harden. I mean, his usage rate was under 20% when he joined the Brooklyn Nets, and Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were healthy. So small sample size, but he basically was very much content to just stop the step back threes, stop shooting 20 times per game and essentially become a distributor. And we're going to see better health luck with that team this year. I mean, they're not going to play like 5 games together over the course of the regular season. As long as those guys are healthy for even 70 or 75% of the year, I think Harden is happy to sit back, be a distributor, rack up, 10.5, 11.5 assists per game.
Okay, Kenny, Harden is on the Nets and Russell Westbrook now on the Lakers.
Yeah, I think that Russell Westbrook is a very, very good value play here, plus 200. I know that you like to, go for bigger odds, but when you talk about the post-All-Star break NBA, it was dominated by Russell Westbrook and his assist rate. I mean, it was almost 50%. This guy goes out of his way to get assists. He goes out of his way to throw dart basketballs at players' heads, so they have a hard time catching it, and then they'll get him an assist. I think that this is a guy that is going to take the step forward here for the Lakers, and LeBron probably takes a step back in terms of being a distributor. We saw at the end of the year last year, LeBron James became more of a distributor in the postseason, in the second half of the season. But for the majority of the year, LeBron James is not going to be out there, playing 40 minutes a game, racking up 10 assists. That's just not what he wants to do at this stage of his career. He wants to save himself for the postseason. I think that Russell Westbrook is going to have a big chip on his shoulder. I think that he is going to really maybe play his best basketball that we've seen in quite some time, maybe since he came into the league with Oklahoma City. I believe that because we heard about the egos being put aside. We heard about, these guys just being motivated to win a title. I think that Russell Westbrook comes out here, and we know that he's one of the best passers in the league, one of the best assist mans in the league. I think that, there's every reason to believe that he does this. And James Harden, we had the injury concerns in the postseason. We have Kyrie Irving as, one of the ball dominant guys in that offense as well. I think that there's obstacles in the way of James Harden getting there. And I don't think that there's as many for Russell Westbrook. I think LeBron James is likely to take a step back when it comes to passing the ball. And I think plus 200 is probably my bet here.
All right, finally, gentlemen, let's look at the leader for three-pointers made. Steph Curry, who Nick has mentioned already, is the obvious favorite here at minus 165. But if you had to look somewhere other than the $200 million man, where would you be looking, Kenny?
Well, it's hard because you look at last season, Steph Curry had 337 made threes, and the next best was Buddy Hield, over 50 behind him at 282. Now, Buddy Hield is rightfully so, plus 550, right there towards the top. It's hard to bet against Steph Curry. The only thing that's obviously going to change this year is that Klay Thompson's coming back. That's going to cut into his lead. If I had to take a guy to make the most threes, maybe it's Duncan Robinson at plus 1,100, just to have some fun with this bet. He was there in third place or fourth place in threes made, but right there with Damian Lillard. There's a clear, obvious reason why he's on the floor, and it's just to shoot a bunch of threes. I could see him, taking so many and hitting this. So I think that it's kind of unwise to bet against Steph Curry just with the sheer volume of shots, even with Klay Thompson coming back. And we've seen with Klay Thompson in the lineup, he's still done this. He's still led in this category. But if I'm going to get a little crazy, it might be Duncan Robinson at plus 1,100 because the Heat seem like they're going for it this year. And maybe he gets a little more space to shoot the ball.
Cuckoo, Mr. Robinson. Nick, what say you, man? 3-pointers made. Talk to me.
I think Kenny said it best when he mentioned that it's kind of a fool's errand to bet against Steph Curry. It's not fun to just say bet Steph Curry, but he won this category by 1.2 made 3-pointers per game last season. That's the same differential as number 2 Damian Lillard, who's at 4.1, and number 17 Jason Tatum, who's at 2.9. So even if you're factoring in a little bit of regression with Klay coming back, there's still a monster gap between Curry and the rest of the field. So if it's my actual money, I'm betting on Steph Curry. Lillard at plus 380 is not terrible value for a guy who might just be in a situation where he has the license to gun away for a team that really didn't improve all that much this offseason and really felt like it needed to improve. So I could kind of see him, going somewhat rogue, a guy who already takes a ton of threes, just jacking up. Instead of 10.5 a game, he's at 13 a game. And percentage-wise, he's not that far from Steph, so that would put him up there. It's been Curry, Lillard, and Hield essentially at the top the last 3 years. So those are the 3 guys to consider. Robinson is a step below for me. He was at 3.5 per game last year. So about a half a 3 or 0.6 behind Lillard and Hield. But he can certainly be in the mix. The thing with Robinson is he just, he doesn't quite have that same ability to just, dribble the ball up the court, take a pick and roll and just launch. He kind of needs guys to create for him. He still takes a ton of threes in that role. But unlike Lillard and unlike Curry and unlike Hield to a slightly lesser degree, he just doesn't have quite that same green light at all times whenever he has the ball.
Gentlemen, that is a solid and successful NBA futures segment. Appreciate you. We're going to do NFL best bets coming up here. A lot of team specials available on the DK Sportsbook. So we're going to dive into some of the more funky ones coming up. All right, the first full week of NFL preseason action arrives this week, but we're going to go ahead and look beyond that to the regular season here because that's where the real money is made. That's where we get weird. Let's go. NFL panel, DraftKings contributor Stan Sun and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Best bets, part 1. Looking at some interesting team-specific future bets here for the 2021 NFL season, guys. If you go over to the NFL section of the DK Sportsbook and click on the tab labeled Team Specials, you can find some interesting bets for every NFL team. We're going to start looking at these bets by picking from each of the Super Bowl favorites for 2021. So that means we start with the Kansas City Chiefs. If you look at their team specials here, one that stands out is Patrick Mahomes, 50-plus regular season passing touchdowns and 5,000-plus regular season passing yards. The odds on that happening are plus 750 on the DK Sportsbook. What are the chances in your eyes he can get there in a 17-game regular season, AJ?
I'm not worried about the yardage here. You look at last year's numbers, he averaged 316 per game. You'd have him hitting that 5,000 yard threshold in just 16 games this year. It's the touchdowns that concerns me here. Yes, he managed to hit 50 2 years ago, and in theory, he has an extra game, but we also have to consider the fact that the Chiefs could be in a position to rest him at the end if they lock up the division. There's no way they're going to play him in the final game with that extra, wear and tear on him. So I just don't see him getting to the touchdown mark. I think the yardage he'll cover. So if you can get that as standalone, I would consider that. But pairing these up together, I don't like 50 touchdowns for him this year.
Okay, Stan, how do you feel about pairing these two together?
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with AJ. I think the yards is definitely doable. But 50, man, that's a really tough number, even with the extra game. There's only been 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have passed for at least 50. There's been 3 other quarterbacks that got within 2, so 48, 49. In order to get above 50 touchdowns, a quarterback needs to have a TD rate of over 8%. Manning was at 8.3, Brady was at 8.7, Mahomes was at 8.6 the year that he did it. Mahomes, his career TD passing rate is 6.8%. A-Rod did it twice. Dan Marino did it one time in 1984. So, that's a really tough number to get to 50. So I'm in complete agreement with AJ here.
All right, well, let's go to the defending champs here, Stan. The Bucks, one of the team specials for Tampa is Tom Brady over 39.5 regular season passing touchdowns, plus Mike Evans over 1,050.5 regular season receiving yards. The odds for that sit at plus 400. How realistic are those numbers?
I think it's very realistic. I think the numbers are really, really good here. Brady threw for 40 touchdowns last season. The TD passing rate was 6.6%. So that's higher than his career average, but it's definitely not egregious by any means. Let's not forget about last year's, Bucks team, COVID, lack of preparation. It was just a funny season. It took them about 12 weeks to kind of get into the groove. Once the offense started humming, over the last 8 games, including the playoffs, the TD, he threw about 2.75 TDs per game. So, even if you go to like 2.5, you're still looking at 42.5 TDs. So I think the 39.5 is definitely viable. There are a few concerns. His career rate is 1.9 per game. If you start looking at the numbers from his breakout year of 2007, it's only a 2.11. So that's what I'm saying. I think the line is a pretty efficient one. It's a tough one. In terms of Evans, he's gone over 1,000 yards in every year of his career. In terms of, when Antonio Brown, pre and post AB, he was at 5.75 targets, 46.6 yards per game before AB arrived. After he arrived, 7.87 targets, 79.1 yards per game. So, I really think that this offense is going to be humming in year 2. There's more continuity. And I actually think Aaron's and Brady, there's a chance they may try to just say F you and just try to go historic, just break all sorts of type of records this year.
Okay. How we feel about this one, AJ? A little better than the first one?
Same concern here. It's the touchdowns. I agree with Stan that, the yardage for Evans should be not an issue. I think he'll get that easily. You look at the specific 1050 mark, he's only missed that twice. And as Stan said, he gets over 1,000. So you're talking about a couple extra catches here or there compared to those 2 seasons that he didn't get there. But the 40 touchdowns, look, Tom has only hit that twice. Once was last year, and then obviously the 50 touchdown season. For the most part, he just hasn't been that much of a touchdown producer. I mean, not to knock his career at all. He just hasn't needed to in some of those cases as well. If you set this at 35, I would be all over it. But 40 just seems like too steep of a hill to climb for me. So again, the touchdowns has me backing away from this one.
All right, next we have the Buffalo Bills and their newly extended quarterback, Josh Allen. He's making that NBA money now. Looking at some Allen-specific bets under the team specials on the DK Sportsbook. One that stands out is over 8.5 rushing touchdowns, plus Stephon Diggs over 105 and a half regular season receptions, which has plus 250 odds to happen. How are we feeling about this one, AJ?
Well, this one I like. This one I feel good about. That rushing TD line on Allen couldn't have been set better. You look at the last 3 seasons, 8, 9, and 8. So he's absolutely right there. And I think he's fully capable of getting over that. But that's probably going to be your biggest hurdle here. Diggs, for his part, coming off a phenomenal season last year, career high, 127 receptions. He's gotten over 100 in 2 of the last 3 seasons. Now, obviously, one of those was 102. So, again, the line is set perfectly, I think, at 105. It's definitely going to be a stretch. But I do think this is also a tougher division than what Kansas City is going to see. And so I think the Bills potentially will have to use both of these guys all 17 weeks here. And so I love the value at plus 250. This is one I'm definitely targeting to go after on the DK Sportsbook.
Stan, would you target this one?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good with it. AJ's been talking about, TD variants and things of that nature. So, as he was alluding to in the prior 2 segments, it is tough, but, the consistency with his, 8, 9, and 8 in the last 3 years, over 100 carries in each of the last 2 seasons, inside the 5-yard, he has 9 attempts, which was 25th in all of football, including, running backs. So I think the opportunities and the consistency are there. The line is, obviously it's a very sharp line, right? I mean, what if he passes, play action passes to a tight end, or he trips at the 1-inch line, or, so like things like that can always happen. But, I think it's fine in terms of Diggs, the targets. I mean, the Bills, they were 11th in passing play percentage. They throw the ball a lot. It's over 60%. He's going to get targets. He had 166 last season. So he's going to get fed. So I feel better about the Diggs part of this prop than the Allen rushing TD, just because, there's always TD variants and, like freaky things can happen. But out of all of the lines, that we talked about so far, it's probably one of the better ones. And there's a reason why it's only plus 250.
Stan, as for the drama-filled Green Bay Packers, one team special focuses on Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams to combine for over 24 and a half regular season rushing and receiving touchdowns. That prop has odds of plus 150. So are you as confident about them reaching that threshold as the odds makers are?
I'm not, actually. I don't think this is a slam dunk. I think I would take the over, but I think it's very, very, very close. And I think it's another sharp line here. If you're looking at the numbers from last year, right? You had, Adams, 18 touchdowns. Rodgers was unbelievable. The thing is he had a 9.1% TD passing rate. That's unsustainable. The prior 2 seasons, that number was at 4%. So there could be massive regression from that angle. Adams had a 77.2% catch rate. Prior to last year, he never had a number above 66%. With that said, he's going to get fed. He gets so many targets. He did score double-digit TDs from 2016 to 2018. He led the league with 32 red zone targets last season. The opportunities are going to be there. He's probably not going to replicate the 18, but I think 11 to 12, especially with that added game, is definitely viable. As for Jones, if you just break down the numbers over his career, he's averaged 0.68 TDs on the ground. So over 17 game season, that's 11 to 12 through the air. He's averaged 0.11, so that gives you another 2. So you're looking at 24, 25, right? So the line is super sharp here. And as I alluded to in the last segment, TDs, there's so much TD variance. Anything, one TD to a tight end or a fullback, whatever, could mess up the whole thing. But I do lean to the over here, but I just don't think it's a slam dunk as what the line at 150 says and what a lot of people will probably think.
Okay. This is slam dunk for you, AJ.
Absolutely. Lock it up, shut it down, get that bet in there before the line moves, right? And maybe some Green Bay bias here, but look, everybody knows the storyline about how Rodgers will use any little thing to play with his chip on his shoulder. Well, I think the front office gave him everything he needs to play with a chip on his shoulder this year. The one thing I will say that Stan alluded to with that TD variance is you've got to factor in the Randall Cobb effect. Rodgers gets his security blanket back, his guy back, but I don't think it'll see too much of a drop off in Adams' targets. For his part, Jones, I would look 10 to 12 on the ground. I think is certainly reasonable. Maybe in the air, you're at 15 out of Jones. I think pretty easily for my money there, and that means just 10 out of Adams. So if he approaches anything close to 18, 15, then you're there, slam dunk, no problem.
All right, good stuff, guys. That was fun. 'Tis the season. We'll be talking a lot of football moving forward. Again, boatload of preseason games kicking off this week. All right, we're going to do golf next. We got our gorgeous golf guru. Tight.
Well, we decided you had so much fun at the Nooner. Why not ring it on? Let's roll it back. Let's bring it on back for the Madden Matinee. Tara Lenasak, Adam Kaufman, TL. First and foremost, have you moved your car?
I have moved my car, and it took way longer than I thought because everybody else beat me to it. So they took out all the open spots. Juicy gave me a good tip, though. So Juicy, breaking news, he is not my number 2 bozo anymore. He's back on my good side.
What was the good tip?
Good tip was, hey, just drive around in your car, and then when you see the ticket meter lady villain, street villain come, ticket meter, what, Tara? What was that? Ticket lady, crazy street villain, or it could be a man. I don't know. Yeah. It could be a dog. Who knows? When you see them come, you just like wait in your car because they only come around usually once. Then when they go, then you park.
I see. Sounds like a good plan. All right.
So shout out to Doozy.
You don't hear that often in Simland, so I love it. Good. Let's do that. Mad Matinee is on the way. Bears, Rams, created a contest obviously very late because obviously all this, came together pretty late. So I hope people jumped in. We'll take a look at how many people we've, got in here. We'll dive into all of that stuff and should be a good time. Should be fun. Look forward to it. And thank you all for being here with us again. It's good to see you in the Sim fam. What is your gut feeling here for this one? Do you have a lineup? How about?
So pretty happy about that. I will tell you my lineup.
Okay.
Let's go there.
Please.
All right. Just trying to get it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people in this one. Again, it was created very late. So we only have 41 people in here, which basically means if you win, and I say this of myself as well, if you win, we don't really get to celebrate all that much.
No.
Kind of unfortunate.
We kind of keep them moving,
Yeah, we just have to say, well, good on you. You beat out most people, but, it's south of 100 in a, SimFam free roll. There's only so much bragging rights one gets to come away with. So do you have your lineup? Have you found it?
Got my lineup. Didn't realize we were on camera that whole time while I was trying to find my lineup. So I think I just kind of went crazy. This is what I don't like about Simland is that sometimes like the camera is just going and they see everything that you do, like fantasy flashes. I knew I'm going to look great right there. But this, you have to just really make sure. I mean, I just looked like a stressed old cat just now. But, okay.
I don't know where you come up with an old cat.
Old cat. Like, I picture, like, Rossi's old fat cat just walking around, stumbling, and, that's what I'm comparing myself to. An old fat cat on this Monday. Positive affirmations, baby, all the way. Okay, I kind of like my lineup. I did it quick.
Okay, what do you got?
Put Cohen in my captain spot because I felt like it.
Sure.
Then I put Trubisky. Got a little Cooper Kupp because he's always racking up some points in Simland, and 33% of you also agreed. Nick Foles, just wanted to be crazy. And then got Montgomery and Rams DST.
So it looks like, and thank you, producer Drew, AD Poker says, I see this isn't Rossi. You are correct. Rossi had a family situation to tend to, so here I am. And it does look like Rossi created a contest, though, earlier in the day, which I would expect nothing less from him. So that was the Rossi and Tara Lynn Sunday night preview, Bear Rams, as opposed to, I guess, Bears Rams. But the Bear Rams, it's like Man Bear Pig in South Park, the Bear Rams. So that has a much more representative sample size, 122 entries in that contest as compared to the last second one I created that has 41. So I'm not in Ross's contest. I should have just joined it. That would have made things easier. Instead, like a fool, created my own. Yeah. My lineup is Allen Robinson at captain.
Okay.
7% owned in our much, much smaller free roll, 34% overall. Mitch Trubisky, Madden Mitchell. Very chalky today. About 27% owned in the captain spot, 88% overall. Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, about 20% captain, 66% of lineups. Cooper Kupp, Jimmy Graham, and just for giggles, Sam Sloman, the kicker. got him in my build. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but we will keep track of both contests. As Brian C. says, Koth and Tara Lynn, round 2, back-to-back. Where the bleep do I sign? As always, on with the like button. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. We greatly appreciate you. 1st and 10 on the way for the Rams here from the 41. We have the Drew stack, producer Drew, our technical director, Jared and Frangelico and Ops. And all of you hanging out for the better part of an hour.
Okay.
Maybe even a little bit longer. We get wild up in here.
So,
Second
yeah.
5 from the 37 on the way. A few minutes gone by here, opening quarter. Not much of a run there by Henderson. Lost a couple, 3rd and 7 coming. You've got a busy day in the Sim Fam coming along. Next up, it will be Jason Rossi, who is scheduled to be there with Zach Thompson, Giants Dolphins. Let you know if anything changes there. And then Brendan Glasheen will make his triumphant return to Simland with the late classic later on. Ravens Cardinals at 6 with Brandon Cristal. Glash and I will be together for Jaguars Eagles. Glash and Jeff Ulrich, Cowboys Jets, Madden After Dark.
Fun. I was seeing on Instagram glimpses of the SoFi Stadium for the Rams yesterday. I mean, the stadium looks pretty
Gorgeous.
unreal.
Looks gorgeous. Yeah, I've never had the pleasure. I know producer Mike has mentioned that he's been out there. I think, if I remember right, he said he went out there for a tour before they even officially opened to the public. So he hasn't been there for a game, but he went out there and said it was great. And,
Wow.
you know, obviously, by all accounts, that is the sentiment. So I'm looking forward to, I don't know, maybe at some point in time, taking a trip out there and checking it out. But I haven't been to LA in many, many years. It's hard to imagine that. Well, actually, that's not true. I was there for the Red Sox-Dodgers World Series in 2018. But prior to that, it had been a long, long time. So short of getting sent out there for something work-related, it's probably going to be a long time before I'm out there again.
Right. I had this conversation with ZT. I don't know if me and you have had it, but if you pick any stadium, NFL stadium in the country that you would, you know, on your bucket list to go watch a game at, which would it be?
I feel like most people's, and mine included, would be Green Bay. You know, I'd love to see a game at Lambeau. I'd love to see a snow game in Lambeau. I mean, ideally, it's not like 50 degrees below, but I think it just, I feel like that's one of those. Like, how many people say, "Oh, I'd like to go see a game in Chicago"? That's a bucket list experience. Like, there's nothing especially unique about, you know, going to a Bears game. I'm sure it's a great time, but you know, I'm sure it's a great time going to any NFL city for any NFL game. But when you start to talk about like bucket list, that to me feels like a Lambeau situation in the snow, in the cold. What about you?
Definitely not Lambeau.
Oh, it would. Don't get me wrong when you say yuck. Like, I'm sure it would be horrible in the sense that, like, once you've done it, you never want to do it again.
Stupid Twitch. Every time I try to open up and talk to you guys. Yeah, I've been there once when I lived out in Wisconsin. I had to do a couple interviews there, and it's honestly bizarre, like where it's placed. It's really, truly just in the middle of nowhere in Green Bay. And just to get there, you kind of want to throw up because you have to go around so many rotaries.
Anthony Miller touchdown, by the way. 30-yard score. That's true. I guess I forget that you know, you spent some time out there professionally. So have you done that? Have you gone to Lambeau for a snow game?
I didn't get to see a game just because, as you know, our schedules, I was working around the clock. I really never got a weekend off when there were games, or even I worked Mondays. I never got time off, so couldn't make it out there for a game. But went there once, and I was like, I never want to drive to Green Bay again.
7-0 Chicago after the Miller touchdown. 3 minutes to go, opening quarter. Bagley says, just got in. Have they made the obligatory New Kids reference yet?
Oh.
I mean, we're hanging tough. We're in take this sim step by step. But I can tell you your comment, you got the right stuff. So please don't go, girl.
Oh my goodness.
Trooper says, nice. So two contests to monitor here, the Rossi Extravaganza and the one that I created as well. City 717 is out to an early lead in the larger of the small free rolls. And Macarama in the one that I created. Drew says, Bry guy's still curious about how the concert was. I ought to just send him a text. Maybe I'll just send him a video.
I think you should.
Send him a video from the show, since I know you're wondering how the concert was.
CJ71 saying TL, always hating on Wisconsin. Because you're from Wisconsin, right, CJ? Yeah, I do. I do hate on the state. I openly say it. But I am very thankful, though, for my job that I had out there. But it's just not for me, you know? I'm not a big winter gal. You guys get
not everybody is
3 seconds of summer. I'm more of a summertime chick. I literally just tweeted a second ago because I've been seeing it all over social media. So excited for sweater weather. Can't wait. Let's get the Halloween decorations out. And I was like, when you people write that, you all make me sick. Lamarca came at me in record time. It was like under a minute. Like
he was just sitting there in the dark with a parka on, a blanket over his legs. Well, I can't wait until someone tweets something that I can respond to.
Yeah, trolling me like all my coworkers really enjoy to do. They should put that on their list of hobbies. But yeah, he said, I love sweatshirts and shorts, whatever the heck he said.
I believe he called it an elite combo, these sweatshirt.
Yeah, an elite combo.
Which is not wrong. I'm comfortable in a sweatshirt and shorts too. I'll do that from time to time if the weather calls for it.
My light keeps falling. Now it's broken. We're falling apart over here.
You'll be okay. Chris Adams says, cough. Gotta say, the ops crew, excellent the past couple weeks. I just want to say I appreciate it. Jared Frangeli, I hope you're listening. Keep it up, ops. We roll with you. Manual scoring, it ain't easy. You guys make it look it. Frangelico says, loud and clear. Thanks, Sim fam. Jared Goff, woof. See if the Rams could do something interesting here. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Appreciate you being with us. Over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Third and 11 from the 37. Goff slings it. End zone. Got it! Touchdown, Josh Reynolds! Once upon a time, I captained him all the time. I miss those days. I miss them now. Must be. How old is Emmanuel scoring? Here comes the extra point. 7-all. Ryan says, cough and TL again. I wish I could hit the like button twice. You could try. Wouldn't stop you. Always good to do a Rams game when we get Bobby Trees involved. But let's just go back down the rabbit hole of many, many names. The many, many names. You guys remember them all? Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, Bob Twigs, Rob Forrest, Burt Lumber, Bobo Logs, Robbie Redwood, Burt Metals, Robbie Sticks, Berto Logs. Sometimes it's Berto. Quite the crew. All one man. Seven all. Final minute. Opening quarter. Fun getting in here with the roast. Good on you. Appreciate you. Bob Forrest. That's right, Brian. Berto Logs gets the trophy from Abby Rizzle. Jeff says Woods is great in Sims and real life. Such a great PPR guy. Ryan.
Oh, my phone charger's back. Always good to see that thing.
Roberto. What's that? Your what now?
My phone charger is back in the chat. It's always good to see that thing in there.
Always good to find the phone charger. You don't want to lose the phone charger.
No.
Is there one thing, like you just reminded me, maybe it's the phone charger, which would be funny, I guess, because of the name.
Right.
I'm last, by the way. I'm 41st out of 41 contest that I created. And,
we love to see that.
Poppy Herb is leading Rossi's contest out of the 122. Yeah, it's not a great start for me. So like my wife
121.
What's
Rossi's
that?
contest. I'm in 121 and
oh, so you're basically last.
Yeah.
You're 121 out of 122. The two of us we're real good. Wait, how many points do you have?
I have right now 10 fantasy points.
See, if you were in my contest, I'd be beating at least somebody. I have 12.
Rats. Tough.
Drew says I don't see Tarleton's tow truck driver in the chat, so it's a good thing that you moved your car.
Definitely, producer Drew, out and about there today. Thank goodness I moved the car.
Good on you. So I was about to say my wife will not lose would be an exaggeration, but consistently misplace her cell phone. Like if there's one thing I hear in this house from her more than any other phrase, it's have you seen my cell phone?
Right.
So is there that one thing for you, like Tara Lynn's phone charger? Is there something that you just constantly misplace?
No, not one thing that I usually misplace. It's usually my keys.
Keys?
Yeah, my keys. Misplace those a lot. Cell phone sometimes. But
hopefully not the car keys, because you got to be ready to move that thing.
Yeah, no, that's why I had to get, it's called Tile. And you put it on your car keys, you connect it to your phone, but if you lose your phone, then
Yeah, if you lose both, you're just all kinds of out of luck.
Yeah, but it's definitely come in handy.
She will. My wife has all fancy. She's got the Apple Watch. She's like Glass. She's got the Apple Watch. And so she'll, they're synced, obviously. It's how Apple gets you. And she'll say, my phone. And it's, and then I'll just start to hear like a random beeping in another room. It's like under a pillow. What was your phone doing there in the first place?
What was your phone? Domino Joe said, my cat keys. LOL.
80 poker. I lose my integrity constantly. Hey, now. Must be. I lose money.
Must be how I lose money. That's tough. Oh, sunglasses. That's why I only get cheap ones on Amazon. I'm always losing sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like that. That's, well, I guess three kinds of people, right? Get the cheap sunglasses.
Yep.
The ones that just are cheap, don't want to spend the money. The ones that, like you said, always lose them, or the kind of reckless people. The people that it's like, you know, I could spend money, but I'm not gonna, because these things are gonna break. Like, I'm always gonna break them. I'm gonna constantly, you know, drop something on top of them. Pop a lens out or something some nonsense. Sunglasses. I don't really have any sunglasses. I'm not a big sunglasses guy.
I don't really picture you being a big sunglasses guy.
Because you've never seen me wear them.
Yeah, I just feel like you just live a very simple life. Yeah, exactly.
Don't need sunglasses if you never go outside.
You don't need them in your basement.
It gets bright down here, the halogen lights. 7-7. Minute and change into the... What you got, Goff? That'll look good in Detroit. Now. Gotta get the ball first. Jeff's calling for Woods to get the bonus and a TD. I like the way that sounds. What are the big plans for you the rest of this day after your dip into Simland for a couple here?
Well, you know, I had to dip into Simland, show my face, and then for the rest of the day, honestly, not too much. Need to make it to the gym later. Ted Lasso definitely is on my list of things to do. My day. Oh, and organize a little bit. As you can see in the background, we're a hot mess over here.
You're a big Ted Lasso gal.
I'm sorry, but if you haven't watched Ted Lasso yet, what are you doing? It's just an instant feel-good show.
It is. Drew says each episode is literally better than the last.
Yes, it really is. And I feel like I'm Keely Jones, you know? I love that character, and I love Jason Sudeikis.
Sure. There's no better character on that show, and a group of many, by the way. There's no better character on that show than Roy Kent.
Oh, I love Roy Kent, too.
Roy Kent is incredible. Roy Kent, by the end of time, might wind up being a top 5, top 10 television character ever. That's how I feel about Roy Kent.
I love Roy Kent. I don't know what's going on with me. I even cried a little last night, I'll admit it, when Roy Kent and Keely finally get their first kiss, and I'm like, yes.
Are you experiencing season 1 for the first time, or are you?
No, I rewatched it. It from the beginning.
You're emotional in a binge, a repeat binge.
I like to do a nice binge of shows.
Sure.
Jason Sudeikis, I've always had a crush on him. I know he's dating a really young girl now, but I'm also young too. So call me if you're watching The Sims. But yeah,
didn't I read that the person he's dating in real life is the one who's Rupert's wife on the show?
Really? I did not see that.
I think so.
Huh.
I don't think we've seen her in season 2 yet. I believe she was only in, bit parts of season 1, but I think that is his, since he and Olivia Wilde have parted, I believe that is his new flame.
Wow, I need to look at this information. Oh, I think you're right. Wow, you are up on your pop culture. I didn't think that you were that cool.
Make sure you get all that key news from Twitter.
Honestly, that's my shock of the day. Huh.
Just imagine the things that I could text you. Hi, period. Did you know that?
Oh, wait. I'll get back to you. Free agency news from the Celtics just got. Talk to you in a few days.
Stop mid-text. I can't do this right now.
Probably Kid Gaming. Do you find Kramer from Seinfeld attractive, TL? I've never thought about it, Problem Kid Gaming. But no, I guess I would like him as my goofy friend, though.
The Guru says Olivia got a youngster, too. That's true. Harry Styles still a thing?
Harry Styles. Yep.
Yeah.
They did an interview with Sudeikis recently. I don't know how well you keep up on your pop culture. I mean, not as much as the Celtics, but apparently you have a little liking for it. But
yeah, love me some pop culture.
He even said that it's pretty crazy that what happens in Ted Lasso actually happened to him in real life with Olivia Wilde. He was trying to get her back. He didn't want to let go, and she ultimately, the love wasn't there anymore. So he said it's very odd, and hopefully, like later in life, he'll really know the reason why that the marriage couldn't work. Pretty sad.
Makes me sad. I like those two together. I mean, it does.
They were a great couple.
But damn it, if they can't make it, what hope do the rest of us have?
I know.
That just seemed like a real winning relationship, the two of them. 3 minutes to go. Opening half. Goff, 146 passing, looked like, if I could read that right. There he is. Bobby Trees, 4 for 72. Well on his way to a bonus. Gordon says, hey, Koff, when are they going to update the Madden football lineups this year? Well, Gordon.
Well.
I'm glad you asked.
Let's talk about it.
I don't have an answer, but I'm glad you asked. So Madden 22 is coming out in, a week or so, week and a half. So we will be making the move to Madden 22, not on launch day specifically, but if we followed the same pattern as last year when we moved from Madden 20 to 21, I suspect it will happen certainly before September, so late August, and then we'll get ourselves excited and ready to go with the new game and new rosters and everything. It'll be a real fun time. We're all looking forward to it, no doubt.
Are we going to do anything special, like maybe the Olympics opening ceremony-esque, like something crazy?
I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer to that. We should consult with producer Drew.
Yeah, let's get the wheels turning here, producer Drew.
Drew's the decision maker over there. He puts us all in line. He decides what's what. I think he'll map out a great plan for us. 2nd and 5 from the 6. Can the Rams take a lead? Yes! Touchdown! LA in front, and wouldn't you know, Burt Lumber on the board.
Hey! Didn't have him in my lineup. That's why I sit at 122.
Good on all you who rostered Robert Woods. About 20% captained, 66% overall in the contest. 21% in the captain, 71% overall ownership. Even more chalky. Problem Kid Gaming, I don't think that one will work. Salvatore, don't have an answer on that. Bruce Harding. Sorry, Henderson is not the top back.
So
but honestly,
like
we don't get a whole lot going on with the running backs for either of these teams anyway. You were saying?
Do you have a favorite running back for either of these teams or no?
I mean, Simland, no, I don't play any of them. I mean, maybe occasionally Reed Cohen, but generally I do not. I hate playing David Montgomery. Brown, no. Henderson, no. No. Just a lot of no.
I was just laughing as I
backfield when these two teams are involved.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I should have maybe consulted with you since I have Cohen in my captain spot and he's doing diddly squat for me. Give me 2 points. Thanks, Cohen.
Miguel. Bobby, how much for that 2x4 Woods? Abby Rizzle, I still can't get over TL's cough text voice. LOL.
Yeah, why didn't anyone clip that? That was brilliant.
Right? Instead, we got the other clipping.
Yeah. I mean, that should have been clipped over the other one.
Yeah, rat clippings. What we had out there. Reed tease, did you know? Trying to start a war.
I just checked over on Twitch. Care Bear Rambo 0 said, "Oh, good. I have no reason to watch the show." Obviously, they're referring to Ted Lasso, since Koff and TL will let us know what happened in each episode.
We actually didn't spoil anything. I mean, you mentioned.
I did mention, yeah, when I cried a little bit. I just wanted to show you guys that I have a soft side.
Other than that, I mean, we didn't give you any big plot points.
Right.
If we can all, those who have seen the show though, agree that Roy Kent is the best character on it, the question becomes who is second best. And I gotta say, I can't even think of his actual name. Well, like name on the show, not even a real life name. I have no idea what that is. But the dude who's the equipment manager turned, member of the coaching staff. Spoiler, that's not a big one. I love him. That guy's awesome. Such a good character. The show is filled with great characters.
It's just a well done show.
Abby Rizzle to us. Simmers go the spoils. Drew really likes Sam and Beard. Coach Beard. Coach Beard is strong.
EJ71 over on Twitch is asking if you're crying.
Me?
Yeah.
About what?
I don't know. Are you upset?
I didn't feel upset. A little hungry, maybe.
Guys, he's upset that I'm leaving him after this and he has to work with Flash later. Obviously not as cool as me. And do you have to work with anyone else later?
No, it's a 3-for to me, covering half the day. I am a little nervous to work with Glash later. He came in hot in the chat. I don't know how hot he's gonna be coming in later on at 8 o'clock for a little primetime action. It's gonna be must-watch Sim TV.
He started his day over a grill. That's why he's coming in hot.
There you go. He just started his day over a grill.
Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe if he texted his friend Tara Lynn, I would have said, don't do that. But he's not even asking me for skincare advice, which I literally always give out. So here I am.
See? You think you know somebody. Make it 14-10 after the Pinheiro field goal. AD Poker, we're all semi-upset about that.
Oh, Lamarca doesn't want me to question him. He said sweatshirt and shorts are an elite combo. I will be taking no further questions. I'm going to say I have a question. So I was listening to, 98.5, how I like to start my day in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should mix it up with a motivational podcast, but I saw that Rossi was going to be on the schedule with me. That's where I get my motivation, but couldn't be here. Now we have you. So I kind of started my Monday wrong, but whatever, we'll go with.
It really sounds like you're settling.
Yep. And they were talking about, obviously, Red Sox Nation is in mourning today. And the ratings of baseball, obviously, this has been an ongoing conversation, how it's going downhill. And 25-year-olds to the demographic, I think, was like 32 or something. They're not watching MLB like they used to. Their viewers, their eyes are getting older, yada, yada, yada. Then saw today, this morning, that Barstool is in talks now of broadcasting games for the MLB. I wonder if that's going to intrigue the younger viewers and get baseball's momentum back.
It could. I mean, you put younger people on the broadcast with a following to the extent of some of their employees over there. Yeah, it could certainly draw people in, no question.
Do you like watching baseball games, or no, that's not your jam?
Oh, I love baseball. Absolutely. And baseball was really, when it comes to sports, my first love. And I know that I'm I'm an old Terrellin. I'm an old, so I'm sort of at that age threshold, maybe a little bit younger than me, or people that still are even capable of loving baseball. I feel like it's very rare that you come across, a teen or someone in their 20s even that like passionately loves baseball. It's much more of it's got to be a game that you kind of grew up
really
with.
Exciting game. Yeah.
Well, it's not. Look, baseball has exciting moments for sure. Is it a consistently exciting 3-hour product? Of course not, but it's not supposed to be. Much of baseball is built up by the drama within that leads to those moments, that makes the exciting moments what they are. So if you're looking for nonstop excitement and fast-paced hockey, basketball,
you're not getting in the MLB,
like even football to some degree, like lacrosse. There are a lot of people lacrosse. I mean, soccer, at least, is quick moving, is not always much offense, but it's a quick moving sport. That's baseball is kind of in a league of its own in that way. That I totally get how people find it boring or don't want to commit themselves to watching 162 games and 3 hours of pop and all that. But I don't know. I still love it. I still love baseball.
And the only real break that you get is a quick stretch. You get your 7
just a quick stretch.
Yeah, you don't really get to break it up like we have in football. Obviously, we got halftime. In basketball, we have all these other. You really just get to, okay, let's reset. No, all you get to do is stretch your arms and we're back.
Terrellin's phone charger says my brother plays in AAA. We'll only watch when he pitches. That's pretty cool. Hopefully he makes the climb to the bigs.
Yeah, that's
if he hasn't already at some point. That'd be awesome.
Wow, my phone charger's really cool.
Right? Way more connected than you.
Honestly.
Hit the like. We're getting to 150. Almost there. Smash that like. Hit the subscribe button. Do you enjoy baseball? I mean, I know that you...
No.
No? It's just not your game, which is fine. You'd be in the majority.
It's just too slow moving for me, and I feel like I'm in maybe that generation too. Like, I don't know, more of a millennial. I'm just used to everything being so fast paced. And that's how I operate. And I'm like, all right, let's pick it up here. But I do enjoy going to Fenway. That's always an experience. How can you not? But yeah, no, it's definitely not my favorite sport to watch. I wish they would just speed it up a little bit.
I think a lot of it is just societally speaking and technology being what it is.
Everything's at your hands and quick.
We just don't have attention spans anymore.
Yep. No.
I mean, even like I'll be watching a show on Hulu and in the middle of the show it'll cut to commercial and it's like 90 seconds of ads before it comes back, and I lose my mind in those 90 seconds. No. Heck, like, what do you mean I can't just binge this show? I got to wait a week for the next one to come out?
I know.
You're a streaming service. You're not cable. It's not supposed to work this way.
Even with Ted Lasso, I'm like, oh, do I wait till all of season 2 is out so then I can binge it?
Do you?
I don't know. I think I'm going to watch it.
So you haven't started season 2 yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. You should do that. It's fun.
Nope. Yeah, I said it's on my list of things to do tonight.
Here's everything that happens. I'm just kidding. I won't do that. Emerson's forehead. I used to date Steve Traskell's sister, if you know who that was. I do remember him. Cubs. There's a run from Madden Mitch.
All right, well, let's talk about it since this is all I see all over the board. This has been in talks for months. Is Justin Fields trending to be QB1 earlier than we thought?
I guess it depends on who thought. You know, I have been like you talk about our guy Ducey, right?
Yep.
Ducey's got passionate takes, and among them, he said Justin Fields would be the week 1 starter. He would not even entertain the idea of Andy Dalton being QB1. Whereas I have been on the other side. I've been saying, and you as well, I fully expect it to be Andy Dalton to start the year. Now, maybe it's a short leash. Maybe it's just a few weeks. Maybe it's up to whatever week their bye is. Maybe it's a short run. But I think it's going to be Andy Dalton to start off the year. Juicy, no. It's going to be Justin Fields. Just wait, Koff. It's going to be Justin Fields. I don't know ultimately how it's going to go. Obviously, we haven't even seen him in a game. Let's see some preseason action first. We got a fumble and the Rams take it away. But you can't deny that he's trending for sure. I mean, I still don't believe he's the week 1 guy. I really don't. But you can totally understand why Chicago and Nagy are going to be in a rush to get him out there as quickly as possible. You're drafting him to be your franchise. It's not Andy Dalton.
My phone charger is liking Doozy's take. He said Doozy might be right. And then Mark Hodgson coming in here. The Bears will absolutely be mediocre with Dalton. Why not let Fields start? And if he's mediocre, at least he's getting the experience. And then Justin just thinks Andy Dalton's a bum.
Fry guy, by the way, to circle back. I sent.
That term.
Is that get an answer on whether you could cover that sim for me? So I texted concert was, and he responds with, "I don't hear you singing, fake fan." I never even asked her how she did it. She would send texts with subject headings. Have you ever seen this?
Wait, no.
She would send me a text.
What phone did she have?
I have no idea. Like maybe it was a BlackBerry. I have no idea. I have no.
Flip?
But she would send texts with subject headings, and then the message in the body. And she 100% would sign her name, no question. Drew says maybe she was emailing your phone. I don't know. It came from her, though. It didn't come from an email address or a phone number. Well, I mean, it obviously came from a phone number. It was her. But it didn't come from an email address. I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, if I tried to email your cell phone right now with a subject line.
It would pop up as your email, but I wouldn't get a...
You wouldn't get a subject
line.
Right. You would do that if you could?
Yeah. A nice subject line before my...
You're a bozo.
Yeah. Like if I was texting Tom right now, it would just say subject line WTH. I would go into... I think he can suck it about me being last at fantasy league.
Sure.
It's a nice intro.
Exactly why I'm doing so terrible. My captain, Allen Robinson, has trees. Rob Forrest getting pretty close to the bonus. We near the end of 3. Giggle pigs. The game commentary cuts out for about a minute, and then apparently some other people are noting our audio is going in and out. I'm not entirely sure why, folks.
Seeing that a lot in the comments.
We can hear each other crystal clear. That much I know.
Yeah, 100%.
Record it. Audio's 50-50 and the video is buffering.
Also, the video is freezing as well.
Glashed. You pulled a glass, Drew.
Why? Did you say something? Are you cutting out on me now?
No, am I? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm all confused. Glashed it.
Glashed it. It's interesting.
Oh no, I hate when we're frozen. It always freezes my face sometimes on a. My YouTube was just frozen actually, but now it's playing. But it was when Drew said that.
All right. Off. YouTube. Now I'm getting the YouTube buffer. We're almost at the end of the 3rd, though, folks.
Buff.
Get things corrected for you. Guys, I'm just going to take out the game and blow on it and put it back in. Nintendo style.
Just going to control.
Take out the cartridge. Problem Kid Gaming, however, says Sims were actually quite enjoyable with no audio.
You know what? I can really never tell with Problem Kid Gaming. 1 minute he's friends with us. He's like, you people stink.
Skips. I'd rather skip Perkins. Back. We've annihilated him. Alienated him even. Couldn't find us if he tried. But like
Conspiracy.
14-13 Rams. Final play, 3rd quarter. Goff, anytime now. That's incomplete. 2nd and 10 on the way. Situation. Review some numbers for you as well.
Yeah.
You guys haven't missed anything, at least in terms of the game, whether you've been able to fully hear us or not. Well, it sounds like we've gone a little in and out on you. $119 for Trubisky in the air. On the ground, Trubisky 6 for 61. He's your leading rusher. Miller went for the 30-yard run for a touchdown. That was early. Look at this. Brown, Montgomery, Cohen, Henderson. Yuck. Nobody with more than 30 yards. We'll look at the pass catchers as well. Again, in this 1-point game, Rams with the ball. Wood 6 50 receiving yards. It's been the Bobby Trees game. carton. Goose egg. Damon, Skip Perkins is dead. He can't be set free. His grandson, Nick Perkins, took his place.
Oh, good to know.
Emerson's forehead says his team is worthless. I can relate. 36 out of 41 for me. Poppy Herb is leading both our small free rolls, the one that Rossi made that I wish I had noticed, and the one that I made as well. Are you still hanging out near the basement? Out of
Yeah,
120.
I'm deep in there. Somebody rescue me. Help.
Not good. About 50 points off the lead. And not a long way to go, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, tough times. Tough.
Brother Phil working on it, my friend. 80 poker. Glad you can hear us. Oh, I can't tell you how much I want lunch. Really hungry.
All right, let's talk about that. What are you going
I don't
to
know.
get
I don't know.
for
I don't
lunch
know.
today?
Don't know. I mean, I'm going to get something from my refrigerator.
Are you going to go the healthy route and, be Tom Brady-esque, or are you just gonna go wild and not care? Maybe like a little Roethlisberger action.
the like avocado ice cream versus burgers, basically.
Indeed.
I don't know what in the world I'm going to eat. I really don't. I'm looking forward to finding out. So is my stomach. Very excited, very eager to find out what I shoved down my gullet. 14-13, let's go. Quarter number 4 and see what happens.
Drop it in the chat what you think Koff should eat for lunch today. I think he's really stressed out over this, but it has to be stuff that he can find in his fridge.
DeMac Lion, this came up during the last sim. Koff, if you watched the new Suicide Squad, much better in the first. So I didn't even see the first because I heard it was that terrible. And I have not seen the new one, DeMac Lion. But you know what? A lot of people have said what you said, which is that it's much better in the first, and that has me intrigued. Good cast. Like the people. Jonathan says, here's my like for another Koff and TL.
Yes, we like to see it.
I told Glash some of those meats he was grilling up this morning. He should bring some of that to the primetime 8 o'clock sim.
Yeah.
Share some with everybody. Tongue says, Koff, have a sandwich. The Guru says, second one's slightly better, but still bad. That's disheartening.
Yeah, good stuff.
It's bad stuff. Not good stuff at all. It's the stuff you don't want.
First time playing Fortnite over on Twitch. Said plain toast dipped in salt is crust go-to lunch. Ghost, I also need a cup bomb. I thought he would be doing way more for me.
Minute gone by, fourth quarter. Goff, 2:06, couple of touchdowns. Maybe along this drive at some point, he can get Robbie Redwood involved. Get him up over the bonus. Brother Phil, hear you, man. Working through it as best we can. Hopefully you guys will be patient with us. We appreciate you. Problem Kid Gaming. According to Rossi, Koff eats pizza with a fork and knife.
Well, it depends.
It all, so the joke's on him.
If it's really hot, I totally go right in for a fork and knife.
You
There's like a lot of toppings. Yeah, and I'm starving. I go right in with the fork and knife.
Sure.
No playing around when it comes to my pizza.
I don't feel like that's an insane take.
No, I really don't. I think it's just you're clean and you're a really sharp human. You know, you just want to get all messy.
Yeah, Frangelico says if it's deep dish, definitely suitable to fork and knife.
Yeah.
From the logo, there's another completion. Reynolds. Touchdown earlier, another catch there. 2 for 54.
Well, coming up, I'm out of here. I know. It's sad for all of you.
Coming up, not me.
Not me. Breaking news. You won't see me for the rest of the day. I know, it's tough. Drop your tears in the chat. I'm also sad. This has been a good nooner and 2. But we got 2 stars that sometimes they appear in Simland, sometimes they don't. But they know how to talk golf. We got Get the Green coming up with Emerson and Reed. Then at 4 p.m., Rossi and ZT for Giants at Dolphins. 6 p.m., Ravens at Cardinals with Glash and BK, who was kind of like Kaufman, but not really. And then 8 p.m., Jags at Eagles. We got the Glash and Koff show. I mean, tune into that. I want to see if it's just going to be a full-out, just argue match.
Just a big brawl.
Yeah, I'm going to...
Oh, Higbee! Got there! Touchdown! So you're going to be with us at 8 o'clock tonight is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm going to tune in.
You should. Come in the chat. Hang out.
Yeah, I'll drop it.
(21-13). Chicago an opportunity. Still an 8-point game. 4.5 to go fourth quarter. Chance to tie this thing up with a 2-point conversion. Obviously need the touchdown first. Who do you need, folks? Yell it out.
I need everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. Right there with you. Poppy Herb's projected winning lineup, at least right now, but long ways to go. Woods at captain, Trubisky, who has really been a letdown today. I'll tell you that. If I'm doing the babysitter Billy, it's that guy right now. Goff, Reynolds, Miller, and Van Jefferson as the punt play for a grand. He's no Luke Stalker. I'll tell you that. AD Poker says it is a slight step down from you to any of the other animals on these. So needless to say, you'll be missed over the rest of this stream day.
Hey, I love to hear that.
Up over 150 likes. Thank you much. If we can get to 200, that'd be great. One big push over the final 4 minutes. All right, Trubisky from the 30. Nice, healthy run, but that was inevitable.
Wow, Matt Nelson is leading the Rossi and Tarolin little special over there, and he has Higbee in his captain spot. Only 8.2% of you followed in suit with Matt.
Well, folks, we're getting a look, obviously, at what just happened. We'll keep you posted as we know. Technical issues, obviously. You saw it pop up on the screen, so do be patient with us. We appreciate it.
Hang tight.
Looking to reboot the system. Hopefully the game is still there for everybody.
Yep.
Keeping a close eye on where things stand here with a few minutes to go, fourth quarter, and a 21-13 Rams lead where last we saw. Robert Woods, a few yards shy of the bonus, 6 for 96 with his touchdown. Some decent games among some others, but Bobby Trees really is the guy for the most part right now. over the course of the rest of the days, Tara Lynn was outlining, you will have.
Yeah, I was outlining.
Yeah.
And you cut me off before my last line.
Well, I didn't mean to. Please tell us what is to come in the 4 streams today, if you'd be so kind.
All right,
in addition
fine.
to, of
I'll
course,
do a
get the
reminder.
green coming up after this sim.
Yeah, I really hyped up Emerson and Reed. They're coming up after us. Emerson, the highest, paid employee, and then we got Reed, who's on commercials now. So 2 little stars. Then 4 p.m. Yeah, he's on a golf commercial with Jesse. Pretty short.
Nice. That's exciting.
We need to get you on some NBA commercials for DraftKings. I'll talk to the people. Okay.
Please, love to do it.
Yeah, we need to get you out there.
There you go.
4 p.m. We got Giants at Dolphins. We got Mr. Rossi bringing in the positivity, and ZT. Haven't seen him in a bit. And then 6 p.m. Ravens at Cardinals. We got Glash and BK. Drop it in. We don't know if he's dropping in from the Hall of Fame or if he's dropping in from his house. Maybe he's out there chasing his dogs. We don't know what's happening. 8 p.m. Jags at Eagles. It's the Glash and Koff show. Tuning in for that. And then Madden After Dark. Cowboys at Jets, Glash, and Moose.
All right, we have good news. We have rebooted the machine. Game's still there. Nothing to worry about. 3:57 to go, 4th quarter. It's possible, based on where things had that technical glitch, the Trubisky fumble didn't happen. We're not sure. We'll find out as we get back into this thing, obviously.
Yep.
But we'll show you. You will see it. You saw it brought up on your screen there. 21-13, the Rams. It looked like, because I already told you 3 minutes to go, 4th quarter. I think the fumble may have come just after the last internal save moment for the PlayStation. But we'll find out here in a second, depending on who has the ball, obviously. So that answers that. Bears have it, down 8, no fumble. You've missed nothing, folks.
Nothing, nada.
You're seeing it all on your screen right before you.
We have a lot of hardworking people behind the scenes that made it happen for you, so we're back.
Let's be happy, obviously. We were able to resume right where we are. Halfway through this 4th quarter, and maybe karma will intervene and Trubisky will still run and fumble the football.
Yeah.
Here's a gain. Tariq Cohen, your guy.
Ugh, my guy, do something. So they've been saying that Trubisky's been looking really polished during training camp for the Bills. You think that he's a good addition for that team, or?
I don't so much think he's a good addition for that team as much as the team is a good situation for him.
Okay.
What I mean by that
is
obviously he's not going to, short of Josh Allen getting hurt, Trubisky's not going to see the field, and no one's looking for a Josh Allen injury. So, the hope is that we don't see Trubisky this year. But for him to kind of, because obviously things ran sour there by the end in Chicago, and I don't feel like he's just this journeyman career backup at this point. I think he will and should get another opportunity at some point, but I think a little bridge year here, going to the Bills, good system, good QB to learn behind and work with in the room where there is no specific competition. I think it's a good opportunity for him to kind of get his head right, get his mind right, get back where he needs to be.
So you're looking to see Trubisky do much better with the Bills rather than his...
Oh, I don't think he's going to do anything with the Bears.
You don't think he's going to do anything?
I don't think he's going to do anything. I think he'll be a complete non-factor. I think that's what he's supposed to be. He's what Jameis Winston was supposed to be behind Drew Brees last year.
Okay.
But I think it's possible that that he can parlay this into an opportunity elsewhere after this bridge year with the Bills.
All right.
I hope, because I'm not going to root failure upon anybody. I'd like to see him succeed. Here we go. There it is. There's the Trubisky fumble you all wanted, and the Rams get the ball. Sometimes, folks, sometimes fate just intervenes.
Truly.
So DK Troll, the trajectory found itself.
Lyndon Bob, what happened? We got the Trubisky fumble that you all wanted and it came to you.
Love to see it.
Oh my God, is that Emerson Lancia Jr.? Did Ben and JLo get married over the weekend? Is that true?
I mean, if they did, I don't know.
I will have a heart attack in this chair right now.
I'm going to say probably not.
Okay, I love, like, this is hilarious to me that you are so up on your pop culture.
Well, I don't think they did. Did they? And I missed it?
I thought you were going to say, who is Jennifer Lopez?
Stop that. That fly girl? You kidding me?
Wow. I don't know. I'm kind of PO'd if Emerson is dropping this knowledge on me. Oh,
I would
no.
certainly...
She's wearing all white, so it kind of looks like wedding-ish. But they were hanging out with Matt Damon.
Sure. Why wouldn't they?
BFFLs.
BFFLs? Did we change best friends forever to best friends for life? And
Dude,
I missed it somewhere along the way?
Your age is showing. That's been a thing for a really long time.
That's dumb.
At least you referred to Jennifer Lopez as Fly Girl.
Yep, sure did.
Oh, yeah, that Fly Girl? Yeah, definitely. She really just lights up a room, wouldn't you say?
Do you not know that she was a fly girl on In Living Color?
Was she? I thought she got her start. No, that's not how she got her start, though, right? She was in Snoop Dogg's, she was a video vixen.
I mean,
Snoop Dogg's music video, and then she was a Fly Girl?
I don't know what order of operations these things came in. I'm just saying, like, don't go disrespecting her being a fly girl.
Well, I thought you were just referring to her as like, oh, a fly girl. I didn't know we were going down Jennifer Lopez's resume.
Drew, don't go bringing that to Simland. Not everybody around here believes in that. Turns into a much larger conversation.
Producer True, that's funny.
Thank you, Meeker. Thank you.
What?
It says Fly Girl in Living Color. Thank you. American Way Charities says Fly Girl first. All right, very good.
Fly Girl.
TL trying to question these things.
People better start calling me Fly Girl now.
Do you know what a Fly Girl is?
Dude, I don't care. I just wanted to talk about Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck because they give me hope in life.
And Matt Damon.
Yeah, in their BFFL, Matt Damon.
Are you saying you have that special someone from 2 decades ago you're hoping to reunite with?
I mean, not from 2 decades ago because I'm not ancient like you, but...
Well, I was really telling you the story of Affleck and JLo. It wasn't so much my tale.
I know, but like any window I'd see just to give you a dig, I take it.
Okay, fair. Totally fair.
Totally. The Guru 8055, she's too young. What a compliment, thanks.
I mean, it's true. If you did say you had this long lost love from 2 decades ago, it would feel like that was just a little young. Yeah. All right, Trubisky, what are you going to do? Sealer said you a fly girl now. Trubisky! Incomplete. There's nonsense. There's so much nonsense in the chat right now.
The chat has been extra nonsense since yesterday.
Who's using our DraftKings account right now?
Yeah, who is? What the heck?
Who wrote that?
Yeah, what?
All right. Well, as you said, get the greens coming up next.
Yep.
4 more sims after that. 21-13 game. See if Trubisky can do anything here. Otherwise, it'll be award time pretty soon.
You already gave out your bozo player, correct?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty committed to it being Miss Trubisky.
Seems a little, I don't know, biased because you think he's going to do absolutely nothing for the Bills. But
No, it's because he's trash here in this sim. 11 points, that's it. Guy's owned in 75,000% of lineups.
Yeah, a lot has happened this sim. I mean, came on, you were just being extra grandpa, reciting J-Lo's resume. The chat's going kind of wild. My doorbell rang, had to get up for a bit. But not as sad as the sim before where Tommy Freeze Pops basically said I'm a loser, but you know, here we are.
Meager, I did listen to
not losing anymore.
I did listen, Meager, to the Nickelback songs all sounding the same thing. Pretty good. I actually really enjoyed it. Field goal's good. That ends the game 24-13. Who is your Krusty Cough player of the game? TL?
No one in my lineup, as scores are still updating, but I'm at 117. At least I'm not 122. That could change.
There's
but
still hope. Watch out, Super Coach.
Yeah, there's still hope for me. Really, if I'm going to pick a Krusty Cuffman player of the game, I guess I'm going to go with Robert Woods. Wish I had him in my lineup. What do you got? He got a tutty, 96 yards, 6 receptions. He did pretty great, about 70% owned overall.
Yeah, you could use him. Good spot. Jared Goff.
Yeah,
Rams,
Goff
EST.
too.
A lot of good contenders. And like we said, Trubisky for the babysitter.
All right, you two, speed this up. Let's go.
We're going to spend another 15 minutes on this, Reed.
Yeah.
Break down every stat in this game.
Anymore.
Come on, you two.
Thinks he's big time now.
And now a brand new segment for Madden, the highlight reel. Run it back. All right. Thanks to the Drew Stack for Angelico, Jared. Get the greens next. Emerson and Reed. I'll see you at 8 with an angry elf. Glash and I will be together.
He is an angry elf.
Catch you next time.
Yeah,
Emerson, Reed, go.
TL, did I miss? What about the A? I thought TA, teacher's assistant, goody two shoes. I thought that's what we were calling.
I don't know. Just
Carolyn Asak.
I've been calling her TL for years.
Yeah, I don't
Carolyn,
like that.
why does your doorbell ring? Your doorbell rings more than
every
mine does,
time.
I think, Carolyn.
Every single time. Who has a doorbell these days?
I think most people actually.
Back in my day. Oh,
thanks, dudes.
Anyway,
appreciate you. All right, let's talk some golf, shall we?
We shall.
How are you? Did you get that when you were at the? Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that a quarter zip?
It's QZ. It's QZ season. You didn't know that? Because apparently the summertime in New England, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what weather's going to come through. No idea.
It's true. It's like 69, 70, 70, like mid 70s today. And then we're supposed to have a heat wave come Wednesday.
Good. That seems about right.
Okay, so I'm looking at, this is nice. You guys put up like a little graphic, like a menu of what's to come. So Answer takes the WGC FedEx St. Jude's Wyndham Championship preview. Look at the FedEx Cup playoff standing. That's great. That sounds like a game plan to me.
Where have you been? We've had this for like 10 years.
What's coming up? I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah. I think it was Ulrich's suggestion.
Oh,
no, I'm just kidding. It wasn't.
There is no way that guy would come up with anything useful whatsoever.
Nothing. No, he didn't do that.
All right. So Yeah, real quick. Answer does win a three-man playoff at St. Jude. So it's his first career title. He beat Masters champion Hideki Matsuyama, and then Sam Mr. Benz. 6-foot birdie putt on the second playoff hole. Did I see that Burns had like a 5-footer lip out?
He was inside.
Okay. Damn.
He was inside Answer on the same line, and he just rushed it. He rushed it.
So he saw Answer make his first. That's always the best one.
It was the same putt, and he rushed it. He did what you would do. Like if we're playing and Emerson just so happens to get inside anybody on the greens, he'll in his mind say, "Oh, that's a gimme no matter what," and he'll rush his putt and he'll miss it. He'll be like, "Oh, that was a gimme anyway." And if you don't give it to him, he like stomps his feet and holds his ears.
100%.
Like, give me that putt. So,
all right. So,
Burns should have made that putt.
All right. So, what impressed you though with Answer's like performance? Did he have a good Sunday?
He did. Yeah, he did. He let me see here. I believe if I just look at the numbers.
Oh, wait, here we go. 268. There you go.
Yeah, he shot 268, but if you take a look at his actual stats, he was like around 2 strokes gain tee to green, 3 strokes gain total just on Sunday alone, right? So amongst all the other guys. So it wasn't bad, but you saw what happened there. It was more of a law of attrition. Like you saw all these guys get, the Harris English, he, double bogey 2 of the par 3s on the back 9. That's really what did him in. Playing with Bryson, he was collateral damage. He was in Bryson's wake. And that's what happens. Bryson did not look, whatever the case was, he just wasn't there mentally. He was tied for the lead, or he was, at some point on the front 9, and it looked like he was going to win the thing, but he just could not get it together. You saw him falter, whatever it was, right? We can speculate and pontificate on whatever it was, but he just didn't have it. And that's going to be something to keep in mind, Emerson, as we get down to the FedEx Cup playoffs. I'm sure it's not going to carry over to the next season's majors, but this is something that you want to see Bryson close out these tournaments. Like he's won a bunch, so you don't have to worry too much. But now we're talking about getting to the FedEx Cup playoffs. We know how good he is. We know what he can do. Driver, when he gets those irons going, is virtually unstoppable. But right now, he's just not doing it. We've seen it a couple of times where he just hasn't had a great Sunday.
It felt like, and we talked about it on the Sweat this morning with Jeff, it felt U.S. Open-esque, that kind of back 9 collapse, which wasn't as bad as, who was it again who had the 13 on a par 3? I thought that was so spectacular.
Oh, Siwoo.
That is art. Like that's tough to do.
That is art of really degaff. Like you just do not care. And you're just bingo, bango. I don't care. Get me on the private jet back to my spot. Like I mentioned, maybe he's living it up right now because he's got to do his 2 years of mandatory military service. Because he and Sanjay M, who we'll get to in a little bit, didn't medal for the Olympics, so they have to go over and do their mandatory service in the military, over in South Korea. So maybe he's just living it up right now.
Must be like water, man. Yeah, I think he had like 4 water balls on that hole, 4 or 5. It was pretty rough. Also, the guru was saying fade the Olympics players. That was not the way to go last week.
Okay, so. Well, look, towards the end, a lot like Paul Casey, he was close. He was in the Olympics. Obviously, Abraham Answer was in the Olympics. Hideki was in the Olympics. So maybe, Guru's saying for this tournament, right, you just keep on saying it, and eventually you'll be right. Right, Joe, just fade this. I faded Hideki last week, and that didn't get me anywhere good, anywhere profitable. So, it's golf. It's not, they're not, doing sprints. They're not doing long distance running. So, and they're traveling a little bit differently than you and I, Emerson. Maybe not you as the highest paid employee at DraftKings, but for us plebes, they're traveling a little bit differently than we are. Their recovery is a little bit different. So we'll see. Patrick Reed is the guy we talked about, right, Emerson? That's got a pretty brutal travel schedule over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
He's a not defending champ, but he's a former champ here at Wyndham too, isn't he?
He is defending champ, Jim the Herm Mator.
He went like 63 in the final round last year.
61 on Saturday, and then 63. shot 16 under. I think the cut was 3 under par on Friday, and I think he was at 5 under. I think he had to like birdie the last few holes to like secure his spot, in the cut, and then he just went ham bone on the field. I think Siwoo was really close last year as well. So look, this tournament, which we'll get to right now, is like, that's what you can do here. You can absolutely make the cut. And that's why when you think about it, you just want to make the cut. Like you want to make the cut in these type of tournaments, because if you do, there's a good chance, right, that you'll have, the ability to get to where Jim Herman, like, it's not going to happen every single time, but Billy Horschel was, shot 65 on the weekend after shooting 66, 64 on Thursday, Friday. Siwoo went 65, 62 in his first 3 rounds here last year. He always plays well, so Siwoo is not a bad play. I don't care about the 13. He's such a good play here, but he shot 70 on Sunday. So this is a tournament where you can really go low.
So I'm looking at some of Kim's numbers from last year. He had 21 birdies and a hole-in-one in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and then I think the next day on that same hole, Emerson, it might have been this or it might have been some other tournament. I think he's done this a couple of times, actually, come to think of it. I think he's done this at the, what's that tournament that's the Valero. He's done this at the Valero where he's gotten a hole-in-one, and then the next day he's almost gotten another one. I think he did this here as well. Either it was the same hole or was the same round where the following par 3, he almost drained it. So he almost had 2 hole-in-ones in one round. Like, he was amazing, but he just, like, when the Herminator turns on the gas, it's tough to get out of the way. So, but he looked like he was going to win this tournament last year.
Yep.
So I like Siwoo. His betting number is I think it's plus 4,000 right now on the DK Sportsbook, which again, right? Like, DraftKings, if you're looking right now, is at $9,100. He always plays well here, though. He's just like Wyndham, the RBC Heritage, like any Pete Dye course. This is Donald Ross, but Donald Ross and Pete Dye are very similar in the golfers that do well. It's a second shot golf course. It's position golf off the tee. You got to be in the fairway. It's par 70. You got to hit your irons well. It's a wedge fest. That's all the makings of a Pete Dye RBC-esque, right, type of course. And this is what Wyndham is that. And Siwoo destroys this course. So I'm not worried at all about his 70. Like Jeff was mentioning, he shot 78 with a 13 on Sunday. So it wasn't that bad. I mean, it's bad, but it wasn't that bad.
So I think like one of the big storylines this week is going to be, it's the fact that it's the last tournament, right? Before the FedEx Cup playoffs begin. So there's a good chunk of golfers who are on the bubble. So how much sense does it make here to target guys on the bubble, guys who are just barely in currently, or others who are on the outside looking in and thinking, okay, I need to go balls to the wall here. Like some of the guys in the field, just inside the top 125 in the field. So like Adam Scott, I'm seeing Matt Kuchar's here, but like outside of the top 125, like Ricky Fowler's a guy we talked about, Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood, another one.
Yeah, Francesco Molinari's there. Ryan Moore. There's a lot of guys that aren't in, right? It's Danny Willett is outside. So I mean, like I get that's going to be a narrative that you think those guys are going to push more, right? They're going to push the envelope a little bit more, go for that extra, go for that birdie, be a little bit more aggressive because there's nothing to lose. And sure, that may be the case for guys like Tommy Fleetwood, but how much of the stock are you putting into that as like over the fact that he's not been playing well over the last handful of weeks? Like, all of these guys too, they're here. Look, Will Zalatoris, like Patrick Reed doesn't need to be here. Webb Simpson, Louis doesn't need to be here. Hideki definitely doesn't need to be here. But the more points you get, Emerson, you move up the rankings, right, in FedEx Cup. So even though FedEx Cups start, next week, if let's say Hideki gets he does well again, or the Patrick Reed who's at 19th. Or that's a bad example. Let's use a guy who's outside the top 30, right? Like Brian Harmon, for instance, is 34th right now in the FedEx Cup standings. I don't necessarily like Brian Harmon, but for this example, if he does well and gets inside the top 30, then that secures him into the Tour Championship, right, at Eastlake for the final 30. So like there's still, Siwu was another guy. He's at 38th right now in the FedEx Cup. And so these guys, it doesn't just mean like the guys on the bubble are going to play. Like all of these guys want to get as much FedEx Cup points as possible before it starts, because then that gives them a better chance of making it to the Tour Championship. Or it's like an auto, like you get, cashed out very nicely if you come in 30th at the Tour Championship. Or if you're just in the top 30, right? And then the way they do the scoring now, it's a little bit different. But if you're making it to the top 15, top 10, you have a way better shot of winning the, 10, 15 mil after all said and done. So you want to give your money, dude. You want to give yourself the best shot. And so even the guys that are, on bubbles of like the top 70, the top 30, those guys are still trying to better their position. So I'm not putting too much stock into guys like Fleetwood, Fowler, unless they suit this course well. And then go from there. That's not going to be my strategy for like a roster construction. You could do like an all bubble lineup and see how it does, but they're there for a reason. It's because they haven't been playing well this year.
I didn't think about it like that. So that's a good point by you, because I immediately am just like, let me go down there and see like who's on the bubble and like who can miss. So I'm like, my lineup's going to be filled out with guys who are like $6,000. You mentioned like your strategy for roster construction. Then what is it for this tournament?
Yeah, I'm leaning stars and scrubs. If you take a look at the past winners here, right, and just look at their odds, for instance, let me just pull it up here. It's crazy. Like we know Jim Herman was like 9,000 to 1 when he won. Here we go. Like I think he was 200 to 1, Herman, or he was close to it, 300 to 1. JT Poston was 100 to 1 when he won. Snedeker in 2018 was 28. Stenson was 14, plus 1,400. Siwu, when he won this, he won this course in 2016. He was plus 15,000. So you see there the discrepancy, right, of guys who can win out of the guys who usually play these type of courses as well. Webb Simpson, for instance, Brandt Snedeker, Zach Johnson, those type of players. Or you get the first-time winners. We've seen a lot of first-time winners take home the trophy here at Wyndham because it allows all types of golf games to do well here. So with that being said, I'm looking at guys like the Hidekis, like the Louis. If a lot of people are like Guru and saying, I'm going to fade the guys that play in the Olympics. Well, that's the top two guys. The top two guys have been playing the best golf, and obviously rightfully so. They're at the top two in salary. And I think this is Hideki's first time being like the top guy, the most expensive golfer on the slate. But I'm looking at like rostering maybe two of these guys and then going down to the $6K range, the low $7,000 range, and rostering a couple of those guys as well who fit this course. I don't mind taking two guys in the over 10K range really on this type of course and then heading down to the low sevens, the high sixes to see some guys that could potentially play well here. So that's going to be mostly that's predominantly going to be my strategy to win a GPP.
Louis Oosthuizen, he's fighting this ongoing battle all season, just trying to pick up his first tournament dub of 2021. So he is 6th in the FedEx Cup standings. He's 8th in the world rankings.
Yeah.
And all without winning.
Yeah.
But he's obviously playing good enough golf to roster him and pay up for. You'd rather roster him over Hideki?
It depends with the roster percentage, like how that's gonna play out. I'm completely fine with playing Louis. Like the par 70 approach shot is necessary. Keep the ball in the fairway. Yeah, like this is Louis' type of course, right? Well, I mean, frankly, Louis' type of courses this season has been every single type of course. And look, his worst finish, Emerson, since April is 26th at the Masters. That's his worst finish. So he didn't play in the Olympics. So, if you're fading the Olympics guys, That's right. Louis didn't play in the Olympics. Excuse me. I mentioned he did, but Hideki did. If you're going to fade Hideki in the beginning, I mean, Louis is a fantastic play. Some people may say, oh, that's way too expensive for Louis, but he's just been so good, gaining 7.5 strokes or more than 7.5 strokes at 3M. He gains 13 strokes at the Open. We know what he did at the U.S. Open, where he gained 4.2 through approach. The PGA, he gained 6.6. I mean, this guy's been on an absolute tear over the last handful of months, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. And like I mentioned, if he wins, he's going to catapult himself up into the, maybe top 5, maybe more in the FedEx Cup standings, because if you can do that, I'm sure if you ask Louis right now, because what is he, like you mentioned, he's got 1826, well, he's 310 points behind. He'll definitely, if he wins, he'll jump up into the top spot. And if you ask him at the end, oh, you won the FedEx Cup championship or the FedEx Cup playoffs, but you didn't have a win, is that okay? It's going to be, yeah, that's fine. I'll cash my check and not have a win and be like player of the year, essentially. So yeah, I love Louis this week.
Giggle Pig says Ryan Armour at 7,000 rocks it here, and his metric shape toward it as well.
Yeah, Ryan Armour is like, I'm seeing the same thing you guys are, and is, if you're playing the Giggle, if you're playing the course fit narrative, yeah, look at Ryan Armour, right? Like over the last 12 rounds, he's, I think, 15th in strokes gained total. And if you take a look at who's around him, right, this is not necessarily a great field. And so, you got to kind of pick and choose when that Ryan Armour week is going to hit. And recently it's been like Barbasol, he was 5th, 3M Open, he's 6th. I don't think Ryan Armour goes unowned. I don't think he's going unnoticed. I think he's going to be quite popular this week. And if Ryan Armour is popular, I'm always of the ilk and of the camp to fade. To fade the popular, especially if he gets to double digits in the 7K range, even if it fits well. One guy that I can't figure out right now what to do with, and I'm going to kind of see if this is going to work, is Aaron Wise. And this course is not, you don't need distance at this course. You really don't. That's what he does well. But Aaron Wise is someone at $7,000. I take a look at the talent around him, and we've seen Aaron Wise play well in big spots. If you take a look at his game log, yes, he got cut last week at the Barracuda. That's not great. John Deere, 69th. Traveler, 66th. Not great. But the Memorial, he got a 9th. PGA Championship, a top 20. Byron Nelson, T55. Wells Fargo, a top 10. And so you're seeing, right, before last week, he made what, 1, 2, 3, like 6 cuts in a row. So at $7,000, you don't need him to win you the golf tournament. But if someone like Ryan Armour is going to be extremely, extremely popular, Aaron Wise is someone that I'm still trying to figure out. Right now, I'm leaning towards, I don't really like it, but every stat that I'm looking at in terms of proximity with your wedges, birdie rate, eagle rate, Aaron Wise keeps on popping up. So he's not like, he missed the cut at the RBC Heritage. He didn't do well at the Players at all. I think he missed the cut. He was 65th at the Players. Right, you look at the Sony Open, he didn't do well. I think he might have missed the cut at the Sony, yeah. So he doesn't really have solid finishes in corollary courses, but at $7,000, like I'm willing to take a chance on him. And my main guy right here, Bry guys on the 1s and 2s. I think Brian Stewart is my favorite play in this range.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're digging Bry guy.
Bry guy in the 1s and 2s, baby. He just look. I mean, cut at the Barracuda again. Not great, Bob. Not great. He's 6 at the 3M.
It's like not that strong of a field. Like,
yeah, but look at the last 3. Maybe you're just a little tired, man. Look at this. T8 at the John Deere, T15 at the Barbasol, T6 at the 3M. This guy, T30 at the Travelers. Not great, missing the cut at the U.S. Open, but everybody misses the cut at the U.S. Open. But again, what you're looking at, Everson, what you want to look at this week are guys who are playing well with approach and guys who can have hot putting weeks. And, a guy like Brian Stewart right now, he's 9th in approach over the last 3 tournaments and 4th in putting. So when you take a look at his stats, right, you're trying to line up stats, and he's a positive Bermuda putter. He's gained like a ton of strokes with his irons and with his putter. That's what you need this week. If you want to get those guys that are going to have the Jim Herman type of week, I think Brian Stewart is a guy that you definitely have to take a look at. At least for me, it's going to be him over a guy like Ryan Armour.
Hey, who makes for a better betting pick than a DFS play or vice versa? Is there someone that stands out to you more on the DK Sportsbook than actual DraftKings, or DraftKings and not the DK Sportsbook?
That's a good question. I think Patrick Reed. Yeah, I know that. I
don't have them all the time.
Well, it's true, right? Like, how can you use both markets to benefit, one or the other? And I think Patrick Reed, although we just badmouthed him for quite a bit, he's at plus 2,000. Like in this field at plus 2,000, that ain't bad, right? If you feel like the travel is not a big thing, like if that doesn't, concern you as much as it might concern other people, I think Patrick Reed is someone that at plus 2,000, his upside is definitely there. It's to win, right? He already won here. No worse on the 25th. We talked about it on the Sweat this morning. Go rewind all the way 17 hours earlier when we did the Sweat. Right. But he's someone that I really like this week if you want to do the outright stuff and not DFS. I think for the opposite, I think Siwoo's all like plus 4,000. He's always a better outright than he is DFS because he can have that 13. He can completely just eject and he can have that 13. But I think this type of tournament, like I mentioned, I think those guys that are in that $7,000 range in this, plus 10,000 plus, 15,000 range are solid bets this week because we've seen guys like that play well and then win. Brian Stewart plus 10,000. We just talked about him. Ryan Armour is the same odds here. Luke List at plus 11,000, Emerson on the DK Sportsbook. Mm-hmm. I don't know what his, let me see what his, he's at $7,100. Again, not bad at all. He's someone that usually, he hits it a mile, but he plays well on these shorter par 70 courses. And guess who's number one strokes gained tee to green over the last 12 rounds in this field?
Is it Luke List?
It's not Luke List. No, it is Luke List. It is Luke List.
Man, you set me up.
He's number one. He's 6th in DK points. He's 10th in approach. He's 7th off the tee. And he's someone too, right? Like, again, I'd rather, because Luke List never wins, I'd rather play him on DraftKings because what he can do. Look at his game log. Again, 3M T58, but Barbasol T5, John Deere T4. This guy's been playing well over the last dozen tournaments. And again, we talked about it. This place gives way to guys winning their first tournament on the PGA Tour. Luke List doesn't have a win yet. I think he's, a DFS darling, but he doesn't have a win yet. And he's someone that has the talent to do well, but just can't win. He just doesn't win right now. And he's someone that I'd rather play on DraftKings at $7,100 as opposed to bet outright just because of that. So Patrick Reed outright more so than DFS, and then Luke List more DFS than outright.
All right. So Giggle says that Luke List, Jim Nantz gave him the great nickname Big Smooth.
Oh,
is that because of maybe how big he hits it and how smooth he looks when he hits it big?
I guess. I didn't know Nance is in the business of giving out nicknames, Jimbo. Jimbo giving out, Big Jim. Jamie Nance. Little James Nance, huh?
Dude, hey, roll to the top. So I think we have 6 golfers? Wait, producer Drew says that's the nickname Glash gave Emerson after shaving his back. He still hasn't shaved my back yet.
Wait, time out.
This happened a month or so ago, and he's just, I don't know, man. I guess he had a rough week. I was texting him before, and he says, I had a really rough week.
Rough week, therefore he has to shave your back to get his week?
No. The shave back thing was a month ago. He has yet to do it. I'm waiting, so he's never gotten my back waxed yet, because I typically do every once in a while in the summer. But I just checked in on him. He says, I'm not doing well. I don't know.
He's sick?
I think there's a little sick. He said he got elbowed in the face.
What?
In the jaw. I don't know. I said, dude, verbatim, to quote myself, dude, period, WTF, period. That's it. And he hasn't, Hasn't replied yet back to that.
Timeout.
What?
What? He got elbowed in the face?
I don't know. Sarah, I don't know if he's out like playing basketball. He doesn't seem to do, much except post toe picks. And I love my guy. Just chilling by the pool. How do you get elbowed when you're laying by the pool?
Maybe it was going hard to the paint. He goes 100. He gives 100% E every single day of the week. So, poor guy.
Okay. I feel terrible for him. 6 guys that'll cost you at least 10K. Give me one you're fading.
Boy. This is the Webb Simpson Invitational.
It really is, dude. Like what? So
his name is
was it almost a decade ago or something?
No, he's won this like every year. Like I feel like Webb Simpson wins this tournament every year. When did he win?
So no, it was 2011. It said Webb Simpson has just one Wyndham Championship, but it's like he's always in the hunt. Has he finished runner up? I think a couple of years in a row.
Yeah, like he's just solid. I'm trying to get to my to where I can see all of Webb Simpson's Wyndham. Yeah, he's number 1 here in strokes gained total since 2016. He finished 3rd last year, 2nd in 2019, 2nd in 2018, and 3rd in 2017. So look, Webb's not playing well at all this season. So if you want to do that, if you want to box out the Webb, chalk, which it's going to be, I don't mind that. I'm not going to do it because like Webb at Wyndham, it's going to be a hard fade for me. I really like Zalatoris. It's probably going to be Patrick Reed, to be honest. Okay. And that's not to say that he's not someone that could do well here, because again, I'm going to reiterate, no worse than a top 25. You got, so was his first win on the PGA Tour at this course. So there's a lot of good feelings here for him, but that travel schedule, I think he's a defending champ at Liberty National. So he won it when it was at 2019 at Liberty National, the Northern Trust. Last year, remember, it was at TPC Boston, where DJ just went like 4,000 under par.
Oh, 30 under. Yeah, 30.
Oh, yeah, 30 under. Sorry, I got those numbers mixed up.
A little off.
Could have gone 4,000, missed a few putts. But P. Reed is probably the guy I'm going to be fading.
Okay, so Kev here on YouTube says Mackenzie Hughes, he's back. He's rested from the Olympics. Do you like him this week in daily fantasy?
Man, I don't know about Hughes.
Player card here.
It's not bad for Hughes.
No.
God, this guy I feel like he just shows up in like huge tournaments. Right? Like, we saw him at what he did, like in the Open Championship, T6, US Open, T15.
Look, he had 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 5 straight miscuts, at least as deep as his player card goes. And then he comes back and goes T15, T76, T14, T6.
Right.
Which version of them are we going to get this week?
And at the International Men's Golf Competition, aka the Olympics, look, 69 in round 1, 65 round 3. So, it's not bad. He shot 72, 75 in those other 2 rounds, but like, what does Matt Hughes do extremely well? Guy putts like a maniac. Guy just makes every single putt known to man. And he gained 6.3 strokes at the Rocket Mortgage. And the Rocket Mortgage Emerson, Detroit Golf Club, that's the same architect. So Donald Ross designed the golf club of Detroit, I believe. And then also Aronimik and Eastlake. Aronimik was the 2019 or 18 BMW Championship. I can't remember which year it was. It was one of those years. And then also also Eastlake, which is a Tour Championship. Mm-hmm. So you can glean a little bit from that. These greens are championship Bermuda. So it's a little bit different than regular Bermuda. They're fast, but they're receptive, which is weird, right? It's like they're receptive, but they're fast. You see that at the Country Club of Jackson, which is where the Sanderson Farms is played. And then TPC Southwind also has the same greens. And if you take a look at what Mac Hughes did at Sanderson Farms, he gained 6 strokes putting back in 2016 at the Sanderson Farm. So $7,600 for Mac Hughes. I don't mind it at all, actually. I think it's a good call from Kev. Again, you take a look at around here. I think Hank Lebioda, as Ulrich likes to call him, Leboidia.
Oh God, that guy! You could pay
Lebs.
that guy $500 to try to pronounce a difficult name, and he will not do it. He just can't do it.
It's horrible. Lebs, he's going to get a lot of love because he stats out nicely in all these stat generators. He's great. Lebioda has been great with his irons. Ryan Moore has been solid here. You're going to see him get ownership. HV3 is going to get ownership as well. Patton Kazire also, like these guys in this range, I think it's going to be spread out. So I don't think you're going to get a lot of sentiment on a guy like Mac Hughes. Brendan Grace is also someone to take a look at $7,400. He's just someone that I think is grossly mispriced, even if his game log says that it's not great. Barracuda T30, look what he did at Memorial. His fourth, US Open is T7. But his last handful of tournaments, they aren't great. But Brendan Grace is, one of the better players in this field at $7,400. I like him. And then also Ches Reavie there as well. He's been playing well. So I lean towards Grace and GPPs, maybe Ches. Ches and Cash is kind of scary. I'd actually look between those two guys, between all of these guys, I think Hughes is a decent GPP call if his ownership doesn't increase. But other than that, I think Grace is someone you can also take a look at. Unless you're playing cash or double ups, and Lebioda, I think HV3, I think is fine.
Was it Fleetwood? Was it Fleetwood or Hideki who Jeff thought could miss the cut this weekend?
Fleetwood.
It was Fleetwood. Okay. And he's the guy right outside. He's on the bubble there. He needs
he's at 135, right? In the FedEx Cup.
Yep. I got the FedEx Cup standings right here. Don't do anything. I've prepped. Hold on. He's at 136. Idiot.
Oh, 136. Okay. Yeah. He needs to do work, man. He's right. And on top of that, he's got to do better than, the other guys that are ahead of him. Oh, Ricky Fowler is at 130. So he moved outside from all the stuff that happened last week, right? WGC is like auto FedEx Cup points. It's like a huge, FedEx Cup points grab. Yep. But yeah, Ricky's at 130 now. So now he's outside looking in. Fleetwood is there at 136. Like you mentioned, J Rose 138. Molinari is at 140. Yeah, I don't think he's going to miss the cut. But yeah, I'm not going to knock anyone for fading Fleetwood. Like he's at $9,700. And what has he done? Right. T16, right. At the Olympics. Okay. T33 at the Open. Okay. Like T26 at the Scottish. Okay. But he just hasn't done well on the PGA Tour. Like he's done well internationally, but when you look at his PGA, sorry about that. When you look at his PGA stops, he just hasn't really done well. T35 at Palmetto, that was such a weak field. Yeah. He could have demolished. That's always been his knock,
though, right? That's always been his knock. Is him getting his first PGA Tour win.
PGA Championship, he got, was cut. Wells Fargo, good. T15, but RBC Heritage cut. So, like, he hasn't done much. I don't think he misses a cut, but like, what if he finishes top 30, top 35? Yeah, I don't know if that's going to get it done for him. I think he needs like a top 10 to get in there.
He just doesn't seem to be playing that well in order to secure a top 10.
But Fleetwood is the next guy that in my mind, like the Abe Answer, that you just want to. He's such a good guy. If you watch his pressers, if you meet anyone who's met Tommy Fleetwood, or if you get to talk to him yourself, he's such a nice dude. I've never personally talked to him, but the stuff that I've watched with him, he doesn't put so much, and maybe this is why he hasn't done well, but he doesn't put so much onus on golf. He's like, this is a game. It's so much fun. We play a kid's game for millions of dollars. Everyone just grow up, do what you got to do, but this is supposed to be fun. So I want Tommy to win. I really, really do. I'm always pulling for him. If it's not Finau winning first, which he already has to win, but if it's not Finau, then it's guys like Fleetwood that I root for.
And real quick before we wrap, Care Bear over on Twitch is, how do you see ownership prior to contests?
How do I see ownership?
Yeah.
In my mind.
No, I think just in general, right? Like doesn't the contest have to lock first before you see it?
There's projected. Yeah. So there's projected ownership, right? We're projecting. Yeah. I subscribe to a site called Fantasy National. And they do projections based off of their algorithms. There's other sites. Fanshare also does the same thing, or it's a sentiment rating. And you get to see I think Fanshare, what they do is they aggregate all of the content out there. And if someone is getting talked to on podcasts, like a Will Zalatoris, for instance, if so many hits come off and Will Zalatoris is being talked about, then the overall sentiment is going to be higher, right? Because more people are going to be hearing about Luis Zalatoris. So that's what FanShare does. There's a lot of good sites. Roto, like all of them, do ownership projections, but I use FanShare, or excuse me, I use FantasyNational.com.
Okay. Good stuff, man. Man, Will Zalatoris, I forgot how skinny that guy was. All right. That's it for us, dude. We're gonna wrap because we're being told to wrap, even though we still have a few minutes to go. Well, whatever. You and Jeff will be back for a not so strong Tuesday edition of Get the Green.
You got to bulk up all of the shows here because it's like a rising, tide raises all ships. If we do well, you get paid more. Like as
100%. But like I could be at 100% strength, and you guys on Tuesdays could be like at 95. That's still strong, but not as strong as 100. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm not saying that you're like bottom of the barrel weak. You're strong.
Got it. That's more like cough when yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Wait. Did you?
No. Oh, okay. I mean, you got a deep V on. So like that notifies me that you're taking this seriously.
It's just a cheap like $10 shirt. I got a Nordstrom rack. It's dope. And it just
4 p.m. Like Sim is Giants at Dolphins, BK and Zach.
Get us back on the rails. All right, we're out of here. I love you, DK Sim fam. I'll see everyone tomorrow at noon. I'll be with Rossi on the first of 6 cents. But yes, coming up next, BK and Zach, Giants at the Dolphins. Love you, Reed. Love you, Andrew. Love you, Drew. Love you, Frangelico. I love everybody. Bye-bye. Beep, 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 beep.
I don't have my alerts on, so we're here. We're live.
All right, here we go.
last minute call to the bullpen. I see Zach sitting there bobbing his head along. I'm thinking he's going, oh, we need to be going. BK, what's up? So you guys thought you were going to get Rossi. You thought you were going to get Rossi, but you got me, Brandon Cristal, Zach Thompson, no Valley shirt. He's got his Sunday Tiger Woods red shirt on.
That's right.
I am wearing my Steve Atwater Hall of Fame shirt from my trip to Canton. I'm the guy that went to the concert last night and then wore the Dave Matthews shirt to school the next day.
Love it.
Tool or pick your favorite band. I know it's a weird jump to go from Dave Matthews to Tool. Maybe it's Leonard Skinner who got COVID, the band, and they're not playing at the Hall of Fame concert tonight. But you get the idea. Fresh off the Hall of Fame, I'm going to sound tired, not intentionally, just because it was a late night and early morning, but a really, really fun weekend. And now we're back to talking football. We've gotten past the Hall of Fame. What's your lineup look like for this game? I just made mine seconds ago. Giants at Dolphins.
Yeah, Giants and Dolphins. So we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Hall of Fame. I actually have Jakeem Grant as my captain. I thought he was really underpriced.
Wow.
So went kind of off the board. He's had 3 catches or more in 5 straight sims. He's got that high speed rating, and I think he can get to the outside against this Giants secondary and rip off a big player too. So that's who I went with in my captain spot. The usual suspects in my flex plays as a result. I've got Saquon, Tua, Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, and then I had enough to go with either Giants receiver Golden Tate or Darius Slayton, but I opted to go with Slayton at 6'6". Actually had a little bit of money left over, but liked that play a little bit better. How about you?
So I decided to captain Matt Breida only because I like the even the value there. The captain price being around 13.2, I think, is what it was. I was able to get Saquon and Daniel Jones, which I know can certainly be hit and miss, especially playing both of them. Then kind of took flyers on Albert Wilson and Jakeem Grant. You obviously had a little more confidence. I played Jakeem Grant, and it's been beneficial, and there's times where he just doesn't even show up. I don't think I've rostered Albert Wilson. I don't think I've rostered Albert Wilson too many times, but I figure what the heck, and then Graham Gano. So 3 Giants, 3 Dolphins. I'm currently in 22nd in the contest. Yeah, the contest Rossi made. I'm in 22nd, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. But maybe we'll get a good game despite what the records sound paper.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams in the new game, Madden 22, with very similar ratings. The Dolphins are 79 overall. The Giants are 78 overall. That feels a little generous to the Giants, in my opinion.
Yeah,
the Dolphins,
or a slight to the Dolphins, one way or the other, or both.
I guess it could go either way. I mean, the Bears are also a 79, so yeah, you're probably right. More of a slight to the Dolphins. I guess Madden doesn't have much confidence in Tua.
Yeah, neither do I yet. And I did see Dan Marino, and I go, does Tua have it? He goes, we'll see.
So not a ringing endorsement, but not a criticism. I guess kind of split difference, right?
Yeah, it wasn't no way, and it wasn't, oh, yeah, this kid. Because you talk to people about Justin Herbert, and I bumped into his agent last night, and he was on TV. They were doing a feature on him on ESPN after the draft, or after the Hall of Fame speeches. And, talking to guys in and around the team last year, like they knew the kid had it in August, and we were watching it in real time in Hard Knocks. Like the ball looked different when it came out of his hands against Tyrod. And I know our pal Kenny Ducey wants to see him do it some more. There's plenty of people with more reasonable perspectives on stuff than Kenny sometimes anyway that also want to see him, follow up a 28 touchdown season with another 25 plus touchdown season. So I get it, but you put up 28 instead of rookie record, that means you're doing something.
Yeah, we've seen rookies come out with big first years and then disappear. I mean, even Baker had a pretty
Baker's the best example in recent years, right?
Yeah.
What do you expect from them too?
I expect the Chargers to be much better. I think the Browns are going to be good. Not as much. I'm not as sold on Baker, right? I don't think he's as much of a given, but I do love what they did defensively. I think defensively,
by the way, your captain Jakeem Grant. Sorry to cut you off, Jakeem Grant, big catch there. There you go. But defensively, well, I forgot they added Clowney, dude.
Yeah, they added Clowney. They really strengthened the secondary. Brought in some free agent help there. I think
the Johnson kid, from the Rams.
Yep.
To go really with Denzel Ward, who's playing really well.
Yeah, Johnson
and Myles Garrett's a beast.
Yeah. So because they strengthened the defensive side of the ball, I think their defense is going to be one of the strongest in the NFL, honestly. I think that's going to be huge. I love the running game. As long as Baker doesn't turn the ball over, I think they're going to be one of the best teams in the AFC. But I don't know that they will ultimately have enough to hang with the Chiefs. I just don't know that offense with Baker can be as multifaceted as it needs to be. And we'll have to see if Beckham can stay healthy as we see a huge wide open. I mean, they just completely forgot to cover Gesicki over the middle. 43-yard touchdown. Somebody blew a coverage. Gesicki is the 5th highest owned player in the single game showdown. 44% ownership on him. Saquon number 1, Breida number 2, Engram number 3, Jones number 4, and then Gesicki number 5. And the first one to score a touchdown. Captain in 7% of lineups. And the Giants apparently forgot he was on the Dolphins because they did not cover him at all. So it's one of the worst blown coverages I've seen in a while on this.
Yeah, that wasn't good. You were expecting safety to come flying over at some point, and there was literally
nobody
no one
there. Really nobody there. Yeah, so what's your take on the Browns this year?
So I'm kind of with you on Baker. I do think he has it. I think he does have that quality, but I'm gonna, until he can prove to me otherwise, and if I'm gonna beat Dak up for not winning big games, Baker had a chance to go ahead against the Chiefs and wasn't able to do it, right? And then we know about the Chad Henne run, but he had a chance to beat them in Kansas City. Yes, Mahomes was down, but still, I mean, that should have made it, that should have empowered him even more, right? Or given him more confidence. Exactly. Nope, I'm going in. Abby Rizzo appreciates 30 seconds in with a name drop, the thrown under the bus combo of Marino and Tua. Well, Marino was there. You hung out with all weekend because he made an appearance in the sim on Friday. Was Tommy Freezepop.
Right.
He was a rock star. He and Morton he got to ride in Morton's parade vehicle. He was at Peyton's party last night, way before I was. I actually saw him leaving right as I got there, but he was too far away for me to flag down. But he had a grand old weekend as Morton's +1 to a lot of stuff.
There you go. How was Peyton's party?
It was cool. We got there super late, and it's funny. So to take you behind the scenes a little, I was hanging out with Willie Rofe most of the weekend, and then Rod Smith and Ray Crockett are two of my guys from Denver, and I used to work with Ray. And so, seeing him each night or whatever. And then so we're at this Willie doesn't want to hang out and listen to country music. And I was convinced Kenny Chesney or Brad Paisley or somebody was playing. But I didn't have any inside info. That was more speculation based on Peyton's friends. And so Willie's like, I just don't want to watch a country show. I was like, I get it. So we go by Drew Pearson's event. Then we go to Charles Woodson's, and we're getting texts, and people are there. And Emmett Smith's, they're like, oh, Peyton's party's great. Just show up. You're a Hall of Famer. You can bring your friends. Because, sometimes you're like, nope, one Hall of Famer and one guest, which is not really the nature of the Hall of Fame social scene. You're supposed to allow gold jackets with their friends. Doesn't matter how big their traveling party is. But so we get there, and the DJ's really good, and the star of the night on the dance floor is Wes Welker. He and his wife were cutting it up pretty good. I was there, again, 3 hours after the party started, and a lot of people had already left. But the DJ's good, and I look over, and I'm like, oh, it's the White Shadow. His name's Paul. He is Lady Gaga's DJ and producer, and a really good friend of my buddy in Chicago. Like, we hung out at his bachelor party all weekend. Paul and I did. So I hadn't seen him in 4 years. But I go, oh, Paul, what's going on? So had I known Paul was the DJ, a.k.a. the White Shadow, we would have gone there first and just been there all night when Brady was there, when Tommy Freezepops was there, when all of the Broncos players from that Super Bowl 50 team were there. One of the highlights, though, and I put it on some of my social media. I didn't put it on Twitter yet. Von Miller's jacket, and I can show you, and we can show it in the chat or in the break. Von Miller's suit coat is lined with photos of he and Peyton Manning together. So
there you
that's
go.
Him holding it up with Peyton and his daughter.
That's pretty cool.
And it was cool. And then they gave away these Peyton bobblehead dolls. So
yeah, I saw those.
I got
those
one.
Pretty cool. Yeah,
I was gonna give it to Koff. I got two. I got one. My wife got one. I was gonna give it to Koff, but then I remember the guy that gives me all the concert tickets at work. His favorite player is Peyton Manning also. And I had one in my office. No, I had one in my office, and I had one in one here at the house that I was going to mail to Koff. And as I was in my office and I walked by his desk, he wasn't there today. I go, oh, wait, I'd asked him, was there anybody, if I saw at the Hall of Fame that he wanted an autograph from or something? And he goes, well, anything from Peyton would be awesome. And so this is the same bobblehead that you can just buy like online or in the Hall of Fame store. There's nothing unique. Okay. It wasn't like a special party bobblehead. I think they just, either were given them or bought, whatever, 100, 200 of them from the Hall of Fame suppliers. But I got that. I did get. Oh, you didn't hear the story. I did get my helmet signed by my handful of pals in the Hall of Fame. So that was exciting. Here's a good picture of the no-fly zone. The kicker, Brandon McManus. Well, I guess Vaughn's there. But 3 of the members of the no-fly zone, and then Peyton and his bust. So
that's so cool.
It was cool. It was cool. It was really cool. So cool. Steve Atwater.
Did you go to the ceremony itself as well, or did you? Just...
I did. I went to both ceremonies. That's actually where I hung out with Tommy a lot both nights. Was in the Gold Jacket Lounge thing, and then just out on the floor. I did get a good picture of Tommy and Jason Witten, where I'm sure he was recruiting him to come play tight end for the Bucs. All right, go get that fourth tight end.
Let's do it. Yeah, they got space.
Yeah, right. They need a fourth tight end. You can't just carry 3 tight ends. You're gonna need a fourth.
That's true. Well, when they're those 3, somebody's bound to get hurt.
Steven says I drop in more names than Phil Hellmuth. I'm literally just telling stories about how my Hall of Fame weekend went. I went to go as a guest of Steve Atwater's. I got to tag along to go to this party, or these parties. It was cool. I got the pictures to show it.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's not lost on me. I was having this conversation with my wife because she came along, and honestly, she just as soon hang out with you, Zach, as anybody else. It's like she just wants to hang out with people that she enjoys being around.
Cool.
Well, but I'm saying like Hall of Fame football players or their spouses or friends or whatever, she's not more inclined to hang out with them than anyone else. By the way, Abby Rizzo, the +5 on the name drops would be much higher. I'm just telling you how the weekend went. Steve Atwater did mention me and my couple other radio buddies almost by name. He mentioned us by name in his previous 2 conversations about the Hall of Fame, right? The day he got announced that night and a week later. This time he said, thanks to my radio and TV colleagues who always called me future Hall of Famer. And I said to him, because I was with him later that night, and then yesterday, I was like, you could have just said BK, Ryan, and Mason. Like, that's 5 syllables, dude. He knew I was
almost
kidding.
Longer. It's almost longer.
He knew I was kidding. Yeah, to say radio colleagues and this and that. It's like, just say our names are initial. It's fine.
Did you always refer to him as that, by the way?
So I was his first radio host, and it's not that you could pull the tape. We have the tape at work if you don't throw anything away, or it's an archive.
Oh, touchdown!
Is that a touchdown? Wow!
It is.
What a catch!
Parker. 46 yards. So that's 2 long touchdown throws from.
I got to be in last place. But
throwing darts out here. He heard Dan Marino apparently. Ho! Bomb to Devontae Parker. I am up to
how many people have Parker?
Parker, 35% owned in our smaller showdown, 5.7% captain. In the larger free showdown, 39% owned and 7.5% captain. And there's the extra point. So 14-0. 2 long touchdown passes for Tua. He's owned in 42% of lineups, captain in 7% in the larger free showdown. He and Parker and Gesicki all in my lineup, all on my flex spot, though. I need my boy Jakeem Grant to do a little bit
I know,
more.
I need Jakeem, too.
I'm top 5 right now.
That's pretty good. I'm sure I'm bottom.
Take
it. Close to it. Oh, but so back to the Atwater thing real quick. So we launched this station, Orange and Blue 760. I'm at 112.
Okay.
Out of 123.
123. Yep. So you're not bottom 5.
No. I'm bottom 10.
Which is improved. Yeah.
But so we start this show, Orange and Blue 760, on this All Broncos station, and without even being told or thinking about it, and maybe it's because I'd done some of those top 10 shows where I kept talking about how it's the travesty that Atwater's not in the Hall of Fame, because I didn't live in Denver when he was playing, and then he wasn't in Denver up until he moved here in whatever year that was, 17, I guess. Moved back. He'd been on the East Coast. He'd been in Atlanta. He'd been in Maryland, and his kids all went to school out there, and they just They never made it back to Denver. The second they got back, he's like, Denver was always home. I don't know why we didn't do this 15 years ago. But
right.
So we get him on air, or he's on with me, and I'm like, hey, Broncos Ring of Famer, future Hall of Famer, Steve Atwater, in and out of every break. I was saying Brandon Cristal here with you on, whatever the name was. I think it was.
There you go.
We had
what was the name of your show? Did you have a name?
I want to say it was called First and I don't know. It was something football. You know how some radio stations want you to name every show. Some just go with, hey, it's BK and Zach, or whatever.
Right.
BK and ZT, like that might be the name of the show, or Mike and Mike was the name of the show, or Dan Patrick or Colin Coward. I guess Colin sort of has one. Jim Rome show, but it was called something with Steve Atwater and BK. I just can't remember what.
Daniel Jones, look at this.
Nice. Is that Saquon Barkley? No, it is Daniel Jones.
He didn't.
So that's just how I did it, and I'll take it a step further. For those, because he and I were only together for a couple months, and he moved up to the 10 o'clock show, and I was still doing the midday, 1 to 3 or whatever. And they did the same thing. They just picked up right where I left off. But we very strategically, because we were on a training camp, Peter King comes through. Every Hall of Fame voter that I saw or needed to talk to about something as a guest, we put them on with Steve. Then every time they were playing a team, they're playing the Giants. So you get the Giants Hall of Fame voter. They're playing the Dolphins. You get the Dolphins Hall of Fame voter. Just to preview the team. But then we'd see him at the game, and I'd be like, Steve, there's Mary Kay Cabot. Just go say hi. And he'd go say hi. And we're all human beings. And when you got a Hall of Fame caliber player and the nicest guy you'll ever meet coming up to you, just saying hi and shooting the breeze, that had to help get him back in the hearts and minds of some of these voters. And it's not lost on it. He didn't ask us to do any of this, but he certainly didn't shy away from the idea that he understood it could help, because TD, Terrell Davis had told him the same thing. He's like, you need to get back to Denver. You need to get on camera. You need to get on the radio. You need to just get out there more, because TD's convinced that being on NFL Network helped secure his spot in the Hall of Fame. You want to do the stats? You want me to? Look at Tua. Perfect.
I was going to say, I don't know if he's on his way to the Hall of Fame, but that quarter was impressive from Tua. 6 for 6, 141, and 2 touchdowns. Daniel Jones has only 19 yards passing. He's 2 of 3. He did have that nice run for 22 yards. Saquon's been slowed up, only 16 yards on his 5 carries. Your captain, Matt Breida, 15 yards on 3 carries, but it's mostly been through the air. Devontae Parker already closing in on the bonus. 3 catches for 82 yards in the first quarter. Mike Gesicki had that long touchdown. He's got 2 for 49. Jakeem Grant, 1 for 10. The Giants, 1 for 9 for Barkley and 1 for 10 for Ingram is all they have through the air. So not much yet for New York, but they are driving here with the ball on the 43 when we get back to the second quarter. There's only their second possession. Both Miami possessions have resulted in those 2 Tua passing touchdowns. That's how we got here. Second quarter, here we go.
I'm looking to see when Tommy's working again. Oh, he's on vacation this week until the weekend.
Tommy
doesn't work till Sunday. He's got back-to-backs with Moose. Make sure y'all tune in for that. Look at Saquon Jones there.
There he is.
He's going to hit the rushing bonus.
Not tripping.
He's going to hit the rushing bonus in the first half the way this is going.
Looks like it. Of the 2 quarterbacks, I would expect Tua to run more, but it's Daniel Jones who's getting out here on the edge and making people miss and then sliding to avoid that costly fumble after picking up the first down.
So, as I think Barkley got cleared today, right?
Yes. He did.
Where would you draft him? Where would you draft him in fantasy drafts, assuming we think he's close to normal by week 1-ish?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? It is really tricky. I'm kind of torn on Saquon. I drafted Saquon touchdown here for, hey, look at that. We'll talk about him. Then he can catch a touchdown pass. Saquon Barkley with the receiving touchdown there. He heard us talking about him and decided to go score a touchdown. So Saquon Barkley receiving touchdown, little Daniel Jones rollout action, but it worked.
I feel like that's going to jump me way up from 111th. Me and CEH are both tied. I don't know if we're the same one. CEH and
I took Saquon number 2 overall last year in our DK Live, our DraftKings league with everybody here. And of course, he left week 2 and never came back last year. I would probably take him right now.
You can take him higher than 7, can you?
Top 5. I would take him outside the top 5. I would probably around 7, maybe even 8, depending on if it's PPR
Yeah, scoring will adjust. I guess I'm saying where is he getting drafted amongst the running backs? The scoring
amongst running backs. Okay.
Yeah, the scoring, because some leagues quarterbacks get way more points. You have to take Mahomes first and Rodgers second.
Right.
Like I'm saying average draft position for running backs.
Right. I would probably put him behind McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, and Kamara. Those are kind of my top 4.
What about Zeke?
It's really close. I think I would put Zeke slightly ahead of Barkley. I just have more faith in Dallas's offense as a whole.
Sure. You got a healthy line. You got all those weapons outside, and you got Dak sort of healthy.
Right. And I probably would put Taylor ahead of him now that they're going to have to run the ball a ton in Indy. I think they're going to run a lot, and I think Taylor is probably the one that I would go back and forth with. So I put Zeke over him pretty easily, but then it would be Barkley or Taylor in that 7-8 spot, I think is about where I am at that point.
Right.
So that's where I'd put him. And with the injury to Wentz, I actually think that could mean even more work for Taylor. And that offensive line is solid. The Colts offensive line is pretty good. They just need a quarterback. And if
they need Quentin Nelson back. They're going to get Quentin Nelson back too. But he's not gone forever, and he didn't have to do the same amount of stuff that a quarterback does to get back or get on the field or whatever it may be.
That's true. I forgot about that injury. That's actually, I think, a big injury. Just because, like you said, that's a huge loss for that line.
Devontae Parker hits the bonus.
Man, wow.
Look at that. Here, I want to see. I had to have gone up with Jones to Saquon. Not that they weren't owned by a lot of people. All right. Let's see here. I am now in... What, 104th?
104. Yep.
Ooh.
I'm sitting fifth.
Well, Barkley's on 87%.
Yeah, that's basically a wash when he scores. Because everybody's got him. Let's see what
Tua didn't have more time to throw there. Jeez.
I know, right? Giants decided they're not going to rush the passer on that play at all.
So the 2 most random celebs at the Hall of Fame. Guy Fieri. He's friends with Steve Hutchinson.
Yeah, I feel like that doesn't surprise me. He could probably find his way there somehow, but okay.
And then Darius Rucker is pals with Jimbo Covert.
Oh, there you go.
But Darius sat right in front of us on Saturday.
I hear he's a super nice guy. I've not met him, but I've heard
he's great. We just saw him in July in Chicago. We went to go see him there. Yep. And we've seen him a bunch and been lucky enough to be backstage a bunch of times, so it was cool to see him. And then Tommy got a picture of us where it looks like he's photobombing, but we stayed low. I mean, we're literally sitting directly behind him. We stayed low on purpose because the second he stands up and people realize, he's wearing a hat and he's just facing the front. And he was in the Jimbo Cover family section right next to the Atwater family section.
Fourth down here, Dolphins going to go for it. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, but the second Dolphins he stands up.
See what they get here. Going deep again. But knocked away that time. It's one of those in between, right?
That drive should have been extended when Tua had 9 seconds to throw and still missed it.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. But it's one of those where it's a 61-yard field goal or a punt where you're probably going to
I'm okay.
Yards, so I don't hate the call. But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Darius.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I was just saying that if Darius stands up and people realize who he is, then that changes his night. And he goes from hanging out and having a beer and watching his friend get inducted to
taking pictures
all night. So here's the.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Speaking of all night long, Lionel Richie played John Lynch's party, which I didn't go to. We were going to, and then we were told it was too corporate and stuffy. Then I saw some of my friends who were there last night because it was Saturday. They're like, dude, once Lionel got off and the DJ started and everybody kind of let their hair down, it was a great party. John Lynch having some fun.
Was Peyton's the best party of the weekend?
I don't know. I guess I need to ask people that went to both Lynch's and Peyton's. So I'll ask the handful of people I know that definitely hit both, like in the prime, windows when they were rolling. So Edgerrin James's party, Ed Reed DJ'd the whole night. I think it was one other guy kind of like trading off with him, but Ed Reed was the DJ, and that was a musical performance. So I mean, Lionel Richie headlining Lynch's party was the biggest party musical act. There was some band we went into Charles Woodson's last night, but it was somebody I'd never heard of. Like, it wasn't a major recording artist.
Sterling Shepard on the board, his first catch of the day for 17 yards, first down for the Giants.
What's funny so Canton's obviously not a very big town.
Yeah.
And by having 28 Hall of Famers and I guess whatever the number was, somewhere between 18 and 20 actually giving speeches, right? They're, maybe it was 20 speeches.
Like, where do they fit all the people?
Well, everyone was staying in Akron and Cleveland,
Right.
and people were not happy to not be in Canton. I was fortunate enough to be in Canton and pleased, despite the quality of the hotel maybe not being the best. But there's only like 5 or 6 places to have parties. So every night there's a different athlete hosting their party in the same venue you were at the night before. So like Woodson's was the same place as Atwater's. Peyton's was the same place as Edgerrin's. It was the same place as Champ Bailey and Mr. Boland's 2 years ago.
Like what are
Lynch
they?
and
Are they
Fanica's.
bars or are they?
No, they're like party spaces. Or like one was a vineyard, one's a country club, one's like a club, like a historic theater downtown, or like a building downtown. And so there's only so many places that I guess qualify.
Yeah, right.
No, so they used to have them though in the tents on the Hall of Fame grounds, but with that Hall of Fame plaza that they're building or starting to build, and then being able to put up different
Look at
tents.
Daniel Jones just
Man,
running
Daniel
all
Jones
over
gonna
the
hit the
place.
rushing bone.
He's got 65 yards on the ground.
All right, 2 minutes left, 2:44 left, give or take. Does he hit the rushing bonus? You can say yes or no.
In the game, I'll say
Yeah.
no. I don't think so. I know he's on pace to, but we don't see him do it very often.
No,
I'm trying to see if he's ever done it before. I'm pulling up his game log here.
Yeah,
I don't
that'd
see
be
any. This may be his personal best already.
Well, we know he had an 80-yard run in real life, but he fell.
This is
Producer
the best.
Drew
Oh, he
says-
had 96 yards against the Bills. He ran for 96 yards way back when we first started in Madden 21. But other than that, he's never had this many rushing yards. Never mind hit the bonus.
Producer Drew says the wedding industry must hate Hall of Fame weekend in Canton. Well, you can't book a hotel anyway or have you could have a wedding, I guess, but 5,500 people from Canton, so like 10% of their population volunteer for stuff. So they're pretty well focused on the Hall of Fame. It's their big revenue weekend.
Well, and it's probably their big draw the rest of the years too, right? I mean, that's why people go to Canton.
Exactly. Have you been? It's a really cool museum.
I have not. I've been to Cleveland, and I've been to that area, driven through there a bunch, but I've not actually made the stop at Canton.
Oh, it's definitely worth it. If you like football, I'm not telling people to go Hall of Fame weekend because Hall of Fame weekend's expensive. I'm not saying they shouldn't go if you got money and you want to spend it. But a friend of my mom's came up from Florida. She's a huge Steelers fan, and her husband's a huge Giants fan. And part of it was COVID, kind of limited the meet and greet stuff and all that. But they felt like they paid for all this stuff and didn't necessarily get the best seats because those go to friends and family, and get any kind of real access. You get to go to the museum, I guess.
But you could do that on a time when the Hall of Famers weren't there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just enjoy the museum.
Yeah, I definitely want to stop by there next time I'm around. I've heard it's a good time. I've been to the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah, Springfield or Cooperstown. I've never been to either.
I've been to Cooperstown, but didn't get to see the whole museum there. Just saw a small part of it. We were there for a function and didn't get the full tour. And then the Springfield I've been to several times. That's pretty cool. Everybody gets in the Basketball Hall of Fame, so it's not as focused, but there's some very cool sections of it. Parts of it are for different people. Parts of it are for super, old school sections and parts of basketball's history. Parts of it are for very sabermetrically focused basketball fans. So it's kind of cool, and it is a Basketball Hall of Fame. It's not just NBA, so there's also big
international, college,
and international, pieces of it, which aren't quite my thing, right? Like I'm much more NBA focused as far as basketball goes. But yeah, it's a fun trip for sure.
Is Domino Joe in Canton? He said I've lived here since 2004. I was in Columbus before that. Domino Joe, I live in Canton. Well, you can tell me if I'm missing anything. I don't want to misrepresent your town. I've been there now twice in 2 years, or twice in 3 years.
Twice Yeah. So you've been to back-to-back ceremonies now.
Back-to-back ceremonies and weekends, yeah, because the champion missed a bowl. And then actually, I was talking to DeMarcus Ware last night, and I was like, "Oh, are we going to be back here for you next year?" He's up. It's his first year. I read an article that didn't have him on the list, not because he's not a Hall of Famer, but that he just maybe wouldn't get in first ballot, and that they would kind of try to get some of these guys, Leroy Butler. Now that all these safeties have started to go in, Tony Baselli. Let's go down the list. Hines Ward, maybe. Zach Thomas, Richard Seymour.
Yep.
Well, so I went to this Enshrinees roundtable that they did. It's normally an hour. It's 2 hours.
Boy Albert Wilson, I think.
Yeah, nice of him to show up. But he, or the name that came up the most was Hines Ward. Like 4 different guys said Hines Ward. And I guess there were a lot of Steelers kind of guys there. But they asked all the Hall of Famers. Steve Weish does this panel with both classes. He did them 1 hour of each class.
That's pretty cool.
And Hines Ward's name came up. In fact, Calvin Johnson even said Hines Ward because it's a lot of guys would talk about teammates.
Right.
Calvin didn't have any Detroit teammates to talk about that should be in the Hall of Fame.
It
it's just
make it a little bit easier.
Truthful.
Fact, yeah.
So, Hines Ward, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne all feel like they're close.
Yeah.
But you're not going to put all of them in. Then you got to consider Andre Johnson, Steve Smith, Anquan Bolden, and then Larry Fitzgerald to be right around the corner. And he'll obviously be first ballot.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably of that group the first ballot one. But yeah, I got to wait. How long is the waiting period? Is it 3?
5 years. No, it's 5 years from when you retire. It puts you into the modern group, and then you're a modern finalist for 15 more years after that.
Gotcha.
And then give or take, it's either 15 or 20, maybe 20 years, and then you go into the senior category.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Richard Seymour. You're not going to get much of an argument from me on Richard Seymour or DeMarcus versus Richard Seymour. You can put both of them in because I think they're both Hall of Fame worthy.
They'll probably both end up in there eventually. Like you said, maybe not right away, but I think where it'll get in. Breida with a catch there, stopped short, but did get out of bounds to stop the clock. Miami out of timeouts. So got to be careful here. I think they gave him out of bounds. I think the clock stopped. Yeah, 16 seconds left on the 29. So a long field goal from here, but makeable. They're going to try it. Not even going to take a risk running another play.
46-yarder?
I think he's got it. There we go. Got it.
Easy money.
17-2. Easy. As you said, puts the Dolphins back up by a touchdown. They've kind of dominated, but only up by 1 score after a couple nice Daniel Jones rushing.
Jordan Lindenbaum is Isaac Bruce in the Hall of Fame. Yes, he went in this weekend.
Yep.
I went to his after party. It was cool. It was
How many after parties did you go to? Like you keep. Oh yeah, I went to his party too. Like obviously there were 2 nights of them, right?
Three nights, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Some people do ahead. So the only difference is you can't have your Hall of Fame bust at it. So Atwater and Hutch did theirs on Friday, and maybe one other, maybe Calvin did his Friday too.
Gotcha. So Friday is before this weekend there were 2 ceremonies, but there were after parties Friday, and then even though they were before.
Yeah, I guess before. They were after the gold jacket ceremony, I guess. And then Saturday and Sunday, yeah. And then a 6 a.m. flight out of Cleveland. Not the best planning by me.
Whoa. Yeah, so you're on no sleep.
I'm on no sleep.
It's what, one hour time difference or 2 for you?
2.
Okay.
So I took off it should have been 6, but we were delayed about 45 minutes. Took off at 6:45, landed at 7:40 Denver time. Now I'm just going.
Whole day ahead of you. Yeah. Ouch. Thanks for jumping in here for Rossi. Yeah.
Yeah, I was happy to. I guess I need to apologize ahead of time because something tells me Glash is going to ask me a little bit about the Hall of Fame, and then when I'm on with coffee, he's going to ask me a little bit, so I'll try to tailor the stories accordingly.
There you go. Daniel Jones with a big completion there. I think that was Darius Slayton that pulled it in for a bunch of yards.
That's good for
That'll
you.
help both of them. Yeah, and good for my lineup, but doesn't really lead to anything since the Dolphins did take him down before he got free.
I'm in the top 100, 91st.
Hey, congratulations. Welcome to double digits.
Domino Joe said, don't worry, other than the Hall of Fame, this town sucks.
Tua's got 219 yards.
To be fair, we're not telling anyone to move there. We're not saying move there, although I bet you could get an okay deal property-wise.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not real familiar with the Ohio housing market, but I would think so. Daniel Jones has 3 carries for 65 yards. That is probably the most surprising of all the stats coming out of that first half. I did not see him running for 65 yards. Saquon Barkley, in comparison, just 18 yards, but he does have a receiving touchdown, which has helped save his fantasy day. 3 catches for 28 yards and that receiving touchdown. Devontae Parker is having himself a day, 6 catches, 127, and the touchdown, taking the inside track at halftime for the player of the game. Gesicki has 3 catches for 56 yards and his score. So some pretty good offense. Slayton actually with that big catch right before halftime, now 3 for 64. So we've got some pretty solid offensive numbers. Tua with a solid game at this point. Number of guys with 1 catch. Let me just run down them real quick. Albert Wilson 1 for 8, Shepard 1 for 17, Ingram 1 for 10, Grant 1 for 10, and then I also missed Golden Tate 2 catches, but that was because they were only for 8 yards, so not a lot going on there.
ZT, you want some third quarter homework? This from producer Drew says, I need you to do a stud/value column on the greater Cleveland, Akron, Canton housing market for DK Live. So if you can get that ready.
Right.
There's a back and forth here between Jordan Lindenbaum and Crackle Smack about Isaac Bruce. What's funny is, or Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, is I always thought Torrey Holt was more dynamic and had more of a home run.
I would agree.
It felt like he had
not looking at numbers, but I would agree.
But if you look at their numbers, I think Isaac had a few more catches and a few more touchdowns. I feel like Holt may have more yards. We need to double check that. But because I was sitting there at that party and I'm there with Willie Rofe and Orlando Pace is there, and then Coach Vermeil comes by because he coached both Orlando and in St. Louis and Coach Willie in KC. So he's there, and somehow we get on the conversation of what's next. And I go, well, Torrey Holt, I said, did either of y'all think he should be here before Isaac Bruce? And I don't know if I loved Coach Vermeil's answer because he said, no, because Isaac was there first. It was like basically seniority. And I was like, that's not really how this works. But okay, Coach, I wasn't going to argue with him.
Yeah, you're not going to argue.
DK, how big is Tom's head in real life? It's not small, but he carries it well.
It's the rest of his body. There's a first down for the Giants. Daniel Jones is 11 of 12, so not a lot of incomplete passes, which is why this one's moving along so quickly. That was another catch for Slayton there. Slayton's had some monster games in these Sims, and then he also disappears. So
Abby Rizzo give me a hard time about yawning on camera. Look, I'm not trying to pretend anything other than I am going on fumes, but I'm here to hang with you guys for this one and the next one. But we'll let Glash do the heavy lifting, just like Zach is right now. But I'm definitely in my hour between Sims going to try to mix in some combination of a nap or coffee. Hopefully the little ones are down because it doesn't sound like they're running around upstairs, which means my wife put them down.
There you go.
That means I could get a 45-minute nap in. I just need to set 4 alarms or else Glash will be solo. So I was almost about to go to Minnesota tomorrow or Wednesday and Thursday for a Broncos practice.
Yeah.
And I can get there for under $200 or use some flight credits, and I got a place to stay. It was one of those things where work isn't trying to travel me. They're already sending Benjamin Albright. So, and I was going to need to get some folks to help cover my Sims on Wednesday just because of when practices is right in that window.
Yep.
But I think after the weekend I had, even though I've missed most, the last 3 days of Broncos practice, I'll get to see them tomorrow before they leave, and then I'll get the highlights,
Just going to lay low, recover.
Exactly, recover and enjoy the fact that I don't have to go to Broncos practice as much as I enjoy watching football.
Although I have heard the Minnesota facilities there are pretty
nice. And I was talking to their PR guy, Bob was there, and he was just telling me how amazing it is.
Yeah, I've heard that they're really, really nice. So that's cool. Yeah, gotta reacclimate, figure out where things are.
I'm laughing at Kareem's tweet. Torrey Holt, product of Gibsonville, North Carolina. The man was a beast in high school. Safe to say most guys in the Hall of Fame and or on the cusp of the Hall of Fame.
Anything that's close, I'm gonna feel like they.
I get there's plenty of late bloomers out there. We're talking about DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware only he lived literally on the block that Auburn Stadium was on, like down the street. He used to sell peanuts there as a kid, but he was a late bloomer and ended up at Troy.
Yep.
Even though he's in the shadows of Jordan Hare Stadium, but most of these guys.
Most Hall of Famers probably tore up high school pretty good.
Yeah, they were good high school players in multiple sports typically.
Yep. That is for sure. Daniel Jones.
Two on that throw.
He did, yeah, he did. Although both have been pretty accurate in this one. Don't jinx us. So looking at these two quarterbacks, I thought it might be kind of fun, right, to compare these two quarterbacks in the.
Who would you rather have? Let me just make it that simple for you. Who'd you rather have?
Let's just do it.
Pick one.
For a team to win right now.
You're starting your team. You're starting your team. You're not. Okay, how about this? This is what I'll do.
No.
The Broncos have a good roster, right? Cortland Sutton. Go look up the highlight of his 60-yard touchdown catch. And Noah Fant and the running backs and Jerry Jeudy in year 2 and a pretty good defense. The Broncos, let's say Deshaun Watson ends up one of those two places, right? All of a sudden Deshaun Watson's in Miami or New York. If you're the Broncos, where would you want him to go? Because you'd rather have the availability to trade for that quarterback in Miami. So you're talking about Tua, you're talking about Daniel Jones.
I think I would rather have Tua, because I feel like the ceiling is just a little bit higher. But it is close. It is.
I think I'd rather have Daniel Jones, although he does in some ways feel like Drew Lock in that you see some of the talent, but you don't see the consistency. With Tua, I'm just scared that he's never going to take enough chances to go win me games.
Yeah, I think it's really, really close. I see what you're saying. I guess I can't argue against what you're saying because I think you're right. But I also think Tua, if he does learn to take those chances, is maybe a little bit more athletic and brings a little more upside at his best.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, can he ever be his best in the NFL? I don't know. But at Alabama, he was pretty impressive. Daniel Jones, I feel like I haven't seen him quite as good, and he's had more time, don't forget, too, in New York than Tua's had in Miami. I know we're kind of, that can work for or against you, right? Like if you're saying, yeah, so he's more seasoned, he's more ready. Okay. I would go with Tua just because I feel like the ceiling's higher. But I see your point about him taking chances because he's got to learn to take the deep.
Hang on.
Deep shot.
Kareem, screw you, BK. I was just making a statement. I wasn't trying to make worldwide news. No, we get it. Torrey Holt was really good in high school, and he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I was just giving you a hard time. You know how it goes.
You can make a compelling argument either way on those two, I think.
It would be interesting to know what Hall of Famer was like a terrible high school player. Not terrible, but like not on anyone's radar, splitting time.
Right.
Barely got a scholarship. And, and there's obviously
or didn't even play.
There's obviously some of these undrafted guys that came from really small schools, right? Cliff Harris undrafted out of Ouachita Baptist in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Drew Pearson undrafted out of Tulsa. So you got few more undrafted guys to go with. Kurt Warner. There's one more really famous undrafted guy that I can't remember. Question for you, though, here from First Time Playing Fortnite in the Twitch chat. ZT, who you think the Jaguars WR1 ends up being? Marvin, Chark, or Chenault?
I think it's still Chark.
I think so, too.
I think he will be okay, even if he's limited now and maybe even limited once we get to the season, right? Even if he's limited week 1, by mid-season, I think he's the wide receiver 1.
I'd like to see Laviska.
I'd like Chenault.
Yeah, I just want to see him get healthy because he has some Steve Smith qualities about him and that he runs like a running back after he has a ball in his hand.
He does, and definitely can make players miss. And I think if they use him creatively, he could be really good. I just don't think he's going to get enough targets to be a true wide receiver 1. He's an interesting PPR option if they do get him the ball. Was Warren Moon the other undrafted player you were trying to remember? Because he was undrafted.
Yeah, he's definitely in the Hall of Fame, right? And he had to go to Canada for 5 years.
Right.
Maybe. I feel like it was somebody that wasn't it wasn't Warren Moon. It wasn't. I'd forgotten the Warren Moon was undrafted, but he certainly qualified. But in recent
Tony
years,
Romo undrafted, or was
Tony
he just
Romo's
late?
undrafted. Antonio Gates drafted, but like Antonio Gates, did he not play high school football?
I think didn't he not start till college?
There's definitely a few guys that are like that.
He played basketball and then picked it up super late.
That's
Rod
why I always
Smith
tell people
was also undrafted.
Yeah, Rod's not in the Hall of Fame, but
not yet.
He get mad at me for getting pulled over driving to Peyton's party last night because it was his rental car and I was driving even though they weren't drinking and I wasn't drinking, they wanted me to drive.
And then you got pulled over.
I got pulled over for speeding, but thankfully just a warning. A nice officer there in Canton. At 1:07 in the morning.
Probably was trying to see if there was some drinking going on.
Sure. And I would have
See, there
happily popped out and taken a field sobriety test because I literally had one sip of one glass of wine at the very first event we were at. And this was on our way to the third one because I knew I had to drive to the airport and I knew I had to get up. So I had certainly
How was
had
the food?
a couple drinks the night before. It was fine. You know, it's like everywhere you went had some sort of buffet set up.
Yeah.
And it was, the stuff at the country club was good. It's a country club. The stuff at the winery place where Edgar and James's party and Peyton's was, and I didn't have food at Peyton's, but it looked good. Oh, no, that's not true. I had dessert.
There you go.
I had dessert both nights at that place. It was good.
So I pulled up the Madden ratings for Tua versus Daniel Jones, and they're super close. Tua is a 73 overall. Daniel Jones is 72 overall. And this is in the new game, not the one we're looking at.
That's not great for two guys taken in the top 6.
No, it's not good for either one of them. It's not good for either one, but they are very close. Which you said you would take Daniel Jones. So make the case there. What do you think?
I just think I think the package is more interesting to me because we've seen his ability to use his legs. We know he's not a dummy because there aren't a lot of dummies walking around at Duke. And we've seen him make some throws where you're like, all right, it looks like this kid is dialed in, right? Didn't he have a 4-touchdown game or something?
He did. Yeah, he's had some good weeks. His first start was pretty good against the Bucks. I don't know if that was the 4-touchdown game that you're talking about, but where he led them and would have been a loss, but then field goal.
Right. Giggle Pig says, where'd it go? Oh, BK not a Hall of Famer, but Victor Cruz. I remember him coming out of nowhere. Yeah, sure. There's plenty of undrafted guys that have had good seasons. Shoot, Chris Harris Jr. has gone to 4 Pro Bowls. He's undrafted. And he's always convinced that if he was drafted higher, he would have gone to more Pro Bowls because of reputation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So looking back at Daniel Jones's game log to give you that point, he had 3 4-touchdown games in his rookie season.
Right.
And actually a 5-touchdown game against Washington week 16 of that year. Last year, 2020, he did not have a 4-touchdown game. Didn't even have a 3-touchdown game. So I didn't realize that just his ceiling, if you just go by touchdown throws, went down quite a bit between the 2 years. 2019 was actually much better from a touchdown toss perspective. So that brings us to the end of the third quarter here.
Cut out, so I'll let you
17-13. Okay, cool.
Zach.
Sounds good. 17-13. Dolphins in the lead. Tua's got 265 and 2 touchdowns. So closing in on the 300-yard bonus. I'll have to see if he can get there or not. Daniel Jones has 205 yards through the air along with his passing touchdown, which was to Saquon Barkley. The Giants have a couple field goals as well to go with that. Barkley only has 14 yards on 11 carries. This Miami front 7 playing very well against the run in this matchup. Daniel Jones has 65 yards on his 3 carries. He has not had a carry since we asked if he was going to get to the bonus. Apparently he doesn't think so either because he hasn't run since then. Looking at the receiving numbers here, we do have Parker already in the bonus, 6 for 127 and his touchdown. Darius Slayton knocking on the door, 6 for 96. No touchdowns yet for him. Breida 4 for 43. Tate 4 for 48. Gesicki 4 for 66. And that early touchdown, Saquon, as I mentioned, with a touchdown, he's got 3 catches for 28 yards. Albert Wilson's got 2 catches now. Lots of nice receiving yards. We've had some pretty solid offensive yardage. Not a lot of points, but a lot of yards in this one. Kind of spread around as well, with Parker still the leading scorer as far as just straight up fantasy points go. My lineup is sitting 7th right now, thanks to Slayton's big game, Gesicki's touchdown. But the leader in our smaller free showdown is Dean Skins, who does have Devontae Parker in that top spot. His captain spot with
somebody brought up John
41.
Randall, by the way, too. Zach, John
Yeah.
Randall certainly undrafted, 137 and a half sacks, and one of my favorite people.
That's notable, for sure. It's a lot of sacks. My lineup here is frozen, so I cannot see any updating scores.
I'm probably in first place now, but let me double check.
Yeah, I would think so. I think you're right.
Give or take. Let's see. Nope. Dean.
I defer to you.
Dean Skins. Dean Skins is in first place. I'm in 82nd. Well, so
In
we were talking about
the
this
larger
earlier.
free showdown, which is what I was trying to pull up when my game center locked there for a minute, there is a 3-way tie for first, and Tua is actually in the captain spot of those 3 lineups in first, including any Abin. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so I brought it up, and this is, I think, a good question for our friends in the DK Sim fam that want to participate in the chat. Name one player that's eligible, and I'll tell you if they're not eligible yet, but who do you want to see in the Hall of Fame that's not in? And they can be modern era, they can be older, like Carl Mecklenburg or Randy Gradishar or Ken Anderson, people like that. Give me a name of who is at the top of your list should be wearing a gold jacket next year one way or another. There's going to be 5 modern era, 1 or 2 contributors, and 1 or 2 senior members.
Yep.
Who is it for you?
It's probably Hines Ward. Just because
I mean,
he is so
1,000 catches.
iconic. And just
1,000 catches.
to me, he just was the Steelers for that period of time, and a very solid run for the Steelers, and was such a leader there. I think that's where I would go if I think back to that time period. As we see incomplete pass there, looked like almost, but Zach Thomas also would be up there for me. My name, Zach Thompson. I got called Zach Thomas a lot because when I was in high school, college, he was in the NFL, one of the better players. So people always said my name wrong. And the guy who did our wedding ceremony did it all the time leading up to our wedding ceremony. And we were like, I'm going to be Zach Thomas at least once. And he did twice during the ceremony. Called me Zach Thomas. It's not
Matt Breida scored, by the way, my captain.
Matt Breida. Yeah, there you go. That'll help you out.
Not in first place yet.
Still got time. So yeah, Zach Thomas definitely belongs in the Hall of Fame as well. Another guy who just, when I remember watching both those players, and I do enjoy the stats and diving into it, but just when you ask a question and frame it that way, the guys who stand out to me are the guys who, when I watched them,
you don't need the stats.
That guy's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah,
like,
right. The eye test to me is the most important because Curtis Martin is, to me, a good example, and Frank Gore maybe even a better one. Frank Gore is 3rd all-time in rushing right now.
Right.
And he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, but was there ever a Sunday where you're like, man, Frank Gore is destination TV?
No.
Sully, somebody?
No, never.
So Sully, I'm with you on
I
Sully.
use Baselli's a good one too. To me, I use the numbers and kind of dive into them when it's not, the eye test leaves me kind of in the middle, right? Like if the eye test is yes or no, then that does it. But if there's somebody who's kind of close, I'm like, yeah, let me look at it. Then, okay, that's when I break down the numbers. But to me, Zach Thomas and Hines Ward were not, they were so dominant and so iconic in their heyday that they're yeses without even getting into all the numbers.
Well, and
Frank Gore to me would not be. I mean, I know just based on the longevity, right? That's impressive. Like the fact that he's been in the league as long as he's been in the league and does have those counting stats that you can add up. But yeah, never really, like you said,
Pete Rose. Ghost 407 says Pete Rose. Yes, Pete Rose should be. Leroy Butler should have been in the last 2 classes. Only member of the All-90s team, not in the Hall of Fame. Well, it was he and Steve Atwater, and Steve got to go in with Troy Polamalu in the 2020 class. I'm trying to think who else is on the list that's super high for me. With Steve in, that's really changed. I mean, that was my mission.
Right.
Even before he got to Denver, let alone.
Now, the way it works is
okay,
5,
Denver,
right?
I mean, come back. It's 5 modern era. So
modern.
Here's the issue people have, or this is certainly the issue I have. It's not with the way the voting is conducted in the actual room. or even getting from 50 down to 25, down to 15 in the room to 10 to 5. It's the limit on how many guys can go in because they're worried about a TV show or keeping it exclusive. And it's like the other part of determining a Hall of Famer, and I think this is as important as the eye test thing, is can you tell the story of the NFL without mentioning this person's name? You know, within reason, but considering there's 350 people in the Hall of Fame right now, there's been
you should be able to tell a pretty good story.
Yeah. How about Edgerrin James' speech, by the way, where he said, I'm inmate number 336 in the Canton Institutional Correction, or whatever he said. I thought it was great. That was a great message.
It was pretty funny. Yep.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Started with gold teeth, ended with a gold jacket.
Yeah, I liked that. She was good.
Did you get the sense that Peyton was running for commissioner of the league or trying to? I didn't get that sense. I know that Schefter put it out there and plenty of other people said it.
I think a lot of people said it. I think it would be interesting, right? Like, I'm not sure I'm against it, but never, aside from all those guys saying it, I never saw anything he did as lobbying for the position or running for the position or anything like that. I mean, I'd be cool with it. I think I'd be interested in seeing.
I think it's a job that he'd be interested in too, because it'll pay him $50 million, which is twice what any of those TV jobs will pay him. And there's an element of prestige. Like, Peyton's not just going to go be a GM or a head coach. He needs to be a president of football ops and part of, like, he's not just going to go take a job and work for an overbearing owner and not get along with the coach.
Right. Nope.
There's just no reason to do it. But.
And like you said, it's way better money than the TV. And I think you can influence the game more.
Sure, the most.
You can,
but here's what I'm guessing, and I was kind of talking through this with some people.
Yeah.
You saw the pictures of him coaching his kiddos flag football, and then they've got the Manning Passing Academy, and I don't know where those numbers are, but something tells me he's evaluating the world of football through the prism of, I've got a 4th, 5th grader, and then we've got all these kids that come to our camp, and are there less coming now? But is football as popular as it was when he was a kid? Probably not at the youth level, right? I've got a 14-year-old who's playing tackle football for the first time. He played flag football in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, then stopped playing, and then wanted to go out. It's high school. He's a freshman. And so we'll certainly be in supportive and hope that he does everything right technique-wise. But I feel like it's almost more of that. He's trying to protect the game, not lobby for a job.
Yeah.
Right? Do you get the sense that that's certainly possible? That he's really
definitely
worried about the game's future?
Yeah, and I mean, as somebody who has kids involved with youth sports as well, I would agree with your evaluation that there is some level of concern that's warranted there. The popularity
100%.
is declining.
Well, for 2 levels, for 2 reasons. One, I don't know if kids need to play tackle football. And I don't think he's even saying that. I think he's just probably reading the tea leaves of, all right, his kid's about to be in 4th or 5th grade. Are they going to then move to tackle football? And those numbers are probably lower than they certainly were when he grew up in New Orleans. But I also don't think kids need to be tackling this early. And football, we're talking about Antonio Gates. Football is a sport that, other than quarterback, and even really great ones can probably pick it up sooner than later. But football is a sport that otherwise you can get to the latest of any of them and still be really good if you're a frequent athlete. Nice catch.
Yep. If you've got the body control, if you've got Evan Engram with a nice catch over the middle.
So I think that's how he was coming at it, more so than, I would be commissioner with my cool speech.
I mean, it was a good speech.
It was a great speech.
I enjoyed it.
I would have loved him to go 12 or 13 minutes.
Yep, I would have been down for that. It will be interesting to see what platform he goes to give that message, right? Because he could really, I almost feel like he's Peyton Manning. He can pick wherever he wants to go to deliver whatever messages he wants to deliver. So he's very fascinating to me to watch and kind of see what is important to him and what is it that he wants to improve, and how, is it youth football that he's going to really try and come alongside? Is it, again, like, I'm with you. I don't see him taking a GM role and reporting in through this reporting structure where other people are going to tell him what to do. That doesn't feel like the right place for him.
Well, so
I don't know. It'll be fun.
He's doing those 10 games with his brother.
Right. I'm really looking forward to that.
And the nature of it is going to be conversational. We still haven't heard who the third person is going to be with them to just kind of
Are you available?
train on the tracks. I am available. I could go to Peyton's house and do it there. But then I wouldn't be able to really tell any stories. I'd have to put on a different I'd have to put on the hat that I wear when I'm doing Shelby Harris's podcast to some degree, where I'm just teeing them up and getting out of the way.
Yeah, you just ask them all their stories, right? Just ask the questions.
Exactly.
Get out the road. Daniel Jones going to throw it into traffic, bounced around. I think it fell to the ground incomplete. A couple different Giants players had their hands on that at one point, but unable to haul it in. So let's see, you take the field goal here, right?
You have to.
He scores anyway.
Yeah.
Take the field goal, come back for the touchdown and the 2-point conversion after you recover the onside kick in theory.
Although, here's the thing. You don't know when you're going to be this close. So I maybe would have gone for it.
It's true. You got to score twice either way. So I think this is the play.
You get the easy one out of the way. Because you still need the onside kick.
Right. But you need that either way.
You would have been in safety territory, and that would have put you at what, 24?
That's true.
That would have put you at 24,
15.
So it wouldn't really help.
Nope. So real quick, I know we've got 2 minutes left. I whenever Denver stories come up, I'm like, I wonder what BK thinks about. Where are you on the quarterback situation right now? I know we checked in early during practice. I know you go to a lot of practice. I know you were kind of away this weekend, but
I went from going to 7 in a row to missing 3. But I did get a text Saturday, unsolicited, from somebody in the building that said, I think Teddy is creating separation. Then they have a scrimmage yesterday. It's supposed to be at the stadium, but the air quality in Denver is so poor right now because of the smoke from the wildfires in California that they had to move it inside. Nonetheless, they had a scrimmage. You can go to the Denver Broncos social channels and see a beautiful 60-yard pass from Drew Lock to Cortland Sutton.
I saw that.
And so then I texted the same person. I said, did Drew just close the gap again? And they said, yeah, pretty much. So it's funny because you can make a case either way why both of them should or should not start in terms of what they can bring, what they can't bring, how they would react. But I thought Locke would be the guy. I'd probably say that Teddy feels like a safer pick and is more consistent, which we kind of knew. Drew excites me more, and if you want the offense to have some juice, but maybe Vic Fangio in his last year is ready to just, I shouldn't say last year, third year of a contract, but usually coaches don't make it to the fourth year without a new deal.
Right. Time for a new deal or a new coach.
Yeah, exactly. Does he just go with Teddy, and then if the offense is stagnant, then to try to get some juice, brings Drew in weeks 3, 4, 5, something like that. So I don't know. Somebody earlier had asked about the Broncos running backs. Maybe first time playing Fortnite had asked about the Broncos running backs. I think it's going to be all about Melvin Gordon early. I think Javonte Williams will work his way in late, and Mike Boone's going to bolster some stuff here and there. He's a special teams core player and smaller than the other two. He's really fast. So
when you say
I like Melvin Gordon.
Late in the game or late?
Late in the year.
Oh yeah. So Gordon.
I think Melvin Gordon's a top 10 kind of running back early, because when you have suspect quarterback play, but a good O-line and good receivers to keep the defense honest, there should be a lot of 7-man fronts, and that should open up things for Gordon or Williams or Boone.
I like that. That's a nice sleeper play. There, you can get him pretty late in drafts, comparatively to the other guys who could be hot early. And the other thing you can do too is once you get a few good weeks out of him, trade him.
Well, you can certainly do that.
I've done that with Gordon before. Where
you can certainly do that, which means you probably need to draft Javonte Williams. And if you're in a keeper league where there's value based on later rounds, so you grab a guy in the 16th round and next year he's a 15th rounder, take Javonte Williams because he's going to be the man next year.
Yeah, he's
and Melvin Gordon will be playing somewhere else.
Which is probably all the more reason they'll get as much out of him early in the year as they can. They got 1 year left.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're paying him $8 million.
Use the miles. Yep.
Get your money's worth and move on.
Seems to be the MO with running backs at this point, except for Derrick Henry, who just makes all the money. And that will pretty much do it here. We got Tua kneeling down. Giants out of timeouts after that run. I don't think Tua quite ever did get to the bonus. They went pretty run heavy. So I think he finished just short of it. 284. is what is in the game center right now. Might be an update to that, but I think that's where he finished up. So a little bit short of the bonus for him. But again, even though there's not a ton of points on the board, there was a lot of yards in this game.
I think Devontae Parker's got to be the Krusty Krystal player of the game, or is it the Krusty ZT player of the game?
I 100% agree, so we can call it whatever you want. Got to be Parker, even though I think he had zero in the second half, but he didn't need it. He got it all done in the first.
41.5 in the flex, 41.55 in the captain spot, I mean. So in the flex with that 26-ish. Jakeem Grant, your captain. Is he going to be the Not My Kid award winner?
He is. Yeah, one catch for 10 yards. I mean, he's a boomer bust player, so it doesn't surprise me when he busts, right? Because that's the second part of that is the bust part. But I still finished 20th, which isn't bad. I just should have gone with a different captain. But the rest of my lineup was all right.
Yeah, if you had Captain Parker, you'd have been better.
Definitely should have done that because I had Parker on my lineup, but just in flex spot instead. So anyway, that was a lot of fun. Good to hang out with you and hear about your weekend, man. That was cool. I feel like I got to experience it again, right? Like I watched parts of it on TV, and now I know what you were doing there, so that was cool.
Yeah, it was fun to share some stories. I'll let Glash drive the bus on story asking. Do you want to go through a couple stats real quick? I mean, we did see a big day from Tua. Why don't you run through them and then we'll get on out of here.
Cool, and then you can toss after that. Tua's 284, 2 touchdowns. Daniel Jones 279, almost caught him there with just 1 touchdown for Jones, and that was the pass to Saquon Barkley. Barkley was disappointing on the ground, only 17 yards on 13 carries, 1.3 average yards per carry. That's pretty awful. Matt Breida had 57 yards on his 13 carries, and Daniel Jones never ran again after picking up 65 on his first 3 carries, and his second best total ever in Madden 21. Devontae Parker, 6 catches, 127. We already gave him player of the game. Darius Slayton, also a very solid play, 6 catches for 96 yards. Fell just short of the bonus, but a very solid value play. Barkley, 5 for 44 to go with his touchdown. So not a total bust day for him, just couldn't get it going on the ground. Gesicki had a touchdown early, 4 for 66. Engram, 4 for 63. Tate actually had a decent game, 4 for 48. And then Breida had 4 catches for 43 yards to round out his day. That's pretty much all of it. So
no, I think you covered it. And again, your award winners: Devontae Parker, the best player in the game; Jakeem Grant, the worst. Coming up next, though, I got a fun one that I'm doing with Glash. Ravens at Cardinals.
That's a really good one.
You get Lamar and you get Kyler. What's that?
We have never seen that matchup before. This is the first time in Madden 21 the Ravens and Cardinals have gone head to head. It's weird because we've seen like 100 sims from each team, but those two haven't faced off. It's just a weird scheduling quirk, but there you go. You get the first time ever Kyler versus Lamar.
Then at 8 o'clock, it's a triple header for Glash, by the way. Glash and Koff together. Jaguars at Eagles, and then my hometown Cowboys at the Jets round you out for Madden After Dark. But you know what we're going to do right now after we thank Jared and Frangelico behind the scenes in Game Ops along with Drew, the Drew Stack, as Koff refers to them. My man ZT, glad I could pinch hit for Rossi and jump in with you, Zach Thompson. I'm Brandon Cristal. We're going to get out of the way and then be back here in a little over 50 minutes. But how about we hand things off right now to the Pat Mayo Experience and check out his auditory and video stylings as he talks fantasy coaches, or how do coaches help fantasy value, or how does Bill Belichick, as I talked to Shane Vereen the other day, kill fantasy value when you think you know the running back and it ends up being Brandon Bolden vulturing everyone's touchdowns. So thanks again, Zach. I'm BK. I'll see you in a little bit. Here's Pat Mayo.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings. 2021 NFL new coaches and coordinators and the fantasy impact that they may have on the new offenses that they are at the helm of. How that's going to impact your fantasy leagues this year. Remember to smash the like button for the video. In the comment section, you tell me which coordinator you're most hyped for to allow for your fantasy players to actually be good this year if they were stuck under some absolute jabroni coordinator the past few years with a slow pace who just wants to run the ball on all three downs. Now they have a new coordinator and things might actually open up. So who are you most pumped for? Who will make the biggest impact on fantasy as at the helm of their new team this year? Remember to subscribe to Mayo Media Network, rate, review, and subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast if you just enjoy listening to this stuff on your phone. You don't want to see my ugly face, all right? Also, runthesims.com, the optimizer. It has the game simulations. It has the sports betting product. But if you're just concerned about season-long fantasy and you want to do your own projections, completely free up on runthesims.com right now. If you are concerned about the optimizer for daily fantasy and the simulations for sports betting, runthesims.com/Mayo will get you a discount. So get in on that right now. Runthesims.com. Joining me on the line right now from FTNFantasy.com, it is Derek Brown, who has penned one of these articles for new coordinators and coaches for, have you done every single team yet?
I think I'm somewhere in the 20s, Pat. I mean, I'm getting close. We're not there yet, but inching closer day by day, coming out with one of these daily, Monday through Friday. So I think the series wraps up next Thursday, if I'm not correct off the top of my head.
All right. So, Derek, let's start at the very top alphabetically. That is, Arthur Smith is the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. And he replaces Dan Quinn and Raheem, what was it? Oh, yeah, Sideshow Raheem Morris. Totally just spaced on his name. God, I dropped like 3 Simpsons references in the first 2 minutes of the show. We're off to a hot start, Debo. How is this going to affect things? Because we looked at the efficiency of the Tennessee offense with Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator, how he rejuvenated Ryan Tannehill, but I do recall them running on first down on every single series. Now, maybe it's because they had Derrick Henry, but that's not what we want to see in Atlanta.
So I think with Arthur Smith, the big thing for this offense that's going to help a lot is the play action rates. They're going to go up. And the last time we saw a really good Matt Ryan, which, I mean, Matt Ryan, there's shades of how good you want to say is good. But when we saw Matt Ryan excel during the Shanahan era there, extremely high play action rates. I think it's going to help Matt Ryan in terms of his efficiency and whatever he has left in the tank. For this offense, I mean, I don't know how high the passing rate's going to be. I mean, everybody's out there talking about, okay, we should be buying into Ridley, Kyle Pitts, like all these different players, and I'm not pushing back against that. But you're talking about with Tennessee and the high rushing rates. I think the rushing rates could be a little bit higher than a lot of people want to see, considering if you're buying Atlanta's passing attack. Now, are they going to be top 5? Probably not, but I think somewhere league average is probably about right. I think the pace is also going to pick up here, Pat. I mean, last year Atlanta wasn't blazing trails, but Arthur Smith, even though it was a run-first offense in Tennessee, top 10 in pace across the board, regardless of script, total pace, whatever you want to look at. It was good things. So I think there's a lot of to chew on here for Atlanta and a lot of good things that we can forecast, at least for the Falcons, regarding this system.
So are we thinking that Arthur Smith is just going to implement his offense? I assume that's going to be the case because that's why he was hired as the head coach. Do you find it hard to differentiate between the scheming styles and projecting forward between a head coach and a new offensive coordinator in this situation? Or is this just going to be Smith's offense and then the offensive coordinator replacing Dirk Cutter is just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to implement that?
I think every team's a little bit differently. Like with some of these more offensive-minded head coaches, I lean a little bit towards them and kind of looking through their history, what they've done with personnel and things of that nature. Like everybody's talking about, okay, well, Arthur Smith's going to run a lot of 12. Okay, that's what he did in Tennessee. I think that the personnel is going to lend itself that, yes, he does that. But is he a head coach that is really more like, okay, square peg, round hole, let's just try to force my system? Considering all the things on paper, his pace, play action, what he's done with the players that he's been given when he was in Tennessee, I think that he's more readily available to adjust his system versus some other coaches that we've seen are not necessarily willing to do that regardless of where they go and the team that they're on.
Do we think that it was because of Derrick Henry that we saw a lot of this first down rushing rate and a complete lack of passing to the running backs, because that's just not how they wanted to utilize him? So we see Mike Davis in Atlanta right now, and as we are speaking, he is still what appears to be the full-time starter for the Falcons. Do you envision him getting 20 touches a game? Whether, like, is it just going to be rushing, or will they utilize Mike Davis's pass catching ability a little bit more than they did with Derrick Henry and show a few more different looks than maybe we saw with Tennessee, where it was Henry up the middle, or essentially it's like slants and bombs down the field? And I just don't necessarily think that's how the Falcons offense is probably geared to run. I think that utilizing Davis a bit more, where maybe he's not getting 20 carries a game, but he's getting like 12 carries a game. But he might also see 5 targets out of the backfield. Maybe that's wishful thinking for someone who thinks that Mike Davis could be a really good an impact fantasy player at his current price tag, not like a top 10 guy or anything like that. But if they do utilize him that way, that'd be great for fantasy.
I agree. I mean, I see a lot of the same things for Mike Davis. I don't think that he's going to be a Derrick Henry type where he's getting 20, 25 rushes per game. I think that we could see some of these other backs like worked in here. Now, he's still going to be the primary and the obvious primary, but I agree with you. I think that 12 to 15 touches per game on the ground is more, it's closer to what I envision for this offense, because they're set up like Derrick Henry is a unicorn. Like, he is one of a kind in the NFL. Size, speed, being able to hold up to that type of workload. Mike Davis is 28. We've never seen him hold up to a substantial workload over, now we're talking about 17 games. So I think that Arthur Smith, again, I'm giving him a lot of credence and saying there is more rationality to this coaching than other places. I think that the workload is going to be good for Mike Davis, and I think we're going to see more targets than Derrick Henry ever saw, because Mike Davis has shown he can catch passes. Derrick Henry has never shown us that, and Tennessee showed us over multiple seasons, regardless of his breakaway ability on the ground, they were not going to do that. So, I mean, eventually you have to look at that type of signal and say, okay, well, as much as we want that in fantasy, it's just not going to be. So I think Davis is going to catch more passes than Henry ever did.
The Detroit Lions have taken a true alpha as their head coach with Tarzan Dan Campbell, but they've also brought in the awful Anthony Lynn to be their offensive coordinator. They have a new quarterback. All of their best players are now gone, except for TJ Hawkinson, who is still there. Being a former tight ends coach, you'd think that Dan Campbell would try to at least implement a very tight end heavy offense, try to look out for his guys. But what can we expect from Anthony Lynn? Because I'm doing a series a little bit later on, probably in a week or two, about the no buzz players, about like distressed assets. And it feels like DeAndre Swift has fallen into that right now. But it just seems like Dan Campbell wants to play football like it's 1971, which leads me to believe they're going to run the ball a ton, because Anthony Lynn wants to do that.
I think they're going to run, and they're going to lean on their running backs a lot in this offense. Now, DeAndre Swift, I think that he has got a really razor-thin set of projections and his outcomes. Like, for him to pay off on top 15 and be the type of player that a lot of people are drafting him to be, and I know reports came out the other day about him being the bell cow and things of that nature. I think DeAndre Swift can be fantastic this year. My worries with DeAndre Swift is, even though Jared Goff is immobile, we didn't see him checking down last year. And Anthony Lynn's scheme has shown, yes, they want to utilize running backs in the passing game, and they're going to run the ball. My worry here is what do they do when they get inside the red zone? Like, we're not projecting this to be a good offense, not a lot of scoring opportunities. So I think Jamal Williams is going to be factoring in here, 1, in the passing game, and 2, in the red zone, more than a lot of people want to see. Although I do see the range of outcomes for DeAndre Swift to pay off. It's just a little bit riskier than I think a lot of people are saying. But I think this is going to be an offense that runs through their running backs. Wow, that's a wonderful phrase. But Anthony Lynn has shown that, like, he's willing to make them the engine, because what do they have for wide receivers, Pat? Like, we're talking about Rashad Perriman, Tyrell Williams. I heard, like, some people talking about them. Oh, they might be a value. And I'm like, to who? Would Jared Goff, a quarterback that's not willing, that's like showing you he's allergic to throwing outside the numbers, he's scared to do it? His ADOT's dropped in each of the last 3 seasons. Like, these wide receivers are not going to be massive factors in this offense, regardless of how Lynn runs it and the quarterback situation.
I'm just thinking about it right now. So I'm on Run the Sims. I've done my projections. And like I said, anyone out there can sign up for a free around with the projections and create their own cheat sheets. That doesn't cost anything. You can do that for free up on the site right now. So check out runthesims.com. But the way that I have it allocated right now, so I have the Lions running just over 1,000 plays this season in 17 games, which is on sort of the low end of the spectrum in terms of offenses, despite the fact that they're probably going to have the ball a lot because their defense will be giving up a ton of points. Maybe not. Maybe their defense is actually improved for once. We'll see. The offensive line's not bad. I had them at a 47% rushing rate, which I think is the highest of any team besides San Francisco, in my projections at least. That translates to 36 touchdowns and around a 42% rushing touchdown rate. So there's not a lot of touchdowns to go around. Now, this is what I found really interesting once I punched in what I thought the good allocation for target share and rushing share was in this offense. Because, I have Goff at 11% of the rushes. Maybe that's a bit high, but I just want to put that baseline in there to see what would happen. So I have Swift at 46% of the rushing share of this team. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right. I mean, considering the splits that we've seen over previous Anthony Lynn offenses, Eckler versus the other early down running backs last year and prior iterations with Austin Eckler and Melvin Gordon, even if you go all the way back to Buffalo and the two-back system he ran there, it sounds about right. I mean, I think that you're looking at about a 50-50 split. Maybe that leans more towards Jamal Williams if he shows that he can be effective behind a really good offensive line.
So I have Swift at 46 and Jamal Williams at 38% in terms of rushing share. In terms of passing share, I have Swift at a 12% clip of the targets with Jamal Williams at 7%. Now, the biggest shift that I put in here was that Swift, I have given 63% of the rushing touchdowns to, where I only have Jamal Williams at 23%. That inverts itself, and then all of a sudden, we got a real problem with DeAndre Swift's fantasy value. But that's a pretty decent baseline, I think. A 46% rushing share, a market share of 12% of the targets. That would make him running back 12 for the year in half-point PPR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the small divide that I have on it is I think it could be closer to a 50-50 regarding the rushing touchdowns. Like, I think that Jamal Williams, at least what we saw with Anthony Lynn, I mean, 9 healthy games for Austin Eckler last year. If we're talking about Swift gets the Eckler role in this offense, then in those 9 games, we saw Eckler at 18 red zone rushing attempts versus you saw Joshua Kelly, Kalen Ballage, who are not blowing the socks off of anybody as far as talents. So if anybody wants to talk about, well, Jamal Williams is just a guy, well, these other guys are not great either. They had 22 red zone rushing attempts combined. So I think it's going to be a little bit closer to a split, and that's where my worry for DeAndre Swift and why I think his upside is a little bit more razor thin. Like, I think the pass game work is sewed in, but I don't think that, at least I think the touchdowns could sway a little bit more towards Williams.
Yeah, well, if we do that and just say we change the projection, the only thing that we say is that we drop down DeAndre Swift from 63% touchdown rate to, let's call it a 25% rushing touchdown rate. Like, things go not great for him in this circumstance. It makes him running back 20 all of a sudden. So it is a razor thin margin if everything else equals itself out. So I'm a bit worried about him in terms of where he's going in fantasy drafts. Like, there are receivers that I like a little bit after him. Like, J.K. Dobbins is just below him. I kind of have those two bunched together, but they're going at picks number 26 and number 27 in drafts in the past week. But then you have like Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, CeeDee Lamb, Allen Robinson, all like directly after those two. I'd rather have all of those receivers.
And that's been my biggest problem with DeAndre Swift. Like, I see it as being razor thin. And if I'm trying to basically walk the line and tether this razor thin projection with DeAndre Swift and say, okay, if everything works out and what I kind of see in my mind's eye, oh, wait, but what about Jamal Williams versus, oh, these are lock, set, forget wide receivers that are going to see 140, maybe 150 targets this year. 130 is like the floor, 125. Like, that type of volume that I know is projectable, and these guys could get 25% target shares versus a guy like, does it work out? Does it not? Is it, I mean, the overall offense is not great. I'm pushing the button on wide receivers in that range easily over DeAndre Swift. And that's the problem where, like, I'm a little bit lighter than a lot of other people doing best ball drafts right now with DeAndre
Derek,
Swift.
you said the word that we don't care about on this show, best ball. Just throw that out. We're talking about real fantasy here. Oh, I did 150 drafts. I own everybody. Look how smart I am. Give me a break.
Well, I can honestly tell you, if everybody's out there with 150 teams, my exposure to DeAndre Swift is going to be really, really minuscule. So just put that in for context as well.
All right. Jacksonville. Urban Meyer comes in to replace Doug Marrone. Darren Bevel is the new offensive coordinator, replacing Jay Gruden. They also have a brand new quarterback with the number 1 pick in the draft, a brand new running back to at least split time or maybe somehow work as like a slot receiver with Travis Etienne, and James Robinson returning off his fantastic rookie season. We'll see what his workload is going to be. But I think the biggest impact here, and I mean, your co-host of Fade the Chalk, Adam Pfeiffer, is a big Marvin Jones guy. And with Bevel coming from Detroit and bringing essentially Marvin Jones with him, I still think that Marvin Jones is probably on pace to be the number 1 fantasy wide receiver on this team.
I don't think that he easily could be, put it that way. Like, I'm not going to push back against you on that one. The way that I see Jacksonville possibly working out this year in terms of target shares, I think the way that we're viewing Cincinnati in a lot of different aspects, like there's 3 really good wide receivers. All of them could get anywhere between 19 to 22% of the targets. And really then we're talking about touchdown variance and who's going to be the best guy. I think Jacksonville could work out in a similar fashion. If not, I mean, if they run, they're not going to run a lot of 12 because they don't have the tight ends and no Tim Tebow. I don't even know if he makes it out of camp. So I don't see them as running a lot of 2 wide receiver sets unless they run a lot of 21 personnel and get both these backs on the field at the same time. But I think that these wide receivers, I think Marvin Jones could be the guy that leads the team. He's got a history with this offensive system. We know he's not coming off the field if they go 2 wide receivers and 21 personnel and get the backs involved even more. Heck, he's not going to play in the slot. Like, that's probably Visca's role. And so Chark, Marvin Jones, I mean, why don't we just take the discount on Marvin Jones on a guy that I'm with you. I don't think that he's washed. I don't think he's passed, even though he's not young. He played well last year when he was asked to be the number 1 in Detroit. He's going in the 110s to 120s range. Like, he's like 2 to 3 rounds, maybe even more in a lot of like other casual leagues after Laviska Shenault, after DJ Chark. Marvin Jones could be the best value out of this wide receiver core.
Yeah, right now I have them all projected fairly similarly because I haven't gone in and done my manual adjustments. But I think the big thing that I'm looking at right now, like, I have them all essentially an 18 to 20% target share between the 3 of them. And I think that Chenault's just overrated to begin with because people who write about fantasy really like him. But nothing would, besides like Twitter clips of him stiff-arming people like twice a season, I don't really know what he's actually done versus Marvin Jones, who I've seen be pretty damn good for the past 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, I like Laviska. The problem is that his ADP is creeping up and up and up. I mean, because of a lot of it, like, we're all out in the streets talking about him. But I mean, I think there's a path to him being the number 1 guy. Now, is that, again, we're talking about what does that really mean? Like, does he get a 22% target share versus 21 for the other 2 wide receivers? Is it still we're just splitting hairs? If you look at a lot of other metrics like yards per route run versus via the slot last year, he was really, really stinking good. And we've seen Urban Meyer run a lot of his offense. Now, I'm not going to go with the easy, low-hanging fruit that everybody picks in Curtis Samuel, but in his final year at Ohio State, he ran his passing offense through the slot with Paris Campbell. Now, are Laviska Shenault and Paris Campbell like the same player? No. But this could be an offense that we see him utilize the slot, but am I willing to take him at his ADP in a lot of different aspects over DJ Chark or Marvin Jones, who some of the early reports in camp, I mean, Chark was slipping in drafts. He's still going. I mean, I think the ADP in a lot of different formats is flipped. I think Laviska Shenault's going to go ahead of DJ Chark and Marvin Jones, and I'm probably just going to take the discounts at this point.
Chark currently going at pick number 78 overall, Shenault at 87, Marvin Jones 134. But everything you just described about Urban Meyer running like through the slot, isn't that the primary reason to draft not Laviska Shenault but Travis Etienne?
Yeah, I mean, it's the viability that you're looking at for Etienne. I mean, Etienne, I think that some of, like, if we're looking at parallels and in very, very different systems, but him and DeAndre Swift are a really interesting side-by-side as far as, like, skill sets, what we're expecting out of this year. There's other backs that could really cannibalize the red zone rushing roles. And again, Etienne is falling in a similar range to DeAndre Swift. Now, he's going after Swift. sometimes around, maybe a little bit more than that. But he's again in a range where it's like, I mean, James Robinson, I don't think goes away. I do think, unfortunately, we're going to see some Carlos Hyde this year because it's Urban Meyer, and that's probably just going to be the case. So I think ETN, we are going to see a lot of slot usage. The problem that I have, even though, yes, he's going to get a lot of targets, is does he get the touchdowns?
Well,
and that's where I'm thinking and wondering.
Let's frame it this way. I'm not super excited about drafting Travis Etienne, which I still pronounce with a French accent, by the way, as it should be pronounced because he's from Louisiana, so that would only actually make a lot of sense instead of, it's like when Americans say foyer instead of foyer, and it just like drives me up the wall. It's one of the...
pecan.
What's that?
Or pecan.
Yeah, or what's the other one? Croissant is another really good one too. When I lived in New Jersey,
as a Louisiana native, I can understand all this pain that you're describing here.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's not like I come from a Francais culture, but je parle français. I am Canadien. Like I at least hear this stuff over and over and over. Like it's just like, oh my god. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. But I'll put that aside. I don't necessarily want to draft him pick number 40. I think that's too high. My main point was Shenault is getting all this buzz. Oh, Shenault is going to be all that great. But the role that Shenault played last year in Jacksonville's system, they're projecting forward to this year. Like, oh, he's going to run the slot. He's going to get carries out of the backfield. They just drafted a guy in the first round to do all this stuff. Why would Shenault still do it?
Agreed. And I think it's part of the risk that's not really being baked in right now. I think it's everybody's like, okay, he's size, speed, specimen. He's freaking amazing. And I'm not trying to throw a ton of cold water on Laviska Shenault, but what you're laying out here and him getting slot work, like they're not running 10 personnel, Pat. Like they're not running 2 slots out there. Like that's probably not going to be the case at all in Jacksonville. So if Etienne's lining up in the slot, where's Viska? Well, he's probably on the sideline because I don't think he's stealing outside work over DJ Chark. I don't think he's stealing outside work over Marvin Jones. And we haven't seen Laviska Shenault like in that type of role where he can win outside and do it consistently enough where we say, like, even if he gets put out there, that he's definitely going to succeed in doing it.
The Chargers have a brand new coach. So you have to think that's an upgrade, just getting rid of Anthony Lynn right off the hop. And there's also no, what was the guy's name? Shane
Steichen.
Yeah, that's right. He was the guy who got promoted like mid-season 2 years ago, and they just kept him for whatever reason. Now we got Brandon Staley, a friend of McVay's ugliest friend by far. So, but he also comes from the defensive side of the ball, but I'm pretty sure he was an ex-quarterback, which is like, okay, that's kind of strange. So do we see a McVay-style offense, or at least the up-tempo, lots of passing style offense, or does this go more towards like a Saints offense? Because Joe Lombardi, the quarterback's coach from New Orleans, is now in Los Angeles for the Chargers. And he was previously the offensive coordinator for the Lions in 2014 and 2015. I think he got replaced by Jim Bob Cooter. Remember when he was like all the rage when Stafford was good for like 6 weeks? It was like, oh my God, Jim Bob Cooter, here we go. And just everyone enjoyed saying his name so much. I think he got maybe slightly overrated in that sense. But what do you see this Chargers offense looking like this year, especially with Herbert in year 2, versus what we saw last year, where it was a lot of, well, we're on the 3-yard line, like you said, bring in Kalen Ballage. Like, I don't think we're going to see that again.
I don't think we're going to see that again. I'm a little bit lower on the Chargers than some other people, only because I think, like, with Shane Steichen out of town, I think that he had a decent amount to do with the offense. Yes, I know Anthony Lynn was there, but we saw the Chargers up in pace last year. Passing rates weren't amazing. But with Joe Lombardi, I went all the way back to his Detroit time because all of the Saints stuff the water gets muddy. Like we're talking about previously, it's like if you're looking at projecting how these offenses run and okay, everybody's like, oh, he's coming for the Saints system. Well, he's a quarterback's coach. Like, he had 2 5-year stints as the quarterback's coach in New Orleans. I mean, we all kind of agree, like, okay, well, Sean Payton is probably the one pulling the strings there. Pete Carmichael is probably the guy in his ear. The quarterback coach is just standing over there, like, you know, tossing on the sideline with Jameis Winston and trying to catch the errant passes on a weekly basis. I think that Lombardi, there could be some good things here. I think the passing rate could go up. Because if you look at Detroit when he was there, especially how we're projecting the Chargers this year, I think that the passing rate could get into the low 60s, which would put them top 5, top 7. I think the pace could drop here, though. With Joe Lombardi going all the way back to Detroit again, I mean, we saw like it was a talented offense. Yes, he got replaced by Jim Bob Cooter, and Lord, that era of coordinators. I mean, we had the Jim Bob Cooters, we had Ben McAdoo's of the world who were just like dump off and throw it short. I think Lombardi, it could be good things for the passing volume. I think the pace drops for this offense. I'm not really willing to push like a panic button with them, but I think I'm a little bit lower than consensus versus a lot of other people are like, oh my God, like Justin Herbert. Whoa, let's go. I think the offense could be good, but this is still an offense that's really condensed, and that they do have, I'm not saying that Keenan Allen we need to put him out to pasture, but it's really thin as far as the passing game options here. We got Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Mike Williams, and then a prehistoric Jared Cook. If any one of these dominoes falls, like if Keenan Allen were to go down, the Chargers are going to be, I mean, it's not going to look as pretty. So I'm not trying to like project forward injuries, but just looking at range of outcomes for this offense, I do find myself a little bit lower than consensus than a lot of the people and how they project it.
So you have very little faith in Jalen Guyton or Josh Palmer coming in to back up either. I mean, Mike Williams is going to go down at some point. So if Keenan goes down at the same time, they're in trouble. But if Jared Cook gets hurt, that means Parham's going to play, which just could be better for everyone.
That could be better for everyone. And yeah, Jalen Guyton is he's the Los Angeles version of Demarcus Robinson. They're just both out there running routes and Fitbitting on a weekly basis. Not earning any targets, not getting open, but Lord, do they run routes and play snaps, man.
So yeah, if Lombardi was truly going to bring over a part of the Saints offense, they'd have some sort of weird thing where Justin Herbert would exit the field on the 9-yard line and Easton Stick would come into the game for no reason. So that's probably not going to happen.
And then Easton Stick runs out and he plays seam tight end, and we see, oh gosh, that's a horrible range of outcomes. I don't even want to envision it.
Yeah, so yeah, I think you're probably right. But I mean, that could spell good news for Austin Eckler, because I think that those were the Theo Riddick years, weren't they? When Lombardi was in Detroit?
So when Lombardi was in Detroit, the first year they had Joique Bell was the primary. I'm blanking on the name of the backup there. But the 2015 year, that was the year of all the Amir Abdullah hype.
Oh man,
so,
hold on. Was that the Javid Best year before he had the concussion?
It was, I think it was towards the tail end. I think 2014 was that, and then 2015 was Amir Abdullah and Joique in Detroit, which that year, and that's one of the reasons I think that I can envision a little bit of a goal line role or more for Austin Eckler. They gave some goal line work to Amir Abdullah, he's not any bigger than Austin Eckler. So I think we could see a few. I'm not saying he's going to be the primary goal line back, but I think we could see a little bit more work inside the 10, inside the 20 for Austin Eckler this year.
Yeah, and we had a lot of checkdowns. That Theo Riddick was there that year. Theo Riddick had 80 receptions that year on 99 targets. Amir Abdullah had 25 catches, and Joique Bell had 22 catches. So a lot of passing to the running back.
Agreed. Yeah, it was a large target share to the running back that year, and that's why, I think that Austin Eckler, the floor is extremely high, and with his passing game role. And I think that they're, we're talking about, if we're comparing apples to apples, I'm like, okay, DeAndre Swift's, his line of projections and paying off at his ADP is razor thin. I think that Austin Eckler's is wider. I think that his ability to both capture a higher ceiling than where he's going in drafts and the floor is immensely high. I think he's being drafted around probably where his floor is, and maybe the ceiling is a little bit higher, like RB7, RB6, if all these things work out.
The New York Jets have a new coach, which is probably just great news for them. Robert Saleh, defensive mind, comes in. The offensive coordinator is... It's Matt LaFleur's brother, Mike LaFleur, who was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers last year. I don't know if that necessarily means that, hey, he is a disciple of Kyle Shanahan. So does that mean we're going to see more of a run-heavy offense, even with a new quarterback and 80,000 receivers on the Jets now?
So that's how I'm projecting New York. I think they're going to be extremely run-heavy. And the other thing about it is, look, New York's defense is not going to be good. Their defensive line should be really good against the run. I think they'll be able to rush the passer with Carl Lawson in town. Their secondary is going to be god-awful. So I really think New York is going to run the ball. I think that, again, you're talking about pretty boy Zach Wilson in town. They're going to try to protect him and ease him in, and they really should, because if you're looking at, one, how this offense could run, and two, this offensive line is set up really, really well to run block extremely well. They've got Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker. They brought in Morgan Moses. The other pieces they have left over, have quietly graded out extremely well, Pat, in zone run blocking grade. So as bad as his defense is, and even with the pass game weapons, like they brought in Elijah Moore, and he's been the talk of all training camp right now. Like he's gotten the buzz. I mean, can we say like maybe the most out of any player we've heard all off season?
Yes and no. Hold on. Yeah, it's yes and no, but it's mainly because there are so many people at like you hear the most about the Jets and Giants just because that's where reporters live. So you're hearing a ton about that. Here's the thing about Moore though. Like there's a guy who's already on the team who plays his position and starts. Like that's a problem.
Yes, it's a problem. I mean, I like Elijah Moore, and I think that he is going to be a good pro. I mean, his entire prospect profile was great, but I still think this is going to be a run-first team. And I think that that's how they're going to compensate for, one, protecting Zach Wilson, and two, trying to cover up for their terrible defense. And I think they're going to run the ball. I mean, that's why I've been discussing like why I like Michael Carter and where he's going, even though, yes, he was a fourth-round pick, but he fits this offense extremely well. And the Jets run, like their running schedule, last time I looked at it and projected win totals and looking at last year's defense, they looked like on paper like they were going to have a top 10 run schedule. As far as like, if they want to run the ball, they should have the ability to, behind what I think is going to be a sneaky good offensive line to do so.
The issue is it's tough to run the ball when you're down by 30 points after a quarter.
Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. That's the problem. But if we think that their rushing rates could be top 5, top 7 in neutral scripts, if they even want to run the ball a ton, even when they are down. Now, is that a great scenario and probably still highly likely? No, it's not as much. But I think that if for a team that's going to try to play keep away and protect at least what is going to still be a terrible defense, I think they're going to run the ball more than some people are envisioning, considering all we've heard is, okay, well, Zach Wilson, and okay, well, Elijah Moore, and oh, will they sign Corey Davis?
Well, it should at least go up from here. They were 29th in offensive pace last year. They were 32nd in points per game, so it can't get worse. So that's good news if you're drafting Jets players. I don't have a whole lot of interest. Maybe Zach Wilson in 2 quarterback leagues, just because he might start to run, and he just might be the guy that you want. He could be like almost like having that Blake Bortles type year from not the year that they were good, the year before that, when they kept getting down by like 40 points. Then all of a sudden, like Blake Bortles' fourth quarters would be filled with 30 fantasy points. That could be like Zach Wilson this year. Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience.
Well, good evening. There it is. Hi, everybody. Hope everyone's well. BK, you're home, it looks like, back from Canton. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I got a 40-minute nap in. Anybody that was sticking with us from the last sim knows I was running on fumes a little bit. I've got some cold coffee that I didn't know was cold till right now. It was in the coffee pot. I thought it stayed hot all day. I'm not a coffee drinker, so anyway, I've got my class of 2020 Hall of Fame mug. I'm doing all right though. Good to see you. What was going on yesterday that you were on the pup list?
We'll get into that at some point, but
you got a triple header here, so
yeah, it was supposed to be a triple header last night too.
Really covered for you.
Really weird stuff has happened to me the last week. The chat is already a little bit aware of this. Really kind of drove me nuts what I had to hear earlier today on the stream. Not gonna lie to you, I'm really not happy, to be honest. But we're gonna be professional to some degree, and get through the night. We have producer Michael here. We have T Pike here. June and Patrick from the Game Ops team are here as well. We got two mobile quarterbacks in action.
Well, hang
Kyler
on.
Murray.
Did you see the breaking Luka news? 4 minutes ago.
Just came in, a 5-year contract, right?
Yeah, $207 million Supermax deal, highest ever for, I guess, a rookie Supermax. All right, keep going though. Kyler, Lamar, showdown for the ages.
What is your lineup looking like? I feel like I don't know. Did you have to captain the quarterback here, Kyler?
I chose not to because I wanted to get both. I wanted to be loaded up with both of them, so I chose not to. Normally, it's almost always captain Lamar, but he not only is he almost never play against Kyler, according to our records, and by our records I mean ZT saying it. This matchup has never occurred in Madden 21 in these sims, ever. So.
Ever.
Kyler Lamar, we don't know who to captain there, so I went ahead and captain Christian Kirk. Captain Kirk to go with Kyler and Lamar, of course, as part of my lineup. And then I'll give you the rest here real quickly. I am in 15th currently with the Ravens D, Justin Tucker and J.K. Dobbins. We know Dobbins can be hit and miss. So went 3 Ravens there. Kyler and Captain Kirk are my only cards, and then obviously Lamar there too. So we'll see how it goes. I took the Ravens D because we know Kyler is prone to putting the ball on the carpet at least once a game.
There is your captain, Christian Kirk, 14.
I'm probably in first place.
So I played both quarterbacks. I captained Kyler.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm taking some chances though. I played both RB1s, Kenyon Drake and Mark Ingram. Miles Boykin is in my lineup at $4,600, and then Nick Boyle is my punt play. Kyler,
feels like you just planted the roster by playing Nick Boyle. Hop.
Kyler is 4 for 4 in the passing game right now. Did you have a good time this weekend? When did you get home? Today?
Yeah, I am going on about 45 minutes sleep.
Oh, wow. So what you just did for a nap is what you're going off of?
No, I slept 45 minutes in the hotel. Then we drove from Canton to Cleveland. And then I slept on the plane for like an hour and a half.
Okay. I can sleep on planes too. I consider myself.
Yeah, my wife was asleep she was asleep in the airport, and she got to sleep for the whole hour. I drove from Canton to Cleveland. And then she slept the whole flight while I talked to one of my colleagues in the media that was next to me on the plane.
Nice.
For a little bit, and then we all fell asleep. So it was a really great weekend for a lot of reasons. I covered a lot of it last sim, but there's definitely people here that weren't there to listen. I got to hang out with Tommy Freeze Pops a bunch, as you well know, and that was really cool.
Real quick, he just posted photos with Tom Brady, which he brought to my attention this morning because I saw Mort got a photo with Brady, and I sent it to Freeze Pops and said, "So, did you get yours?" And he said, "This is not public info until I put it out there." And he sent it to me, and I was...
Oh, that's awesome, because I saw Mort's too last night. We ended up at that event at Peyton's party, but not until much later in the night. And that was unintentional, but by design, because I was with Willie Rofe and then ran into Rod Smith and Ray Crockett. So we all ended up going over there. but 3 hours into the party, and it was still cool. But most of the people had left. A lot of people had left, including Tom Brady. So it was cool to be there, but we definitely missed Brady. And Tommy was actually leaving as I got there, and I just missed him because he was kind of way across the floor. So I saw him leaving. I could tell that he had himself a good time. But when I saw that picture, I thought the same thing. I'm like, did he take a picture of Brady? I got a picture of Brady with Jason Witten, where he was recruiting him, I'm sure, to play for the Bucks. Fourth tight end. It was cool though, man. You know, Steve Atwater, to have somebody that I consider a friend who was nice enough to invite us and then to sort of mention us in his speech was pretty crazy.
That's awesome. That's
awesome.
awesome.
It was great. It was great. You know, it was one of those things where I'm glad I got to be there. It was such a great celebration. I'll be happy if I get to go again, or if I choose to go again, when they cut a whole day off. And so it's like fly in Friday midday, fly out Sunday morning. And maybe not 6 a.m., but Sunday midday. You know, that would be ideal. There's a touchdown. Is that Fitz? The legend. He'll be in Canton.
Larry Fitzgerald, 22.5% owned, 2.1% in the captain.
Your captain threw the touchdown, though, so that's cool.
Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Fitz wasn't all that highly owned. If he's not highly owned in the public contest, he can't be that highly owned in our free roll. Which
what from a distance? What caught your eye from Hall of Fame weekend? Or from the speeches? What stuck out?
Well, I can always appreciate Peyton Manning and his humor and throwing shade at Brady. I saw some clips on that.
Well, I think I mentioned it on Friday to you. I really wanted Brady to wear those 7 rings and just sit there so that when they showed him clapping, you would just see the 7 rings.
I thought Charles Woodson's speech was very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Nice of him to honor his mom.
Other than that, I scrolled through your Twitter feed either earlier today or yesterday, and you had some good stuff in there. It was kind of a little sentimental, BK. Your Facebook post with how
the Facebook post
carry the last 15 years.
Yeah, the Facebook post was cool, and the one thing that was a bummer was because I got there late. A lot of guys that I used to cover, that I developed friendly relationships with, or even friendships with, that I did get to say hi to almost all of them at the ceremony during one of the commercial breaks, and it was cool. But guys that don't live in town, that don't come to Denver very often, a lot of them were gone by the time I got to Peyton's event last night.
Okay.
And so it just would have been cool to catch up with them a little more, but still, just getting to see him was good. But yeah, it was a great weekend.
Larry
I spent
Fitzgerald
more money in the store than I
touchdown.
needed to.
What's that?
I didn't show you my shirt. I showed the chat last mug. We got a pint glass. We got a Peyton bobblehead, which I got 2 of. Almost was a Adam Kaufman bobblehead, but 2 things. There's nothing special about it other than it was a free gift that, as a going away, whatever that's called. What do they call when you get a gift at a party? My brain's not working. On the way out, whatever, you get a gift bag, and it had a Peyton bobblehead in it. But it's just the same one that you can get online or at the Hall of Fame store. So it wasn't like it was a special one they made up for the party. They just bought a bunch from the Hall of Fame people or whatever. So I got 2 of them, and I was like, okay, I'll have one. I'll put it at my desk or whatever, and then I'll give the other one a cough. But my man Brad, who works with me at the radio station, who's in charge of all the concert tickets and gives me literally tickets to just about anything I ask for. If he has them, I get them. Sometimes I can get 4 even for really big shows at Red Rocks or whatever. I was talking to him last week, and I'm like, oh, who's your favorite player? Because he's from Chicago, but I forget he really loves the Broncos because he's a big White Sox fan. And I got him a Frank Thomas autographed baseball a few years back. He's like, oh, well, it's Peyton. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to be near Peyton, and Peyton lives here, so I can just find something to get signed. But he also has a bunch of bobbleheads and action figures and stuff at his desk. So I was like, oh, I got to give this to Brad. So I just put it on his desk and I said, to Brad, from Peyton and BK.
Dan Arnold with the catch. That was pretty epic. He just juggled the ball off his hands and then off his head. Can we see that again? It bounced off his helmet to his back. Still minus 2 yards. That was pretty nuts. Larry Fitzgerald with the touchdown. If you're just joining us, thanks for being here on Twitch. About 40 of you on Twitch, about 300 on YouTube. 3rd and 12 for Kyler. They will be punting in all likelihood coming up here.
Oh, this is a little bit of good luck. My boss, one of my many bosses, I have many bosses, just asked me to host the afternoon show Friday with my man Big Al, Alfred Williams, because his co-host, the driver of the show, who's actually my real big boss, is off. And I was like, okay, yes, I can do it, hoping that I didn't have it. I knew I had a sim Friday, I just didn't know when. My sim is at noon, and the show would be at 3. So I am more than good to go there, but I'll get to be with the DK Simpam in the morning, as the Broncos are in Minnesota for the week starting tomorrow. So I got 1 day of football practice to cover all week, and then I get 3 days to just kind of be at the house, which I'm very excited about. 5 days, really.
So you're going to do some drive time on Friday.
Yeah, a little afternoon drive on a Friday, getting people teed up for the Saturday preseason game that I want to say, without even looking, is probably on NFL Network, because it's a 2 o'clock kick mountain time. So usually when they have those weird times, it's because the game's going to be featured somewhere, either on one of the local networks. When I say local, national networks, like, because they practice a lot of the teams, right? When I say teams, I'm saying the broadcast teams. So you'll see a Monday night crew do a Monday night game, and you'll see the Sunday night crew do a Sunday night game. Joe Buck and Troy will do one game. So I bet you that you'll be able to watch the Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock battle up close.
You are correct, my friend. It's an NFL Network broadcast.
So 4 Eastern?
Yep.
Actually, a 4:05 kick, if anybody's wanting to get it to the minute. It'll be interesting to see, because they've got 2 days of joint practices, how they split the reps, because it's almost less about the reps themselves and more about who's in with them. Right? Now, the Broncos are in an interesting position. We don't have to dwell on the Broncos too long, but everyone's going to get to see it. Their backup tackles currently are either Cam Fleming, who won a Super Bowl as a swing tackle with the Pats, and Calvin Anderson, who's a talented young player that they are letting battle Bobby Massey, or it's Bobby Massey. So your second team tackles are actually not that far of a drop-off. And your second team right guard is this kid Netani Muti, who's a beast. He just was so hurt in college. He got drafted in the 5th round. And then the kid from Wisconsin Whitewater, Quinn Miners, who they just took in the 3rd round. So their second team O-line isn't that much drop-off. But if you're going to treat this like a normal first preseason game, which is what I think a lot of teams are doing, they're going to do 1, 2, 3. And so the 3rd game will be the dress rehearsal. You're not going to get one of these quarterbacks over the next 2 weeks is going to be playing a bunch of snaps against 2s and 3s and guys that won't even be in football, to give them extended time. And you have to decide how much you leave starting, how much you leave Garrett Bowles in. Guys like that.
Larry Fitzgerald has the touchdown in the sim to this point. It's the first time ever we have Kyler Murray facing off with Lamar Jackson, Ravens and Cardinals. You know what they should do? They should let Teddy Bridgewater be the quarterback of one team. And then since the Vikings have had so many issues with their quarterbacks and, staying on the practice field for COVID-related reasons, they should let Drew Lock just go quarterback the other team. Do it like fall baseball. Not enough kids showed up. Too many kids had to go to a family function.
I know your team's the Yankees, but you know what? Today you're a Dodger. Sorry, Dodgers need you.
Yeah, wouldn't it be? It probably served them both better.
I've certainly done it plenty of times with softball, where we were a player short and somebody shows up, and so we have 11 and the other team has 9. And then we're like, okay, well, we'll just give you our sub. This is my buddy Pete. He's a good player. but he's going to play on your team because we have 10 guys that paid in our team. There you go. So yeah, I'd be with that. Somebody asked, can the Broncos win 10 games with Teddy Bridgewater? I feel like that's their ceiling. I like this roster so much, and you can get a little team-colored glasses, if you will, in this case, orange and blue, when you cover a team, right? Or you hate them, which is also possible. And that was fun being around, some people that cover other teams this weekend that were there just, getting a break from their team to do Hall of Fame stuff. But I do like the roster because they got talent kind of all over the place. I just don't know. I feel like more than 10 wins with Teddy Bridgewater seems like almost an impossibility. Drew Lock, I think 11, 12 max, but 6, 7 is very realistic too, right? Even in a 17-game season. But the first 3 games are against, how about this? At the Giants, winnable, you think, right? The Giants will play hard. But at the Giants, at the Jags, home to the Jets. Vic Fangio's never won a game in September. He's 0-8. That's got to change this year with the 2 New York teams and the Jaguars. Who are you most excited to watch this year for whatever reason that isn't obvious? Don't give me Chiefs are off the board, Bucks are off the board, I guess. Packers are off the board. Any NFC and Bills. So take the 4 teams in the championship game. They're off the board. Who are you excited? Like, you can't wait to watch their week 1 game.
Guy right here in this sim, Kyler Murray. I'm pretty into that team. Like I
love him. I love that team, but
they're being overlooked, and it's really not their own fault. It's just because all of the storylines this offseason, the ones for the other teams in the division are just bigger storylines, I think, right?
Sure. Sure. Well, now
the debate between Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's exactly where I was going to start.
Shanahan and John Lynch, was this decision to take a quarterback? Whose decision? Did Shanahan have much of a say? Did Lynch say, hey, we're taking the kid? Or is Lynch the one saying we got to play Jimmy? I'm fascinated by that. Stafford to the Rams. Russell Wilson reportedly wanted out. Him and Pete Carroll are fine. They're going to change the offense. New offensive coordinator. And look, there are still stories there in Arizona. I mean, J.J. Watt is there. They bring in A.J. Green. Chandler Jones apparently wants out. There's just a lot of noise in that division, and I would say Arizona is the quietest of the 4 teams, even though they've had some noise as well. So I'm into Kyler. I like watching young quarterbacks that are good. Justin Herbert in Los Angeles, which I think, just for my own personal viewing experience, if the Patriots play a lot of 1 o'clock games and the Bucks play in prime time, I think I'll have some time to watch those 4 o'clock window games, and I'm looking forward to seeing Justin Herbert in year 2.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of
Justin. Like, I know Josh Allen's really good and Mahomes is really good. Am I crazy to say, though, and maybe I'm not giving this enough thought, because I know Baker and Lamar are probably next getting big contracts, but I still feel like the league, I want to know as a football fan that there is still, like, we can be greedy as young football fans. Like, I want to make sure, I'm hoping that we get a lot of really great young quarterbacks. And I think we have a couple of really good ones, the ones I just named, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Baker is on his way, I think. I think the more great young quarterbacks we can get, the better. So Kyler and Justin Herbert feel like the next 2 to make another leap to prove that they are indeed on the right track.
Well, this goes back to, I think you and I talked about it a little. I know Koff and I talked about it a lot last week. And I say it all the time. I've definitely said it on the streams here some, but I've said it on radio in Denver. And it's been echoed at times. There's 360 million people in America, and we can't find 32 good quarterbacks. And it's pretty mind-blowing, right? But my tiers are separated by Brady's just in his own tier now because I'm sick of trying to qualify where he goes and his age. So Brady's gets to be in his own tier for all the reasons. Then my top tier is 3 guys with a couple on the cusp, but the 3 are the obvious ones in Mahomes, Wilson, and Rodgers. Then your next tier has Allen, on paper, Deshaun Watson, and we have to leave it at that. And I think they're in a tier by themselves. And then Herbert, Baker, I guess Lamar based on success. The consistency, he's going to have to do it year over year. And the second that his legs fail him, then he's really going to have the challenge. And I just want to see it. So I'm going to continue to withhold that until that. And then my next group, I guess, is Herbert and Trevor Lawrence and guys like that. And we've seen it. Look, Herbert set a rookie touchdown record. Lawrence is going to have a shot to challenge it. He's got good weapons. If he can stay on the field, he'll get to throw plenty because he'll be down, I'm sure, a lot. Does he challenge Peyton's rookie interception record? I don't think he'll turn the ball over that much. But Peyton has, I think, 26 and loves saying, I can't wait till someone breaks that record. But after that, the rest to me are guys that you might take or you're intrigued by, like Fields and Lance.
Yep.
I think Dak's in a tier below all those guys I named for now until he can go beat a team that in a game that counts, a good team in a game that counts. The Saints are huge question marks. Broncos can't even talk about. Kirk Cousins, I think, is well below a tier that includes Matt Ryan and Matt Stafford. And Stafford could go up a tier with Sean McVay if it all works. I'd love for there to be 32 good quarterbacks. I'd love for there to be 20 quarterbacks where it's obvious. And
I don't think that's the case.
No, I think it's more like you're in the mid-teens, right?
Yep. But I guess that's what makes it a good league, though, too. But I don't know. I just feel like there's more room to grow at that position.
Sure. Well, even if there were 32 good quarterbacks, though, sorry to cut you off. If there are 32 good quarterbacks, that's still good for the league.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is. I'm kind of thinking out loud right now on that subject matter, but at least more than half. And like you just said, it's probably more in the mid-teens, still about half the league. And I think there are too many good quarterbacks at the college level nowadays that the transition has been easier, we think, but the coaching has to be really good. And I think we're finding out there's some good young coaches in this league.
Yeah.
So the more the merrier. That's how I look at it.
And that's kind of exciting too. I saw Bruce Arians. Bill Belichick was there on Saturday at the Hall of Fame to celebrate Jimmy Johnson. And I guess Bill Cowher, but I think more Jimmy Johnson. And Pete Carroll. Those guys certainly have their place. And I'm not trying to run any of them out of town. Andy Reid, obviously, he's got himself a ring. But it's the young guys like Kyle Shanahan and certainly Sean McVay and Zach Taylor and Matt LaFleur. And we'll see. I'm curious to see what Robert Saleh does with Matt LaFleur's brother running his offense in New York, right? And can Zach Wilson, right? I guess you got to put Wilson in the same class as Fields and Lance for now. For me, I've got Lawrence in a different class because everyone else did too, for the most part. People whose opinions I trust for a long time. Kevin Stefanski, how about his debut as a coach, right? Mike Tomlin certainly goes in the group. He's not the oldest guy by any means, but he's been doing it for 15, 16 years now. The league's in pretty good hands, coaches-wise, in terms of coaches on the younger side that are going to, even if they don't stay with their current teams, will have jobs for a while, I think. Cliff Kingsbury is certainly intriguing.
Yeah.
I did see Bruce Arians' ring kind of up close. I didn't, stare at it or have him hand it to me, but, yeah, you talk about something that catches your eye.
Did I see correctly that you had a Patriots ring at one point?
Yes. So I will tell you that ring belongs to Darius Fleming, who was a member of that Super Bowl. He now works for Cameo, trying to get people signed up for Cameo. And I'm like, well, did you get Tom Brady? Because y'all were teammates. But so my wife wore it. I, of course, would not because I think it's gross. No, I'm kidding. I've held enough Super Bowl rings and worn enough, thankfully, over the years that I didn't need to, but she wore it. And my brother-in-law, who's from, just across the state line in New Hampshire, where his family can log into DraftKings Sportsbook, no problem. He is the biggest Patriots fan I know. And then his wife, my sister-in-law, has become brainwashed, and she loves Patriots too. So my wife took the picture and sent it to them just to aggravate them, slash put a smile on their face. Nice ring, though. The Patriots have done a phenomenal job with all 6 of their rings.
It's 10-0 Arizona. Not a lot to show from Lamar and the offense in the sim. Larry Fitzgerald has a touchdown. Lamar has just 27 passing yards. 16 rushing yards. June and Patrick are here from the Game Ops team. Single coverage for D-Hop at the top of the screen. 1:01 to go. 2 timeouts, Arizona at their own 28. Kenyon Drake with the catch over the middle. How are you doing in the contest? I am in 40th in our free roll.
I am.
You can't find
I
yourself?
was in first. Turns out I'm in 72nd. So only 71 spots away from first.
Tom from our team is in 24th. There's a first down. There's Christian Kirk, your captain. 3 for 29. Thank you all for being here. See you all in the chat. Rel must be Solomon, Hugh, Emerson's forehead, Tarolin's phone charger, the Guru, Paul Nelson. Paul says, try not to laugh, but the Detroit Lions will finish second in the NFC North.
Paul, what are we going to make some sort of friendly bet to see how that happens? The only thing they're going to finish second in is second worst record, maybe if not first worst record. The Lions and the Texans have a great chance to be picked 1 and 2 in the draft. Now, I don't know if the Texans have already traded theirs away as part of the DeAndre Hopkins deal. Like, oh, you want Hopkins and the number 1 pick in a couple of years? Here you go. We'll take David Johnson back. I think the Lions roster is atrocious. And I don't know if it's intentional or not that Dan Campbell is the hey, look at me stuff is to distract you from how bad his team is. Or that's just who he is, which is fine.
Yeah, look at all the coffee I drink.
I mean, come on. Did you make a video of that yet?
No.
Or are you gonna say you got to save that for the season?
Yeah, maybe
Something. Well, like those oversized like water bottles. We've got one upstairs because I think tomorrow I have to start drinking some crazy amount of water with our new diet. The big ones that basically look like you're carrying around like a Culligan thing that you would put in the
Sarah's
water.
got one of those things right there.
Yeah.
Grab that water bottle.
So fill that up with coffee or perceived coffee, and then do some Dan Campbell stuff. I'd be all over that TikTok.
Yeah, look at this thing. This thing's like a planet.
Yep, we got 2 that are basically like that size.
Yeah, yours might be even bigger.
I think ours are bigger. Ours are 3,500 milliliters. That can't be right. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. I can go grab it.
All right. Well, speaking of young quarterbacks, we know Patrick Mahomes is very, very good. Earlier today on The Sweat, AJ Scholes and Stan Sun, they debated whether Mahomes could hit the 50-plus touchdown and 5,000-plus passing yard season. Here it is.
Patrick Mahomes, 50-plus regular season passing touchdowns and 5,000-plus regular season passing yards. The odds on that happening are plus 750 on the DK Sportsbook. What are the chances in your eyes he can get there in a 17-game regular season, AJ?
I'm not worried about the yardage here. You look at last year's numbers, he averaged 316 per game. You'd have him hitting that 5,000-yard threshold in just 16 games this year. It's the touchdowns that concerns me here. Yes, he managed to hit 50 2 years ago. And in theory, he has an extra game, but we also have to consider the fact that the Chiefs could be in a position to rest him at the end if they lock up the division. There's no way they're going to play him in the final game with that extra, wear and tear on him. So I just don't see him getting to the touchdown mark. I think the yardage he'll cover. So if you can get that as standalone, I would consider that. But pairing these up together, I don't like 50 touchdowns for him this year.
Okay, Stan, how do you feel about pairing these two together?
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with AJ. I think the yards is definitely doable. But 50, man, that's a really tough number, even with the extra game. There's only been 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have passed for at least 50. There's been 3 other quarterbacks that got within 2, so 48, 49. In order to get above 50 touchdowns, a quarterback needs to have a TD rate of over 8%. Manning was at 8.3, Brady was at 8.7, Mahomes was at 8.6 the year that he did it. Mahomes' career TD passing rate is 6.8%. A-Rod did it twice. Dan Marino did it one time in 1984. So, Yeah, that's a really tough number to get to 50. So I'm in complete agreement with AJ here.
All right, so there you go. Check it out on the Sportsbook. Patrick Mahomes plus 750 to hit 50 plus touchdowns, 5,000 plus passing yards this season. Good to see Emerson back in the hosting
17
chair
games.
today.
17 games. I don't mind that. We're going to see a lot of single season records broken here in the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we want to believe, and I say I kind of say this half jokingly, but if we want to believe that Mahomes is the next best thing, which I think he is, it's more of I'm saying that to set this up. Like, maybe he's motivated more than ever after losing the Super Bowl, and he goes out and has an unbelievable year. And my point being is, they don't just, if they go up a couple scores, they don't take their foot off the gas and they run up the score on some teams. Maybe they want to go out there and remind people we're this good. We'll be back. We're going to be back every year.
You want to see my new shoes? And I can show them in the chat.
Yeah.
Or in the halftime or third quarter. Check these out. These are a Jordan hybrid. So it's a running shoe called the 85 Jordan
it looks
Racer.
like a running shoe.
So it's basically inspired or derived from the Jordan 1s. My cousin had them when I went to his birthday party in California, and I had seen these pop up, on different feeds of mine. Like, man, those are sweet. $120, dude. Like, they're obviously new technology, Jordan running. We know I won't run in them because I don't run anyway, except on softball. And then I also have my super big water that I'm happy to show off.
Oh my goodness! Look at this run. But there's a flag. It's Mark Ingram.
Holding. I needed it to be Dobbins. Oh, illegal use of the hands.
Illegal
block in the back.
block in the back.
Hollywood. This training
Steelers.
camp buzz. I saw this a little earlier. Sorry. You want to do your Steelers or you want me to do Jets?
Real quick, just was going to read Steelers dude in the chat. Said, talking about that Mahomes number. And there's a fumble there at the end of the play. He might have already been down. Steelers dude says, I think you got to be competitive in those games to hit those numbers, which I would agree.
Maybe.
It would have to take the Chiefs defense being kind of bad for Mahomes to get there.
Maybe.
It's close.
And the Chiefs D may be kind of bad.
Yeah. No, it's possible. So if you have to win a lot of games like 35-28, maybe.
Their offensive line's improved.
What do you got in the Jets?
So I didn't realize this from a couple hours ago because I just saw it retweeted. But this is a quote from Mike Garafolo. Jets preach patience with Zach Wilson. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Okay? Well, that bodes well for the Broncos because they see the Jets in week 3. And Vic Fangio is probably going to unleash some pretty sophisticated stuff that involves Bradley Chubb and Von Miller. Don't tell Kenny because doesn't Kenny have him winning 10 games?
Yep. 10-7.
Jeez, I'm looking at this. Quinn Ewers, the kid that's skipping high school to go to Ohio State this year. He's already got a kombucha deal. Holy Beverages, Holy Kombucha. He's already been drinking it. Oh, no, he's representing them for many years. Somebody asked me this because I can show you a tweet. Arch Manning, Peyton's nephew, Eli's nephew, Cooper's kiddo, that's there at Newman School where Peyton and Eli and Odell Beckham Jr. played, none of which together. He was signing autographs at the Hall of Fame yesterday before his uncle's speech. And he's going to be the top quarterback in his class. Every school's already all over him. He could certainly go make a bunch of money now. But obviously his family has money. Cooper, I think, in investments and finance. So they certainly have family investments. The uncles do pretty well based on what we've seen, right? And they'll continue to do that. So he doesn't need money. And I'm saying that Quinn Ewers does either because I know where he's from. And there's not a lot of one-bedroom shacks in that part of the Dallas suburbs. But it's a different deal. The Texas, every state's different. But somebody brought that up to me. They're like, well, if you're Arch Manning, do you just train, under the guidance of all of your quarterback relatives and your dad and just go sign a bunch of NIL deals? At least But I think playing at that school matters to that family because Cooper obviously played there with Peyton. And he doesn't need the money, right? Like, not that he can't have endorsements coming into college, but why forego high school and that development? Because I want to say he's only going to be a sophomore or junior. Right? Is he going to be a junior? Here's what class he is. Is he class of 2023?
I think he's going to be a junior.
Class of 2023. So at the very least, I would think he would want to play his junior year. I don't want to tell the kid how to make money as a 16-year-old, right? He can do that however he wants, whether that's as a sandwich artist making subs or whatever. But I would think that it wouldn't make sense to go after NIL deals before his junior year. But, I'll show you this picture of him at the Hall of Fame, signing Hall of Fame helmets as a 16-year-old.
Meanwhile, I don't know what the Ravens are doing. They're running the ball on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, whatever it was, and there was a hold on the kick return. Hold on, give me a second to make you look bigger. Oh, wow. Yeah, there he is.
Right outside the Hall of Fame, just signing Hall of Fame helmets.
That's pretty awesome.
What's funny is there was somebody, because as I pulled up on the bus, and I actually took a picture of it, that had the Newman School, like a Newman School 18 jersey. I don't know what number he's wearing. Let's see. Here's his pictures. He's wearing 16. Okay. What's funny, and I don't know if there are pictures of him, because I'm just looking at this picture of Peyton and Cooper and Peyton's son Marshall with Arch. His kiddos are twins, Marshall and Mosley. And Mosley, like girls often do around, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, is, I don't say a foot taller than her twin brother, but definitely taller, like noticeably, not like, back to back, you got to kind of measure who's taller. She looks down at her twin brother, not her little brother. And I'm sure that they have to spend plenty of time telling him not to worry about being taller, because we see how tall all three of the boys are. And Peyton's wife, Ashley, played college volleyball and is probably 5'10", 5'11". So he's going to be plenty tall, but he's just behind his twin sister, who's probably somewhere between 8 and 10 inches taller than him. I would think that as a 5th grader, that's got to be a little mad.
It's Glash and BK here on the 6 p.m. Madden Sim. We have Michael and Tom from our production team with us, Patrick and June from the Game Ops team. I will be here the rest of the night with you. Kaufman's here at 8, Jaguars, Eagles, and then Jeff Moose Ulrich at 10 for Madden After Dark, Cowboys and Jets. Not a lot of offense for the Ravens. Even Kyler's been at least okay. I put him in the captain. He's got 15.6 points, which has gone down. 15.69. It was better before. Or pardon me, 19.11 on the captain. My bad. So it's been okay. Larry Fitzgerald has the only touchdown to the sim. It is pretty great to think that every team in the league between this coming Thursday and Sunday will be in action for preseason football.
Did you tweet that or react to it? I saw something on your Twitter earlier about that same phraseology.
I tweeted that.
Okay. Well, cool.
And like you said, Broncos will be one of the national games at 4 o'clock on Saturday.
This is one of the times a year where it's really good to have NFL Network, because they carry a bunch of games live and then they replay games all week long. And they get them to fit in exactly 3-hour windows. They could probably even cut it to 2. I have an idea that I I think told us some NFL Network people, like especially in weeks 2 and 3, give me some more Scott Hansen style, Andrew Siciliano style red zone stuff, and or just cut together the first team offenses of every team, however long that is. So you can make, Ravens are playing the Cardinals. Kyler played 2 series. Lamar played 1 series. Here's that. Let's watch every play. Second starting quarterback's out. All right, now let's get to the Cowboys and the Steelers. Here's Dak. Here's Big Ben. Oh, they're done. Now let's get to, unless it's like San Francisco. Trey Lance played an extra quarter, like where there's an intriguing rookie quarterback or whatever, or a quarterback battle. Maybe you're playing a little more of that, but have one of those guys or anyone that works there, kind of talk you through it, but give us a 6-hour block of just first team offenses.
I see. So like a red zone.
Like a red zone, but there'll be plenty of plays that are nothing plays, but if Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes are out there for 1 or 2 series this weekend, and they may not be out there for any this weekend, but next weekend and the weekend after, or a whole half, like let me just see those and clip them. Separate, like you can keep playing the games, but give me some extra programming that's just quick hitting. Oh, there were only 3 plays for the Packers offense. Here they are. 1, 2, 3. They punted. That was your Aaron Rodgers preseason. Okay.
I like it. I'm not against that. I like that idea. Would definitely help ratings, I think.
Yeah. I don't think that their ratings are through the roof. I'm glad they're available to watch those games because I watch a lot of preseason, just random games, especially when I know the game is about to start, or I know that, their windows, if they're starting a game at 1 Eastern and then at 4 Eastern or whatever, I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to see a starter for at least a couple series, a starting QB, and then I move on with my day, unless it's a team I'm, really into, or some sort of battle that I want to keep an eye on at a different spot.
Lamar has fumbled in this Madden sim. He does not have many yards on the ground or in the air. Christian Kirk, BK's captain, 4 for 39. Hopkins has 4 for 52. 52, the most yards of any player in the sim. Andrews has 3 for 43. Kenyon Drake, 3 for 23. Larry Fitz with the touchdown. Boykin has nothing. Boykin's killing me.
Yeah, well, that, and then what's Boyle got for you? 1 for 16.
Yeah.
It almost paid off. It's halfway to paying off.
Yeah, he's kind of returned value at this point, which is good for me, I suppose. I don't know. Hopefully, Ravens right now have a 3rd and 5 coming up from the Arizona 31. So we'll find out if they can make this any bit of a game. It still kind of is a game. 10-point game.
That's fun. I just saw a tweet from earlier today. The Broncos cut this kid Warren Jackson, who played wide receiver at Colorado State. Big kid, big kid, 6'5", 6'6", wide out. They cut him over the weekend. He just re-signed with the Vikings. So his mom tweeted, "I guess I am going to Broncos versus Vikings. Look at God," and then a bunch of emojis. He's going to still be a long shot to make that, but she had already booked a flight to go see him in Minneapolis. How about this? I just saw this picture. Somebody had a little fun with Peyton's Hall of Fame bust.
And made his forehead really big.
Yeah, made it like 2 inches taller. It's pretty good. I imagine Peyton will catch wind of that.
I'm sure he can handle it. He always has.
First year players eligible for the Hall of Fame next year. 9 of them. Tony Romo. It's going to be a long time before Tony Romo gets there, even though he has every Cowboys record. You got to put guys like Phil Simms ahead of him. Steve Smith, Andre Johnson, Anquan Bolden, Robert Mathis, DeMarcus Ware, Vince Wilfork, Chad Greenway, Mario Williams. Vince Wilfork obviously has a bunch of rings. DeMarcus Ware, a bunch of sacks in a ring. He's the face of a good Cowboys defense at times. Bolden's got a ring. Andre Johnson has crazy numbers. Steve Smith, really good numbers. I mentioned Romo. Robert Mathis has a ring. I think. Is Robert Mathis ever right? Freeney and Mathis. Any of those guys feel like slam dunks for you? Because I think they all, you can make a case, but I'm not sure any of them are first ballot. Right? Andre Johnson can't leapfrog Reggie Wayne and Hines Ward.
No, I don't think so.
Yep. 5 Pro Bowls for Robert Mathis. 1 Super Bowl. You know how many Pro Bowls do you think DeMarcus Ware went to? And I want to say he played 13 seasons. DeMarcus Ware. Wow. Okay, DeMarcus Ware is probably the answer. He led the league in sacks twice. 4-time first-team All-Pro. 3-time second-team All-Pro. 9 Pro Bowls. All-decades team. 138.5 sacks. Yeah, so it looks like I may be going to Canton next year for DeMarcus Ware's induction.
Oh, my goodness. Another 3rd and long and not a completion. It's ridiculous. So the score remains 10-3 and probably another punt. Man. Well, I see you guys in the chat. Some of you are frustrated with the lack of offense, really, from both teams. And all I can say to you is this: it's a simulation. We don't know what's going to happen either. So we're along for the ride at the same time.
I want to see a 98-yard run from Lamar right here. Nope, he just hands it off. What a loser. Although I do have Dobbins.
Lean says both of these quarterbacks are in Pro Bowl form.
Pro toilet bowl.
And where did you... So ZT wrote that up on his article that these two have never matched up before in Madden 21?
I don't know if he wrote it up, but he just said it at the at the end of our last stint. He's like, and believe it or not, these two have never matched up. And now that we're seeing this, I don't know if I want them to ever match up again. It's gross. Nice catch, though. Willie Snead, the fourth. The fourth. Keeping that legacy going of those Sneeds. Oh, we missed in the quarter for me to show off my big water and unusual activity on Chase Bank. What a text. And I want to show off my new sneakers. So I get to wear the Broncos kit tomorrow. So everyone will be like, nice sneakers, dude. Actually, no one will say that, but. Unusual activity. I don't like how that sounds.
All right, there you go, Lamar. Those Boykin need that. Nothing too any news today in the NFL as far out of training camp? Anything? I know you mentioned the Jets update you had from earlier.
No, I nothing really. And you know what? I can't swear that this is the case. But between yesterday and today, there's probably plenty of teams that just had the day off, you know. They have to have a day off every 5 or 6 days by PA rule. First game's coming this week. So, I don't know. But no, nothing that really caught my eye.
Someone's happy about this sim right now. Reggie says, I don't have either quarterback in the $33 and $100 Classic. Faded both Kyler and Lamar.
Here's some news that I saw from the Pat McAfee show I'm seeing right now. Jay Glazer talked about how mad Lynch got at him, but he admitted he may have spilled some red wine on his gold jacket the other night. Actually, that was one of the more, I'm sure, interesting conversations when I walked into that Peyton Manning party last night. Jay Glazer chatting up Aqib Talib about how to handle his business on Fox, because I went over and just say hi to both of them. And I was like, man, I can't wait to see you in the booth for this many games. He goes, yep, Jay's getting me right now. I was like, awesome. So I hope, and I think that this is what they've done so far. They just helped Talib to just be himself, and you put him with Gus. There's going to be 6 or 7 must-see TV games, I think, regardless of the action on the field.
Saquon Barkley was activated from the PUP list. He returned to practice. He's hopeful he'll be able to play week 1.
That's big news. ET and I talked about that a little bit. And I can't remember if it was you or I that you and I, or I can't remember who I did with, where's the highest you would draft him? Like, where would you get drafted? And ZT did it, like, he kind of went through it, and he had him right where we had him before, like a month ago when we talked about this 6 weeks ago.
So, like, closer to 10 than he is to 1.
For sure. And it was, I qualified because he's like, oh, PPR. I was like, no, let's just do running backs, to be fair, because you might be in a league where quarterbacks get a point for every yard and 6 points or 8 points for a touchdown. So just in your running back rankings, what's the highest you can draft him? And he said there was no way to even put him in the top 5, maybe 6, but likely 7 or 8, which is what we said. I think it was you and I.
Yeah,
we had him at 7. We had him at 7, right?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
He and ZT's really bullish on Taylor because of what's going on with the Colts. The problem there is, and with Quentin Nelson also being banged up, is they're going to, depending on who's in for Wentz, they're going to be looking at 8-man boxes all day. Saying, okay, touchdown.
Here we go.
Snead again.
Willie Snead.
The 4th. Not the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Extra point away from being tied up. Still 1:57 left. Both teams have 3 timeouts.
Can I ask a random Twitter question? And this is not to poke fun at this kid at all. It's just got me thinking. I'm so delirious. Doesn't really matter right now. But this kid, Jonathan Cooper, who's a 7th-round pick at Ohio State for the Broncos, has been pretty good in camp. They're playing him off the edge, and he's been getting in the backfield plenty. But he tweeted 3 hours ago, I know where my focus is at 100. I know where my focus is at 100. I think he missed a comma in there, but he had a 100 emoji. So I'm not picking on him at all. But when you see inspirational or like, man, I got great work in today, or, oh, I'm coming this season, watch out. Those guys just trying to pump themselves up, right? Like, you can't go then run to DraftKings Sportsbook like, hey, so-and-so tweeted, it's going to be a big year for me, so let me go load up on, whatever, right? We all do stuff for ourselves on Twitter. That's kind of the nature of it for the most part.
Yeah, I didn't know it is.
Or TikTok, in your case, with all your videos. You're trying to make other people laugh, but you're trying to, be entertaining. And so in this instance, it's not a player trying to be entertaining at all. It's just, but hey, they are extra focused, or extra ready to work, or extra this. I guess it's just a byproduct of the platform, right?
It's also a byproduct of this time of year. Like,
sure,
training camp. Sure. Everyone's in the best shape of their life.
They're all on the grind. Everyone's on the grind. Everyone's grinding.
Like, I think sometimes athletes do that in response to any criticism they've heard, or if there was a story surrounding them. I guess sometimes that can be beneficial because, like, athletes put out a message. It's like, hey, everything's good here. I've heard all this noise, but I'm focused. I don't know. And then some fans will eat that crap up. I don't know. Whatever makes them happy and whatever wants to keep them in line. I don't begrudge them to do so, but I don't think it's smart to read too much into it.
Yeah. And I'm certainly not overthinking it. I was just kind of voicing an observation.
I mean, Terrellin's phone charger brings up a good point, brings up this generation. In previous generations, you didn't have the option to even do that.
Right. We had no idea to know if Drew Pearson was grinding or Michael Irvin was grinding.
Right. They just did it. Or they didn't do it.
Right.
Or they did it to a lesser level. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Did they do it to 100? Maybe they only grinded to 80.
There was no way of us of knowing if they didn't put it on social.
No 80 emoji. Keeping it 80.
Keeping it 80.
My new shoes fit. Very excited.
Let's see. We're at 189 likes, 370 of you watching. Can we make a surge to 200 likes? That'd be great. Please do. DK Simfam. Lamar, wrong way.
Ooh.
He just
big
lost 11
sack,
yards.
Derek Wolfe. Former Broncos Super Bowl 50 starting defensive end with the sack. Year 2 in Baltimore.
All right, Kenyon Drake.
So the one thing that I did miss over the weekend by being at the Hall of Fame that is of note is the freshman football first scrimmage and freshman football meeting that was for parents. But my 14-year-old said that he had a pick that should have been a pick 6, but they blew the whistle. He's playing free safety, wearing number 57.
Yeah.
And I said, "You hit anybody?" He goes, "Yeah, I hit a lot of people." I was like, "All right." He's going to be one of those kids, though. I was talking to my wife about this. That is probably going to like playing football, I think, or at least does so far, but isn't going to all of a sudden start getting in on these Madden sims and watching this, or wanting to play Madden or watching games with me or anything. He might ask me who's winning, but that'll kind of be it. Football will just be something he does.
Does he have a couple of positions in mind if one of them doesn't work out?
Well, so he was going to play wide receiver because he's 5'11". He's about 140, 135, 140. So he's skinny, but he's not like obnoxiously skinny. He runs pretty well. He's run cross country. He's played hoops. He's played soccer. He hadn't played football. He's never played tackle football, but he hadn't played since 5th grade. And so he was ready to go play wide receiver, but he said there's 50 wide receivers. So then he's playing safety. Then he was playing running back. Then he told me he's playing I back. And I go, "What's I back?" He goes, because I was like, "Isn't that running back?" I thought I don't know what he was saying. He goes, "No, the guy that stands behind the defensive line." I go, "Oh, inside linebacker?" Like, yeah. But now he's back to free safety, and he's the starting free safety on his freshman team that may or may not include 50 wide receivers. So it's a pretty big roster.
Well, your son's smart because that's the position you got to play, I think, in football these days. Quarterback or receiver.
Yeah,
or just
but
be a stud athlete on defense.
And he may end up getting to receiver at some point, right? Because they'll kind of trim the fat. Like 50 wide receivers as freshmen aren't going to all be receivers as juniors and seniors. Most of them will just end up moving on or changing positions or whatever, right? No varsity roster is going to have 50 receivers on it, even if they don't cut kids. But I just didn't know how he would take to the physicality of it, and it seems like it's something he's into, and I'm trying not to kind of be overbearing about it and just ask him a question or two. If he wants to give me more detail, great.
DeAndre Hopkins, 5 for 75.
Because we went to overtime, I didn't get to show my shoes off or my big water bottle.
Jim in the chat. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Kyler, just there have been some throws here. I think really bad misses. Kyler and Lamar in this sim.
Did you hear there was real big controversy in Denver that they thought fans in the stands were shouting racial slurs at a batter?
Yeah, and you know what? The team came out with a statement. I even saw some of the video. Thank God that wasn't the case.
Just one more reason to get rid of the stupid dinosaur mascot, though.
Okay. Yeah, I saw someone have that take, and I don't...
No, that's not the take. That's what happened.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, it's 100%. So Dinger is the name of
they got rid of it.
The mascot. No, they didn't get rid of him. I'm saying they need to get rid of him. No, they didn't get rid of him at all. No, I'm saying Dinger was... Yeah. No.
Oh.
No, there's plenty of people... Rumor has it that when Dinger was presented to the original team president and owners, somebody in the room, because they popped him out of a big egg, mind you, this is a Colorado Rockies, so you don't know what's going to represent the team anyway, and do you really need a mascot? I mean, the Dodgers and Astros don't have mascots, and they're still fine. Yankees, fine. But he pops out, big sack again, Patrick Queen. He pops out of this egg, and somebody says, "What the bleep is that?" Because apparently there were dinosaur bones found at home plate. So that's what the legend is around these parts. Dinger, other than being liked by some little kids, is also disliked by plenty of kids and certainly all adults. 3rd and goal, and that's the play you run? Come on,
No
Cliff.
kidding.
Virtual
Max
Cliff, virtual
Williams.
Kyler. So they're going to kick a field goal.
Yep, they'll take the 3, and then Baltimore can rebuttal. Max Williams, 2 for 6 in the sim today.
Is he going to win the Krusty Krystal player?
There are many candidates. I think Lamar Jackson is the leader, if you had to ask me.
Yeah, maybe.
11.18 points, his ownership.
That's for the not my crew. I was giving Max Williams the player of the game.
2 for 6?
Yeah, maybe not. Well, that's why I asked it. I put a question.
Well, DeAndre Hopkins has hit the bonus. Willie Snead, 4 for 46 and a touchdown is pretty good. He's got more yards than Larry Fitzgerald, who scored the other touchdown in the sim. Want to thank you all for hanging for the 6 p.m. sim, 6 p.m. Eastern, that is. Producer
You ready
Michael.
for 2 more, dude?
Yeah.
Can you get overtime right out of the gate?
Yeah, I think so. I'll be all right.
I'm pulling for you.
Just to, well, with all of you watching now, about 400 watching, I'll give you what has actually transpired here the last couple of days. I was supposed to work last night, the 6, 8, and the 10. At 9 a.m. yesterday morning, I called out because I had a little accident on Saturday night. Someone who was involved with that accident is sitting right next to me. It was a complete accident. I'm just going to try and paint this picture for all of you. We were in Maine, visiting Sarah's mother's trailer area.
Picking up cats?
No, not picking up cats.
Oh.
We were in a trailer going to sleep. Very dark, low ceiling.
Like a camper trailer?
Yes, like a camper trailer. 3-foot ceilings. So Sarah and I were trapped upstairs. That's where we had to sleep. Us just trying to get settled to go to bed. Sarah's elbow came flying backward and nailed me right in the lower jaw.
Ooh.
Yeah, it really hurt. It was painful. It's kind of swollen. Just after my nose had healed, after having a large pimple grow inside my nose.
Right, that was a tough
That's finally gone away. Dare I say, my nose is now crusty. It kind of is, but in a good way. It means it's gone now.
For you.
So I was icing my jaw area for most of yesterday.
Okay. So you weren't in a hurry to talk.
I'm not kidding. I know it sounds like a little normal now, but I couldn't talk yesterday, BK. Like, I couldn't open my mouth for most of the morning. Like it hurt to talk yesterday. I had a really hard time. So knowing I'm doing 3 sims, I have this like whispery tone to my voice right now. So it sounds like I'm having a miserable time, which I kind of am, to be honest. But I got to work, and I'm trying my best to pace myself through this evening.
Well, so you got Koff. He can do the heavy lifting next game. And then who do you have in the last one?
Well, not to mention Koff was on here earlier, making me out to be this dink who called out of work and faked sick. That didn't please me earlier today. So
well, let's hope he didn't get elbowed in the jaw anytime soon.
Well, yeah,
Unless you do want that to happen. Just not so we can share your pain, but just because you think he deserves it.
So that's the backstory. So yeah, I'm ready to work 3 sims tonight, I think. But I've got
a worse story involving my buddy Mike D, who's a bartender here in town forever. Mike D was dating a girl, and they were just kind of goofing around. Like literally, there's nothing salacious about this, but they were in bed. She elbows him like playfully, ruptures his spleen, and as a bartender at the time, this is before the Affordable Care Act, uninsured, $100,000 of medical bills, easy. He was in the hospital for like 3 weeks. Yeah, I don't know if he's paid it off yet. I don't think he has.
Oh my God!
Just from just her being so. There's a touchdown in the ball game.
Oh, Lamar! In response to me saying he should win the Not My Kid.
This is how Kyler sees who the fastest quarterback in the league is. All right, let's see. So JHB Sarah has Lamar in the captain spot. He had 33 points before that. What are Lamar's new points? Because I think we're going to have to give it to him. My man J.K. Dobbins, well, he's only 21% on. Pretty gross, though. Who else should be considered for the Not My Kid award? Let's see here. Captain Kirk, 25% on.
It's up to you, BK.
Yes, I know. Kyler, 77% owned, under his average by 3 points, but not by an egregious amount. I guess if Lamar's the captain in the winning lineup, you kind of have to give it to him, right? Kenyon Drake, what's his ownership?
I played him. He was 40.8% owned in our
Yeah,
contest.
10 points. What were you expecting from him?
Better
More than
because he can
10.
catch the ball out of the backfield. So
In theory.
D-Hop was
All
pretty
right.
good.
As
Hit
far
the
as player of the
bonus.
game, because he hit the bonus.
Yeah, I mean,
That only helps us half the way. Oh, Mark Ingram. No, Mark Ingram and Dobbins are on the same. All right. We'll give it to Hopkins. He gets player of the game. And the Not My Kid award goes to, well, Max Williams. What was his ownership? 20%. All these guys were all 20%. So pick somebody for me.
Hopkins.
No, he got the player of the game, I thought.
Oh, the Not My Kid award is Max
Yeah.
Williams was pretty bad.
Yeah, but nobody owned him. He's on the same amount as Dobbins.
How about Miles Boykin?
Okay, sure. Miles Boykin did it. Way to go.
Okay.
Ingram, they're all on 20%. Anyway.
Boykin was highly owned in our contest.
Oh, so
all
Boykin,
right.
you got it. Way to go.
That'll do
All
it
right.
for us.
Two things. Here are my new shoes.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Show those off.
And then here's my big water. Tells you every 2 hours to drink, so you're not trying to slam it all at the end of the day. Very exciting
Right.
stuff around these parts.
BK, you are back tomorrow at 6 with Christian. Very good.
We'll be very
Okay.
good.
I'll be here at 8 o'clock with Kaufman. Be prepared for a lot of Kaufman. I don't plan on talking a lot.
I think I might make a lineup though, because I like the teams.
Kaufman can handle all the talking since he insulted me and was a jerk earlier. Jaguars Eagles is the sim. He was very rude.
No, the later game is the game I'm more interested in. But Eagles and Jaguars, I can still make a lineup.
Okay.
I'm gonna captain Trevor Lawrence.
There you go. Cat's out of the bag.
Market
Coming
that.
up here in the Dream Stream, Mina Kimes. She does a great job covering the NFL. She joined Ross Tucker in his podcast to talk about the LA Rams and what it's like for Mina to be a leader for women in sports media.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. We've got Mina Kimes, the ESPN rock star, on today's show. Can't wait to talk with Mina about a bunch of things, including the LA Rams. She calls their preseason games, and there's a lot of really interesting things about the Rams, whether it's their roster building or Stafford, among other things. Aqib Talib calling those preseason games with her. Mina, of course, has her own show, does a terrific job on ESPN's NFL Live. New week, which means new winners. I love all of you. You know that. I wouldn't just say that. I love all of you. But I really love those of you that go the extra mile and get in these contests. Why not? Spread the word via social media at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Get a signed picture, get a signed football card. I am going to start racking up the press passes this year, so you get one of them. So that's number one. Or the sponsor confirmation email winner. So many good sponsors. I mean, fantrax.com/Ross, which is how you get in that season-long fantasy league with me and Joe. We've got Uncommon Goods, DraftKings, of course, always, Raycon, the greatest earbuds of all time. Lots of good sponsors. There's a lot more than that. Those are just some of the ones you'll hear from this week. And then the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Speaking of that, by the way, how about just a shout out today for the Tulsa Packer backers? Love the Tulsa Packer backers, including my boy Tuckheads Jay from patreon.com/RT Media and his lovely wife. Speaking of Patreon, we have a new one. We got a new patron, James Kernell, Curnel. He's already been active on our private Slack channel, which is what I love. I love when someone signs up and then they tell us about themselves and we get to know some of the listeners a little bit more. You guys get to know each other. Patreon.com/RT Media. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, we are joined now by the great Mina Kimes from ESPN. She's got her own podcast, which is awesome, featuring Lenny. Like, it's like a goal of mine to be on this podcast at some point. I just want to be on a podcast that's featuring Lenny. What is it? The Mina Kimes Show?
Featuring Lenny, yeah. Mina Kimes Show
Lenny.
featuring Lenny, yeah. And I would love to have you on. We both would, actually.
And if you remember, Mina was on last year. Mina went to Yale, presumably because she wasn't accepted to Princeton, but that's understandable. We did that joke a year ago. Check her out on social media at Mina Kime. And she's with my boy, Dan Orlovsky, like every day on NFL Live. They're killing it. It's a very different show than it used to be, and it's really fun to watch, and she's awesome. And she does the Rams preseason games, which is another reason why she's on the show. Mina, good to talk with you again.
It's good to talk with you too. Thanks so much for having me on. I was curious when you said my guy. I was like, who's Ross's guy? Is it going to be Marcus? Is it going to be RC? But Dan makes sense. The Eagles connection, Philly connection.
Yeah. So what's funny too is Orlovsky did the broadcast boot camp one year when he was still playing. I went to it the first year they ever had. It was my last year as a player. And then every year they brought me back as like a professor. I don't know, like an alumni teacher. So I met Orlovsky there. And what I learned, like doing game broadcasts, by far the best person to talk to before a game is the backup quarterback.
Yeah.
When you're on the field before the game, because the starter is like busy and doesn't feel like talking with you. And it's like Matthew Stafford or whatever. He's like, okay, whatever. But like Orlovsky's like, he tells you everything. Like, I'm like, so what coverage are they going to use? Like, what do you guys like? The backup quarterback just tells you everything. So I got tight with a lot of backup quarterbacks because every time I was doing a game, I would just chat with them. They would give me like the answers to the test. It was amazing because it was right before the game and they knew I used to play and whatever. And I'd be like, man, I think we're going to see a lot of cover 3 today, just because they told me that. So then when Dan was done, he was talking to me about getting in the media. I'm like, dude, nobody else is posting clips of quarterbacks and like college quarterbacks or NFL guys and just breaking them down on social media. That's what you got to do. And he did it and started tagging people on it. Next thing you know, he's like, a star analyst now. So he like legitimately, when he got hired by ESPN a couple years ago, he like wrote one of his like 8 thread tweets was just about me being like, thank you at Ross Tucker NFL for the deal, for the idea. So nice. Yeah. So anyway, the show's not about Dan Orlovsky. It's about Mina Kimes. And so Mina, here's one thing I think is really cool. I would much rather be in the front office than be a coach. I think being a coach would be cool, but I like the roster building. I like the salary cap. I like the money. Most former players don't. I do. So I would go the front office route. The Rams fascinate me. I mean, everybody else get as many draft picks as you can, and that's how you build your depth in your roster. You never trade a first-round pick. Not the Rams. They don't care. They really are like disrupting the industry. They really are zigging when everybody else is zagging. And I guess I would argue on some level, they haven't won at all, but they've been consistently good now for a while. It feels like it's working. What are your thoughts? I mean, I know you kind of work for the team like I kind of do with the Eagles through the preseason games, but your thoughts on the Rams roster building?
Well, I would say there's a lot of relevance to the preseason because when you build your roster the way the Rams have, where you're getting rid of the first round draft picks, and it's a very top heavy roster, right? You've got a few guys making a ton of money, and those guys happen to be, I mean, especially on the defense, the best players at their positions in Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey. But what you have to happen is you have to hit later in the draft. And that's something the Rams have had some success with, whether it's Jordan Fuller, who was a later round draft pick and looks like a real star at safety, or some of the offensive linemen. I was going to say defensive linemen, but not quite. Or Darius Williams, for example, who played cornerback opposite Jalen Ramsey. Now, I do think there's some schematic, I guess, resonance there insofar as if you have an Aaron Donald or you have a Jalen Ramsey and you use a specific kind of scheme the way they did last year in particular, it helps those players shine. So it's not just like, wow, Darius Williams and Jordan Fuller were like studs in the making. It's like, no, actually this specific kind of defense we ran helped them. And playing next to Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey helped them. It's undeniable. But you do have to identify, I think, talent on the cheap when you build your roster the way you're talking about.
Yeah, I did not think they would be very good last year. I did not think having essentially a donut hole in the middle of your roster, like no middle class, I did not think that would work. Maybe that's my bias as a guy that was like a middle of the roster guy. It kind of worked. I mean, I can't believe, like, I would have loved Mina to ask I won't say a diehard Rams fan, but like a good Rams fan before the season to name as many defensive players as they could. They would not have been able to name very many dudes. I mean, they had a lot of guys playing on the minimum last year, but a lot of them played well. And I don't know how much of that credit goes to Les Snead and the guys he's bringing in. I think Staley probably deserves a lot of credit for what they did schematically, but they kind of showed, man, if you got 2 top 5 guys on that side of the ball, you can have other guys around them because those 2 guys make such a difference.
Yeah. And I think scheme is really important because it's like, okay, we're just talking about defense, but if you've got 2 of these guys who are all world, all galaxy in Donald and Ramsey, what kind of scheme can you run to optimize them? Ramsey in particular. Well, actually, I would say both. They're both incredibly multiple. Like Aaron Donald, I think he's sacked the quarterback lined up from every tech possible. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable how they use him, but Ramsey as well. And I think a lot of the success of that defense, again, it's not just about finding those gems, those cheap, players, but also using your stars in a way where there's sort of this like force multiplier effect and it makes life easier for them. I'll also add though, that's going to be put to a bit of a test this year because, I mentioned Williams and Fuller or whatever, but they did lose John Johnson, who I think is not only incredibly underrated safety, but really important to what they do on defense and certainly what they did last year with Staley. We'll see what the scheme looks like this year. And you lost Troy Hill, who's your nickel. And all of a sudden, again, this is what happens when you have a star-studded top-heavy roster is you have to say goodbye to players who I think John Johnson would be more in that category you're describing, which is, he's a very good player, but he's not the most expensive and he's not the cheapest. And now he's gone. And suddenly you need these guys on rookie contracts. I think all of the safeties on the Rams roster are on rookie contracts. You need one or more of them to step up, and it is challenging.
The big move the Rams made, obviously, with Matthew Stafford, and I really like Matthew, and I really think he's a good player. However, am I crazy to say, Mina, that I think it's fair to say most of his career, he's been somewhere between the 10th and 15th best quarterback in the NFL, perhaps somewhere in that range, I'd say. And I don't know. I feel like Goff has kind of been in that range. Maybe Goff's more like 15 to 20. Yeah, I guess I don't know that I think the difference between how they performed, I know they've been doing it in different places, but how they performed is as different as everybody else seems to think it is. Obviously, the Rams think it is, and the Rams think whatever the delta is between those 2 guys is the difference.
I think I would say the difference between those quarterbacks is it, as you know, Ross, it's so hard to evaluate the quarterback position in a vacuum. And if essentially the trade for Matthew Stafford was a bet on that, right? It's a bet on like, if you take this guy and you swap context and you put him in the Goff situation, which is undeniably wonderful for a quarterback, you're going to see him jump from that 10 to 15 range to maybe that 5 to 10 range, perhaps. But I would also argue that it's not just about, okay, who is better, but it is about the difference in skill set and the difference in strength and weaknesses, particularly I think with Goff. People talk about him like he's terrible now, and he's not. He's accurate. He's got a good arm. But he did struggle under pressure, dramatic drop off, right, in his splits when he's under pressure, and then struggled to create. Those are two things that, and also I would say he did not push the ball downfield increasingly too. If you look as the seasons went on, the air yards drop, leaning more on yards after the catch. I think in Stafford, while he's not perfect, and I think there's different criticisms I would levy of him, irrespective of playing in Detroit, he can do those things that Sean McVay wants. He's going to push the ball down the field. He's going to create on his own, and he's going to make plays under pressure. Again, that doesn't mean he's perfect, but I think Sean McVay really wanted that skill set in particular because it had been lacking for him with Goff.
Speaking of Sean McVay, I actually talked about this last week when I was on the Dan Patrick show. Again, I like Sean. And that he's not the only coach that fits this criteria. But the thing I always think is funny is every time the Rams put up 30, 40 points, it's McVay. McVay's a genius. McVay's the great. He's a boy wonder, whatever. Every time they struggled, Goff stinks. Goff sucks. And it's funny because I brought that up, Mina, and Dan Patrick's reaction was, well, that's Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. When the Niners put up points, it's Shanahan. When the Niners don't, it's, well, Garoppolo stinks or the other quarterbacks are backups or whatever. I just think it's funny that we have certain guys, and there's coaches that are the opposite too, but there's certain guys that they get all the credit but not really any of the blame when things aren't going well.
I think that's fair. I will also say, though, watching the Rams pretty closely when they have struggled, I personally have not watched them and thought the play calling is the problem ever, frankly. I have not wow, guys aren't getting open, or they really need to diversify their run game, which is something that they actually have done a lot over the last couple of years. So, I hear what you're saying in terms of it does feel like, I would say this with the Rams. It's less to me about Sean McVay and more about Jared Goff at a certain point not getting credit more than McVay not getting blame. For example, in the wildcard game, actually Jared Goff played pretty well versus Seattle when he came in with the thumb or whatever. And I felt like, I think that the writing was kind of already on the wall with him and that team by then. But at the end, I do think he was getting the lion's share of the blame, which isn't to say that Sean McVay deserved the blame for play calling, but I think people were a little bit unfair to him. And I'm such a stan for Shanahan, so you saw my face when you said that. With him, again, I think with him actually more so when the Niners have struggled on offense, you can point to personnel being an issue, not just Garoppolo. Sometimes it's the line, sometimes it's the lack of skill players available to him. So, it's really hard to evaluate Shanahan's tenure in San Francisco too, just because of the extent of the injuries, as you know.
So you'll appreciate this. And I've told Kyle's dad, Mike, this one time. I have talked with guys one-on-one at every position over the years that have in one way, shape, or form said, man, Shanahan's offense is just really good for a tight end. I mean, it's just, if you can be a tight end in Shanahan's offense. And then I had Kyle Juszczyk on, a Harvard guy, HYP, a month ago, and he's like, man, I mean, it features the fullback. It's really good. Tailbacks say the offense is great for them. Offensive linemen are like, it's the best offensive system I ever played in. Quarterback, Sage Rosenfeld's played, he got traded for them. He's like, oh, Shanahan's system's by far. If every guy at every position thinks that the offense is best for their position, that's a pretty good sign, right?
I'd say so. I also just think man, that's offense where when you watch, half the time I don't know what the hell's going on or whatever. I watch it, and I especially like watching from the end zone angle. I just put myself in the shoes of the linebackers, and it's just terror. And now they've drafted this quarterback who's also a threat to run. I mean, it's a nightmare for opposing defenses. I really like everything he does on offense. And I think, if anything, I think he gets more out of players, even I would say really than any other coach in the NFL right now. Because I think, like, obviously Andy Reid's, brilliant, but the tools at his disposal, the ingredients he has to cook with are so remarkable that it's a little different.
I would agree. Couple other questions. One is, I saw you're doing the preseason games with Aqib Talib, right?
Yes, I'm so pumped.
So Aqib, I think last year was his first year doing games. One game, he had the most epic suit I've ever seen. I can't remember. It was like a green suit. It was amazing. But he was really polarizing. There was not a single person that said that guy's okay. Like on social media, people either loved him, and there was a lot that did, or couldn't stand him, and there was a lot that couldn't. I mean, he did an Eagles game, and obviously I live outside of Philadelphia, and I was getting text messages like crazy. What do you think it is?
Gosh, that's a lot to unpack. I mean, I would say people are more sensitive to change in game broadcasts than like studio shows or anything, and I think people seem to hate everyone. I mean, every time when there's like a new, like, that's funny why the Romo thing stood out so much, right? When he got hired, because it was like, whoa, everybody likes this, like, because it feels like everyone's always hating. But new and different sometimes. I think new and different is always hard for certain people, and it's especially hard when in a game versus a show. I'll just speak for myself. I adored it. I love watching a game and learning. I love learning. Also, I really love learning about aspects of defense and coverage in particular that don't get discussed as often as broadcasts, which tend to be a little bit more, it's very quarterback centric. And so I love it. I also just love passion. I always say this about Romo, my opinion. It's just my opinion. I said this when he first kind of like started. My thought was that there was a lot of emphasis on the prognostication aspect of it and how people were like, oh, he's calling the plays where it happened. And I said, and I still feel this way, he's not great because of that. He's great because he sounds like he's having a blast. He seems like he loves football. And I think that personally is why I love Aqib, he just sounds like he's having fun. And, it's preseason, so we'll see how much fun is to be had. But hey, preseason 2019, I keep saying this, is when John Wolford, the Rams backup quarterback, broke out, ended up starting a playoff game. So you never know.
Totally agree, by the way, about Romo and the enthusiasm. I hope that I come across like that when I do games. And yeah, speaking of preseason, legitimately, Mina, 2 years ago, doing the Eagles preseason games, all those guys that were getting all the playing time in the preseason games, when Wentz went on that stretch at the end of the year, Boston Scott, Greg Ward, like these are my preseason guys. These are like my crew. It was unbelievable. Last question, because you mentioned people feel like everyone is always hating. Women in football, there's not a lot of you. You have a very big role now, a very visible role. Do you still get a lot of the negativity, or has that really subsided?
I don't think it's subsided. I just don't look at it as much. Which, hey, rule of thumb, right? Like for everyone. I mean, we all get it though. I mean, it is unusual. I would say the tone of it is different, the tenor, but I see the things that are sent to my colleagues too. And whenever I talk to young people, regardless of gender or race or anything, I always say the less you can look, the better. Easier said than done, I know, but it's something that I'm getting a little bit better at myself. So.
Check her out on social media at Mina Kimes. Absolutely check her out on NFL Live. And of course, the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny. Hopefully I'll be on it. at the end of the month. Looking forward to that happening. I just want the picture as much as anything. Like the picture you have where it looks like I'm sitting at the table with the that's what I need. Mina, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Tux Takes.
Hey, Ross, a lot to discuss today. Let's start out with a huge contract signed by Bills quarterback Josh Allen and Colts linebacker Darius Leonard.
So, yeah, the Bills, there's, a bunch of quarterbacks that were drafted 3 years ago who are looking for contracts. Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen goes first. I think part of that is the Buffalo Bills realize that they've got a Super Bowl caliber team, and they didn't want this to be a distraction. And it was worth it to get it done now. 6-year extension. It's like $250 million, but he gets $100 million fully guaranteed at signing. That's the most ever. And he gets, $43 million a year. I think there could be an argument to be made. Is he going to be as good as he was last year? I mean, he increased his completion percentage by 11%. Is he going to be that good again? Is he going to be better, or is there going to be some regression? I don't know that anybody knows that, but I'm confident that the Bills were sort of asking themselves that. I think they decided, look, even if he's not quite that good, he's still going to be our guy for the foreseeable future, so we might as well still get this done. And then Darius Leonard, wow. I mean, there are teams that don't really value off-the-ball linebackers that much. And then there's Darius Leonard getting close to $20 million a year. As a kid from, I think, South Carolina State, maybe, gosh, I'm thrilled for him. I mean, he's been an awesome player all 3 years. He deserves it. Good for him. Good for the Colts.
Tux Takes.
And not everyone is as happy as those guys. However, in New York, the Giants guard Zach Fulton became the third veteran to retire in as many days. Pittsburgh wide receiver James Washington reportedly asked for a trade, although head coach Mike Tomlin disputes that claim. And in New Orleans, there's probably a lot of upset people after reports surfaced that wide receiver Michael Thomas did not return any calls from the team over the past 3 months.
So it's weird, okay, that 3 Giants have retired. They signed Joe Looney, retires. They signed Zach Fulton, retires. They bring in Todd Davis at linebacker, he retires. That's a little bit weird. And even Joe Judge, their head coach, said, we need depth on the offensive line. What that means is they need guys that are reliable vets. They got a lot of young guys. They want some reliable vets that if the young guys don't improve, that they can throw the reliable vets in there. But every reliable vet they sign retires. And no, I'm not available. Thank you for asking, though. So that is weird. Now, the guys all say it has nothing to do with the Giants, but I don't know. That's, what's the expression, Bri? Like 1's a something, 2's a something, 3's a trend? Do you know?
No.
Something. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Don't look. I just woke up at the beach at 3:45 a.m., drove back. You know what I mean. There's an expression that's like 3 times is a trend, something like that. Anyway, once is a happenstance, to whatever. We got to move on. This is not going to go well for me. James Washington. So a trade for him would make sense. He's a pretty good receiver who's 4th on the Steelers depth chart. Juju's ahead of him. Deontay Johnson's ahead of him. Chase Claypool's ahead of him. He could be a top 3 guy on a lot of other teams. That makes sense to me. Let's make a deal. He could go to some other teams probably and start, and then maybe they give the Steelers back a player the Steelers choose. Maybe it's an O-lineman. I don't know. Something that they should consider. And then the Michael Thomas thing, it's interesting. I think I saw on his Instagram bright and early this morning, probably late last night. He said, you leaked information to ruin my reputation. I'm not telling my side of the story to protect yours, something like that. It's like, hey, Michael, you kind of just ruined it. Like whatever you were doing to protect their side of the story, like by you posting on Instagram, you kind of just ruined that part of it, buddy. I don't know what we're doing here. Anyway, Bills bizarre, Bri. Like I would love to know whatever happens. You got to have serious stones to not call back the trainers, the coaches. You know, Sean Payton called him for 3 months when you have a bad ankle, and now it's going to affect the season. I don't know how that happens. I mean, I really am flummoxed by that. I'm also flummoxed, Bri, by people that don't realize how awesome Raycon earbuds are. Once again, I was at the beach this past weekend. Once again, I was riding my bike like a champ. And I mean, I got two playlists I listen to, Bri. I got the faves and I got the workout playlist, which is like half the songs from Rocky IV, and I am rolling. Here's the thing. They have gel tips for your comfort, and they go right in your ear. Like, they don't stick out like other brands. You know, the other ones have like the white thing sticking out, not the Raycon. Like, people don't even know you have them in it. 32-hour battery life, which is ridiculous. I mean, even this morning, I'm driving back with my daughters, and I don't want to have the music because they're sleeping. So I got my earbuds in. Like, Raycon better renew our advertising for a long time, because I'm like Raycon's #1 fan now. Create your own soundtrack with Raycon. Right now, my listeners can get 15% off. That's amazing. Their Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Tucker. That's buyraycon.com/Tucker to save 15% on Raycons. Buyraycon.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Last two items of the day include Jerry Jones saying that he's going to put Jimmy Johnson into the Cowboys' Ring of Honor, and the Miami Dolphins agreed to restructured contract with cornerback Xavier Howard.
So, yeah, Jerry Jones was at the Hall of Fame, and he said that on the Fox set. And Jimmy Johnson cleverly said, "Before I die," which I thought was pretty funny and pretty good. And then, so good for Jimmy, and they should do that soon because you never know. And then as for Xavier Howard, he didn't really get that much. It seems like he just got some incentives, and he got next year's guaranteed for injury. So he got something. Like, he wanted to make sure he was protected for injury for next year, and he can make more if he keeps playing at that high of a level. So that makes sense. I guess he's happy. They've said that they'll look at it again next year. So good for Xavier. We also had all those speeches over the weekend, Brian. I don't know what – I mean, there were so many speeches. I don't even know where to start. If you guys watched it and you liked it, good. I hope you did. It was certainly entertaining. I love those speeches. I do a lot of public speaking. If you're ever interested, of course, just hit me up, Ross at rosstucker.com. I actually just booked one yesterday. But so I enjoy watching people speak in public because that's something I do a decent amount as well. So Peyton Manning nailed it. I thought most of the guys did very, very well. That does not come naturally or easily for a lot of people. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. We will be having the Even Money podcast, should be tomorrow sometime. College Draft.
One, Ross.
What's that?
You forgot one.
SteakhouseSports.com. Did I forget that?
Yeah.
SteakhouseSports.com. Yeah. Chris Aronchek. I actually know that guy. My bad, Chris. Sorry. I was so excited to tell him about Even Money podcast, which you were on last week. That'll likely be tomorrow sometime. College Draft. We are breaking down these studs in the Pac-12 tomorrow morning with Emory Hunt. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in. Adam Kaufman, you know this guy, Brendan Glasheen. He is back for 3 today. This right here is is it a Koff sandwich? Because I guess I'm the meat to your 3 straight Sims. How does one classify this?
I don't know. We can go with that if you want.
You weren't prepared for that, huh?
No, wasn't. Koff sandwich.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're
knowing how you like your sandwiches, it's probably just Koff on it and that's it.
It'd be bland and boring. Yeah, it's a very egotistical sandwich. Hey, as people trickle in, by the way, I do on camera. Are we on camera still? I on camera want to issue a formal apology to Brendan Glasheen. I do. I genuinely do, because I teased him earlier. Reed teased, did you know, narked on me and posted something on Twitter. But I teased him earlier thinking he just had a pimple in the nose or whatever I was told, prior. I didn't know he had a real legitimate injury that prevented him from working yesterday. And I just wanted to put it out there that I felt badly. I would never tease someone knowingly anyway, who was actually unable to perform, that was, as we did say, was put on the PUP list. A real legitimate physical undoing for Brendan Glasheen yesterday. And I'm happy you're back, and I hope stronger than ever.
Thank you, Adam. Much better today at this stage than I was yesterday morning. The one who hit me is right to my right. She can attest to it.
I'm glad the two of you still live together. Good.
I could barely speak yesterday morning.
I mean, she's giggling over there. I hear it. So
because it was a peaceful day for her yesterday with me not talking a lot.
Yeah, I'll take care of the buzzword. Let's get rid of that buzzword right now.
There you go. There's the microphone.
Hey, Priv.
His mouth was so swollen yesterday he couldn't speak.
Literally couldn't get a word out, huh?
It was like, where's Advil?
It was just a muttering little mess, huh? Well,
right here, where my hand is.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to do this again. I guess
this was swollen yesterday. I iced it 5 or 6 times yesterday.
I'm not sure I'd even be able to see it through the beard.
That's kind of the problem. You really can't see it. So it comes off like I'm faking it.
No,
but I felt so badly because, as you know, we are kind of tight on the weekends as far as availability is concerned. When I had to tell Drew, short's better than tight. I looked at Sarah. I can't work. Like this hurts. Like I wouldn't be able to do 3 hours of talking tomorrow.
Well, it sounds like if you couldn't get out where's the Advil, you definitely were not going to talk for 3 solid hours.
Yeah.
So are we, Priv, are we at the point now where this is kind of funny in the house? Because I mean, you were giggling right in the man's face just a second ago.
I've been laughing about it since yesterday.
So one of you found this funny then.
It was an accident. Yesterday, I took one of my headbands and I put an ice bag on his face and then tied it with the headband.
No pictures? You took pictures.
I do have a picture. Do you want to see?
Kinda, yeah. See, I didn't even like when you texted me earlier, and I don't know if you were listening to the sim, but what I said was, I just got a text from Glash that I can't read or I'll lose my job.
Oh my God.
And then a picture of just your schnoz, really. It was just a
that was a previous nose. The nose thing was fine. And okay, it's been a weird week. It's been a tough week. I had a pimple grow on the inside of my nose that I warned the DK Stim Fam about earlier in the week.
Those can be painful.
Yes, that was gone as
of Friday. Like an ingrown hair of the nose.
That was gone as of Friday.
Okay.
The elbow to the nose happened on Saturday.
So she
just when I felt better.
So she elbowed you to the nose, not the jaw.
No. The zit was in the nose, elbows to the jaw.
Okay. Because if she had elbowed you right in the nose, she could have popped the zit and killed 2 birds. Did I ever tell you how I did that to my wife once? Inadvertently, she had a cyst in her hand. just, like for anyone that does it, like a little like bubble cyst in the palm of her hand. And this was, back when we were dating. So I was a nice guy then. And I decided I'd open up the door for her. Like, one of those old school, huh? Little Bronx Tale-esque. I opened the door for her, and I don't really know why. I wasn't looking. I don't know what provoked this reaction, but she kind of threw her hand up, and I slammed the door into her hand, which would normally have been fine, except it popped the cyst in her hand upon contact.
Oh, no.
And it was a wildly painful thing for her, but it actually, in the long run, was a good thing because it got rid of the cyst. So this could have done the same thing. Sarah could have elbowed the pimple right out of your nose.
That's not what happened. It went to my jaw.
I sent you the photo. Did you get it?
Oh, let's look. Sarah says, I have done boxing the last 3 years.
Which photo did you send him?
Oh, is he sleeping here, or were you just taking a picture?
Oh, he was sleeping.
I mean, you look peaceful.
That was my only option. What was I going to do? Walk around with I couldn't say. I was supposed to golf yesterday morning with my cousins. I had to cancel. I said, I can't come. I can't. The whole idea when you go golf with friends is to speak and catch up. I said, I'll be miserable. So I just said, let's just go home. We were in Maine. I got home. I went to bed. Iced, back to bed.
Well, I'm glad you lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was a little bummed out. I was a little worried.
On a Sunday?
Well, I was worried. I was worried about my,
ability to talk going forward?
Yes, I was concerned. In the short term, not the long term, the short term.
Obviously, like you were in pain. There was a little bit of a slur. There was, you were kind of muffling your words. Were you thinking like worst case scenario, I'm going to need surgery here? Like what was happening?
No, I felt that I couldn't work. Like I was worried about today. I said to Drew, like, I'll let you know how I feel tomorrow. And I felt better this morning.
Yesterday, today, that's short-term stuff. Did you have long-term concerns?
I did. I thought I broke you.
I mean, and I think in a matter of speaking, it sounds like you did for a period of time.
Yeah. Well, yesterday morning, I was freaking out.
I mean, the texts that I received today were enraging. He was very unhappy.
I don't know. To him? Yeah, I just told him, like, I was concerned. It wasn't just my nose. The nose was just an unfortunate part of my week.
I said to Drew, like, I'm used to, like breaking Kenny during a sim and upsetting him, but I don't want to actually upset Glash. How do I know if I've crossed the line of our gimmick here? 3rd and goal, just in case you're curious. Touchdown Eagles. Figure we mix in one play call a quarter. Dallas Goedert with the score. Did you sleep okay last night? Did you have to
sleep's been great. It's allowed for me not to have to move my mouth. It's been good.
Do you normally talk in your sleep?
No, I'm saying like there's just just nothing else better than for me to do yesterday. That's what I felt. I hate this. Why don't you just call the game, Kevin?
All right.
You won't.
I'm about to break down the Eagles depth chart. Don't tempt her.
You can do 2 minutes. Here, go ahead. Sit. You can do it. I'll stand right here.
Sarah Privatera coming on in place of Brendan Glasheen right here in front of the chair.
Call the game.
Get to see her.
Which one do I look at? There's 2.
Don't tell her to call the game off of YouTube. You've done that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Zoom.
Good. Zoom's the way it is. So Jacksonville has the ball, and their quarterback is Gardner Minshew.
All right. He gets the ball. He's looking around. He catches it. I don't know who it was, but he caught it.
This is some real like Major League 2
Westbrook.
fly ball caught-esque broadcasting right here. I'm into it.
I didn't go to broadcasting school.
You would think some of it would wear off a little bit, though. I mean, you hear it all the time.
I wasn't in Newhouse. He has the ball. He's looking around. He throws. What a catch at the 20. 10 out of bounds.
Nice work. 76 passing for Minshew. 21-yard rack right there. Is that O'Shag Hennessy on that grab?
I think so.
No, Tyler Eifert. 46-yard pickup. Juan says in the chat, finally, someone who calls the actual sim.
He's about to snap. A pass off. Running into the end zone.
Here's your boyfriend who's about to snap. Chris Thompson. Very close to the end zone there. 1 yard left.
They're close. Will they do it?
Will they do it?
I don't know.
Just let Brendan tell you, you can always default to time and score.
They didn't make it that time. Nope. Close though.
Got about 15 seconds left here in this opening quarter.
Okay.
Philly in front, 7-0. Second and goal. I'm not so sure we're getting another play before the end of the quarter, but that's okay. T-Pike says we need a 3-person booth in here.
Touchdown! Okay, I'm done.
Chris Thompson with the score. Cousin Chris. There we go. You know what? I think
Great job, team.
there's a real chance we could get replaced, or at least you could get recruited, because as Glash said, we are short on the weekends. Schedule's tight.
I offered to fill in last night.
Jess says, yes, she's actually calling the game. Who needs Glash? It must be. Abby Rizzle, how sweet, though. She fills in for her bae when he's hurt.
We're all replaceable.
We are all replaceable. If there's one thing true about this business and in life, it's that we're all replaceable.
Yep.
So 5 for 27, the touchdown, as we heard. Thank you, Sarah.
Hey, good job.
Great job.
Thanks for filling in. Thinks it's what? Who said that? Who?
What's that?
Someone said Sarah's voice is annoying.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Kind of is. I mean, she kind of knows it.
Kind of is.
Oh, Ralphie.
Ralphie.
That's rude.
Be better, Ralphie. Juan says, Glash, still love you, man.
Thank you all.
Pretty soon,
so
Sarah's gonna have her own YouTube username devoted account.
You got to have her on the Celtics podcast.
Love to do it. Let's have you both on. I actually texted a buddy today, and I said that what did I write? So I can properly express my emotion here. I said I'm in a dark place with the C's. First time in years I've really felt like they're in NBA purgatory. It's been true before, but this time I really feel it. And he said, well, it's because their plan seems to be literally involving punting on a full season for no reason with two of the best 25 guys in the league on their roster. It's true. It's true.
You said that?
He said that to me, but he's right.
And how did you calm this friend down or tell them everything's going to be okay?
I didn't. I said, you're absolutely right. We should riot.
Great. You realize the minute you jump ship on them, the world's over.
The world stops. I know. Excuse me. I have I know that a healthy percentage of my Twitter followers are Celtics related. You know, I'm self-aware enough to know that. But it really, I posted just a picture of the Jason Tatum bobblehead today.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you buy it? Or do you work with those people?
I work with those people, yeah, over at
they like you.
Poco, cheap plug. Yeah, they're very nice. I enjoy their products, and they have a lot to do with the wall behind me. But so I put out this picture of it's got like 1,000 likes, That's absurd. Just a picture of a bobblehead.
Why do you think that's absurd? I think people like the bobblehead.
No, I mean that's great. I mean it's just like I don't know. It's a nice looking bobblehead. So it's nothing about the bobblehead. It's just like it's a picture. It's a picture of Jason Tatum celebrating gold, and people are they're reacting. I love it. Hopefully they made a couple bucks on it.
Are you trying to show off that your tweet of the bobblehead has more likes than the stream right now?
That didn't even occur to me. But it's very true. So let's smash that like button.
Yeah, that was. There we go. There it is.
Yeah, let's hit that like, hit the subscribe button, see if we can get to 1,000, or 250 would be great by the end of the sim. That would be terrific. Minute and a second here. I don't want to talk all over you. I mean, normally I might do that anyway, but I don't want to deliberately want to talk all over you. I'm concerned that you're not, like you might be looking at this as, well, I can kind of take a sim off a little bit. I'm doing 3.
That's absolutely true. I will not hide from that.
He'll ramble and my voice is bugging me.
We've made it 9 minutes into the sim for you to think that, so I'm doing a bad job.
Sarah says, guys, I'm not a bully, I promise. LOL.
I'm just, I don't know. I think, as you know, mindset-wise, doing 3 is very different.
Yeah, for sure.
There's still a slight pinch in the back of my mouth when I speak.
Can you eat fine?
Yes. It's really weird. It just is. This has never happened to me before, getting an elbow to the jaw. It's never happened to me before.
You should take up fighting.
I'm not handling it very well, so I wouldn't be a bad fighter.
Self-defense might have kicked in. You might have thrown the arm up and blocked the elbow just instinctively.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying I should take up fighting to learn to practice self-defense.
Yeah, not to go at Sarah.
Oh.
Yeah, self-defense.
I thought that too.
Why in the world would I advocate for that?
I don't know.
Like, if I thought you were in a situation over there, I would tell you to get out, not fight back. What are we doing here? Prime time, the Glash comes off the pup list free roll. What's your lineup look like, by the way?
Yeah, we didn't go there, huh? So my captain is Chris Thompson, and he scored, but 3 of my 6 players haven't touched the ball yet. Goodwin, Westbrook stats aren't updated yet, it looks like, and then Conley. So I have Thompson captain, Sanders, Ertz, Goodwin, Westbrook, Conley.
Okay. I also have a not great lineup so far. Alshon Jeffrey, my captain, who's about 14% owned there. Miles Sanders, very chalky in our contest. 26% captain, 3/4 of lineups. Cousin Chris Thompson with the touchdown in this one, at least on the Jags side. Deshaun Jackson, and then 2 goose eggs so far, Marquise Goodwin, and, there we go, D.D. Westbrook. He's on the board with a couple of catches.
Offensive guard, why are your mouth shut, Glash? I heard it helps the healing. JK.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Glash.
Is that my fighting name?
Not one I'd want on a billboard, but... Come see Brendan Glasheen.
So, you know what? Here's something we can talk about. What have you made of the...
Are we limited?
What? No. I'm trying to contribute.
Okay, good. Thanks.
What have we made of these 2 power ranking lists?
Well, okay, so we've got...
You were there for one of them.
Yeah, no,
right?
I was there for both. I was there for the origination, the original display.
Oh, from LaMarca. Right. Yeah.
No. Well, I was in the chat when you were doing that with LaMarca, so I heard it, and then he did it again with me when we were on for a sim, I don't know, yesterday, the day before, whenever it was. But I was on in real time, like actually on in the Zoom window when Kenny unveiled his on the fly. So I've been around for both the AP poll and the coaches poll. I think for Kenny, this is Is it just a desperate attempt to belong? So, well, you do your power rankings. Well, I'm going to do power rankings. What do you think of that? So, I think that I thought there were some interesting common threads. The probably appropriate disrespect for Freeze Pops. I mean, he could be good at fantasy. We don't know. All that we do know is that he just lost a league and spent 24 hours in a Denny's. So you have to put him toward the bottom. TL, who I was on with earlier today, very upset with how little she is thought of as a competitor in this league. She's going to be out there looking to take names this coming season. I thought that both of them, I said this to Lamarca, I think it was Lamarca, that both of them put you in the bottom 5, which I thought was an interesting common thread. I think they're both taking you lightly. I laughed at.
You're just saying that now. You're complimenting that with your apology.
No, I think they're taking you lightly because I think without the commissioner burden on your shoulders, I think you're going to have a little more time, a little more energy for the waiver wire. I think the effort's going to be there. Thought it was interesting that Reed. Yeah, I don't remember where he was in Kenny's, but in Lamarca's, he was the lowest ranked paid analyst. So Lamarca not high on Reed T delivering. So there is that. Kenny's got a very high opinion of where he belongs in this league. So we'll see how that comes to fruition. I think I was rather appropriately ranked middle of the pack. In both. I think in both. Well, actually, middle of the pack in Lamarcus. I think Kenny may have put me 5th or something like that. Probably a little high, to be honest. I'd prefer to fly under the radar.
Well, to be fair, and not that Lamarca knows, because Lamarca wasn't in any of the leagues we've done previously. I have not played maybe 1 year. We've done it 3 or 4 years fantasy league,
something like that.
I maybe I've done well once. The other last year I was not good. Year before that was bottom tier, so it's kind of deserved.
So yeah, maybe he nailed you right.
Yeah,
I did say though, I did say, just to let you know, I did say to stir the pot a little bit. I relayed. We were talking about this during the sim that we were talking about dropping the league from 14 to 12, and that if we were going to do that, you were advocating for Reed and Bry Guy to both be dropped.
I said that.
Yeah, you did. I passed it along, and but I also said I agreed with it. So I didn't. I mean, Reed. I said that if Reed is going to be involved in this league, he should be mandated to do 1 sim per week.
Well, that's what I said. That's why you shouldn't be
nothing.
in.
He hasn't has he done a sim since 2020? And I'm only half kidding when I say that.
I don't
He
know.
should be mandated
right.
to do 1 sim per week. And I bet you, if I know Reed, I bet if we said to him, listen, you can be in the league, but you have to do 1 sim per week during the NFL season. 1 sim per week. You know what he'd say? I'm out. I'm good. I'll see you on Get the Green. I'll see you on the slate.
Wait, he said that to you?
No, I'm saying I bet he would if we said that to him.
That's not a big ask, though.
It's a nothing ask. I did 3 today. You're doing 3 today. 1 a week. And then Bry Guy, the whole thing with Bry Guy is just that he's in multiple leagues. And so the discussion was, should this be able to fly? Should he be able to be in the commentator and production leagues?
I'll tell you right now, he saved my
Let's
butt
just throw
last
him
night
in the ops
working.
league while we're at it.
Bry Guy, I know you did the 6 o'clock. Terrell in, you, Bry Guy, and Rossi, a bunch of you helped me out last night. So
sure. Listen, it's a team effort.
I was, as you said, and this was all my point was, if you wanted to make it 12, in my opinion, based on the data of Sims called and regularity on the schedule, Reed and Bry guy would be the 2 out.
Yep.
That's all it was. It wasn't a shot. It wasn't a I hate them. It's nothing to do with that.
No, it was not a personal attack.
Logical.
Yeah. I mean, 14 feels like kind of a big league.
We did 14 last year. It was a good time.
It's a big league.
Are you worried
Field
about?
goal's good. There now. I don't know if you're up to speed on this. There has been talk about live drafting for the public, for the sim fan, like jumping into somebody's, jumping into a Zoom and like Lamarca just putting it out on Twitch for the people. All of us in there to do our draft.
So you're saying do a stream of our draft?
Correct. It's been talked about. I don't know if it'll happen, but it's been discussed.
It'd be great.
I told Lamarca there's no way in the world he'll get 100% attendance back.
Why not?
A variety of reasons. If you do it earlier in the day or like early evening, someone inevitably will be on a sim, so that won't happen. If you try and do it at a time that there are no sims, like right after Madden After Dark on a given night, you just won't get people staying up that late to do it. You'll have some auto drafts in there, guaranteed.
Yeah, but if you give people enough heads up, they might it's like Freeze Pops and him booking guests for his stream. I thought for sure people wouldn't show up because people suck.
As a general rule, I agree.
And guess what? No one no-showed. That's a fumble. Oh boy.
Did no one no-show or just no? Like, I know he had 100% attendance DK-wise. Did he have 100% attendance, period?
Period.
Great.
It's kind of impressive.
It's very impressive.
He has good friends. He's a likable guy.
He is a likable guy. Hey, speaking of, you saw the picture he posted today, right?
I did. So when he posted the photo of Morton Brady, I sent him
you knew it was coming.
I sent him a link to that. I go, all right, so where's yours? He's like, off the record. And he sent me the photo he put out. Because he had mentioned to me on a sim how he was hoping to track down Brady. And he did.
Sure. Why off the record?
Because he was going to put it out later in the day.
Gotcha.
I wasn't going to steal it, meaning like I texted him.
Yeah, you didn't want to steal his thunder.
Exactly. I texted him last night being like, oh, I see this. Where's yours? And he was out that night.
Touchdown, G-Jacks. The Eagles getting ready to run away with this thing. About to be a 10-point game late here in the opening half. I mean, that was a smiling Tom Carroll in that photo.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't reached out to him. I may just wait until we're on a sim together to even talk about it. But I'd love to, like, there's got to be more there. Like, was there a conversation? Or was it just saying snag a photo?
He said I'm not giving away a lot here. He really didn't give me much. All he said was we talked to him for like 3 to 4 minutes, very engaging.
I'm a diehard Patriots fan, and my God, I love you.
This is all he said. I said to him, did you talk at all? He said, yeah, Morton and I talked to him for 3 to 4 minutes, incredibly engaging. And I said, that is so bleeping cool, I would have peed my pants. The message before I said, did you talk at all? I was half joking, but was hoping I'd get an interesting response. I said, what did he smell like? And Tom said there was prime rib sliders next to us, drowned out the whole section. He actually answered it legit. I was just kidding. But
what does he smell like?
Yeah.
A god. He smelled as gods smell.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, if I was him, I would have.
What would you say to Tom Brady?
With me at my jaw injury, I would have sounded like Sarah said earlier.
No, not in this, not in this, present day reality. If you had 3 to 4 minutes in a public setting, Tom Brady, what would you say to him? Would you say I've been known to dress up as you on social media?
I don't think I'd tell him that. I'd scare him, I think. Sarah's losing it right now.
They follow me on @BJ_.
I don't know. I wouldn't waste my minute or two with Tom Brady asking him to follow me on social media. I would probably be like, hey, like, you're my favorite athlete of all time, and you've made a lot of great memories for me. Thank you. Something cheesy like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have thanked him. I mean,
for sure.
If he means that much to me. If what? I didn't say that. Oh, okay. Oh.
After you took the picture, would you say, "Could I have a hug before you go?"
Yeah, I'd say I love you. I would tell Tom Brady.
Honestly, how many times do you think he's been told by a Patriots fan that they love him in his life? I mean, like too many to count. So it wouldn't be weird. I mean, it might be a little weird, like in that setting, but in his
it'd be weird after I show him
he's gotten a lot of that.
It'd be weird after I show him videos of me dressed up as him and then say I love you.
Yeah.
You go, okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if I showed him the Met Gala photo, that could throw him for a loop.
Hit that like, folks. Let's get to 250. Smash the like, hit the subscribe button. You'll appreciate this. Somebody in the chat, I think yesterday, said for our fantasy league that my team name should be Smash That Like Sutton. So I feel like I need to draft Cortland Sutton now.
That's the guy who might fall to you. He feels like a late round or a middle round kind of guy, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't know when to take Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. 113 for Minshew, couple of touchdowns on the other side for Carson Wentz, who, as we know, is hurt in real life and also a cult. 11 for 66 for Sanders, touchdown for cousin Chris. He's got 27 on the ground. We'll take a look at the pass catchers, then we'll take a little break because we've earned it. And Glash is tired of talking. 33 for Deshaun Jackson, 3 catches, a touchdown for him. Multiple catches for Chark, Ertz, Conley, Goodwin, Westbrook, Sanders, but no big yardage totals there. Our leader currently, according to P. Fry in June, 49er Quest, a name that we see atop the leaderboard often. Producer is Mike. Undercover boss Tom, our technical director. All right, we're going to step aside. Earlier today on The Sweat, the aforementioned Kenny Ducey and Nick Whalen. I love when they get together, even when they talk crazy, which is, can Bradley Beal lead the NBA in scoring next year? Let's find out.
Bradley Beal is the odds-on favorite at plus 275. Would he be your pick as things stand right now?
I think he's the safest pick. I mean, he's the only guy of the true available options, who's back-to-back 30-plus points in each of the last 2 seasons. So it makes sense that he's the leader here at plus 275. Obviously, you're removing Russell Westbrook, an extremely high-usage player, from that roster, and Beal was still able to average 30 a game playing alongside Westbrook last season. So, you brought in some parts, to replace Westbrook, but nobody who's going to come in and have that kind of usage rate. So on paper, Bradley Beal makes a ton of sense at plus 275. I think you have to consider Luka at plus 425. Got off to a slow start last season that kind of put him behind the 8 ball, but over the second half of the season, he was scoring as well as anybody. Obviously, that was on display in the Olympics. It was on display in the first round of the playoffs as well. I also don't think you can quite discount Steph Curry. And I understand, he led the league in scoring last year. I get why he's down at 6-1. You have Klay Thompson coming back. The Warriors should be a little bit more of a balanced team, but he's won an MVP. He's won a scoring title with a fully healthy Klay Thompson, with a fully healthy Draymond Green. We've seen him average 30 a game before in those circumstances. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it now. He's in a little bit of a different phase of his career. That was back in 2015-16, the 73 win season, but I'm not totally counting out Steph Curry.
All right, Kenny, we're talking 31.3 points per game from Beal. That was a career high for him, and now he no longer has Westbrook there. So would you believe he could be you agree with the odds-on favorite here? Plus 275, going to be the scoring leader.
I do. I think that this Wizards team is going to be really good. And you look at Spencer Dinwiddie coming in, helping Bradley Beal perhaps get some space, Kyle Kuzma as well. And then perhaps a step forward for Hachimura. I think that this was a team that, we saw make a lot of strides last year, aside from Russell Westbrook. Of course, he padded his stats, but there were plenty of good stories here. Bertans as well, a guy that is just going to make life easier, take some attention away from Bradley Beal. And the fact of the matter is he is going to be able to take pretty much any shot he wants. This is his team now. So, you do like those odds. But, as Nick mentioned, I think that Steph Curry at plus 600 is still a pretty good bet. I'm a little weary of that, though. But the value is certainly there. I would even look as far down as plus $3,500 or plus 3,500. You got Devin Booker, who, 13th in points per game last year and was up there 7th in total points. Perhaps this is a season where he takes even another step forward. He just continues to get better and better every year. We saw in the postseason this year what type of scoring outputs he's capable of. The inconsistency is obviously the concern there, but I think that that's a really, really good value for a guy that's clearly the leading scorer on his team. And perhaps even this year, Chris Paul takes a little bit of a step back, which would be ridiculous for a guy making, $40 million? But hey, maybe he doesn't take as many shots. Maybe Devin Booker gets a few more field goal attempts per game. And then you get him at a really, really good price to win the scoring title. I wouldn't hate that.
Thank you, Nick. Doozy, a reminder, the sweat comes your way weekdays. That is Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern to noon. Again, 5 days a week, more often than not anyway. You don't want to miss it. Great collection of characters, many of whom you are used to seeing and hearing from right here on the Dream Stream every day. And they talk things beyond football, but I can promise you, with the NFL's regular season just about a month away, it's going to be a lot more football on the way, which you love to see. Brendan Glasheen, Adam Kaufman, Undercover Boss Tom, our technical director, Mike, our producer, P. Fry, and JJ, as June is known to be called around here sometimes. Both in ops, get the job done. Thank you all for being with us. You and Sim Fam, we appreciate you.
Am I alone when I say this? You're
never alone. I just want you to know that. I'm always here for you. Okay. Good.
Thank you. Wow.
Sure.
Am I alone thinking
I'm sorry, did that get too real for you?
It wasn't expecting. It wasn't the beginning, the cough sandwich thing, and then that was the two things I wasn't expecting. Am I alone on this, that this build up to this regular season is taking forever? Like, we're still a month away from the opener.
Oh, you're not alone. You know what I think a large part of it is, we're spending so much time in Simland here. We're just spending so much time talking about football from the end of last year on through the offseason, free agency, trades, whatever else, and now it's like throughout the multiple camps, mini camp and OTAs, now into training camp, preseason games are coming. It's like, we always talk about sports and which sport is the closest one to having a year-round calendar, and I would say that's the NFL. But for us, we truly like football every day. It's football all the time, every day. And so I think a lot of people that are involved in the Dream Stream, commentators, ops, production, I think a lot of people would see eye to eye with you on that.
Yeah, it's just wild to me. And of course, last year not having an off season altogether, right? No, as you just mentioned, no camps, no preseason games. I was confused with preseason. We're not going to have sims on the same nights as preseason games, and that kind of threw me off because I'm like, wait a minute, why are we doing that? And I'm like, oh right, there's actual games. Folks can make lineups for actual games. We didn't have that last year.
Right.
Preseason games, that is, to clarify.
Of course.
So it's just kind of wild. I'm like, wow, like a month from today is Dallas Tampa. Like that's a long ways away, but it feels like we should be closer to that day and not a month away.
Yeah, still a little bit of a run. TL asked me earlier today when we were doing the sim, which team that first game, so not week one, but specifically that first game that you mentioned between Dallas and Tampa Bay, which one I was most excited to see. And I thought it was an interesting question because I was going to just kind of automatically default to Tampa Bay. And ultimately, spoiler, it is where I landed, as you were here earlier. But I could make a case for either one. I really could make a case for either one for that first game. There are a lot of compelling storylines on the part of the Cowboys going into this year.
It wouldn't shock me if Dallas wins that game. Wouldn't shock me one bit. From a championship hangover perspective, it wouldn't shock me in the least bit that Tampa loses week 1 to Dallas.
Just maybe a little extra energy in the building too around Dak's return, assuming he's out there.
Yeah, well, that's true. You could look at it the other way too. Is Dak going to be ready? Dak could be a deer in the headlights for that kind of night.
Could be.
Back on the field and big contract. There's a lot of expectations. Hard Knocks, I think, comes out tomorrow, first episode. Which I think I'm more inclined to tune in. If the NFL did one thing right, at least in my opinion, I'm intrigued because it is Dallas, but that Dak storyline, I'm looking forward to following. And I like Dak, so I wouldn't root against someone who was hurt, but I just think Dak's a likable guy. Yeah. So I'm curious as to what he'll look like and what his rehab was like, what he had to fight through to get ready to go.
I really think the defense is going to be better this year too, and maybe that's just relative because how could it not be? I mean, it was historically bad last year for the Cowboys, but I mean, they put a lot of emphasis in the offseason on rebuilding that defense, and it may take a couple of years because a lot of that attention came in the form of the draft, and those guys don't necessarily translate right away. But you know, they bring in a new DC. It's just going to be a rebooting of the system, and I am curious, as we got another field goal good for Philly here. I'm curious to see if, assuming Dak is back and healthy, the shoulder's okay, obviously the leg's okay, the offense, will it look the way it did the first 4+ games last year before his injury? Will it immediately snap back to form and get you 30+ a game when he was on a record-setting pace in his own right? And again, if the defense isn't out there losing games for you, it could very well be their division to lose.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people like Moose and TL has jumped in the fold here. A lot of people are pretty big on Washington. Like Moose is all in on the Washington football team this year. That's like his baby. It's my Phoenix Suns. But and Rossi, if I remember right, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but if I remember right, I think Rossi said he was expecting relatively big things from the Giants this year, just to stay in line with that division. I don't think anyone's really expecting the Eagles are going to be great. To me, this is the Cowboys division. I do believe that because their offense, again, with a healthy Dak, is just so far ahead of everybody else.
Oh, on paper, I think you're right. It's just they always seem to find a way to mess it up. And
they do. And McCarthy did not help them last year.
I can't help but think that's a pick right to the other team. He might score. Get in there.
Go! Pick 6, baby. All Eagles all the time. Edwards, 24-yard return. T-Pike on the bright side. There's no way they can go 8-8 this year. That's true. Emerson's baby gap shirt. Koff, Glash. Good to see the two of you having a good conversation.
Wow. All right. That's good. People think it's a good conversation. That's good.
But then on the Tampa end of things, AD Poker says, give me Washington. Blitzhouse just excited about the Eagles defense. On the Tampa side of things, and this is going to be a huge story nationally. I'm one of everyone curious about this. With everyone coming back, that team at the end of last year talking about how as they entered the playoffs, they were just starting to find continuity all being together. And like I said, everyone, coaching staff, starters, everybody who is a key part of that team is back. Everybody is back. The biggest sort of, X factor in most people's minds is, but Tom Brady's another year older. What is a 44-year-old Tom Brady going to look like? Like, is he still going to go out there and have 4,500 passing yards and 35, 40 touchdowns? Like, it's any old year? Or is this guy actually going to, and I'm not talking like Max Kellerman Cliff or anything like that. I don't think when Brady does fall off, if he ever falls off, and I say that because maybe he'll retire before that day actually happens, but if he ever falls off, I don't think it's going to be this like we just enter a season and he sucks. I don't think that, because he's too smart for that. He's too football smart to just all of a sudden be totally done physically overnight. But I am curious to see if there's any sort of gradual drop off over the course of the year where, you know, come week 15, he just isn't remotely what he was week 1, 2, or if this guy just isn't human, if he just isn't human.
Just think about it this way. At age 43 last year, when they hit they hit a 3-game losing streak, I think, at one point before they started to find their groove. Once they lost to Kansas City, they went to 7-5 and then hit the bye.
Right.
But think of some of their losses. The Chicago game, when he's holding up the number 4, thinking it was 4th down coming up, but he didn't realize that was 4th down. You've got the 2 Saints games. The opener is the opener. I think folks knew it wasn't going to be perfect the minute they started.
Sure.
They even won a game against the Giants at MetLife on Monday Night Football that was ugly, and Tom didn't play great. The Rams, he didn't play great. But that loss to New Orleans in Tampa was 38-3, I think the final score was.
Something like that.
Just brutal. Like, they had some lows. And
even in the playoffs, like, they didn't beat Green Bay. They didn't beat Kansas City because of Tom Brady.
No, I mean, the defense certainly was a factor, I think, but I don't think Brady played terribly. I know he had the picks. That Green Bay game,
the Green Bay game, he was intercepted, 3 times?
Yeah, but you go back and watch, like, some of those picks weren't his fault. I know we can play this game with any quarterback, right? But like, if you watch the game, not every quarterback's interceptions are actually their own fault, like in some of these games. Just my opinion. My point being is this, like, they changed their offense. Like, they went back to some things he did in New England after that Kansas City game, and they tried to work in both guys. They tried to Arians cater to what Brady preferred, short passing game, get the ball out quick, use the middle of the field, as opposed to let's chuck and duck down the sideline, which they still kept intact. See the Scotty Miller touchdown in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Like, they're still... as you said off the top, we've never seen anything like this before, where a team is actually going to run it back with all their starters and even key reserves. So I think actually Tom Brady's going to have a really easy time hiding his age behind all of this, because he's going to end up making a really tough decision to walk away, because I don't see it. I don't see him. I don't think he's going to play at a level where he was 7-8 years ago, or not 7-8 years ago, but back to... Geez, because you got to look back, even 7-8 years ago, he's played better the last 5 years than he did 7 or 8 years ago. It's wild.
Sure. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, when he walks away, it's going to be a tough call. He's not going to be playing at the highest level he's ever played, but it's going to be at a level where he feels like he could probably keep winning. But it's probably, I think it's 2 years, and then that's it. I think he's going to...
Mike, by the way, just sent us an article. I didn't realize this. This floors me. Tom Brady is going to play in the Buccaneers preseason opener. That's and probably for like a series. I don't know how long. I'd have to look in the article and see what Bruce Arians said. But just the fact that he's even going to be out there shocks me, because that was not the way in the latter years in New England. Him, Rob Gronkowski, like preseason. No, we're good. No thanks. Don't need that.
Yeah, but think of how many reps he's had with McDaniels as his coach at that point.
He just won a Super Bowl with Tampa.
I know, but I think that's Brady admitting that we're still really new to each other, and he doesn't think it's up to standard yet of where they can be. I don't think he makes that stuff up when he says that. Like, we still haven't hit our ceiling yet as an offense. Like, they didn't have a preseason last year.
No
one. I mean, no one did. But when you're a new quarterback in a new place, if we're gonna give quarterbacks that were in new places last year, such as Phillip Rivers or Cam Newton here locally in New England, like, if we're going to give all these guys the same benefit of the doubt, well, even the guy who won the title, if he feels they haven't hit their ceiling, he wants every rep possible in game settings, because even though they won it, they were 7-5. It could have easily gone the other way. They could have been knocked out in the first round. They were on the road. I would like to think their aspirations this year are to be Green Bay. get home field. And while the Super Bowl was in Tampa last year, they had home field for the Super Bowl. They don't want to have to go on the road. That path last year is still absurd.
The guys they had to go through in knocking off Breeze, Rodgers, Mahomes. Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
So,
and that
I don't think there's any other guy in the league that could have done that. Just saying. Maybe Mahomes. Maybe.
Important question here from Sean Preston. I think it was Sean. Let me see. Yeah. Koff, with both of you vaccinated, Glash can come into your home and not be banned to the porch, right? We can have the Glash Kaufman Chinese food sim. Sounds great to me. I'm in. You can come on over, come inside. I mean, you've been inside. People have seen that. You were here.
Yeah, I was over there when we did the Papa Shot.
Yeah, the Papa Shot, of course.
When I got destroyed
on the stool. Well, I mean, there was a serious home advantage there.
Yeah.
I mean, you never had a chance.
Well, I'm just telling it like it is. I got destroyed. I was shocked. I thought I'd be a little bit better, but nope, not even close.
Blitzhouse says, all right, we let you have your moment, Glash. Well said. I wasn't trying to let you hang out on the soapbox there. Silly Sally wants to play. Come on, Glash. Brady will bow out gracefully because of injury and nothing else. He will not just retire. In other words, injury will force him to retire.
Yeah, because everyone else has done that. He's different. When can folks just accept he's a different cat?
If you haven't accepted it at this point, I don't think people ever will, unless he's out there
it's really sad.
Still playing at 50 years old. But you know what people will say then? Well, look at the rules. The rules cater to quarterbacks. People can't even hit them.
You know, it's funny you bring that up.
I'm 50 years old. I could hang out back there and just sling a football.
It's funny you bring that up because me and BK asked me a question. Who are you looking forward to watching the most outside of the favorites? So like the Kansas Cities, the Buccaneers, as far as like your fantasy team and just like really, really good teams, the Packers. Like, what about like a middling team that you're looking forward to watching? And we had the Cardinals last sim, and I'm like, oh, the Cardinals will be a fun watch because Kyler is up and coming. It's one team I feel like that is underrated in that division and kind of fair because those other three teams have made so much noise in the offseason with all of the rumors and Russ wanting out and Stafford now in the building. Stafford is getting so much attention. Really not really his own fault, but folks think the Rams are very legit. You got the quarterback battle in San Francisco.
I'd like to be on the record right now, by the way, that I am not a believer in the Rams, at least in the sense that Stafford is going to be the one that carries them.
I 100% agree with you. I think it is so overhyped, that whole thing. I really do. I agree. I absolutely agree. Not to say they can't be good or be in it, because I'll tell you right now, if they're not in it, guess who gets the blame? Him.
Yeah.
Who are you going to blame if the Rams don't have a good year? Who do you blame? They have all this talent. They have all this talent on the defense. We blame the coach? Those of you that believe in the Rams, who do you blame if they don't have a good year?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Sean McVay needs to not be Teflon. I mean, even being as unprepared as they looked in the Super Bowl against the Patriots a couple years back, he really didn't get that much criticism. It was, Gurley's hurt. Oh, look at Goff. Like, how about making zero adjustments? You're the best offense in the game. We got Mike, Tom, P. Fry, June, two of us. 28-7 Philly, couple minutes into this fourth and final quarter. Julius 88 leading the free roll with the Eagles DST in the captain spot with 22.5 points, 9% owned. Wentz, Sanders, Thompson, D-Jax, DJ Chark, who has not been good today, but he's in that lineup. 2 for 16 for Chark. I'm with you on the cards, by the way, and I think I maybe even mentioned that to you in the past. That's my
you were saying genius. You were saying like it will be hard for Tom Brady to walk away because now the game is catered towards quarterbacks. Well, why is it then? And BK and I kind of came up with this rough number. Why is it then that only about half the league, maybe like 55-60% of the league has that position figured out? You know what I'm saying? Like, my point is there's not enough great quarterback play. So I bring up Kyler, Justin Herbert, They're like the next young wave. And because I don't want to say there's no good young quarterbacks. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson. Like the league's good, but can it go to another level where there's 8 to 10 young guys we feel really good about? And I think if those two have another good year, Herbert and Murray, that's good for the league.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
So I will look forward to watching Chargers games. I hope the Chargers, with this new coach and the quarterback can play, they get that Chargers thing kicked out of their system. So I can't help but read these comments in the chat, and like folks still can't get off this this thing with Brady. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, he won the freaking Super Bowl again 1 year after leaving. What else do you want the guy to do? What else does he have to do? Now Tampa Bay has been made out to be this loaded team. Was anyone talking about this cough last March when Tom Brady chose Tampa? I sure wasn't. I was like, Tampa? Why the heck did he choose Tampa?
No, they were not viewed as a loaded team when he went there. No way.
Hell no.
But they were viewed as a Super Bowl contender the second he did get there.
Yeah,
so that would
have been the case no matter where he went.
Sure, but I just mean that is the respect for Tom Brady. It's not the look at how loaded Tampa is.
Yeah, that's all right. I think folks that aren't going to give in on that, they're just going to keep feeling that way. And that's fine. You're entitled to that.
And also, I mean, he is directly responsible for bringing in, for better or worse, but for better, Rob Gronkowski, Antonio Brown. Like, I'm sorry, who scored touchdowns in the Super Bowl?
Oh, yes. Gronk twice and AB. Mm-hmm.
On passes from Tom Brady.
Yeah, but that must have been
that loaded Tampa Bay team.
Yeah.
That was that loaded Tampa Bay team.
Unbelievable.
That's one of my favorite arguments I've ever had with Kenny. So we have a touchdown here. Chark running right through the post there. He's one of those, and people think he like lives in my head rent free. He does come to my mind when things like this come up.
Who?
Kenny. Kenny gave Brady.
Cough. Nothing here anymore is rent free. We work 6 sims a day, and by we I mean the team. We do 6 of these a day, 7 days a week. We are a radio station at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Come on, you worked in radio. This is a radio station. We have been on the air since the beginning of last year. We have to fill the time somehow. And if it's nitty crap between us, then so be it. If it's debates about left tackles, so be it.
He gave and continues to give Tom Brady 0 credit for the Tampa Bay championship.
Oh, and please understand, chat, I know some of you don't do this. I'm not singling you out. There's about 400 of you watching. I can't single out all of you in the next
It's just on YouTube.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Don't you dare lowball that number.
Yeah, fair. Oh, I just can't wait. I can't wait till the games start. We had a full off season with the Sim fam. Last year was still weird because at this point last year, Cough, I think we were just hoping we'd have a season. Now this year, it's like, okay, here we go.
Isn't it weird to you that I was thinking about this the other day that we didn't have a commentator fantasy league last year?
Well, we kind of did.
Well, but not in its truest sense the way we are right now.
Well, because the timing was awkward because Kenny joined in like August. We had already kind of done it. Steve and Julian were still like kind of doing Sims. Cough. We would have had a problem. We would have had like 20 people in our league.
It's true.
And then you would have hated it.
Have those unreasonable odds fools even noticed that they're not in the league? Like that we're doing a league that they are not part of, or they just know?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
LT the Great. DK better not even cancel our sim radio station.
Never, ever. We're here for you. We're not going anywhere. Bad Boys of Pop. My new favorite radio station, Sim 102. Dial in, strap on, and ball out. 96 for Sanders on the ground. So I assume this is consistent for you then. Obviously, the Pats are your number one. You're not going all Matt Damon saying if the Patriots and Buccaneers meant the Super Bowl, you're rooting for Brady.
I've made this clear. Like week 4, I'm looking forward to week 4. The build up. They're going to probably do a little ceremony pregame. I'd like to think, and
I would think. I mean, it'll be his last trip there, unless he plays for who knows how many more years. So yeah, I would think.
And then clap it up, and then go Pats.
But he is your default. He is your backup. He is if the Patriots, should miss the playoffs or fail to win the Super Bowl as Miles Sanders into the bonus and scores a touchdown, like Tampa Bay, Tom Brady, that's next in line for you. Pats can't do it. You're rooting for number 8.
If folks are going to be like, oh well, see, this is why I never understood that you aren't actively rooting for him. Well, if you want to wish him the best, well, what's the best? Winning it, with the exception of the Patriots. That's wishing someone the best. If you don't want him to do well and you're going to pick the Packers, then you're not wishing Tom Brady the best. You're wishing, all right, well, he can lose to the Packers in the title game. That's not wishing him the best. That's wishing him just to get to the title game. The best is winning it.
Yeah.
That's what the best is.
16-1 with a week 4 loss.
It's okay, everybody. We're all sick of. A lot of you are sick of him, and I get it. It's okay. It's almost over. A couple more years.
35-14.
Meager, who are we actively rooting for? Meager, when's your wedding? Have we heard anything on this?
November, right?
You got me. I have no idea. Maybe I'm not invited anymore.
I think it's November. So listen, he told me, Greg Coffin has told me as well.
Greg Coffin's invited?
Yeah, Greg Coffin's going to be there. They've really struck up a friendship through Simland.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Wow.
Maybe, I don't know if any others are there, but Greg Coffin's going to be there and presumably his bride as well. And the two of us have been invited. Now, I don't know where our invitations are. They clearly got lost in the DK office. He claims, his bride-to-be claims, they have been sent. We are invited. The question is, Glash.
Yeah.
Would we hop in a car and drive to New York, New Jersey, wherever it is, to go to at least at this point, a physical stranger's wedding?
Yeah, why not?
I could be talked into it.
Well, why are you calling him a stranger now? That's a little.
I said a physical stranger. I said that deliberately that way because we've not met in person.
Well, we don't even know if there's a physical presence.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know him if I saw him on the street. That's why he is a physical stranger.
This could be like Hobbs and Shaw, the voice through the ship or whatever that thing was.
Meager is says November 27th. Mayor Coffin got his invite. Yours should be there, TK, by now. Haha.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna ask Pirate.
All right. Selfishly, Meager, I wish it was in San Diego because I've never been and I had my trip canceled in 2020.
I would have a tough time getting on a flight to go to a stranger's wedding, but making a little drive to New York,
It's really nothing. I did a drive to New York a couple weeks ago. It's only 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, it's not difficult.
No. It'd be fun.
Meager says, New Jersey, but only a half hour to NYC. Squeeze in a trip to visit Ducey.
Been there, done that.
I'm sure he'll have a sim to call out of. I can't. I'm going to Meager's wedding. November 27th. I mean, I assume that's a weekend, right? That's interrupt.
Does he get married on a Wednesday?
I don't know. I mean, it's not the most common thing, but who am I to tell the man how to live?
November 27th is a Monday.
No, it's not.
No, look at it, December. My bad.
Yeah,
it's Saturday. Okay. All right.
No football that day, right? Well, actually, it's right after Thanksgiving, though. That could be tough.
What the hell, Meager?
That could be tough. Yeah, Meager, I might not be able to get away from that. Sorry, family. I'm going.
Goff has to go Black Friday shopping for Celtics jerseys.
I buy those out of people's trunks. Going to a stranger's wedding right after Thanksgiving. AD poker. It's a Tuesday afternoon.
Meager loves football so much that doesn't want to interrupt football season by getting married on a Tuesday. What the hell?
Austin says Pitts top 3 tight end this year. I'm going to say no, Austin, but I do think he's going to be very, very good. Top 3, I'm not willing to go there.
It's not an awful. It's could he be top 5? Possibly.
I do think he could be top 5, but if you have
Kittle, Kelsey, Waller, right there to me.
Yeah, if they're all healthy, and it's an if, but if they're all healthy, no. Meager says actually it's our 1-year anniversary. We got married on Black Friday last year, so this year it's the Saturday.
Yeah, we can go.
Can we attend via Zoom?
Come on, you just how do you do that? Within 90 seconds, you just convince yourself to not want to go.
Because it's right after Thanksgiving. That's why.
It's going to be right after something else too. If it was the week after.
All right. How about some awards? Who's your player of the game?
You're going to be like, oh, it's Celtics Lakers. I can't make it.
Deshaun Jackson's the player of the game.
Yeah,
Krusty Award winner.
Defense was good too for Philly.
Defense was great for the Eagles, no doubt about it. What about your babysitter Billy? Alshon Jeffrey?
I didn't play him. How'd he do?
1 for 23, 14% captain, 52% owned.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And you had to pay up for him a little bit more than Goodwin, as T. Pike suggests.
Yeah. Plus, Goodwin got that 2-point conversion. Juan Koff, don't be a wuss. Jared says he scheduled the wedding on a Wednesday. The weather will be wild. Should be great. All right, tomorrow's Tuesday.
I'm actually in. Like, if I don't think I have any college football that day, so
we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, Meager. It's not a hard no. We'll talk about it.
He's the one you got to worry about. I'm in.
I agree. But if I don't go, Priv can go, and Glash and Sarah can be there and post videos on Instagram the whole time. As long as you duck those elbows. Colts Titans with Tara Lynn, me and her for the 8 o'clock, the prime time tomorrow. But Glash is returning with Moose for Madden After Dark tonight, just before 10. Cowboys, who we talked quite a bit about, against the Jets on the way. Should be fun. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, we will. We will. It would be good to see Jeff, and I haven't worked with him in a while. So, yeah. Thanks for taking the most of the lead on tonight. We warmed up a bit here. No, I'm feeling better. I good. And just to give folks I'm trying to make people real. This is the side where the planet was in my nose. You can see how it's a little red on that side compared to this side.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling better. So thank you.
Now you look all right. All right. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to Patrick, to June, to everybody involved. Coming up next on the DK Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and the fantasy, FTN. That Fantasy FTN Fantasies, Derek Brown. They will discuss the new head coaches, coordinators around the NFL in the 2021 season. Now I'm trying to remember what FTN stands for. Fantasy something network, right? Doesn't, they're here with us. It's going to be fun. You raising a finger? Do you know? Are you interrupting me? Are you thinking? Are you gauging for wind?
I don't know. I don't know what the name of it is. I forget. I thought I knew. I don't.
All right. Well, we'll look it up while you watch the video. Enjoy. Thanks, everybody. See you, Glash.
See ya.
The Eagles have a new head coach. Doug Peterson is out. Nick Sirianni is in. Your boy, whose name I continue not to be able to pronounce, from the Chargers, is now the offensive coordinator, replacing no one because they didn't have an offensive coordinator last year. It's funny that they let Frank Reich go only to keep Doug Peterson. I guess he was just coming off a Super Bowl, so they couldn't get rid of him. But they should have just kept Frank Reich and promoted him because now they went and got his offensive coordinator. Do you see any particular stylistic difference for the Eagles this year, or with Jalen Hurts at quarterback, that it's going to be a lot of weird runs, a lot of like backyard type football type plays like we saw last year? Or is it going to have a bit more fluidity now?
I think it's going to be a lot better and more improved offense and an offensive system. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit higher. I'm a lot of bit higher on Jalen Hurts than a lot of people, is because what you saw out of Philly last year was totally broken. I mean, we all know that. I mean, you're running out. You've benched Travis Fulgham. You're running out the corpse of Alshon Jeffrey. He's basically running in circles out of all quarterbacks with 100 or more dropbacks. His ADOT was only behind freaking Joe Flacco. I think this offensive system is going to be, and we heard some rumors about this yesterday, it's building it around Jalen Hurts. And I think that's good. And if you look at Hurts as a passer in college, we're gonna have more short and intermediate throws. He's not going to be asked to throw it deep as often as he was last year. And I think that if you look at Sirianni and Steiche's systems, I think we're looking at probably like a 58% passing rate, which is going to be somewhere middle of the league, probably 15th to 17th in the league, and that could be higher than some people are projecting because, Jalen Hurts is going to run, but I don't think that he's going to run like in the sense of like, okay, well, Tyrod Taylor, Lamar Jackson, like I think we're looking at a little bit higher passing rates than the 50 to 52% that we saw in those types of offenses. So I think the passing volume could surprise some people here. I think the pace actually, because Sirianni has run fast offenses. Like, and no, Jalen Hurts is not Andrew Luck, but they did run fast with Andrew Luck. Shane Steichen ran fast with Justin Herbert. I think at the minimum, the Eagles are probably going to be somewhere in the 15 to 17 range on pace. But I think this has the opportunity to surprise people, one, in the passing rate, because I think they're underrating how high that could be, one, because of the offensive system, and two, because the defense is still terrible. Like, the defensive line is good. They're going to be able to stop the run, but their secondary is bad. Now, they got a massive upgrade with Steven Nelson and signing him, but Darius Slay is still not good. The nickel corner is still not good, and the back end behind them is still not great at all. So I think Philly is going to be forced, and like we're talking about with the Jets, they're going to be in a lot of negative game scripts. So I think they're going to pass the ball more, and the pace could surprise people as well.
The Texans have a new head coach, and anytime that you can go hire the wide receivers and passing game coordinator from the Baltimore Ravens the past 2 years, you got to do it because they have explosive passing offenses and just a depth at receiver that is almost unmatched. Is how I would call the Baltimore Ravens the past 2 years. But there is something a bit interesting here with David Culley, because obviously Deshaun Watson isn't going to be playing, and that's becoming more and more apparent. Whether he plays at all, it's not going to be on the Houston Texans. But Tyrod is likely going to be the quarterback, at least to start the season. That the offense with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore was very efficient, at least very fantasy-friendly for him. Are we kind of sleeping on Tyrod as a fantasy option this year if he wins this job and they kind of gear an offense to resemble what Baltimore's looked like? Or are they just so bad that it doesn't matter?
I think it's going to be bad, but I do think that we're sleeping on some of the pass game options here, because they did keep the offensive coordinator in Tim Kelly, who, after O'Brien said, okay, fine, I made a ton of terrible decisions. You call the plays, you do these things. We saw a Texans team that was top 5 in passing rate last year. Now, the pace is probably going to be somewhere around league average, but even with Tyrod, we know this team is going to suck, Pat, and their offensive line is going to be bad. They're going to have to throw the ball. And I'm not saying they're going to throw a ball a ton, but I think that we are sleeping on a lot of the passing game options here, even with Tyrod under center, because all these guys are, they're basically free. And yes, that's baked into because the Texans are bad. But Brandon Cooks, who's competing with him for targets? Nico Collins is showing out in camp, and then goes down with Cooks. He's getting targets on a weekly basis. And Jordan Akins, who is there Brevin Jordan, the rookie tight end, to compete with him for targets? He could easily walk into 80, 90 targets this season and be a guy that is it beautiful? Or are you having to hold your nose probably when you press draft at the end of your tight end premium leagues? Yes. But we covet volume, and I think that there are going to be sources of that in this Texans passing game.
Yeah, I think Nico Collins is just going to do it for me. He's going undrafted in fantasy leagues, essentially. That's probably as much of a gamble as I want to take. Maybe Brennan Cooks, if he continues to slip, because he is now just a distressed asset, but he is very clearly far and away the best receiver on this team, that if he can just not get concussed or pull his hamstring, then he's in line for like 150 targets.
I mean, he got a 28% target share without Will Fuller on the field last year. So I think even if we bump that down, even in the lower range of options, like 24, 25%, even if you're like, okay, well, Houston's got Tyrod, they're not going to throw a ton. That's still, I mean, the guy's going to walk into 110, 120 targets. I mean, where he's going in drafts, it's a pretty nice price to pay.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Like, I have Brendan Cooks at 21%. Let's bump him up to 25 to see like what he might be doing right here and see what that puts his projection in at. Because I'm just very curious to see what Brendan Cooks is looking like now. Brendan, too many Cooks. We're looking at 91 catches on 149 targets. If he has a 25% market share of the targets in this offense, which is pretty feasible, I think, for him. That would put him at wide receiver number 20 for the year. And I don't know what Tyrod's like now. I mean, all we can really remember from him is getting stabbed in the lung and causing Justin Herbert to start last year for the Chargers. But when he was with the Bills, and even a little bit with the Browns, not a bad deep ball. People forget that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his deep ball rates weren't bad at all. I mean, his completion percentages, I think that it's just, we haven't seen him on the field in a while, and the last time we saw him in Cleveland, he wasn't great. But I mean, we do need to give some context. That was the Hugh Jackson era, so we got to. I'm not saying give the guy a pass, but it's pretty bad, man. Like, so I think that we're chasing volume. I mean, even if it's not 25%, so Brandon Cooks we're looking at the very end of not the very end, but like I mean towards like the 10th round, Pat. I mean, considering where's he going in the latest ADP, because it's not high. And for 120 targets, we're talking about the floor and the ceiling could be higher. It's a nice buying point.
Brendan Cooks pick number 92 on average. That's a good buying spot, but that's not where people like, because everyone's drafting, everyone at least that I listen to, like friends of mine that come on the show, are all drafting exactly the same way. So I'll take my stud running back or stud tight end in the first 2 rounds, and it's receiver for the next 8 rounds. And then by the time it gets like to the Cooks level, it's like we're back at running back, or Cooks is already gone. But he is one of these distressed assets that no one really wants to touch. So, I mean, I always find that whatever the prevailing strategy is in fantasy football, you're going to have more success bucking that trend and just doing the opposite. That's how it worked for years when everyone, like the reason that 0 RB became so widely used amongst really good fantasy football players is because for years it was, you might even take 3 running backs with your first 3 picks. It's like, all right, well, I'll just take the 3 best receivers in the league and they'll be on my team. And then I'll figure out some backups and pick up these mid-tier guys. And that strategy was super effective for like 6 years. But then everyone adopted that strategy. So actually doing the opposite worked. And now everyone's back to doing some sort of hybrid of the opposite again. So just reverse that and you're probably going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of drafts, I mean, like you're talking about, I mean, wide receivers ADPs have been pushed up a ton. And I think people are, okay, well, how do I buck the trend of wide receivers going even higher and higher and higher and higher? And I'm like, okay, I mean, you could go anchor RB and that's fine. And then you're just chasing wide receivers. You can go 2 running backs in the first 2 rounds and you're still making your bets that if they stay healthy, I think it's fine. But to your point about 0 RB, yeah, we know the fragility of the position and stuff like that. There are other years, I mean, we don't have to go too far back where we saw wide receiver Armageddon, where like wide receivers were also, and I'm not saying like that is definitively, and if you look over multiple years, could they have the same injury rates as running backs? Well, no. But can we say like they all play a very physical demanding game? And wide receivers can get hurt just as easily as running backs, considering.
The other thing that I was thinking about, and like I know I said don't mention best ball, but I'm gonna mention it, is that I think that the ADPs in best ball, like no matter where you play, like if you're looking on DraftKings and seeing those ADPs, I don't think that's going to translate to season long, which way more people play, despite the fact that Twitter would lead you to believe that that is not true. But far more people play their 1 season long fantasy league. And I would think that that probably jibes a bit more with what you see in high stakes leagues in terms of ADP rather than best ball. I think people are more conventional when they draft their season long leagues, that this for example, like I don't know where they're going in best ball right now, but I was talking about Allen Robinson when I had Ray on last week. And Allen Robinson's ADP right now is 32 overall in high stakes leagues. I'm guessing it's higher than that in best ball.
He's somewhere in that 30 range. Like you could usually get Allen Robinson in the 3rd round, at least the drafts that I've done recently. Because I think there's a lot of other wide receivers that have been pushed up around him, or the tight ends kind of make it into that range. But I'm usually able to, like, I've been a few slow drafts and I've done some fast drafts over the last 2 days where I've been able to get Allen Robinson in the 30s.
Okay. So maybe it's not all that different. It just feels like this overwhelming wide receiver strategy from rounds 3 to 7. I don't necessarily think that's going to translate as much to season-long leagues. So you're going to see those wide receivers fall back down.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that one. I mean, I think that there's a lot more casual players out there, and I think there's a lot of people that still play fantasy football that it's like, okay, I'm going to go running back, and then I'm going to look at wide receivers. I'm going to go tight end, running back, or tight end, running back. I think that there are still a lot of people that still do those strategies. Now, are they playing best ball? Are they playing in these high stakes?
They are absolutely not what they're doing. Like, and the thing is that the players that you're talking about, my audience, by and large, are like 9 out of 10 fantasy football players. And for whatever reason, and maybe it's because certain companies are paying other people to talk about their product, but it makes it feel like it's the inverse. But anyone who's doing a fantasy football draft at the end of May is not the regular consumer. They're just not.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. And that's why I think that still going running back at the beginning of these drafts, especially if you're in casual leagues, is definitely viable because you're making the bet that these two running backs pay off. And then the wide receivers, and especially in a lot of your casual leagues, Lord help me, especially, oh God, if they're 10-team, Pat, you could start with like 3 running backs and the wide receivers you're staring at in a 10-team league are ridiculous. Even in 12-team leagues, if everybody's going to go running backs, where you're at on those running backs in the first 2 rounds, and then you could just smash wide receivers because there are a lot of wide receivers in those ranges that we could see either break out, have really good seasons, or they're in offenses that we're getting maybe their top 5, top 7 passing rate. So the target share is going to be good or higher than other players at 22% versus, okay, well, this other schmo over here is getting 24%, but it equals out because the other team's going to pass like crazy.
Indianapolis, obviously, we just talked about Philadelphia, has lost its offensive coordinator. They now have, who is there? Oh, Marcus Brady from Ligue Nationale Canadienne, former CFL quarterback Marcus Brady. Do you expect, and obviously Carson Wentz is out for short to long time. No one is really certain for this right now. And maybe the offense, like, what is this? Like, does the offense change, like, their overall scheme? Because at times last year, it really did feel like it wasn't the Andrew Luck offense that we saw. It was the Phillip Rivers offense that we were used to seeing, but with a bit more effective running game. Is that what we're going to see from Indy still?
I think what we're going to see from Indy is going to depend on how long Wentz is out. I mean, it's funny because I'm trying to dive into CFL stats and let you get those.
Don't do that.
It was painful, Pat. Like I'm trying to find, like, you can't find passing rates for these teams. Can you find pass attempts per game? How good is offense? Like, okay, where were they scoring well? His offenses overall look like, okay, on paper, yes, they were good. They were putting up points in 3 of the 5 seasons. I want to say off the top of my head, he was top 5 in points per game in the CFL. And dear God, help me for knowing that. This tells you the depth of what all I've looked at this offseason. But I think that the Colts, Wentz is going to be the key to it. I think that for the time that Wentz is out, regardless, and now we're hearing, okay, Phillip Rivers is like, well, I like coaching, but maybe I come back to the NFL. Not saying that happens, but it's out there in the ether. For as long as Wentz is out, I think that Indy is going to lean on their running game. I think it's going to be very close to what we saw with after the Andrew Luck stuff, and when we saw Jacoby Brissett take over, and Indy was top 3, top 6 in neutral and positive script rushing rates. I think they're going to run the ball, and they're going to lean on their defense. Now, when Wentz comes back, I think Reich has enough of this offense, or a lot, should I say, in what has happened with Indy to say that they're probably going to finish somewhere. They're going to be very, very script dependent with Wentz. We saw that with Rivers. Like, he had some weeks where he was like 61, 62% passing rates. If they were behind, if they were ahead, they were going to lean on Jonathan Taylor. I think that overall, this is going to be a very matchup dependent offense. And for as long as Wentz is out, they're going to run the damn ball.
Miami gets rid of Chan Gailey, who seemingly developed a pretty good Ryan Fitzpatrick offense. Not so hot on the old Tua offense. So what they've done is now they have co-offensive coordinators. They promoted their running game coordinator. They promoted their tight ends coach. Now they're dueling offensive coordinators. What would you expect this Miami offense to look like with Tua at the helm? You know, they have 3 receivers who are all sort of injured, but all not injured at the same time. Fuller's going to miss at least a game, but he's already hurt as well. So Lord knows when he's going to be back. We don't really, everyone seems to just be penciling in Myles Gaskin in this backfield to be like the guy, but that could be a combination of like 4 different guys for all we know. What do you expect this Miami offense to do this year, and how do you think it's going to be different?
I think so. The dueling pianos of offensive coordinators is really the biggest interesting thing here, because Eric Studesville is a total, we have no clue. He's a black box affair. Like we don't know what's going to happen with him and his say in this offense. Now, former running backs coach, okay, he likes the run game. But if we see Godsey, the other guy that's going to be helping call plays, or the primary play caller, depending on what rumors and what things you dive into, Miami could be really good, Pat. Like, as far as from a pace perspective, a passing rate perspective, we saw Godsey in previous iterations in Houston. Now, he had Brock Osweiler as his quarterback. Ooh, dear Lord, help me. That still threw the ball deep, even though Brock was terrible. That still passed the ball, even though Brock was terrible. Now, they were more run-heavy in those years. But if you look at the one of the years, it was either the year prior or the year after Brock. I want to say it was the year after Brock. But Brian Hoyer, who is not a good quarterback either, but when he was under center for the Texans, they were top 10 in pace in every single script. Their passing rates were up there. I think that if we, obviously considering what we've seen out of him with bad personnel, I think that Miami could be a team that surprises in pace and in passing rate. I think that all of the moves they made this offseason, and Tua was not great as a passer last year, but if you look at all the different metrics, the one thing that he was actually like passable in, like decent in, was throwing the deep ball. And that makes sense considering all the weapons they added this offseason, like bringing in Will Fuller to complement Devontae Parker, drafting Jalen Waddle. I think this team could run a large amount of, I'm saying large, but they're going to be above the league average in 12 personnel. And I think that this team also could surprise people a lot in pace and passing rate.
Minnesota swaps offensive coordinators. They go from Kubiak to Kubiak. So from Gary to Clint, who spells his name with a K, which is just Clint Kubiak. I mean, now we're dangling on just weird territory with that. But usually I'm very pro Ks. Like if you're Eric, but you're Eric with a K, it's like Mark with a K versus Mark with a C. Very pro K in that circumstance. I don't know about this one. This one's kind of weird when I look at it. Anyway, do we envision any difference between the Kubiaks?
Not at least on paper. I think it's going to be very similar. And the other thing about Minnesota is I think their defense is going to be much improved. I mean, basically last year was a house of horrors. I mean, everything that could have gone wrong for their defense last year went wrong. Like Michael Pierce opted out. Daniel Hunter missed the year. Anthony Barr was limited to 2 games. You had a rookie secondary that struggled. I think that all of the moves they made this offseason, bringing in Dalvin Thompson, you have Pierce back, you have Anthony Barr back. They've addressed cornerback, bringing in Patrick Peterson, who's not top shelf anymore, but I think he can be good enough, and Brashad Breeland. I think that this team, considering the marriage with the defense and Kubiak, I think they're going to run the ball a ton. I don't think they're going to be in as many negative game scripts, so I am worried about the passing rate, and that kind of leaks over. I think Kubiak's going to do a lot of these similar things that his father did, in the sense that the run game is going to be where they live and die by, and especially in positive game scripts, which if I'm expecting Minnesota to be in more of those this year, I think it's going to be a lot of Dalvin Cook. And these pass catchers I'm really worried about, because Justin Jefferson is being drafted as a top 10 wide receiver. He is a fantastic talent, but unless Adam Thielen goes away, even if he gets the targets, if the passing rate goes down, he's going to have a tough time paying off where he's going in drafts, and especially in the red zone, which Thielen still owns the red zone. A lot of the ways that I'm envisioning Kubiak and this entire team overall is I like Dalvin, and because the bar is so low at tight end, I like Irv Smith, and I'm really not finding myself getting a lot of Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson, and some of this has to do with Kubiak and just the team in general.
Matt Canada is in as offensive coordinator of the Steelers now. I would envision them running a little bit more, even behind all the talk this offseason has been, oh my God, look how bad the offensive line is for the Steelers. Like, well, it was really bad last year. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be that bad this year. In fact, it's kind of like the Jets offense. It can only get better, really, from this point. It's not going to get worse from what we just saw, saying they have a much better talent-wise running back this time around. So I would expect the pass rate to drop a little bit, but are we really sweating Matt Canada here, or is this just going to be Ben doing whatever he wants?
I think it's going to be Ben still sitting in shotgun. I think that the play action rates could go up a little bit because of what Canada's done at the collegiate level, but Ben has never been a quarterback and he doesn't have the mobility to do a lot of play action. So even if it goes up some, I think it's marginal. I think that the Steelers are still going to throw the ball. And yes, everybody's talking about the offensive line. And dear Lord, the off-season offensive line analysis is basically undefeated. Every single year we fade an offense, so we talk about, oh, they're so terrible. Like last year it was, oh, the Rams can't run the ball because their offensive line is so horrible. And I'm like, okay, sure. And the year before that it was, oh, Arizona can't run the ball because their offensive line is terrible. And then you see David Johnson, when he was healthy, actually running the ball decently well. Or Kenyon Drake running well. So I think we get a little bit out over our skis on offensive line analysis and you're talking about it, Pat, they were bottom of the league last year, like bottom 3 in every single metric. So are they going to get worse than bottom 3? Okay, maybe they're 32nd, but I really don't think so. I think that at worst, it's a push, and this offense is still going to throw the ball because Ben is back there. I think the play action could go up a little bit. I think the run game is going to be better because it's Najee versus James Conner. And I think they're going to scheme up a lot more running back targets. Like last year, they were 32nd in the NFL in target share to the running back. That's going up this year. And part of that reason why I believe that they're going to scheme up more targets to the running back position is why I'm a little bit lower on some of the short area targets in this offense. Like, I like Deontay Johnson. I don't have a problem with him, but Juju was basically a short area tight end last year. Eric Ebron, they brought in a blocker or similar talent to Pat Freiermuth who could play inline and as a receiver. I'm not drafting Eric Ebron this year. I'm not, and honestly, I'm lower on Juju Smith-Schuster because if he gets these short area targets, if Najee's going to be involved in the passing game because of all of the scheme and again, play action, I worry about where his targets are, how he's going to pay off on having the similar target share even of last year.
San Francisco did not have an offensive coordinator last year. It was just Kyle Shanahan doing everything. Now they brought in Mike McDaniel from Yale, but it's going to be Kyle Shanahan. Expect nothing different. I don't even think we need to break this one down. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a Kyle Shanahan offense, and it will be maddening when you try to pick who is going to be good in any particular week. The Seahawks, Brian Schottenheimer is finally gone. Does that mean we're going to see some more passing? Gotta be, right?
I think so, Pat. I think the pace is going to surprise people. I think Shane Waldron, and we're talking about McVay type of things. I'm not willing to sit here and put that on Shane Waldron's plate, but we have all the offseason rumbles have been that the pace is going to surprise people. And I think that even if the passing rate doesn't climb a ton, I think even league average versus what we've seen out of this offense previously and the different scheme and route concepts that we've heard also talked about, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett have all been discussing this. They're going to have more yards after the catch opportunities. It's not going to be Russ Wilson running 15 circles and then throw deep or, dear God, just make a play for us. I think the offense is going to be better structured this year. I think the pace is going to help people. And even if the pace, like the passing rate doesn't have to be top 5 in this offense, because if the pace it picks up, you're going to get more passing attempts just because they're going to be running more damn plays. So I like Shane Waldron's addition to Seattle, as well as they got Gerald Everett, who is, I mean, the guy just needs volume on a per touch basis, per catch basis. He's been fantastic in previous seasons. So I like Seattle. I've actually come around to them a lot. And I find myself drafting Russell Wilson more. DK Metcalf is still really expensive, but Tyler Lockett, you can get him at, I mean, depending on where you're at, and a lot of people have been burned by him and the drop-offs in season at times and how his splits work out. I like Tyler Lockett a lot out of this offense.
Yeah, Tyler Lockett going number 47 overall right now. The issue is that I'm all in on Jamar Chase, and he's going number 53 overall. So I'd just rather have Jamar Chase.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to push back. Like, I love Jamar Chase. I think that his addition to the Cincinnati offense is going to be fantastic. They were terrible, Pat. A lot of people put that on Joe Burrow, but when Tyler Boyd and AJ Green are your deep targets and you're asked to throw deep and you're in a high passing rate offense, that's not a good situation at all. Jamar Chase is going to be a massive upgrade.
The last switching coordinator, we're going to start with end with where we began, because Arthur Smith, obviously gone from Tennessee. Todd Downing, the former tight ends coach with Tennessee, has now been promoted into that spot. Obviously, a lot of credit went to Arthur Smith with how efficient that the Tennessee offense has run over the past few years, especially since Ryan Tannehill usurped Marcus Mariota and just became this new quarterback all of a sudden. How does this offense look now, and do you think it will remain as efficient?
I have my worries on that. I do give Arthur Smith some credence in the things that he's done, because he's used motion, he's used a lot of high play action rates, and those are things that I don't believe come from the mind of Mike Vrabel. So I do put that on Arthur Smith. Now, looking at Todd Downing, the only time we saw him run an NFL offense, it was terrible for the Raiders. Pace wasn't good. Their play action rates were at the bottom of the league. Now, everybody's like, okay, well, he's just going to run a similar system to Arthur Smith. I mean, they could take a lot of similar concepts from what Smith did there, and considering he was in the house whenever all of these things have transpired, and Todd Downing has seen Ryan Tannehill perform extremely well and be super efficient with these concepts. So they could be more integrated than we ever saw with the Raiders and Todd Downing previously, but they also could not be to the level that we saw previously with Tennessee. And again, I was talking about Arthur Smith. Yes, they ran the ball. They rushed the ball a ton, but the pace was good there in all different game environments. And so with Todd Downing, if the pace falls a little bit and the passing rate doesn't pick up, which if you look at how Todd Downing ran the offense previously, I think the passing rate could go up a little bit to compensate for the pace going down. Overall, I do have a lot of fears on, is this offense going to be as efficient as it has been previously? Like, I have a hard time buying into A.J. Brown at his ADP, which hasn't moved a ton since Julio arrived. Julio is still, I mean, he's fine where you're going to get him in drafts, but it's overall an offense that I don't find myself drafting a lot, because these guys are all expensive. And a lot of the narrative around it is like, oh, well, Arthur Smith's gone. Like, all those great things that he did they're gone. Todd Downing he's just going to do the same things and we're going to be totally fine. And that's a little bit more of a difficult pill to swallow. Like, to say that in every situation, this other coordinator is going to make similar play calls and do all of the same things that the previous guy did, who the previous guy was fantastic.
And you do have to remember that Tim Andercust had picked the Indianapolis Colts as his team in the AFC South. But now they've lost all their players, and he has now switched his pick to the Tennessee Titans. So,
Lord, bury him.
And he already said that he's already given Trevor Lawrence a nickname, Trevor Bust Lawrence. So just bet all your money on Jacksonville, and you should be fine, I think.
I was fixing to say, Jacksonville sounds like they're going to be top 5 in scoring this year. Let's go!
Yeah. So just draft Trevi, draft Marv. You'll be good to go from that regard. Derek Brown, you have your entire series up at ftnfantasy.com right now. Do you have a promo code that people can use to get a discount on that entire package?
So you can use the promo code for our fantastic podcast, Fade the Chalk. It's FTC. You save 10% on sign up. Pat, this has been awesome. Thank you again for having me. When was the last time we talked, man? What was it, prior to the NFL draft? We're talking about prospects and how good Rashad Bateman was.
I mean, that hasn't changed. I'm really coming around to Rashad Bateman. No, yes. I think you and I broke down the Julio trade like 10 minutes after.
Oh, yes, that too. Yep. So that was fantastic too.
You should go follow Debo on Twitter. Check out all of his work at ftnfantasy.com. You can follow me at ThePME. Smash the like on the way out and go get that membership at runthesims.com right now. If you just want the season-long stuff, that's all free. You just go put in your email and boom, you got full access to all the projections. But if you want the optimizer and the game simulator and all the NFL betting tools, there's no picks. It's just tools. So you can do your own research, all completely customizable. Runthesims.com/Mayo to go do that right now. You want more fantasy football content? I suggest you subscribe to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, a brand new show on Mayo Media Network. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience! Experience!
here we are. We what time is it? 10:20. 20-minute power delay. We're sorry, really. I mean, I was just trolling you folks for the last couple minutes there. We actually were working through some issues. Thank you to Andrew, who has graciously slid in for T Pike, and we're back on track to some degree. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. How are you doing? I mean, look, this has been an eventful day. We've got people playing injured here on the DraftKings Dream Stream and Brendan Glasheen. We've got, I know the stream has had its issues today. Obviously, we, getting the power out of one of our technical directors. Like I said before, we do not control the power grids yet, but we do apologize, man. I know it sucks when things don't start when they're supposed to, but 20 minutes in, and I look at it this way, Glash, this is better than starting the game and having it fizzle out like halfway through. Like if you want a power outage, it's before the game. So we're 20 minutes late, but guess what? Now we get to start the game and we get to have the game go through. And please smash a like for Andrew on the back end here, because trust me, he's holding the crew on his back right now by getting up when he didn't have to. So anyways, again, that's on us, but appreciate you guys hanging tough with us. Really do. You guys were hilarious in the chat. Apologies I had to wait 20 minutes, but this is still better than,
the no game or a game being interrupted midway through with a power outage. No question.
So let's get to some football. Here we go.
Jets, I think my favorite comment was Kenny Ducey's really, really horrible takes that Sarah elbowed the PS4. That was good.
There were some bangers in the chat. I'm not going to lie. You guys are hilarious. But glad to bring it. Here we go. Jets ball.
Did you get a lineup in?
I did. I did. I mean, I've forgotten what it was because I made it like half an hour ago now, but let's bring it up. Let's go. I put Amari Cooper in the captain. I got the Cowboys D. I got Jarwin and Prescott, so I faded Zeke. And I got Crowder. I had Franchise. Hey, Crowder. And I got Le'Veon Bell. Whom the bell tolls. It tolls for Le'Veon Bell's career because he ain't playing this year yet.
So I stacked the Cowboys. The only Jet I played was Sam Ficken. I've got Gallup in the captain, Zeke, Dak, Amari Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb. All about the Cowboys. Lamarca's Pokemon collection in the chat. Stop begging for likes, clown.
I will never stop begging for likes. We get paid 5 cents per like, so.
Joke's on you.
10 cents per dislike.
We get paid for dislikes, too.
Yeah. More.
Don't tempt them. I mean, we're at a point right now, considering we started 20 minutes late, it wouldn't be the worst thing if this sim had like 100 dislikes on it, just because it would really drive home. It would make it a more memorable night. Like, why did that sim have so many dislikes? Oh, because we started 20 minutes late.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, I'm just gonna say it, and I said this before, but the chat, you guys are way more jovial and like understanding than when the stream just like glitches a little. And you guys were having fun hanging out. Maybe it's just the end of a Monday. I don't know. People are more relaxed, but yeah, I know. I mean, you look like we said. I mean, can't do anything about a power outage, right? But again, it's still on our backs. I mean, you did get this resolved fairly quickly, but yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out and having fun with us and being understanding most of all. I don't know. I mean, look, it is what it is. Let's just all enjoy our last sim. Get through this Monday. It's Monday. I mean, you know, when it comes down to it, we just want this day to end. Darnold. Oh, we didn't pick Moose players, man. We had like half an hour and we didn't pick Moose players.
Yeah, we didn't do that, did we?
We don't have to do it. Your mouth is, hurting.
Yeah, it's in recovery. Might miss the buzzword tonight. People are going to think I changed and I sucked, and that's okay.
Let's just have a little chill Monday.
Yeah, I mean, make it easy. This already started horribly.
It's your third sim in a row. Let's just.
Problem Kid Gaming. I am on mute at the moment. I truly hope Glash is gone this sim. Dude is a straight party pooper right now. His girl hit him. Now he's acting all PTSD and bleep scared for life. Okay. It's too bad you're muted. Wow.
All right.
This is okay. Jets are at the Dallas 25. It's June and Patrick from the ops team here. Good to have them here with us. Andrew saving the night, producer Michael. What's new with you, Jeff? Anything good?
No, man, just did some golf research today. Oh, did a couple other things. Did a little bit more work. Hang out with my kids tonight. They're maniacs. And then dropped in here for my one sim of the day, which, apparently is going to be an eventful one. But that's cool. Getting excited for week 1 NFL. I mean, we do have some NFL news. We should, I think we should get to that. I mean,
in the last 5 minutes?
Not like the last 5 minutes, but just, from the day. I mean,
okay.
I thought there was some pretty interesting stuff,
Oh.
Like, Zach Wilson having like a terrible day.
Yep.
2 interceptions, not looking good. I mean, we've been saying, I don't know if, and I might have said this with you, like, the Jets have no backup plan, so him starting off bad is interesting. I mean, that was the one that really caught my eye, just in terms of, NFL news is out there. But there's a little bit. That's a funny comment. That's in our slide.
It is just coming from my life. It's I suck now. It's over. Lev Bell touchdown. Oh, tell you what, you folks bring it, and it's great. Just, I'm not in the mood for it right now.
I mean, look, the guy couldn't talk yesterday. Now he's
but
been
I'm
on...
soft. It's just, nope, I suck. It's all right.
Cares if you are soft. It's not a big deal. It's your third sim of the day. You barely talked yesterday. It's all right. You know what? I'll do the play-by-play. You just sit there. You just chill out. It's okay. I got you, buddy. Here we go. Lev Bell touchdown, 7-0 Jets. Jets are a pretty good sim team, people. Last time I saw them play, they actually gave the Chiefs a little. I don't know if it was the Chiefs. I can't remember who it was, but they gave someone a little battle. So, Sim Sam Darnold, Glash, much better than real life Sam Darnold. What's going on with my internet now? Google Chrome is all whacked out. God, my internet might be messing up here. I think we're good.
You're all right. I hear you. You're doing a great job.
Thanks. Yeah. My 30 seconds here. All right, Cowboys ball. What a return. Up to the 25. Wow. What is going on with my draw? All right. Whatever. We'll get back to that. For some reason, I can't open my contest, but I'm live here, and that's all that matters. There's Zeke. Stuffed.
We ended up getting 124 entries in our Moose Calls with a busted mouth. Sure. Contest. Want to give Must Be some golf picks this week?
Ooh, some golf picks. I don't know. Must Be got mad at me on the weekend, but yeah, I'll give him some golf picks if he wants. I think it's a great spot for Russell Henley. You can look to him in all facets, whether it's DFS or on the, the sportsbook side. I think Russell Henley's in a really good spot this week. It's a great course for a guy like him. A little bit of value might be from Henrik Norlander, been playing consistent, really straight driver of the ball. Jason Duffner's another deep value play I'm kind of interested in. He's been striking it really well late. That was another dude. Sorry, I'm trying to get my... I don't know if it's the site or if it's just my computer, but... Okay, here we go. Got my DraftKings up. So I like Henley up top a lot. I like Duffner from the back end. I think Kevin Kisner's fine as well. I know he didn't play well last week, but he was making birdies. So those are a few guys who right off the top. I think Sebastian Munoz at 82, 8,300 is really interesting too. A couple mid-range picks there. Henley probably my favorite, but Munoz, Kisner, And then, like I said, Bombs, Norlander, Kirk, and Duffner for me. Kind of where I'm standing. Is Duffner old enough for you to play, though? Must be. Like, he's in his 40s, so is that old enough? I don't know. What's up, Kyle? How's it doing, Betty? Hope your humanities test went well. There's Dak back in the pocket. Oh. Picked! Other way. Wow. Sailed it. Jets D went up and got it.
The Jets really do play well in Simland.
They do. Like they're a greasy team. Sam Darnold plays better.
Greasy.
They're greasy. They're a greasy sim team. There's a little out pass. Look at this. Lev Bell being greasy, getting yards when he shouldn't have. Oh, man. All right. Darnold, shotgun. Minute left in the first Q. Already up 7, too. Play action. Whoop. To the corner. Fumble! Oh, the Jets being Jets. Dallas ball. Wow. What the heck was that? Rashad Perriman. We might have to get another look at this. I thought he might be down.
Yeah, good call.
Oh, this could be reviewed. Oh, there it is. The red sign of death. Yeah, the Cowboys defense. That's coming back, folks, because as we all know, any fumble that gets reviewed in Simville gets overturned. What's going on, guys? Hope you're enjoying a little bit of Monday night sim action. Yeah, we started late. If you're wondering why it's the first quarter and you're just hopping in, you really didn't miss much because we started 20 minutes late. Adam Kaufman caused a power outage at our producer Thomas's house, and he was watching too many Deuce Bigalow movies at once. And I'm just kidding. There was a bit of a power issue with one of our technical directors, though, so we started late. I'm going to be talking more than usual too because Glasheen is playing injured with an injured throat. We've got a ton of stuff going on top of just football news. So glad you guys are popping in. Adam Kaufman and the aliens, Mike Bauer. You got it. Second and 10.
I'm watching the Twitch chat. It's too good. It's just too good.
I got to get in here for Twitch.
I can't even say these things out loud.
Yeah, I know. The Twitch chat, you have to.
No, it's great. It's just a little out of context.
Yeah, it's very out of context. Hey, the mushroom likes Duffner too, though. Oh man. Yeah, we read everything, guys. We and as much as the Twitch guys think we don't open Twitch, we all open Twitch.
No, we read Twitch. The only one who doesn't read Twitch is Kaufman.
Oh, does he? Does he ignore Twitch?
He's the only one who doesn't open Twitch.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
The only time he reads Twitch is if he's given a direct copied message from the producer.
I did not know that
Koff is anti-Twitch.
Anti-Twitchite. That's very interesting.
All
right,
is anti-Twitch.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Darnold 8 for 10, 80 yards. Lev Bell, the only touchdown. Appreciate you guys joining us. Appreciate you guys being patient, waiting that 20 minutes. Appreciate you guys smashing the leg. Fantasy League power ranking. Oh, for our Simville power rankings. Well, obviously I would be first. I will put Zach second. I will put Lamarca third.
You're doing this on the fly right now?
Yeah, I'm just doing it on the fly. This isn't going to work on the fly. I'm going to forget people.
I'll write it down.
It's not going to work. Oh, there's my top 3.
Let me be your secretary. Mr. Moose.
Okay. Well, okay.
Who's one?
obviously I'm first. I mean, I'm not above putting myself as first. You know, you got to have confidence. You got to think you're going to win the league. So of course I'm going to put myself first. I'll put Zach second, just because I'm afraid that, you know, he like legitimately reads every piece of news and he's not going to miss anything. Lamarca I'll put third. Again, Lamarca, he could sleep through some waiver wires. He likes to nap. So I could see me and Zach getting an edge on him in that way. I'm going to put, God, I'm going to forget people here too.
Thank you, Bad Boys of Pop. I appreciate it. Yep, that is why I'm drinking through a straw. It's not as painful.
I'm going to put...
Yeah, you're at 4.
Yeah, no, I know. I'll put Christian fourth. I definitely feel like Christian's probably going to be pretty sharp.
These were really thought out.
All right. No, don't. You're going to get last here in a second, pal.
That's okay. It's not the worst thing that's happened to me today.
Wow.
Well, Kaufman came on. Now he's since apologized. He felt bad about it. But Kaufman started all the crap today. He went on the noon sim and basically told Tara Lynn that I made all of this up and that I had an injured nose. And he was like, oh, he's like faking sick. He was out by the grill earlier. Like, what does me having a busted up nose and a hurt jaw have to do with grilling food for my lunch today? Nothing.
Out by the grill.
I was out by the grill. I made some chicken today.
How does he even know that? What does he follow?
Because I put it on my Instagram, like making my
instant notifications.
It gets held against me for making my meal for the week. He apologized since. I really wasn't happy about it. I was like, really? You're gonna go on there and like make me seem like, forget the chat. Love you mean it all. But like coworkers, like, oh, Flash Sheen found a way out of work. Then he's out there at the grill the next day. Yeah, it's the grill. It's my meals.
Old Grilly Glash.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Just keep going. Who's 5?
Okay. I'm going to put BK 5. Brandon.
Why does everyone think he's going to be good?
I actually think he's going to be good. He gets really into it. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to put him 5.
He just strikes me as someone who'll like forget to set his lineup.
I don't think he will. I think he really likes it. Like he's into it. And for this reason, I'm going to put Kaufman 6 because Kaufman will not forget to set his lineup. Kaufman will get up at like 3 a.m. and do waivers and stuff like that. So
get up. He'll already be up.
Exactly. He'll already be up. So that's the top 6 right there. I've probably forgotten people, and I'm racking my head who I might have forgotten, but whatever. Who do we have left? We have you and Emerson, Tara Lynn, Bry Guy. That's 4. Tom. Who else do we have? Oh, Reed's in it. Oh wow, I'm putting BK and Kaufman in front of Reed. Oh, I better not do that. Okay, put Reed at 5. Bump BK down to 6 and put Kaufman at 7. I forgot Reed was in this.
Oh, because you gotta work with Reed on a daily basis.
Well, plus I respect Reed. I mean, I don't.
Oh, he respects Reed. You hear that, everybody? Everyone else he doesn't respect.
Reed really hasn't done well in these though, so
he kind of sucks. You have too. No offense. I mean,
I was terrible last year. But I did make. I think I made the finals the 2 years before that. So I know I made the finals in year 1. I think I made the playoffs in year 2. I've been going downhill, admittedly, but okay. So we're at
Cough
7.
Who's 8? This is hilarious. I wish everyone could see Jeff just like look. He's got his mic in one hand. He's just thinking very carefully. All right, now what?
I'm trying to think of if I'm missing someone. I feel like I've. Okay, I'm gonna put Tom last because again, he's the one who just did the Denny's 24-hour sim because he was so bad in his league. So he's got to be last. I'm gonna put Tara Lynn 13th because last year she didn't even set her lineup. So again, no offense to Tara Lynn, she's actually quite sharp, I think. But you know, I don't think that Tara Lynn's gonna get up for waivers or anything like that. I don't think she may not even set a lineup a couple weeks. So she's 13th. That leaves us with. Okay, because BK is 12, so it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spots. So who do we have left? Like, name me the people who are left. You and Emerson. Who am I missing? Kenny. That's 3.
Kenny, Emerson, me.
Bry Guy. That's 4. Is that all we need?
We have 5. You have 6 spots open still.
Oh, Rossi. We forgot about Rossi.
Hold on a second. Kenny, Emerson, me, Rossi, Bry Guy.
Okay, I'm going to put Bry Guy behind BK at 8.
You mean Kaufman?
Yes, behind Kaufman at 8. Then I'm going to put Rossi at 9. I'm going to put you at 10. I'm going to put Emerson at 11.
What about Kenny?
Kenny at 12.
And then Tom is 14.
He's good. Kenny's going to draft like Zach Wilson. Like, it's just, and he's actually going to play him. Like, he's going to draft like Denzel Mims and put him as like his wide receiver 2 or something. So
you're 1, Zach 2, Lamarca 3, Christian 4, Reed 5, BK 6, Kaufman 7, Bry Guy 8, Rossi 9, me at 10, Emerson 11, Kenny 12, Terrell 13, Tom 14.
Kenny probably won't even draft the Jets. It's just probably just like a complete he's just playing the long game just to make us think he's going to draft all the Jets or something. There's Dak sliding in. So there it is. There's my on the fly.
Read the Twitch chat without context. Glass should just sleep in one of those dog crates. Like what? Choker calling out Kaufman for no longer making MLB contests. Yeah, what's wrong, Kauf? You've changed. Must be enough money for the kids to go to college by now. The Cowboys are not playing well. They need to score right here to win me back.
Oh, man. All right, we do need a Cowboys score here. 3rd and goal from the 10. They got to get some points here. They need a touchdown. We need to get this game going. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. Again, really appreciate you guys hanging with us. I know we had the delays at the start, and if you're just joining us, if you're wondering why it's not even halftime, we did have a 20-minute delay at the start of this one, so you haven't really missed as much as you normally would, but yeah, we had a power outage. We couldn't get the technical director on, and it was obviously our fault. Nothing we could really do about it because it's a power thing. There's a Michael Gallup touchdown.
Let's go.
Boom.
It's my captain.
Wow. Flash out of your captain and Michael Gallup.
Yeah, you should move me up the power rankings now.
Yeah, you're in front of Kenny. Oh, you were already in front of Kenny. Never mind. You're in front of Emerson. Oh, no, you're in front of Emerson.
Already was.
You can go in front of Rossi. Move yourself up one. Give yourself a spot, kid.
It's funny, I'm in 10th, so you put me 10. I've been sitting anywhere between like 8 and 10 of all 3 power rankings to this point. You were pretty high on Lamarcus list. I'm trying to remember. I don't know what Kenny's was. I don't remember what it was.
Somebody else put me first. It actually might have been Kenny. So now I kind of feel bad putting him 12th. I don't actually think Kenny should be 12th. I'm just putting him there for his Jets takes.
David Israel spec. Yeah, let's go, man. Captain Gallup as well. We have the same lineup. Good stuff.
If I was making a serious list, I'd probably put Kenny at like 5th or something like that. But he's going for 12 because of his insane Jets takes. Specifically. Oh, yeah, it was Ducey, says Jordan. Okay, fair enough.
That's right, Michael. Lamarca had you 1, and then he changed his mind last second and moved Zach ahead of you.
No, I think that's fair.
Zach won our league last year.
Zach
the
will not
commentator
miss.
at the league we did last year.
Zach doesn't miss anything. I am prone to like just saying YOLO on a waiver wire, and for a couple weeks or something. So now that we have the power rankings though, and it's like public for the chat. I'm gonna have to give it my college all this year.
Yeah, power rankings, been there, done that. Remember those? Those were fun. I had fun. People used to hate me for that. Julian, you're spamming my Twitter with these power rankings. You're no
those
fun.
Those guys really didn't get into the league. Like they just were like, why did you even join the league?
Yeah, they looked at me like, why did you make this? I'm like, okay, fine. So when Freeze Pop said he'd make this one, great. I am all set. What else came out today, newsworthy wise? Zach Wilson, the Jets are saying we're going to take it slow. Everything's going to be fine. What else caught your eye today?
Well, that's about it. I admittedly haven't been like watching the news like a hawk or anything today, but that's kind of the big stuff, the Zach Wilson stuff. I mean, Joe Burrow kind of had a bad day too. It looks like rough outing in his first day in pads. I mean, it's first day in pads.
Hunter Henry is possibly out for the preseason. That's not good.
Yes, that's actually big news. That's true.
But it's Patriots related, and I don't want to be that guy,
No. I mean, that was one I was going to bring up, but I completely forgot. I think that happened yesterday too, so it's not as fresh in my mind. I mean, look, the Jonnu Smith signing looks pretty good right now, right? Like bringing in both.
I mean, if that's one way to look at it, hey, let's pay 2 tight ends at the top of the market a ton of money and hope one stays healthy. And if one gets hurt, the other one will be fine.
I mean, this is why you have depth at certain positions, if we're being honest. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously they wanted to run some 2 tight end sets, and I'm sure they still do, but they're very deep at the position now. I mean, don't forget, like Devin Asiasi was a pick last year, a fairly high pick. I mean, they could potentially work him in a little bit too. So potentially, that the move to bring in 2 instead of 1, looking slightly smarter right now. Let's put it that way. They had a ton of cap space too, the Patriots, right? Like that move wouldn't make sense if you were up against the cap, but when you had so much room like the Patriots did, yeah, get yourself some depth. You want to go tight end heavy? Get yourself some tight ends, man. That's what they did. So it would really suck if Jonnu Smith got hurt now. Then it's like, oh my God, we're cursed. But
yeah, he already got banged up during mini camp, but that was way back when in June. So
yeah,
he's looked very good. He's looked very good in red zone situations. He was good last Friday night. Mac Jones has a pretty good rapport with him.
He's a good red zone player, Jonnu Smith. My prediction was he'd lead the Patriots in receiving touchdowns. Oh, but Hunter Henry's looked good reportedly too, right? In the red zone. So
well, Jeff, they're using Jonnu Smith as basically like a receiver right now.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me to hear, man.
Something to keep in mind.
Does not shock me to hear at all. Yeah, don't forget, Cam had a really good rapport with Greg Olsen, man. Greg Olsen had some monster years, Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's kind of what they have in mind for Hunter Henry too. Like kind of a Greg Olsen role. So
fake. It works.
Did Aaron Jones get banged up? Oh yeah, hamstring injury. Oh, woof.
That was awesome. That was a well-executed fake.
Doesn't happen much.
The Jets are moving the ball like Joe Namath's Jets. They're good in Sims. It's weird.
It is weird.
They're not terrible. That was kind of terrible. I know we're going to get there soon. I don't have an exact date, but when we go to the new game, I'm going to be experiencing similar things to last year of trying to remember, like, oh, yeah, Sam Darnold is now a Panther, not a Jet.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to take a while for me to remember.
Lots of stuff like that will take a while. Speaking of Darnold, look at this kid go. Seeing ghosts out there. He ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, so Aaron Jones banged up with a hamstring injury. A.J. Dillon working with first team today. Aaron Jones on the sideline. Don't know severity, but yeah, the fact he was on the sideline working, probably not a big deal. Interesting, though. I think A.J. Dillon automatically becomes a little bit more interesting as a late-round flyer there. 100,000%. Goal. Yeah, if you're deep in your league right now, I think AJ Dillon's value just went up. That guy would be an absolute beast if he got like a monster workload. So.
Jamison Crowder is on the right side with the superstar traits under his feet. 2nd and goal. Oh.
Down goes Darnold. 1 timeout left. They're going to burn it here. They should at 21 seconds. We'll see the Jets take a timeout, right? Bada boom. Oh, they're going to let it run. Why? Why are you letting it run? I guess they're going to save it. Oh, my God. They went past 21 seconds? What's going on with this sim? I don't think I've ever seen that. Ludicrous.
Hey, Kyle. Thanks for the follow. Love you, mean it. Kyle gave me a follow on Instagram. Nice guy.
I like Kyle's posts. Always ends with a big smiley face.
Yeah.
Always makes me a little more happier.
Happy
Here's
fellow.
Darnold. Third
and goal. Come on.
Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. Oh, my God. Dropped by Rashad Perriman. By new Detroit Lions wide receiver 1, Rashad Perriman. That was a brutal drop. That was right on the money. It was a straight-up drop by Perriman.
All right. Ficken field goal. Yeah, Mike, get some Ficken points here. There you go.
Yeah, guy. Let's bring out Sam Ficken for a Ficken field goal, hey?
I was saying this to Kaufman last sim. Isn't it weird to think? Or
You on
maybe
with Kaufman last?
Yeah, it was BK at 6, Kaufman at 8, and now you.
Yeah. That must have been pretty contentious then.
No, because he led off the sim by just apologizing. He went right into it. Took the spotlight. Says, I'm just going to start by saying, I sincerely apologize. It was a very well thought out apology. I was texting with him earlier. I really wasn't happy. I was like, dude, like, I'm not making this up. Like, why would I make this up?
No kidding. It's like a serious injury. You can't
But,
talk.
like, you know, God forbid someone, like, calls out of work because they just weren't feeling it, you know?
Well, yeah, totally. I mean, it doesn't even have to be serious injury. I mean, it could be anything, right?
Yeah, but
leave the personal stuff on the sidelines in all seriousness. That's good. I mean, glad he apologized.
It's okay.
His little heave Hail Mary.
Whoa.
He
catch
caught
that?
it. I think so. Yeah, that was caught.
Gallup. That might be. No, it was a Cooper. It was Cooper.
Cooper Loop. Was that Cooper's first catch? Might have been. Dak over 150 yards passing now, though, so that's some garbage time action. All right.
We're at half. We started 20 minutes late, and here we are at halftime.
We started 20 minutes late. Glasheen is operating on about 60% of his normal vocal cords. And I'm not making that up. Not saying that to be funny. He's taken one for the team today just by showing up to work. So appreciate that. We appreciate Andrew in the back getting up. I wonder what do you think Andrew was doing? He said he was doing something like with his fiance or something, but I wonder if he's just like in bed, like snuggling up with like his iPad. That's what I would have been doing at about if it was that time. I probably would have answered the call, but man, I would have been like, man, this sucks.
I agree.
So smash the like for Andrew. He might have had a big bowl of popcorn. Who knows?
Arguing who was going to lead. What does that mean? Lead what? To lead? Do you want to throw to the sweat clip, Jeff?
Oh, yeah, we got a sweat. Oh, we got this up earlier today. Okay, guys, here we go. Earlier today on the. Oh, Andrew was practicing his dancing with his fiance. Okay, let's get to this. Earlier today on the sweat, Reed Fowler and I discussed how Patrick Reed will do at this week's PGA Tour stop, the Wyndham Championship from Sedgefield Country Club in Greensboro, North Carolina. Here's Reed Fowler and I discussing and debating.
Patrick Reed, like, where does he finish? My guess is he's already in, right? I haven't done my research.
He's well in. I mean, he's won earlier in the year. Patrick, I don't know where he stands, but he's like up there. Look, here's my problem with Patrick Reed. This is his travel schedule over the last little bit. He went to the Open, then he went to Minnesota, then he went to the Olympics in Japan, then he flew back to Memphis, and now he's going to North Carolina. I mean, there's just got to be some fatigue here. I know Patrick Reed is a warrior. He plays every week, yada, yada. He's done very well this one. He won it in 2013, his first ever career PGA Tour win. He's never finished worse than T25 at this event. I cannot peg him for a top of landing here. I mean, there's just too much travel involved. There's too much fatigue, in my opinion. I'm going to give him a T25 out of respect because of how good his course history is, but I'm not really that big on him. This is an insane travel schedule he's on.
Like, I agree with Jeff. The travel schedule for Reed, we kind of alluded to this last week on both Get the Greens about Patrick Reed, that you didn't like, like he was going back and forth all over the place. For you and I, and for an Instagram influencer, that's a great travel schedule, but not for Patrick Reed to get a top 25. Jeff, you're right, though. His experience here is great. His putting, championship Bermuda greens aren't necessarily similar to Bermuda. They're very receptive. They're different. You see them at Country Club of, I think, Jackson, where I believe the Sanderson Farms is played. You see that there. You see it TPC Southwind last week. You see that as well. This type of grass, and then that's what he's done well here. Patrick Reed is he's putted the lights out. So yeah, out of respect, and that's the variance that we're talking about. That he could gain 8 strokes putting and get you a top 25, but the approach to ball striking might be a little bit shaky. Because he's logging a lot of those miles.
All right, so be sure to watch the sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. on the DraftKings Dream Stream. What did you make of your takes today? Were you proud of yourself and how that was delivered?
Sorry. I just read the Twitch chat. Jeff writes messages on golf balls and drives them into your front window.
Telling you,
I read that at the exact wrong time. Look, we talked about the Wyndham Championship earlier today. There's a few guys I definitely like, but the guys at the top, Patrick Reed, not super interested in. I think I'd probably be more prone to playing Louis again here, over him. I think Hideki's okay as like a cash game target, but I feel like Usti is just on that verge of breaking free for a win. And if his putter just, stays hot for one more week, that win's got to come. So from the top, that's kind of where I'm looking. But Patrick Reed, like I said, man, those freaking flyer miles, my God. This guy just plays he's been flying everywhere. He can't even know what time it is right now.
Yeah, it's rough. He makes good money. He'll be all right.
Oh, he'll be fine.
All right, Mike Bizzle, you want a buzzword? What's your nomination? Come on, give me an idea. If we do it, you're getting it in this kind of tone. I'm not yelling. It'll hurt to yell. And put a lot of energy and emotion. And by energy and emotion, I mean like...
Let's do a silent
buzzword. Reaching back. What do you want, Mike Bizzle? Come on, you can't come in here and whine there's no buzzword and then not have an idea. If you have an idea, I'll entertain it. I need help. Help me. I'll tell you what, as Jeff said, first half and once we got started, despite us beginning late and, having the issues we had as far as one of our technical directors not having power. You all have maintained a pretty solid attitude, and you're having a good time, and that's nice.
It is nice, man.
Thank you all for being here.
Appreciate you guys. Hey, did you hear that Lamarca and I, followed your that I did my own giveaway with Lamarca? We did card giveaways, but I followed your pizza giveaway model. I made people pick crazy props to get a sports card. We gave away a Joe Burrow rookie like 2 weeks ago.
So wait, but what did they have to do? Like, what did they have to?
Same terms as the pizza deal. Like, they had to, like, 2 or 3 people threw out props. I took like 2 per sim, and finally someone hit on the last sim.
Oh, gotcha. And then okay, I follow you now. Okay, cool, great.
Lamarca did his own thing. He did like Lamarca trivia hour. Yeah, he had good questions though. I wouldn't have been able to do that. I'd come up with like dumb questions. I would. I mean, mine would just be so easy. Like, what movie did Tom Hanks fly a plane in? Or Tom Hanks? Tom Cruise. Oh. All right, Dak, shotgun. You're just joining us. We started late.
Darth Gator, card giveaway was awesome. Would love to do it again.
Yeah, we will do it again. We will, especially during football season. That was fun. Lamarca gave away some nice cards too.
That's what I heard. I don't remember exactly what they were, but he did tell me.
Gave away a really a cool looking Gabriel Davis rookie card, signed. Gave away a cool little Chase Young patch card. Not like, look, these cards aren't worth like, hundreds of dollars, but they're certainly nice. There's a touchdown. Is that a Mare?
Yep.
Mare, Cooper Loop.
Yeah, that big catch for Cooper at the end of the first half was for the bonus, so he's just adding to his day.
That was a pop. Moose's Trivia Hour. What time comes right after 8 p.m.? Yeah. I could probably do good sports trivia. Like if I was doing like some real like way back. Here's one. Who was the lead running back on the 1989 New York Giants, the team that won the Super Bowl against the Bills with Bill Parcells? The lead running back.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. See if Twitch fam or YouTube fam can come up with that.
First time playing Fortnite is on Twitch. I heard elbow macaroni is Clash's favorite type of pasta. Jerks. Freaking hates some of you. It's just so good. It's great.
Reams got it. Otis Anderson, Dave Meggett, yeah, Bonzo. He was like more the tailback punt returner, but he was definitely an RB in the rotation. He's definitely Otis Anderson.
Mike Bizzle, the word proposition is for the buzzword is whisper. Mike, do you mean like actually talking to the mic and whisper? The word whisper? That's not a bad one. Oh, wait a minute. It's 11:04. It's over. I'm all screwed up because we started late.
Yeah,
we missed the buzzword.
We missed the buzzword. It's cool. Like we got.
No, I know, but you understand why I did it? Because I looked at the clock. Oh, it's the third quarter. 5 minutes left. Like, yeah, we're not even close. No, we started late. Duh. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say something, but I just assumed you kind of knew.
Oh no, I totally just. I'm sorry.
We just need to get through this day. Look,
yeah, really. I can't wait to go to bed. I really can't. Tomorrow I'm gonna be great. I can already feel
I never would have gotten that vibe from you.
Tomorrow's gonna be great. So if you think I've been soft today and not myself, and
I don't think you've been soft. I just think you're dealing with a legitimate injury. You've done 2 sims in a row. You had to deal with the delay. Yeah, I mean, good Lord, you had to do a sim with Kaufman. That's like doing 3 sims in a row right there. So
Yeah, that was a lot.
It's yeoman's work. Oh, there's a little pass over the middle. Herndon.
David, the second touchdown for the Dallas Cowboys, Amari Cooper. Reed Tees, did you know? Buzzword is over. Typical Glash. Missed buzzword. Careful when you go to bed. Elbows be flying.
Was Ingram the receiver on that Giants team? The chat will know this. And that's Mark Ingram's, the running back's father, I think. Anyways, the chat will know. That's just a chat question.
I'm sure some of you are really excited the buzzword didn't happen because you think it's unprofessional and annoying.
Oh man,
I
think most people like the buzzword Glash. Every time I'm on a late night sim and I'm not with you, they ask me to do a buzzword. So, like, let's do a buzzword. Like that's Glash's thing. I would never step on. I would never step
honestly,
on his territory.
That warms my heart. It really does.
They do. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not saying that to make you feel better. Yeah, Buzz Killington, right? Ingram and Stephen Baker. That's right. Those were the receivers on that team.
That Buffalo team?
No, the Giants team.
Sorry,
yeah.
Giants, yeah.
Yeah, Stephen Baker and Ingram. That's right. Yeah. Is he a CB? Oh, maybe it's a different Ingram. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, here's a trivia question from Jordan Warren. Who has the most QB rushing yards in a Super Bowl? Is it Patrick Mahomes from last year? Feels like it might be.
What was the question?
Who has the most QB rushing yards in a Super Bowl? I think Patrick Mahomes rushed for like 1,000 yards last year, but they weren't all forwards.
If being an idiot for a minute makes you happy, fine.
Jeez. Oh, that bell was a little spin move, spin cycle. Tried to do it again. Got the first. Didn't get into the end zone though, but got down to the 6. Gonna be first and goal from the Giants.
The most yards rushing by a quarterback in a Super Bowl?
I see a couple Kaepernick guesses, some Steve Young, Steve McNair.
I looked that up, that Kaepernick Ravens Super Bowl.
Yeah, Kaepernick feels like that could be the correct answer. He was really dominant there for a bit. There's a touchdown.
How about Cam Newton at 15?
Is that 7-11? Chris Hogan? No, I don't think Cam rushed for much in that game.
Colin Kaepernick, 62 rushing yards and a touchdown in that Super Bowl.
Yeah, there you go.
It's quite a bit. That's I just looked that part up. Let's go to Panthers, Broncos.
Wait, how many did Kaepernick have?
62.
Oh.
Cam Newton.
Jesse and Steve McNair had 64.
Oh. Cam Newton rushed for 45 in 2016 against Denver.
Check McNair.
What year was that one?
Oh, good God, I have no idea. Back in the day. I don't know when that Super Bowl was.
How did this come up? Someone just asked it.
Jordan Warren threw it out as a question.
Oh, yeah, there it is. 64 yards, 8 carries.
Yeah. Justy was pretty confident.
Super Bowl record. Yep. So Kaepernick was 2 off the record.
Yeah. No, Justy, you're right, man. I saw your confidence, Justy. I saw it. I recognized how confident you were, and I said, this guy knows what he's talking about. Thank you for correcting us. So Kaepernick was second. McNair got it. Yeah, R.I.P. Steve McNair. That dude was talented. Big. Like Steve McNair coming out of college today. Oh man, that guy would be. People would fallen over themselves to get to him. Air McNair. All right. Dallas trying to answer. Down 7 again. Yeah, the Jets again just putting up a big fight here in Simland. Zeke is just having a terrible game.
It's been really bad.
Fade of Zeke is looking good. I got to look where I'm at here. I'm in 11th place, so I'm doing pretty good. I do have Amari in the captain. So do 17% of you, though, in the Glash and Moose busted mouth free roll.
I'm impressed. There's almost 340 people watching. It's
It's just
amazing.
a busted Monday. We got busted Mel's. We got busted power grids. Busted relationships. From Kaufman.
Happens.
You know what's Tuesday? You know what Tuesday's going to be? Tuesday's going to be Bounce Back Tuesday.
Ooh, I like that.
Bounce Back Tuesday.
Are you on tomorrow, though? You're doing the golf show, right? Get the green?
Doing the golf show. I think I'm on late again. I think I'm closing the shop again. I have no idea who I'm on with.
This might be the only time we're together this week.
We don't have any Sims Saturday because we have the big preseason slate. So
it's a big slate, huh? Like that. That's what I was going to say earlier. I was saying this to Kaufman. We're still exactly a month away. A month from today, away from Buccaneers Cowboys. That's a long time still, like a whole month from week 1. But last year we just had Sims taking up training camp and preseason. Now we're having those things, and I'm happy we're having them. But it makes the anticipation for the season that much more longing.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's why I like it though.
Okay.
I mean, I like that. I like the build-up. Like, I feel like the build-up and the news and being able to adjust your rankings a bit and stuff like that. And you know, whatever you're targeting, teams you're targeting, maybe for betting, stuff, whatever. I like that. Like, I think that's a good thing. So.
Luke Murphy says, Glash, people are on for Jeff right now. You're miserable right now. Come back tomorrow and let's have a good energy in the sim.
Yeah, it's going to be Bounce Back Tuesday. Bounce Back Tuesday tomorrow, folks. That's the end of the third quarter. Hey, you know, Brandon is like that. You know when you're playing like Legend of Zelda and like you got like all your hearts are empty and you got like one little like heart left. You're just trying to make it through that level. That's Glash right now. So you smash that light. Every time you smash the light, you fill up his energy levels. Let's get him through this. He's like in the last dungeon of Zelda right now. So that's my nerdy video game comparison. We got like no rushing yards in this game. Zeke has 10 carries for 25 yards. Absolutely horrendous. Touchdown for Lev. Darnold has 23 rushing yards. That's actually Darnold has more rushing yards than Dak. It's embarrassing. Cowboys getting faced in this game so far. All right. Receiving though. Wow. Perriman. I didn't know Perriman hit the bonus. 7 for 101 yards. He's also had Perriman also dropped an automatic touchdown, so he could be having a monster game. But Cooper's having the big game, 7, 161 and a touchdown. You absolutely need him in your captain spot right now, without a doubt. Chris Hogan has the other touchdown through the air. Wait, who scored for the Cowboys? Did Zeke score a touchdown?
Cooper and Gallup.
Oh, yeah, Gallup had that catch, right. Yeah, because we can't sell receivers. Okay. All right. So that's where we're at. Gallup and Cooper for Dallas. Lev Bell, Hogan, and Lev Bell, Hogan, and who else scored for the Jets? Herndon. Didn't he score? I feel like Herndon scored. I'm just making stuff up at this point. I can't remember.
It's all right. No, Herndon cut a 2-point conversion.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we had a 2-pointer and a couple field goals, right? We had the
and a couple field goals.
Mm-hmm. Always gets it when they do that, isn't it? They always get you. Those thick and field goals, man. Okay. I'm on with Christian tomorrow night. So Christian and I haven't done a sim with him, so that'll be nice. Nice little change.
Ever?
No, I've definitely worked with him. I just haven't worked with him in like maybe almost a month, probably. The wild man of Wisconsin. Kristen DeAndrea with a flag. Ooh, Liga Man. Oh, yeah. Tackles across the line of scrimmage. Legal forward pass. All right, final cue here. Appreciate you guys hanging with us. Technical delay to start this game. The power, producer Tom's grid, disappeared. How much we can do about that? Hopefully Tom's fridge is good. You know, the stuff in it. We had our power go out for like 2 hours in the summer once. This summer, like a couple months ago.